As the PLA moved into the southern provinces, the limitations of the new policy conflicted with the wishes of the peasants. The most serious problems were in Hunan where, before party cadres could intervene to stop them, the peasants' associations expropriated the landlords' lands and the people's tribunals handed down death penalties. Here class war was labeled a left deviation and communist leaders called for moderation, but seizure and redistribution of land and harsh treatment of the landlords and rich peasants continued in many liberated areas. In the spring of 1948, Mao insisted that in the areas which had newly come under PLA control there was no urgency in introducing agrarian reforms which should, in any case, be carried through only on condition that the party cadres were adequate both in numbers and quality to grasp the work of land reform and must not leave it to the spontaneous activity of the masses. On August 24, 1948, the New China News Agency officially announced that the existing agrarian reform program was ending and from then on the peasants would have to be satisfied with a reduction of rent, taxes, and interest to usurers. Chao Kuo-chun, Op. Cit. The cutback in land reform derived directly from the class collaborationist approach of New Democracy. Officially, policy returned to reducing rents and interest rates, and the Stalinists showed the other side of their political face. As in Yan'an, rents and interest rates were reduced so as not to exceed 37.5% of the crop and less than 15% respectively, but now the CCP and PLA enforced payment to the landlords and village usurers. By these means, the communists attempted to prove to the landlords and capitalists that they were better and more efficient defenders of private property than the KMT, in the hope this would enable an alliance with the national section of the bourgeoisie. 9.6 The PLA cruises to victory. The most effective weapon in the hands of the CCP was propaganda, with the most decisive element its land policy. It shattered the apparent inertia of the peasants by linking their aspirations to a means of achieving them. The promise of land reform brought the hitherto crushed masses into open revolt against the KMT regime. By 1948, Chiang Kai-shek and the KMT were maintaining themselves in power by bribery and terror. The KMT was controlled by a clique so utterly corrupt that ministers lined their pockets by selling war materials supplied by the United States to the PLA. Mayors of villages responsible for sending young recruits to the army organized a system whereby families able to pay an exorbitant fee could keep their sons at home. The missing soldiers were listed in the regimental books so that the officers could put their pay in their own pockets. The result was that many armed formations had no more than 60% of their listed strength. The PLA successfully transformed guerrilla warfare into positional warfare in a very short time. In the autumn of 1948, the PLA launched an all-out counteroffensive. In Manchuria, the big cities, one after another, were occupied without a fight as a result of the capitulation or disintegration of Chiang's armies. The key battle was for Mukden, Shenyang, largest city in Manchuria. Its defenders, 5 well-equipped and well-trained armies, took their weapons and equipment and defected to the communists. The city was occupied by the PLA on November 1, 1948. Thereafter, communist victories tumbled one upon another. By the end of 1948, the PLA had captured all the cities of Manchuria, including the capital, Changchun, and the big mining districts of Anshan and Fusan, where the Japanese had built a miniature Pittsburgh which, at its height, had mined 20,000 tons of coal a day. The communist occupation of Manchuria was a mortal blow to Chiang's government, giving the CCP a solid economic base bordering the Soviet Union and from which they would be almost impossible to dislodge. The advance of the PLA had a sympathetic resonance amongst the workers and the students, and gave them the confidence to challenge the KMT. There was a new wave of strikes, e.g. in Shanghai, protesting the banning of the sliding wage scale. The students played a notable role, representing the petty bourgeoisie in general. Large-scale protests and demonstrations took place in the big cities: Chongqing, Nanjing, Shanghai, Canton, Beijing, etc. The slogans demanded democracy and peace, against KMT dictatorship, and against the persecutions conducted by the KMT. The CCP played a divisive role, keeping the workers and students as far apart as possible and using both separately to exert pressure on the KMT to accept peace talks. If the CCP had been responsive to mass pressure, it would have called on the workers and the masses in the big cities to join with the peasantry and students and rise in rebellion to overthrow the regime. It would have been as easy as knocking down rotten wood. But Mao called on the people to wait quietly for their liberation by the PLA. His objective was to restrict the struggle as much as possible to the military plane, and he was largely successful. The deliberate discouragement of workers' struggles and the rapid advance of the PLA brought a period of quiescence in the labor movement. In every village under PLA control, communists were instructed to retain plots of land ready for any soldiers who deserted from Chiang Kai-shek's army and joined the PLA. Coupled with the obvious fact that the KMT was rapidly losing the war, this proved to be highly effective, seen in the fact that Chiang's army had probably the highest rate of desertion of any army in history. Evidence of this was clear in the great cities and important military bases north of the Yangtze River. At Sainan, the KMT troops rebelled against their own officers and surrendered to the communists on September 24, 1948. At Tianjin, the KMT troops simply melted away and the city fell on January 15, 1949. Beijing surrendered later that month without a fight, and at Kaifeng the KMT army evaporated and the PLA entered on June 19, 1949. The American intelligence services were unanimous that the nationalist government was in its death throes. The process of disintegration and fragmentation is so far advanced as to render almost impossible the establishment of a functioning government or even one capable of offering resistance to the communists. Respect for the civil population and abstinence from plunder which distinguished the PLA from all KMT armies contributed greatly to winning the support of the population. In its report, the CIA mentioned this as a major factor in the welcome the PLA received from the peasants. The following major policies benefit the peasantry. 3. Recruitment on a voluntary basis rather than conscription. 4. Close cooperation between the armed forces and the peasantry. 5. A high degree of economic self-sufficiency on the part of the PLA. Many of the bourgeois who had previously supported Chiang were in a state of despair. Anti-Chiang sentiment was disorganizing the army and paralyzing the government. Inflation was impoverishing the great mass of the population, including lower-level government functionaries who, to stave off hunger, were forced to demand bribes and actively participate in the corruption of a regime that was rotten from top to bottom and decomposing. Commerce and industry was coming to a halt, and the living conditions of the middle and lower classes, including the middle and lower functionaries in the government institutions, cast them into the pit of despair. Its only prop was U.S. imperialism, and when that was removed, the regime collapsed. As the PLA prepared to cross the Yangtze, an important political and psychological incident occurred, which demonstrated decisively the end of imperialist gunboat diplomacy in China. On April 19, HMS Amethyst was dispatched from Shanghai to sail up the Yangtze to Nanjing, ostensibly to relieve the destroyer consort, but in reality as a threat to the PLA to leave British interests alone. After a shootout with PLA shore batteries, the Amethyst turned tail and made good her escape. From then on, foreign companies in China had to abide by the rules of the new democracy. The Liberation Daily announced, "Foreign interests under the jurisdiction of the people's government have been deprived of their special privileges which they enjoyed in the past. If they can dutifully obey all ordinances and rulings of the people's government and engage in business which is beneficial to the livelihood of the people and the livelihood of our country, they will be permitted to exist and will be protected." On April 21, 1949, the PLA crossed the Yangtze River and proceeded on a triumphal march southwards. Nanjing surrendered without a fight on April 23. With complete victory in sight, to allay the fears of the most affluent peasants, the CCP took steps to reorient their policies even more towards moderation and class compromise. On April 25, 1949, Mao Zedong as chairman of the People's Revolutionary Military Committee, and Zhu De as commander-in-chief of the PLA, declared the new government to be a democratic, i.e. bourgeois, dictatorship and promised protection of property for every individual and of all privately owned factories, stores, banks, warehouses, vessels, wharves, etc., except those controlled by war criminals and bureaucratic capital. When Lenin addressed the Petrograd Soviet immediately after the October Revolution, he ended his short speech with the words, "We must now set about building a proletarian socialist state in Russia. Long live the world's socialist revolution." One searches in vain for a similar sentiment in Mao's pronouncement. A 7-point proclamation on land reform was also issued. Reduction of rent and interest should be carried out first and land distribution later. After the PLA has arrived in work, organization, and indoctrination, carried on for a comparatively long time. The CCP was certainly not going to bow to mass pressure and allow China to follow the Russian model where peasants took the land and the Bolshevik Party legitimized the seizure after coming to power. Instead, the party would exercise a tight control and limit any changes. Bourgeois commentators praised Mao for his cautious approach and reported the confusion and bewilderment of the poor peasants when they did not receive the hoped-for land after liberation. Another cause of bewilderment was that in Article 4 of the 1947 Land Law, all debts had been cancelled, but now only rent debt was cancelled, though interest on the remaining debts was supposedly limited to a maximum of 15%. Hangzhou fell without a fight on May 3rd, and Fuzhou on May 20th. On July 7th, birthday of the CCP, Lin Piao, top commissar in central China, issued a directive to the party membership, drawing attention to a serious situation in the countryside. Being an army man, Lin was blunt. Peasants in the villages were being neglected and were taking the law into their own hands. Too many party cadres believed they had earned the right to a comfortable urban life and were resisting being assigned to the countryside. These expectations were natural in a party based on privilege, and represented the conflict between cadres wanting to enjoy their privileges and the need to participate in the agrarian struggle to maintain party control. On August 20, 1949, the New China News Agency reported that peasants across Hunan and Jiangxi provinces were again up in arms against the limits set by the CCP's class collaborationist land policy. The response of the CCP is very informative. Naturally, there was no error in the political line. The fault lay with local cadres who had been either insufficiently alert to head off the rebellion or not firm enough when carrying out punitive raids against the rebels. This bureaucratic response was in accord with the time-honored practice of Mao's mentor in Moscow. The question Lin did not address was why did the peasants in areas which were supposed to have been liberated feel neglected? This occurred because once national power was within their grasp, the CCP moved from a policy of reliance on the middle and poor peasants to actively courting the exploiting classes. Collaboration with the capitalists necessarily meant collaboration with the landlords too, for the two were entwined in innumerable economic and social activities. When Mao returned to his native province, it was not as a pioneer leader of peasant uprisings, but as a long-lost son of the landowners. Shanghai offered token resistance but surrendered on May 26. Mao Zedong proclaimed the People's Republic of China (PRC) on October 1, 1949. Article 1, which defined the nature of the state, was careful to describe the People's Republic of China as a new democracy or people's democracy with no mention of socialism. Article 3 made it clear that the new regime would protect the economic interests of the petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie. Canton, nationalist capital for the previous 6 months, surrendered on October 15. Chiang Kai-shek fled to Taiwan, Formosa. The complete collapse of the Chinese nationalists and the speed at which the CCP took over southern China astounded even them. The PLA did not conquer but rather was handed the cities. Here was a situation in which the objective conditions for revolution had become rotten ripe. The exceptional historic, national and international circumstances which prevailed at the time enabled a peasant army isolated from the urban working class to take power from the bourgeois landlord rule of Chiang Kai-shek. With its entrance into the big cities, the peasant PLA squashed all attempts by the urban workers to participate in the overthrow of the KMT regime and promised protection of private property, Chinese and foreign. Only bureaucratic capital, i.e. only enterprises directly controlled by members of the Kuomintang government were affected, and even in these cases the investments of independent private capitalists were left intact. The strategy of the PLA in North China had been to establish deep roots amongst the peasants in the liberated areas before taking the towns. The speed of its advance meant that in the south the situation was reversed. The PLA first took the towns and then extended out into the countryside. There were two consequences. Substantial armed resistance by KMT units continued for some time, and the local power structure of gentry, landlords, rich peasants, merchants, and usurers remained in place, and land reform had to start from scratch. The victory of the PLA was a magnificent military achievement, but it was possible only because of the complete blind alley of landlordism and capitalism in China. All the property classes were intertwined with each other and entangled with imperialism, forming a bloc so reactionary it was opposed to even the minimum changes which might have saved itself from the coming revolution. In southern China, where landlordism was most developed, the CCP adopted the policy of forming committees of poor peasants to mobilize mass support for agrarian reform. These committees unified the landless and poor peasants and were supposed to be tightly controlled by party cadres but began to force the pace of agrarian reform in ways unacceptable to the party. In a short time, the committees of poor peasants were replaced with peasant committees which middle and rich peasants could join and which were much more restricted in their functions. It is no surprise to discover the CCP complained that these committees often did not include a sufficient number of rich and medium-rich peasants. There was also a constant stream of complaints by cadres that the poor and landless peasants always want to control everything and violated the property of the medium-rich peasants. The next step was for the peasant committees to delegate authority to the Village Congress of People's Delegates, which Mao demanded should embrace all democratic classes, including workers, peasants, artisans, the free professions, intellectuals, entrepreneurs, and enlightened landowners. An organization based on class collaboration replaced the authority of the poor peasants. The Stalinists pursued a conservative, reformist policy in a situation pregnant with the greatest revolutionary possibilities. For 20 years and more, since the defeat of the Chinese Revolution in 1927, the Stalinists had based their activity and then their program almost exclusively on the peasantry. The peasantry, for all its revolutionary actions against the landlords, is a conservative social formation. The worker wants to socialize industry, but the peasant wants to own the land. The conservatism of the peasant was fed by almost universal illiteracy, by isolation and by the economic backwardness of rural villages, and by patriarchy and medieval social traditions and customs. The Stalinists directed their attack at feudalism, not capitalism, in the belief that the feudal remnants had an independent social and political significance, and the destruction of feudalism was necessary to clear a path for capitalist development. The conclusion that the main fight in China was against feudalism and imperialism led naturally to the CCP seeking to establish its political rule on the social base of the peasantry. Such a perspective had a conservatizing effect on the CCP itself because it drew it away from the proletariat, a process accelerated by the failure of the ultra-left policy of red unions. Only after the flowering of capitalism would it be time to talk of the socialist revolution. This was a classic Menshevik conception of the historical process, using a schema in which history was chopped into arbitrary predetermined stages which ignored actual class relations. Despite weighty feudal remains, the world market held sway over the Chinese economy. Property relations in China, even in the countryside, were bourgeois property relations. To treat feudalism as the main enemy was to throw the class struggle in China off its true course, and this was a core weakness at the heart of the CCP's program. Despite the huge preponderance of the peasants and the great weight of agriculture in the economy, the agrarian problem could not be solved separately from China's economic problems as a whole. Even after expropriation of the landlord's excess land, a small plot remained a small plot, inefficient and primitive. This kept open the door to the village usurer and even the return of landlordism as richer peasants bought up the land of bankrupted peasants under Article 12 of the Land Law. In 1950, the regulation on urban and urban fringe land reform stipulated that urban land was to become state land and would be managed by city governments. We shall see that the Stalinist nature of the CCP would mean this became a source of extensive corruption within local and national government. 9.7 Summary. The Chinese Revolution took place in a society so diseased that it was disintegrating. There was universal, bitter hostility to a ruling regime rooted in all that was rotten, that had again and again demonstrated it had neither the will nor the capacity to get China out of its blind alley. The great mass of the population was facing hunger and starvation, driven to despair and willing to make almost any sacrifice to save themselves and their families. The upsurge of the peasantry was of seismic proportions. The CCP rode this wave to power. With imperialist support, the strength of the nationalist forces was sufficient to crush the Jiangxi Soviet. With the internal collapse of the KMT, brought about by corruption and the loss of imperialist support, land to the tiller became a realistic option for KMT soldiers, undermined the loyalty of Chiang's troops, and substantially aided the victory over the nationalists. The mass upsurge of the peasantry against hunger, starvation, and KMT corruption was victorious due to specific and exceptional conditions. American imperialism was unable to intervene directly to support Chiang. Russia had invaded Manchuria and Mao gained an impregnable base and huge quantities of arms. The PLA was present to provide structure and the focus for that rebellion. However, while revolutionary peasant armies had a 1,000-year-old tradition, in 1949 they were confronted by a quite different world from their forefathers. A world dominated by two superpowers, one of which had given them much-needed support at a critical time in the Civil War, and the other which backed their enemy. The result of the victory of the peasant armies was bound to be shaped in fundamental ways by this international context. The government that began wielding power in Beijing in 1949 would establish a worker state in China despite Mao's declared goal of maintaining capitalism for a prolonged period. Of course, if Stalin and Mao had been Leninists, they would have proposed the creation of a socialist federation of the Soviet Union and China in 1949. Instead, the Mao regime tried every which way to construct a stable bourgeois state until faced by the Korean War and the aggression of American imperialism. To protect itself, it took measures that were socialist in principle. The New Democracy. 10.1 Introduction. The New Democracy was Mao's interpretation of the revolutionary, bourgeois, democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry introduced by Lenin in 1905, and firmly rejected by him in April 1917. Despite the experience of the Civil War, Mao and Stalin still argued that China was not a capitalist country but a semi-colonial, semi-feudal country which would require a lengthy transitional period before a worker state could be achieved. According to the stages theory, the national democratic revolution in colonial and semi-colonial countries was one in which the national bourgeoisie was a revolutionary force opposed to imperialism and feudalism. With the collapse of Chiang's armies, this theory hypothesized a united front of workers, peasants, petty bourgeoisie, and national bourgeoisie, the bloc of four classes, building a prosperous, independent China. This coalition government would have its own specific new democratic economy which would achieve national independence and carry out agrarian reform, but with no suggestion of overthrowing the whole bourgeoisie or expropriating private property. Rather, the national bourgeoisie was essential for rebuilding the economy. 10.2 The New Democracy. That Mao's natural politics and personal ambitions fitted him well for the Popular Front perspective is testified to by Chun Pita in his pamphlet Mao Tse-tung on the Chinese Revolution, written in 1951 and published in a revised edition by FLPH, Peking in 1963. After 1927, Mao Tse-tung repeatedly refuted the erroneous, leftist, ideological trend in relation to the question of the character of the revolution. He considered that the Chinese Democratic Revolution must be carried through to the end. Mao Tse-tung regarded the opinion then held by the Communist International that the character of the Chinese Revolution remained bourgeois democratic as completely correct. He said, "The struggle which we have gone through verifies the truth of the opinion of the Communist International." The action program flowing from Mao's New Democracy was contained in his report to the 7th National Congress on coalition government. This was a clear and systematic expression of class collaboration. To preserve Mao's omnipotence, it was rewritten subsequently to match actual events. The official version published in Peking in 1955 was significantly different from the original. We know this because the American Communist Party published Mao's original speech as a pamphlet, The Fight for a New China, in 1945. It is a law of Marxism that socialism can be attained only via the stage of democracy. And in China, the fight for democracy is a protracted one. It would be a sheer illusion to try to build a socialist society on the ruins of the colonial, semi-colonial, and semi-feudal order without a united new democratic state, without the development of the state sector of the new democratic economy and of the private capitalist and cooperative sectors. The phrase in italics was added in 1955 and liberally sprinkled throughout the document. Liu Shaoqi elaborated. The immediate policy of the Communist Party is to realize completely its minimum program. It is known that the Communist Party of China has, in addition to its minimum program, its maximum program, which is not included in the common program. In the course of consultation, some delegates proposed to write the future socialism of China into the common program, but we deem this to be out of place, because the taking of serious socialist steps in China is a thing of the rather far future. Mao expected the bourgeois democratic stage to last for generations. The original 1945 version of the report says, "In the entire bourgeois democratic revolution stage over scores of years, our new democratic general program is unchanged, and the carrying out of the CCP program will not advance China to socialism. This is not a question of the subjective willingness or unwillingness of certain individuals to do the advancing. It is due to the fact that the objective political and social conditions in China do not permit the advance. The 1955 version contains neither passage because the laws of Marxism contradicted Mao. The worker state was created rather rapidly, not after a protracted time, not after scores of years. The theory of revolution in stages leads inevitably to coalition government and class collaboration. Thus, even after the overthrow of the Chiang regime, Mao persisted in maintaining unity with the section of the bourgeoisie which had separated from Chiang and the doomed KMT regime, as one step in realizing his new democracy. This unity was embodied in the Political Consultative Conference, composed of representatives of the CCP, various bourgeois and petty bourgeois parties, leading figures from the KMT who had deserted Chiang at the last moment, trade unions and peasant organizations, and numerous individuals who represented no one but themselves. This people's government of four classes which defined the general policy of the state was appointed. There was no room in the new democracy for direct elections by workers' and peasants' committees. That smacked too much of Soviets. In 1945, Mao had been supported by U.S. imperialism when he attempted to achieve a modus vivendi with Chiang, and on coalition government reflected this. We are also grateful to Britain and the United States, particularly the latter, for their immense contribution to the common cause, the defeat of the Japanese aggressors. We are grateful to the governments and the peoples of both countries for their sympathy with the Chinese people and their help. Large amounts of capital will be needed for the development of our industries. Enterprises profitable to both the Chinese people and foreigners are swiftly expanding large-scale light and heavy industries and modernizing agriculture, which can become a reality when there is a firm internal and international peace, and when political and agrarian reforms are thoroughly carried out. On this basis, we shall be able to absorb vast amounts of foreign investments. A politically retrogressive and economically impoverished China will be unprofitable not only to the Chinese people, but also to foreigners. After the onset of the Korean War, these paragraphs were removed. With American diplomats, Mao was less reserved. China must industrialize. This can be done in China only by free enterprise and with the aid of foreign capital. Chinese and American interests are correlated and similar. They fit together economically and politically. The United States would find us more cooperative than the Kuomintang. We will not be afraid of democratic American influence. We will welcome it. The new democracy was to be a coalition, but the bourgeoisie in its great majority stuck with the KMT despite its being so decrepit and degenerate and so obviously losing the Civil War. On May 1, 1948, the CCP issued an open appeal for allies in a broad united front against the Chiang regime. Laboring people of the entire country, unite. Ally with the intelligentsia, liberal bourgeoisie, all democratic parties and groups, social luminaries and other patriotic elements. Consolidate and expand the united front against imperialist, feudal, and bureaucratic capitalist forces. Fight together to destroy Kuomintang reactionaries and build a new China. All democratic parties and groups, people's organizations, and social luminaries speedily convene a political consultative conference, discuss and carry out the convoking of a People's Representative Assembly to establish a democratic coalition government. The response from mainland China was almost zero, but from Hong Kong came a cheer. Individuals who had once been leading figures in the KMT but were now refugees saw a chance to regain lost prestige and importance, and half a dozen grouplets, mostly no more than a few dozen strong, grasped at the offer. However, there were two small but significant organizations: the Kuomintang Revolutionary Committee, led by Li Chisin, the KMT general who gained notoriety as the Butcher of the Canton Commune in December 1927, and which had Song Qingling Madame Sun Yat-sen as a member, and the Democratic League, representing the cultured middle classes of the cities with support from about 50,000 teachers, professionals, and petty bourgeois intellectuals. Within 18 months, these would provide the staff for many important positions in the new democracy. The multimillion CCP was forming an alliance, not with the Chinese bourgeoisie but with its ghost. These opportunists represented little but themselves. Their politics did not differ in any substantial way from Chiang's. They were attempting to board the gravy train. Traditionally, the leaderships of Chinese peasant rebellions had compromised with the existing regime. Mao was no different. His call for a bourgeois democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry was an offer to collaborate with the Chinese bourgeoisie. This had been Mao's stated aim almost from the day he joined the CCP. It was a clear thread through his actions and writings. Supporting the bloc of four classes, Mao was consistently reluctant to use class terms when analyzing Chinese society. In March 1926, he classified society in terms of our friends, which naturally included the left wing of the bourgeoisie. Later he would talk in terms of good and bad gentry, and now the CCP attempted to divide the ruling bourgeoisie into two mutually antagonistic sections: bureaucratic, feudal and reactionary, and national, democratic and progressive. After the surrender of Japanese imperialism, KMT tyranny and corruption reached a climax. For families, the Chiang Kai-sheks, the Sungs, the Kungs, and the Chun brothers who dominated the KMT expropriated properties of those they designated enemies and traitors, and with low-interest government loans soon came to dominate mining, heavy industry, metallurgical, machine tools, electrical, chemical, textiles, sugar, transportation, and, of course, banking and overseas trade. Using their political positions, they treated these nationalized enterprises as their private domains, ensuring they were virtual monopolies, and amassed fabulous fortunes. The enterprises owned by these four families and their closest associates were designated bureaucratic capital. Bureaucratic capitalists were those who had acquired dominating positions in the economy by exploiting public office or purchased important posts in government using the enormous profits wrung from the economy. The so-called national bourgeoisie were those relatively smaller capitalists who, despite their efforts, had been unable to gain a place in the big financial oligarchies. While the four families were certainly oligarchical and reactionary, to designate them as feudal meant concealing the true character of the ruling summit of the entire Chinese bourgeoisie. Naturally, the four families were up to their ears in all aspects of usury, attracted by its astronomical profits. As finance capitalists, they had close ties with Wall Street, and using the four Chinese government banks, they gripped the economy by the throat and indulged in a mad orgy of speculation to extract the maximum from the masses in the time left before their inevitable downfall. These bureaucratic capitalists provided capital to the village heads and landlords to loan to the peasants at ruinous rates of interest. Yes, the national bourgeoisie were dissatisfied with the unbridled domination and corruption of the four families. Yes, they complained about the arbitrariness and unfairness of the government. Yes, they talked about democracy, but they were progressive only to the extent that they would support the new democracy while it allowed them to retain their property and guaranteed them their profits. As soon as the opportunity presented itself, these democratic national capitalists would reveal their reactionary face and their essential class solidarity with world imperialism. On October 1, 1949, Mao formally proclaimed the Chinese People's Democratic Republic. The new government was a People's Front coalition in which the Stalinists joined hands with the national bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie. Part of the price Mao Zedong paid for securing the cooperation of these elements was to abandon the more radical elements of land reform in South China. However, the character of Mao Zedong and the lessons he learned from the defeats of 1925-27 and the Jiangxi Soviet are important. It is clear that Mao, while genuinely committed to an economy in which the national bourgeoisie had a more or less free hand and there was no monopoly of foreign trade, was even more determined to be the leading figure in the new democracy. Mao balanced between the bourgeoisie and the workers and peasants during the new democracy period while concentrating power into his hands, and to achieve this he crushed all signs of an independent workers' movement. When the Mao team assumed government of China, they had a huge advantage over the Bolsheviks of 1917, having accumulated some 20 years of invaluable experience of administering local government covering many millions of people, taxes, public works, police force, judiciary, armed forces, etc., under the difficult conditions of a civil war. Thus, when the PLA arrived in South China, the CCP had a good understanding of the implications of the decision to retain 2 million KMT officials in post to continue performing their functions. However, the major difference with the Bolsheviks was not governmental experience nor the relatively large number of trained CCP cadres, Fairbank estimated over 500,000, to do this kind of work. Rather, it was the political perspective of the two parties. The Bolsheviks understood that the personnel inherited from the previous regime were an alien class force that had to be overcome. The CCP saw the personnel they inherited as part of the new democracy, as collaborators in creating a bourgeois democratic state. The membership of the CCP rose from 2.7 million in 1947 to 5.8 million in 1958, Many of the recruits were existing officials, and as they were welcomed into the regime to positions of authority, they brought their own methods and perspectives with them. During this time, the party made a determined attempt to recruit students and intellectuals because their ability to read and write was needed for effective administration. Their skills put these people into relatively senior positions even though they had little or no experience and lacked any formal training in party ideology. There was considerable tension between these so-called upstarts and their new ways and the domineering attitudes of old cadres, which was one factor motivating Mao to take such an interest in the activities of Chinese intellectuals. It must not be assumed that the coalition government was stage scenery used to hoodwink the public. Real power remained with the PLA, but an important and substantial partner in the governmental coalition was the Revolutionary Committee of the Kuomintang. Li Qixin had gathered around himself important elements representing the interests of a section of the Chinese bourgeoisie from South China, bourgeoisie who had deserted Chiang Kai-shek's sinking ship of state at the last moment. The Revolutionary Committee was the gateway through which they hoped to make their way into the safe haven of the new People's Republic, hoped to retain their fortunes and, in due time, get back into the political saddle. Li Qixin now sat alongside Mao Zedong as one of the 6 vice-chairmen of the People's Government. The initial priority of the new democracy, October 1949 to June 1950, was clearing away the military remnants of the KMT and suppressing independent activities of the workers and peasants. On the political plane, the CCP assiduously courted the bourgeoisie, landlords and rich peasants, military men and top Kuomintang bureaucrats in an attempt to create the bloc of 4 classes and reinforce its own power. But simultaneously, it had to cover its costs, and to do this the government extorted food and money from the only people who had them. They levied severe taxes on all of industry and commerce, forced the bourgeoisie, landlords and rich peasants to buy victory bonds, patriotic bonds, etc., and appropriated voluntary contributions of foodstuffs from the countryside. It has been claimed that even with rent lowered to 37.5% of the crop, the taxes levied by the CCP and collected much more efficiently were not much less than paid under the KMT, but were, of course, more evenly distributed. The reality was that the CCP held the final decision-making power in its hands through complete control of the armed forces, despite having a majority of ministries headed by non-CCP personnel. The bourgeois democratic parties existed only so far as the CCP allowed them to. They were able to influence the policies of the people's government only because the CCP wished to maintain bourgeois property relations. Bourgeois representatives were given important positions in the people's government on a whole number of levels: vice presidents, ministers and vice ministers in the central government, presidents of provincial governments, etc. In contradiction, the working class and poor peasants had to be content with CCP-nominated delegates from trade unions and peasant associations. The number of such delegates was far fewer than those allocated to the so-called democratic parties. Soviets were, of course, not countenanced. Workers were further constrained by being deprived of the right to strike. Indeed, one of the first activities of the PRC was strike-breaking in the interests of the national bourgeoisie. As an aside, it should be noted that as the PLA swept southward, it was particularly rigorous in arresting all known revolutionaries, especially Trotskyists, together with their spouses, siblings, relatives, and friends. These people simply disappeared. Many were killed immediately, the remainder imprisoned for decades without trial or public notification. Formally, the elections to the People's Congress were based on universal suffrage, but the representatives were determined beforehand by the CCP in agreement with the various bourgeois and petty bourgeois parties or groups. In view of the composition of the new regime and its political line, it was certainly no bourgeois dictatorship. But it could not be characterized as a proletarian dictatorship either. Rather, it was a distorted form in transition between bourgeois and proletarian dictatorships, but without any certainty that it would actually complete the transition. It has become common practice to designate such a contradictory and transitional form as a workers' and peasants' government. This is used in the same sense as it was by the early Communist International, to indicate a regime that had taken anti-capitalist measures but had not broken definitively either politically or economically from the capitalist system. Mao considered the new democracy as the Chinese version of Lenin's revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, RDDPP. However, the new democracy was Lenin's 1905 concept filtered through Stalinism, and so the revolutionary content was removed. Indeed, 3 essential components of the RDDPP were actively suppressed by the CCP. Soviets as the free and democratic expression of the proletariat, peasants and soldiers, proletarian activities in support of the overthrow of the Chiang regime, and independent peasant activities to seize the land. If a revolutionary Marxist party had gained governmental power in China under the impulse of a proletarian revolution, as happened with Lenin in Russia, then there would have been no doubt about the subsequent dynamics of the regime. Even though the Bolsheviks held power for a short initial period based on a capitalist economy and a capitalist state structure with a petty bourgeois minority party in the government, it would be correct to say the state form was a dictatorship of the proletariat from October 1917. This was Lenin's consistent view from 1917 until his death. But in China, the party which had come to power was non-Leninist, class collaborationist, bureaucratized, had betrayed the revolution in 1927, and had achieved power based on peasant armies with the declared aim of creating a bourgeois democratic state. It had no real base amongst the workers and had no intention of allowing them free trade unions or introducing any direct democracy, certainly not through Soviets. Ted Grant, an eminent Marxist, added 3 additional important points. Mao was a premeditated Stalinist who had consciously incorporated into his ideas and strategy many of the maneuvers that Stalin had developed empirically in response to the needs of the bureaucracy. B. The simple and austere life of the leaders in Yan'an. It has since become known that even there the bureaucracy had its privileges, would disappear, and those with the power would soon surround themselves with pomp and honors. And C. The state machine developed and controlled by the CCP would be separate from the masses and tower over them as a means of repression, not least to protect the bureaucracy from criticism. It did not take long for the top bureaucrats to acquire the same trappings as their Russian mentors. A leading member of the Democratic League who was a delegate to the People's Congress from 1949 to 1956 fled to Hong Kong, where he published his memoirs and blew the whistle. The top party men took the best villas belonging to the richest capitalists, imported luxury furniture and carpets, hired servants and the best chefs, had luxury clothing for private use. There were exclusive cinemas and dance parties. How the CCP provided cars to party cadres is an excellent example of the hierarchical system that existed. At the top were a select few who used the same luxury limousines as the Russian Politburo. Next came ministers who were supplied with less sumptuous vehicles, and so on down to the departmental bus and individual bicycles. Special residential complexes were built for provincial and municipal party leaders, from which middle and lower-ranking party members were excluded. Similarly with kitchens, the food supplied to party personnel. A number of the very top restaurants in Beijing, Shanghai, Tianjin, etc., were reserved for officials such as Zhou Enlai, Zhu De, Liu Shaoqi, and their immediate entourages, and then there was a descending order matching rank to restaurant. Extra rations, and the best at that, were sent to the residences of party officials. Naturally, the enormous cost for all this was met by the state, as were summer and seaside holidays. In the same way that the CCP imported the privilege structure of the USSR, so it also copied an ever-present police system. Thousands of Russian experts arrived in China to train agents to implement a network which kept records on all citizens, their work activities, their travel, their visitors, their views, their earnings, what letters and or parcels they received, and so on. The working class were hailed as the masters of society, while the CCP used its new dominance in the trade unions to establish a general system of compulsory arbitration which enforced the policy that in private industry increased production came first, better conditions might come later. The party recognized that there could be legitimate conflicts of interest between management and workers, and they should be resolved amicably, but the factory manager had the final say, whilst those elected by the workers had only a consultative voice. As in the Soviet Union, the Chinese Stalinists made the trade union a school of production which encourages the productive and positive characteristics of the proletariat. Defending the interests of the workers was dubbed leftist adventurism. A series of labor and capital consultative conferences was held to determine how to revive industry and commerce. With government support, these consultations accepted the proposals of the industrialists and merchants and concluded that workers and employees in factories and shops should accept lower wages and undertake voluntary unpaid overtime or else return to work on the land in their native provinces. These decisions were then approved by the Political Consultative Conference in May 1950, rubber-stamped by the government, and passed into law. The bourgeoisie were the main beneficiaries of this turn, whilst the working class, especially the workers in the private enterprises, were its victims. But all workers were subjected to methods used in the Soviet Union to extract maximum value from their labor. Tight control of real wages, longer working hours, and increased exploitation through piecework and Stakhanovism. The American Secret Services appraised these CCP policies as having gained wide support amongst Shanghai and Nanjing businessmen who were won over by promises that taxes would not be confiscatory, that governmental enterprises harmful to private enterprises would not be permitted, that workers would not demand excessively high wages, and generally that all means would be used to encourage private industrial production. Among the middle classes, the CCP gained support by paying technical and managerial specialists twice the salary of government officials and giving them more authority within the workplace than they had enjoyed under the KMT. In early 1950, the party was forced to recognize serious unrest amongst the peasants in South China. The limits placed on land reform meant the broad mass of peasants believed they were being forced to contribute endless taxes and food for no gain. The situation was made worse because the peasants were well aware of the land redistribution that had occurred in the north and liberated areas. There was general confusion and sabotage of production. Social order was becoming increasingly unsettled. So-called lawless landlords were exploiting the uncertainty in the situation to unload their taxes onto their tenants, who were being rendered so destitute of food and seed that they could hardly proceed with the spring sowing. Some became so desperate they plundered public stores of foodstuffs. The outbreak of the Korean War gave a boost to the confidence of reactionary elements, and KMT agents were able to successfully exploit the situation to kill unpopular CCP cadres. The regime was failing to meet its agricultural targets and was obliged to change the emphasis of its policy, beginning with the Land Reform Law of June 1950. The act strictly forbade all violence, arrest, beating and/or killing of landlords and rich peasants. But so explosive were conditions in the South that a safety valve had to be introduced to defuse the situation. Under strict party control, peasants were permitted to struggle against individual vicious autocrats whose land could be expropriated. To further appease the peasants, the regime did relax its food appropriation measures and reduce the overall tax burden, but the main policy emphasis remained firmly on the enforcement of reductions in rents and interest rates. 10.3 The New Democracy and Industry. The CCP had very few concrete plans for the operation of industry, and what they did have came from the Soviet Union. Mao and the CCP accepted and enacted a version of the Soviet Union's Fourth Five-Year Plan, FYP, of 1946 to 1950. The Soviet plans were copied because of the lack of relevant experience within the CCP, because the Soviet Union had suffered almost as much in the war as had China and was demonstrating a rapid recovery, and because there was no other source of such help. The PRC's industrial management model, primarily used in heavy industry, was taken lock, stock, and barrel from the Soviet Union. The essential features of the plan were: 1. Linking economic goals and patriotism. Party members and activists would paste the factory walls with slogans and distribute leaflets urging co-workers to ever greater exertions. 2. Involving the workforce in campaigns to increase production and reduce waste through work unit and factory meetings. 3. Trades unions to educate and motivate workers in how to improve their working methods. 4. Meticulous attention paid to plan fulfillment. And 5. Authority within the factory resting with the local CCP cell, which had responsibility for increasing labor productivity. In private enterprises, the capitalists retained their power. In nationalized factories, power was nominally invested in a control committee consisting of representatives of the former owners, representatives of the supervisory personnel, and representatives of the workers, and chaired by the factory manager. The regulations for the conduct of factory committees stated that if a decision passed by a majority of the committee was judged by the manager to be in conflict with the factory's best interests, or in conflict with the instructions of higher authority, the manager was empowered to prohibit its implementation. The petty bourgeois and bureaucratic nature of the CCP, through its overwhelmingly peasant membership and its Stalinist politics, soon became obvious, as was admitted in the Northeast Daily News. Members of the party working in the factories, lacking an understanding of the point of view of the masses, believed that the manager should take responsibility for all important decisions without asking for the opinion of the party and the trade union, and believe that the control committee is superfluous and the trade unions are only meddlers. The basic policy of the PRC was mutual consideration for both state and private property, equal benefits for both labor and capital, In practice, this meant the property of the bureaucratic bourgeoisie was confiscated by the state while the private property of the national bourgeoisie was protected and allowed to secure legal profits subject only to the condition of working in coordination with the nationalized industries. The contradictions in Mao's program were becoming ever more apparent. The CCP wished to construct a democratic capitalist economy, but in seizing bureaucratic capital, it had taken ownership and control of virtually all heavy industry and a sizable chunk of light industry. It wished to industrialize China, particularly the hinterland, but the magnitude of the task meant that quite spontaneously planning was being adopted as the rational way forward. It wished to leave the road of capital accumulation open to the rich peasants, landlords, and national bourgeoisie, but the agrarian struggle in the South kept on bursting out. Mao's new democracy called for a mixed economy and protection of private capital, but the actual direction being taken to solve Chinese capitalism's problems was all too clearly towards state planning and control. On June 6, 1950, Mao addressed the Central Committee and sounded the alarm, calling for a readjustment of relations between the state and private sectors of the economy. He endorsed moves towards a new economic policy for China. Private, light industry was to be encouraged by the state, handing out huge orders and granting generous credits. The number of state retail shops was to be substantially reduced and the number of products they could sell was to be limited. There would be a big reduction in the tax burden through large-scale demobilizations of PLA troops. In the countryside, there would be a change from the policy of requisitioning surplus land and property to one of maintaining a rich peasant economy. He concluded the view that it is possible to eliminate capitalism and realize socialism at an early date is wrong. It does not tally with our national conditions. And to put a lid on such thoughts, the whole party must carry out a large-scale rectification movement. The regime attempted to proceed according to Mao's wishes, but the Korean War intervened. By the autumn of 1950, U.S. troops led by General MacArthur and fighting under the banner of the United Nations had pushed the North Korean army until its back was against the Chinese border. This greatly revived the KMT anti-communist guerrillas who drew around them dissident peasants. With the Korean War, China entered October 1950. The regime was compelled to mobilize broad mass support and to modify its policies accordingly, making yet another turn in its policy towards industry and agriculture and sharpening the struggle against the urban and village bourgeoisie. 10.4 The New Democracy and Women. The CCP came to power with a reformist program that promised much. Fairbank described the situation. After 1949, public sentiment in the cities was one of euphoria. Here was a conquering army which was strictly self-disciplined, polite and helpful, at the opposite pole from the looting and raping of warlord troops and departing nationalists. Women's liberation is a good example of progress made under the regime and the limits imposed. The new marriage law made wives equal to husbands. All marriages are to be based on the free consent of men and women. It was a new day for women. Divorce, which had been all but impossible under the old regime, was now available. Polygamy, the sale of women into prostitution, and the killing of female babies were all banned with severe punishment for those who broke these laws. The liberation of more than 200 million Chinese women from the yoke of feudal custom represented an historical 1,000-year jump in the course of a single year. On February 18, 1946, Liberation Daily had opened a discussion to prepare for the launch of a revised party policy for women. Given the difficulties of holding such a wide-ranging discussion with the poor communications that existed within communist-controlled areas, telephones were almost unknown. It took a day to travel 20 miles, and a letter carried by the Post Office Bureau could take a month to travel a couple of hundred miles. It is little short of a farce that 2 weeks later, on March 3, 1946, the Liberation Daily could conclude the discussion and list 18 points that had been agreed. These were codified in an editorial in the Liberation Daily of March 8, 1946. Not surprisingly, it was reported that women supported CCP policy that the demands of the peasants be limited to reducing rents and interest rates but not land seizures. Nor is it surprising that equal rights for women came well down the list. The top demands called for a peaceful solution to China's post-war problems and committed women to working with other groups to solve them. Women, it appeared, fully endorsed party policy. The party next launched a women's political consultative conference. This was an effort to mobilize women throughout China behind party policy on the grounds that reduced rents and interest rates would allow women greater participation in mass struggles. Women were mobilized behind slogans proclaiming political freedom and equal rights for women, but peace, bourgeois, democracy, and national unity were the proclaimed goals for the women's organizations. In Liberation Daily, the dominant theme of all articles regarding women was building a bourgeois democratic China. By the end of 1946, civil war was the order of the day, and the CCP was using language similar to that of the late 1930s, urging women to join the war effort. There was no doubt about what the role of women was to be. On November 8, 1946, Liberation Daily urged women to expand their movement in response to the war crisis and listed their responsibilities. Improve textile production to guarantee each family had clothing. Give moral support to men away fighting. Encourage husbands and sons to join the army, and promote healthy habits. A week later, an editorial added, women should undertake agricultural work in the fields to replace those men who enlisted. The CCP clearly saw women's liberation as an important but subsidiary goal. Nevertheless, the new democracy represented a major step forward for women. Article 6 of the Common Program stated, "The People's Republic of China shall abolish the feudal system which holds women in bondage. Women shall enjoy equal rights with men in political, economic, cultural, educational, and social life. Freedom of marriage for men and women shall be put into effect." The All-China Women's Federation was established on March 24, 1949 as China's first countrywide women's organization with a watching brief to protect the interests of women and promote gender equality within the prescribed goal of building a democratic China. However, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and while enormous gains were made, a Stalinist bureaucracy will always put its own interests first. Just as in Jiangxi and Yan'an, the CCP would bow to the pressure of the male peasants and actively restrict the democratic rights of Chinese women. CCP cadres almost without exception saw women's right to work, to own land and property as sufficient conditions for women's liberation. Too often, however, the latter condition was not enacted. For example, under the new laws, a wife inherited the land of a husband, but all too frequently the local village association, invariably under CCP leadership, seized the land on the grounds that women are unable to tend their own fields, and reallocate it to one of her dead husband's male relatives, leaving the wife to cope as best she can. In 2011, some 80% of rural land was exclusively in a man's name, and the proportion is increasing. 10.5. Under the leadership of the proletariat, bourgeois academics have long argued that Mao's new democracy was a master strategy for the CCP to take power, that the new democracy was a facade, a sugar-coating behind which Mao hid his true intentions. The new democracy was intended to deceive the national bourgeoisie, landowners, and rich peasants, neutralizing them while the CCP prepared to transform China into a workers' state. All the maneuvers and confusions generated by the new democracy have been lauded as contributions to the final victory of the Chinese Revolution, while, in reality, victory was actually achieved in spite of them. It is, of course, axiomatic that revolutionaries should maximize the forces arrayed against imperialism. But if this is done at the cost of principle, then the unity achieved becomes self-defeating. Unfortunately, within the world Trotskyist movement, there has long been a current with a get-rich-quick mentality that has consistently looked for ways to short-circuit the arduous task of building a Leninist party. Their siren song is that the socialist revolution could be better and sooner accomplished by joining with other forces. These people greeted Maoism as a genuine revolutionary force and accommodated their politics to it. In Italy, for example, under the leadership of Livio Maitan, prominent member of the United Secretariat of the Fourth International, the formation of Maoist groups was welcomed and no serious political fight put up against Maoist ideas, with the result that in the late 1960s the majority of the Maitan group broke away from Trotskyism and joined the Maoists, possibly the only time in history that such a thing has happened. Maitan and Ernest Mandel, Secretary of the United Secretariat of the Fourth International, were sufficiently impressed to support a Maoist strategy of peasant guerrilla warfare for an extended period, looked for a suitable environment, and hit on Latin America as an appropriate location on account of technical and military considerations. What followed was scandalous. The good name of Trotsky was appended to ultra-left, rural, sectarian Maoist guerrilla groups, leading an entire generation of revolutionary youth down a blind alley and contributing to the needless deaths of numerous young revolutionaries. There was even a discussion within the League Communist, largest and most prestigious of the sections of the USEC, as to whether the rural, sick, guerrilla tactics used in Latin America should be applied in France on the grounds that power comes from the barrel of a gun. Mandel and Maitan were the most prominent representatives of an international mood. Michael Lowy, a respected academic, whose book Combined and Uneven Development was widely promoted as a defense of Trotsky's ideas, was not immune. The manner in which he introduced Mao in this book showed where his emotions lay. Mao is presented as a young and unknown communist leader who, largely in defiance of Comintern directives, was the organizer of the 1927 radical peasant movement in Hunan, which was actively seizing the land and killing landlords, supported apparently by no lesser person than Trotsky. It turns out on investigation that Mao was already an established leader in both the CCP and the KMT and a firm supporter of the policies of the Comintern, and that Trotsky was praising the independent peasant movement in Hunan and Hupa, which was acting against the wishes of the CCP and especially Mao Zedong. Maitan, Lowy, and others saw Mao as having led a successful revolution and, taking appearances for reality, accepted him as a genuine revolutionary. Marxist analysis and the history of Stalinism was thrown aside by these people because they wanted to believe that Mao would make the revolution for them. Lowy makes it clear that he did not consider the CCP either Stalinist or petty bourgeois. Rather, he suggests that large sections of the Red Army and CCP had attained a socialist consciousness. It could be argued that the facts were not known, that Mao had led a revolution and that he appeared a genuine revolutionary. But such an approach is impressionism, taking the appearance for the reality. These people wanted to believe in Mao, and this desire trumped Marxist analysis and the counter-revolutionary history of Stalinism. In the UK, publications which considered themselves both left and intellectual, such as the New Left Review, swung behind Mao and the CCP, with many on the editorial board appearing to believe there was no real difference between Mao and Trotsky. As the revolutionary mask of Maoism slipped, the NLR failed to produce an in-depth critique of either Mao's record or its own analysis, probably because that would have threatened a split in its own ranks. Instead, it adopted at local level a policy of ideological peaceful coexistence. This was all the more scandalous because leading editorial board member Robin Blackburn had only recently been feted as a new recruit to Mandel's Fourth International. In France, Pierre Rousset considered that despite his avowed Stalinism, Mao adhered in practice to revolutionary Marxism. Rousset's confusion may be due to a selective reading of Mao's writings, such as the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party, where the New Democratic Revolution is described as part of the world proletarian socialist revolution. Politically, it means the joint revolutionary democratic dictatorship of several revolutionary classes over the imperialists and reactionary traders, and opposition to the transformation of Chinese society into a society under bourgeois dictatorship. This kind of new democratic revolution results in the dictatorship of the united front of all revolutionary classes under the leadership of the proletariat, not in the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. In 1939, in the original text, which had the block of four classes in mind, the phrase in italics did not appear. Possibly Rousset was unaware of the original text. Perhaps like Lowy, he took Mao's additions as a self-criticism rather than Stalinist face-saving. However, for revolutionary Marxists under the leadership of the proletariat can be guaranteed only by mobilizing the broad masses of the urban proletariat through Soviets or similar democratic organizations. For the CCP, under the leadership of the proletariat, meant its own continuing domination. Soviets remained anathema. Dazzled by appearances, this political current failed to appreciate that Mao gained power due to a special conjuncture of world events. Instead, it was proposed that Mao's actual political practice was flatly in contradiction to Stalin's policies. 10.6 Summary. With the victory of the CCP in 1949, national unity was achieved, except for Tibet and Taiwan, which gave the new regime legitimacy and mass support. This was the most important single achievement needed to overcome the economic chaos which sapped what little strength remained in the nation. Without effective central administration, there could be no standardization of money, no genuine struggle against inflation, and no coordinated and fair system for the collection of taxes. Without a unified national transport system, there could be no effective measures against local famines. The new central government devoted major efforts to the realization of national unity and achieved rapid and remarkable successes. Viewed in this way, the Chinese Revolution appears as a phenomenon of combined development on an enormous scale. The military bureaucratic victory was achieved because the bourgeoisie was without any mass base, deserted by its imperialist protectors, and with the peasant masses rising in rebellion and following the Communist Party. The victory of the CCP was predominantly the result of the conjuncture of specific conditions created by the Second World War. The entire capitalist world was in a state of unparalleled decline and disarray. The disintegration of the KMT regime was only the most extreme manifestation of the deterioration of the whole capitalist system. American imperialism was obliged to abandon its aid to Chiang just as the peasant masses in China were rising in rebellion against impossible living conditions. The conservative and petty bourgeois nature of the CCP was immediately demonstrated when the PLA entered the big cities. It has been claimed that amongst the Shanghai proletariat, CCP cadres numbered a mere 800. The Stalinists immediately demonstrated that what was important to them was winning the confidence of the bourgeoisie and not that of the working class. The efforts of the urban workers to create independent organizations were stifled. The right to strike was taken away and compulsory arbitration instituted on August 19, 1949, when provisional regulations for the adjustment of labor management disputes were promulgated in Shanghai. Capitalists alone had the right to hire and fire, and all labor conflicts had to be settled by negotiations during which the workers had to maintain discipline. Irresolvable differences were settled by the PLA. However, the PLA soldiers were almost entirely peasants. The officers were approximately 70% peasant with a leavening of workers, students, and the sons of merchants and small landowners. When the workers struck in support of demands for wage increases or against oppressive conditions, the PLA was brutal in its repression. At a large textile factory in Shanghai in early 1949, 8 strikers were shot. In factories in Tientsin, striking workers were arrested and executed. The workers of Shin HSIN Factory No. 9 were machine-gunned, resulting in more than 300 casualties. In May 1950, in the Qingxing coal mines in Hebei province, when the workers went on strike against the cruelty and arrogance of the Soviet advisors, the PLA killed or wounded 200. Such events confirmed the CCP's petty bourgeois character and its distrust, even hostility, toward the working class. However, in the 3 decades between the announcement of the People's Republic on October 1, 1949 and Mao's death September 9, 1976, many academics and commentators in Europe and the USA, with the strength of the Stalinist state behind them, idealized his achievements. They argued, in one way or another, that if he achieved power, his general strategy must have been correct. China experts such as John Fairbank, Alexander Pantsov, and Stephen Levine have presented Mao's New Democracy strategy as the master plan for the CCP to take power. Arthur Cohen has claimed that Mao made a unique contribution to Marxist theory when he included bourgeois parties in the government, which took the final steps to a worker state. Patricia Stranahan argues that Mao's masterstroke was accommodation with the landlords and rich peasants, and that was key to his successes. These commentators mistake the appearance for the reality. Mao wished to confine the revolution to within China, but the imperialists understood that revolution cannot be contained by bureaucratic decree and acted accordingly. Despite Mao's intention that the new democracy would follow a path different from that of Russia in 1917, the Korean War and imperialist blockade would force the regime to extend state ownership into all sectors of the economy, not to loosen the state monopoly of foreign trade but take an even tighter grip, not to reduce state planning but extend its scale to all sections of the economy, not to give the national and petty bourgeoisie ever greater weight in society, but instead to mobilize the masses to save the new regime. Lenin had already explained the reasons for this a generation earlier. The extremely high level of development which world capitalism in general has attained has transformed the present stage of capitalist development into an era of proletarian socialist revolution. To carry through the bourgeois democratic tasks, China would have to take measures which would leave her with one foot in socialism. The PLA and CCP had taken power in China not because of the application of correct theory, but because the mass of peasants in China could no longer go on living in the old way and rose up in rebellion in a time-honored manner. The CCP were the beneficiaries, and their peasant armies were able to defeat those of the KMT because the World War had weakened imperialism to the extent that Chiang was left to his own devices. Mao's class collaborationist ideology and method were fundamentally flawed, and when applied under less favorable conditions in Indonesia in 1965, led to the deaths of as many as 1 million workers and communists. The Indonesian Communist Party, PKI, the largest in the world outside China and the Soviet Union, followed the Maoist strategy of advocating a united national front of 4 classes and taking ministerial posts within a bourgeois government. Events followed all too closely what had happened in China in 1927, even to the PKI handing over lists of names and addresses of party members. The biggest difference was the scale of the resulting slaughter. The unexpectedly short life of the new democracy. 11.1 Introduction. For Marxists, the Chinese Revolution is second only to the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 as one of the greatest events in human history. In 1949, the People's Liberation Army, PLA, took power and within a short span of time snuffed out capitalism and landlordism. However, Mao talked the language of bourgeois democracy, and on assuming power had the PLA stamp on any signs of independent activity by the workers. But the bourgeoisie had fled en masse with Chiang Kai-shek, and to maintain his perspective, Mao was forced to form a united front with ragtag remnants of the bourgeoisie. Notwithstanding Mao's declared goals, the Third Chinese Revolution progressed rapidly from the new democracy, a regime which had the defined goal of a capitalist economy with an extensive nationalized sector, protected the national bourgeoisie, and postponed the transition to socialism to many decades in the future, to the threshold of a worker state. In this transition, the leading members of the CCP, immersed in their Stalinist petty bourgeois ideology, stood in opposition to the press of events. It will be argued that the establishment of a worker state in China is striking confirmation of the general tendency for revolutions in backward countries to transcend the bourgeois democratic phase and turn into socialist revolutions. The situation after World War II may have had specific characteristics, such as imperialism being temporarily impotent and the leadership of the mass uprising being in the hands of Stalinists, which gave the Chinese Revolution particular features, but the trend was inevitably towards the establishment of a deformed worker state, or as some describe it, proletarian Bonapartism. At the time, those analyzing Chinese events had to paint in broad strokes. Details available today were unobtainable then. This chapter attempts to fill in those details. It describes and analyses the processes and forces which acted over the transitional period between announcing the PRC and achieving a worker state. The nature of the state is at the heart of Marxism, and transitional regimes test our ability to apply Marxist theory to contradictory and dynamic phenomena which are important for the analysis of future events and the development of the revolutionary movement. 11.2 The first stage of the new democratic regime, 1949 to 51. The absence of a mass revolutionary Marxist party meant a petty bourgeois, Stalinist party was carried to power in China on a mass upsurge so extensive that it swept away the bourgeois government and disintegrated its armed forces. The period immediately following 1949 was a transitional period during which the CCP attempted to form a viable state with the shades of the bourgeoisie, and with the declared aim of maintaining capitalism in China. The new democracy encouraged capitalists to remain in charge of their factories, apparently secure in their positions. Overseas Chinese businessmen were encouraged to return to help build a capitalist China. 1.2.1 New democracy and bureaucratic capital. In 1947, Mao estimated that the 4 families had accumulated assets worth US $20,000 million, and that under their rule, China had reached a condition of state monopoly capitalism. This turned out to be a gross underestimation of the extent of bureaucratic capital. When the new regime seized bureaucratic capital, it found, to its surprise and consternation, that it had 4/5 of the country's heavy industry, 90% of the metallurgical industries, 90% of power generation and electrical equipment, 75% of chemicals and 70% of machine building, about 1/3 of light industry, and control of the transport and communication systems. After seizing Japanese-owned industry, it acquired 83% of all foreign capital in China. The new democratic government found itself employing about half of all factory workers, far more than it had expected or wanted. The CCP was dismayed to inherit such a great share of the economy because it demonstrated just how weak was the national bourgeoisie. The 4 families had also been entrenched in the banking system. On capturing Shanghai, the Military Control Committee immediately seized the banks owned by comprador feudal state monopoly capitalism, which included the 2 most important, the Farmers' Bank of China and the central bank. The regime was again taken by surprise, now being in de facto control of the banking system with no perspective or plan. As a stopgap measure and to strengthen the national bourgeoisie, the regime attempted to rationalize the banking system by forcing small and medium-sized banks to merge. These banks had to register with the government but were encouraged to continue operating privately. State ownership of the banks was absolutely essential if the intention was for China to break with capitalism. The banks are an essential instrument of economic policy because control of the allocation of resources must be in the hands of the state in a planned economy. This would be a decisive issue regarding the future of the Chinese Revolution. The CCP did appoint cadres to sit on the decision-making bodies in the banks, but the government was happy to see the joint state-private banks and the private banks that had existed under the KMT to continue to function for the benefit of the national bourgeoisie. The banks belonging to the four families were amalgamated into a newly formed People's Bank of China, with the mergers negotiated jointly with the former senior managers who mostly remained in post. By and large, personnel simply transferred to the People's Bank. In some cases, prominent bankers who had fled China were personally invited by Zhou Enlai to return and take leading positions in the People's Bank. To attract these people and other Chinese businessmen abroad, the CCP hinted at privatizing at least some of these banks to strengthen the national bourgeoisie. At first, the new democracy worked hard to support the private banks, but the need to bring inflation under control required a degree of centralization that knocked privatization off the agenda. Inflation was so bad that the economy was collapsing, many factories and shops were unable to sustain themselves, and those which did so by not paying the wages of their employees. Trade was reduced to barter and workers demanded to be paid in kind, usually rice. The corrective measures had to be on a grand scale, coordinated and draconian to be effective. The need to bring inflation under control required the People's Bank of China to tightly regulate credit and foreign currency exchange. During 1951 to 52, private banks were progressively rationalized, combined into a small number of joint state-private enterprises and then nationalized. By the third anniversary of the founding of the PRC, banking had become the first sector of the economy to be completely socialized. This extremely important development was not in the direction predicted by Mao and at odds with the expectations of the new democracy. To minimize the effects of inflation and the resulting chaos, representatives of state industries began meeting to draft plans for future development. This was the first step to an integrated plan for the whole economy. For example, to avoid widespread hunger and profiteering, it was found necessary to set up state trading companies which monopolized both retail and wholesale trade in such basic essentials as food and farm produce. These functioned through fixed-price state stores and cooperatives which, by August 1950, had 20 million members. The party had promised to boost the growth of private capitalism and at first was as good as its word, but it had relatively few native capitalists to work with because businesses of any size had either been taken over by one or other of the four families or had fled with Chang. Bourgeois property generally was left untouched, given protection, and its growth artificially bolstered. During this phase, private businesses could depend on the state for raw materials, distribution channels, and a ready market. Representatives of the bourgeoisie were placed in prestigious and public positions, and even though they may have had no real power, they were able to influence the regime because the state wanted their opinions and listened to them. The strength and importance of the national bourgeoisie was artificially and deliberately exaggerated. Because the national bourgeoisie were so weak on the ground, the new democracy made a feature of encouraging over 7 million small retailers and self-employed artisans to continue their operations. The forcible confiscation of the property of the self-employed taken by the Stalinist regime in Russia was a bureaucratic and short-sighted course of action. Forcing such people into state-controlled cooperatives was not an indication of a worker state but the action of a bureaucratic regime. Both Lenin and Trotsky had been against compulsory confiscation of the property of artisans and shopkeepers. 1.2.2 New Democracy and Workers' Democracy. For the proletariat, political rights such as freedom of assembly, association, speech, and to strike were strictly limited. Free, democratic worker soviets or factory councils are the mechanism by which the masses assess and impose their will on the parties that claim to represent them, and so were completely forbidden. To justify this approach, Lo Fu developed the novel argument that the Bolsheviks came to power against the Soviets Any other interpretation was deemed Trotskyist. A handful of workers held governmental posts, very few in senior positions, but these were appointed. The working masses had no right to freely elect their own representatives. Workers were hailed as the masters by this regime, but in reality they were as disenfranchised as workers in the Soviet Union under Stalin. Workers' democracy is a key issue for revolutionary Marxists because without genuine workers' democracy, it is impossible to create a healthy workers' state under the leadership of the proletariat. Nevertheless, the new democracy did give workers significant protection from the worst excesses of exploitation. This was of real substance in the treaty ports where the imperialists had carried out their business with little concern for the laws of China or their Chinese employees. The PLA took control in quick succession of Nanjing, Hangzhou, Wuhan, and then Shanghai. Foreign companies now had to abide by Chinese employment law and regulations. Firms had to hire as permanent, their casual and temporary staff, and pay their workers in rice to beat inflation. However, while foreign companies now faced the same financial burden as Chinese companies, there was little that was specifically socialist in the policies pursued by the CCP in the early years of the PRC. As late as August 1950, the Liberation Daily was promising foreign companies that they could continue operations in China and would be protected. However, without their privileges, the foreign firms found it hard to compete, and gradually they reduced their levels of activity. The UN embargo imposed during the Korean War reduced foreign trade to barter and meant it was closely controlled by the state. With the 3 antis and 5 antis campaigns, see below, foreign firms effectively withdrew from China. Far from smashing the old KMT state machine, the new democracy absorbed important sections of it. Later, in 1952, 3 years after the assumption of power, the PRC ruefully reported, "The People's Government adopted a policy of taking over all the personnel in the former Kuomintang government offices and educational institutions when the reactionary rule of the Kuomintang collapsed. This degree of presence in the state structure meant that the measures taken by the new democracy to support capitalist initiatives struck a natural resonance and became amplified. During the 3 years of recovery, the number of private industrial enterprises increased from 123,000 to 150,000. Most of these were small businesses employing fewer than 10 persons, but a number of larger factories producing consumer goods did thrive. The size of the private industrial labor force grew from 1.6 to 2.2 million workers. The number of businessmen in major cities had increased by a quarter by the end of 1951, and in that year the average rate of profit was a remarkable 29%. One Hong Kong business journal concluded, "The new regime has so far brought prosperous living conditions to all and sundry. The bankers and traders have no reason to complain, and, in fact, no substantial complaints are ever heard. Private trade is doing well and profits are high." These developments had little independent substance and depended on the goodwill of the CCP, but with hindsight, it is clear that with continuing support from the CCP leadership, these small forces could have quickly grown into a real power within the state. 1.2.3 The New Democracy and Agrarian Reform. The Land Reform Law, published in June 1950, soon after the CCP became the new government, was historic in eradicating feudal remnants such as mentioned above, that women were entitled to own land. But all activities were carried out under tight party control, were constrained by the CCP's bureaucratic methods, and did not violate capitalist property relations and the principle of private ownership. The intention was to have 75% of China's farmland in private small holdings. The CCP permitted the sale, purchase, and renting of land and allowed rich peasants to keep their property and use hired labor. The Bolsheviks had nationalized the land to create an agrarian system which was the most flexible for taking the socialist revolution into the countryside. In doing so, they had demonstrated that a contradiction can exist for some time between a peasant-rural economy and state superstructure during a transitional period, that private production on the land, like private ownership of retail trade, was not a decisive factor in determining the class nature of the regime. However, the huge preponderance of peasants in Chinese society made the changes in land policy good indicators of the direction in which the regime wanted to travel. Not nationalizing the land was an important signpost for the direction in which the Mao regime intended to proceed. Land to the tiller was not anti-capitalist, and the new democracy promised a rich peasant economy, based on the private ownership of land and the continuing, if limited, presence of landlordism. Simultaneously, the CCP and PLA were ready to put down independent actions by peasants who wanted a revolutionary policy. During the Civil War, 1947, the land policies of the CCP had been formulated to win peasant support against the KMT armies. Immediately after the Civil War, 1950, the CCP was attempting to reassure the national bourgeoisie that the new democracy was no serious threat to its existence, and with the Korean War, see below, it was to increase support for the regime and to protect it from bourgeois sabotage. There is thus a chronology to the land policy of the CCP, but there are also geographic considerations. A. The liberated areas and Soviets with over 100 million people where agrarian reform was completed before 1948, according to the Agrarian Reform Law of October 1947. B. The Yangtze Valley and surrounding regions with over 150 million people where land was distributed during 1950–51, according to the Agrarian Reform Law of June 1950. C. The south-central region of China and the coastal region of eastern China where land reform was completed only at the end of 1952. This latter area contained nearly 100 million people. Given the considerable differences between areas, the implementation and monitoring of the agrarian reform laws was delegated to regional administrations. In 1949, the advance of the PLA was so rapid that only partial and incomplete peasant associations could be formed before the PLA arrived and took control. There were some attempts at organizing non-payment of rent which were tolerated, but the CCP emphasis was on not disrupting the harvest, and thus the start of land redistribution was postponed until the autumn of 1950. In the Plan for Agrarian Reform adopted in May 1950, excessive actions by the poor peasants and landless laborers against the landed proprietors and rich peasants were prohibited, and special emphasis was given to the gradual execution of land reform. As stated above, the immediate actions taken by the CCP were to limit rent to no more than 37.5% of the harvest and to lower interest rates to 15%, though, as previously, the latter proved almost impossible to enforce. The Land Law of 1947 had decreed the expropriation of all property of the landlords and the surplus land of the rich peasants, the area of land they owned above that of the typical local middle peasant. The 1950 law declared that the land of the rich peasants, whether cultivated by members of the family or hired hands or rented out to poor peasants, had to be protected and must not be distributed. This, naturally, led to an outcry from the majority of peasants who saw their peers in the north being given land while they had to wait. To give the CCP greater control, the land distribution program was implemented in a specified order. First combat bad gentry, then reduce rent and interest rates, and finally expropriate land. The process took place sequentially village by village, so the process was completed in one area before commencing in another. Since, in any given village the process could last many months, land distribution was slow. The CCP's policy of protecting rich peasants, often giving them the best and the largest share of the land on the grounds of maximizing food production, placed the rich peasants in a superior position in the rural economy. Rich peasants were in the business of loaning money to poor peasants. These activities could now flourish and rapidly did so. Many poor peasants who had been given their share of land were again sinking into poverty, often due to debt repayment and a lack of the tools needed for farming. The land reform allowed the buying and selling of land on the open market, and poor peasants were selling their land in order to maintain themselves. The rich peasants soon re-emerged as the dominant social factor, e.g. as head of the local peasants' association, controlling increasing areas of land. 1.2.4 The New Democracy and Marriage Reform. In April 1949, the CCP founded the All China Women's Federation, ACWF, and on May 1, 1950, the PRC enacted a new marriage law announced by Mao Zedong personally. All marriages are to be based on the free consent of men and women. The law raised the minimum marriageable age for males to 20 years and for females to 18. It banned marriage by proxy, and both parties had to consent to a marriage. Under the slogan "Smash Feudal Marriage," Chinese law for the first time granted women the right to divorce their husbands and a right to a share of family property. This represented a dramatic step change in the position of women and became an important part of land reform. However, these changes were incomprehensible concepts to many peasants, certainly in the south of China where the CCP had no traditional base and women were considered as less than human, more like a sheep or a cow. Women were encouraged to attend village mass meetings, convened under CCP guidance to decide how to share out confiscated lands. The form was preserved, but the reality was that almost all these women, most of whom had not been outside their homes for years, were terrified of speaking in public and had little effect on the outcomes. Where cadres of the Women's Federation persuaded young women to attend and speak out, they were usually ignored and occasionally physically assaulted. However, unlike in Jiangxi, where the women's associations took direct action to end the physical intimidation, the Federation trod very softly. Within 3 years, the CCP, bowing to patriarchal pressures and fearful of a bad harvest, had dropped any coordinated effort to implement the land rights elements within the marriage law. It was argued that giving land to women was unproductive because women lacked agricultural skills, a large number of women could not work the land because they were crippled having had their feet bound, women had to look after their children so could not spend enough time on the land, and the patriarchal family structure meant many women were unable to turn their legal rights into actual control of the land. Later is clear that CCP cadres, at least in southern China, were sympathetic to peasant views which considered women the property of their husbands, and saw the attempts to liberate women as little more than legalized theft. Leader points out that even though the number of divorces under the new law was minimal, less than 1/20% of marriages, the threat of divorce became a very real weapon for the emancipation of women. This was not presented positively by CCP cadres as a weapon to be used to obtain better treatment within the family, but as a serious and severe threat to social stability, as high treason against the natural order. It appears that cadres covered up, or even led, criminal activities to terrorize young women who threatened divorce using such slogans as, "A good woman hangs herself, a bad woman seeks divorce." By 1953, it is estimated that as many as 250,000 women, mostly aged under 25, had committed suicide or been murdered as a result. It can be argued that these women were paying the price for a bureaucratic approach to an age-old problem with very deep roots. The bureaucratic mentality sees issuing an order as resolving the problem, but here substantial preparatory educational work was needed and then strong support for the women affected. Engels in The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State had predicted that as women became increasingly economically independent, they would be able to abandon the institution of marriage and engage freely in sexual unions based on love. The CCP, however, was vehemently opposed to women engaging in non-marital sexual unions and attempted to ensure that women fulfilled their biological destiny within the family. Party leaders did make public statements encouraging men to share in the division of household chores, but at the same time made it clear that the primary responsibility for the well-being of the family, including cooking, making clothes, economizing, cleaning, and minding children, was that of women. Participating in agricultural production is the right and duty of rural women. Taking care of children and dealing with housework, however, is also a responsibility that women cannot reject. This is the special way in which women and men are different. The CCP leadership had considered the marriage law for at least 2 years before enacting it, and with their experience of similar laws in the liberated areas must have expected a hostile reaction. However, what they had not expected was the outbreak of the Korean War, and to avoid any undermining of the support of the peasantry, the marriage law was soft-pedaled from at least 1950 and by March 1953 had been effectively abandoned. The bureaucracy undermined the value of the marriage law because it needed the family as a prop to the regime, just as had Stalin. The official statement issued by Zhou Enlai and entitled Thorough Enforcement of the Marriage Law was notable because the content was the opposite of the title. Zhou ordered restricting the grounds for divorce and, with the first 5-year plan, FYP, just around the corner, placed responsibility for smashing the feudal family on women's organizations within a framework of united, reconciled, and harmonious families engaged in gainful production. The first FYP would be a contradictory experience for women in China. Official propaganda called on Chinese women to turn to industry, emphasizing that joining the paid labor force was essential for their emancipation. But the plan did not specifically address jobs for women, and women tended to be confined to low-skilled jobs. On the cooperatives, for example, women planted rice seedlings while men drove tractors. Despite official policies, female unemployment was high and women were often paid less for work of equal value. Women formed over half the agricultural labor force but got only 35% of total pay. And on getting home, women were stuck with housework and childcare. By 1955, it was clear that with the influx of peasant men into the towns, there were few jobs for women, and the CCP proposed a new mass line. Women were to stay at home, encourage their husbands to work hard, and to manage their homes with industry and thrift. The proportion of women in employment fell sharply, and those who continued in work were required to perform the same physical labor as men, with dramatic consequences for their health and for their children's care. 11.3 The Korean War. North Korea was a satellite of the USSR, and the evidence available indicates Beijing was not informed of, not prepared for, and had little or no part in the decision to launch the attack on South Korea in June 1950. The Korean War was most unwelcome to the PRC. Its hold upon China was still not fully secure, and it needed peace to carry through its policies for economic reconstruction. The CC meeting in May 1950 had decided upon large-scale demobilization of the PLA, 1.4 million troops, in order to reduce government expenditure and help provide the resources to accelerate the rebuilding of the country. The war imposed crippling defense costs of between 15% and 18% of the national budget, and seriously delayed the advance of the country by taking scarce resources from civil investment and skilled labor from the civil workforce. When the war broke out, the Chinese had only one army, the 42nd Army of the 4th Field Corps, stationed along the Yalu River border area, but it was there primarily to assist with harvesting. The nearest troops ready for military action were the 9th and 10th Field Corps, about 1,000 kilometers away on the eastern coast, preparing for the liberation of Taiwan. Initially, the Chinese leaders limited their support to sending, at Kim Il-sung's request, 14,000 Korean Chinese then serving in the PLA, but, at Stalin's insistence, became progressively more involved. On June 27, 1950, the United States President Harry S. Truman ordered direct American air and naval support for South Korea and re-intervened in the Chinese Civil War by positioning the 7th Fleet between the Chinese mainland and Taiwan to defend Chiang Kai-shek. By August 1950, it had become clear that the objective of United Nations action was the extinction of the North Korean regime and the forceful reunification of the country under the direct control of American imperialism. Even if Washington did not plan to attack China immediately, it intended to establish and protect a hostile regime on the Korean peninsula and deploy its troops along the Sino-Korean border to exert military pressure, which would constitute a very grave threat to northeastern China, the industrial heartland of the country. CCP statements and propaganda made it clear that such a scenario was unacceptable, not least because it feared that the South Korean strongman Syngman Rhee, supported by General MacArthur, might attempt to annex parts of South Manchuria with its large Korean population. Zhou Enlai warned the U.S. that the crossing of the 38th parallel by UN troops would encounter Chinese resistance. The Chinese leaders took this course of action with extreme reluctance and only as a last resort, deciding to send in volunteers only after U.S. troops had crossed into North Korea and were approaching the Chinese border. The initial Chinese intervention was cautious and limited, and not until major engagements in November 1950 was China irrevocably involved in the war. After the PLA had crossed the Yangtze River in 1949, the U.S. government put China on an export control list. A license was required to export goods for direct military use, always refused, or multipurpose capital goods, approved only when no military use was possible. Immediately after the outbreak of the Korean War, the U.S. required oil companies to stop shipment to China of petroleum products. Even today, every oil tanker docking in a Chinese port is shadowed by a U.S. Navy warship. Soon after Chinese volunteers entered Korea, on December 16, 1950, the U.S. government froze Chinese assets in American banks and formally prohibited all trade with China. In retaliation, the CCP regime seized all American banks and enterprises, including all schools, hospitals, and similar institutions. By the end of 1950, U.S.-China trade, both imports and exports, had virtually stopped. On May 15, 1951, the United Nations imposed its own sanctions on China. The significance of these events was that they were just the opposite of what Mao had been seeking when he had promised to be a better partner for U.S. imperialism than had the KMT, offering better and more secure investment opportunities for Wall Street. Mao's regime now became the government most hated by the American imperialists, and the hoped-for compromise was postponed to the far-distant future. With the outbreak of the Korean War, the regime undertook a broad mass mobilization campaign, Aid Korea, Resist America, to increase its popularity. The wages of workers in state enterprises were increased and managements were instructed to be more sensitive to workers' opinions. That said, the executive power over production remained in the hands of the manager appointed by higher echelons. In the private sector, the regime showed greater tolerance towards workers' struggles and permitted trade unions to engage in legal struggle with capitalists to improve living conditions and oppose wage cuts and the arbitrary firing of workers on the condition of not fundamentally hampering production. The number of women recruited into industry jumped, and particularly in light industry. For example, 70% of the workforce in the Peking No. 3 cotton mill and 80% in the Wuxi State silk factory were women, though men still formed the overwhelming proportion in heavy industry. There was, generally speaking, a noticeable improvement in the life of the working masses. At the same time, demands for increased production as part of the war effort were intensified. The essential rights of the working class in politics, democratic participation, and control of government remained anathema. To successfully conduct a war, the state must be able to direct the economy according to its needs. The Korean War obliged the Chinese state to extend the public sector control of industry so that by the end of 1952, the state's total share of national industrial output was 2/3. The war also imposed much greater centralization of the economy. Just as imperialist intervention in Russia had accelerated nationalization of basic industries, so the Korean War increased the pressures pushing China towards a worker state. The PLA, armed, trained, and advised by soldiers of the Soviet Army, had defeated a KMT army funded and supported by U.S. imperialism, the very people who were now threatening a backdoor invasion of China via the Korean peninsula. Against the model of economic planning which had lifted Russia out of poverty and backwardness were the threats and fury of the USA. The natural momentum of events was inexorably pushing China in the direction of a worker state while Mao, guided by his Stalinist theories, attempted to delay or even reverse the process. The direction which the regime was actually taking meant an increasing proportion of the national bourgeoisie saw the victory of U.S. imperialism as their last hope, and they started to act accordingly. The regime launched a campaign to suppress war criminals, traitors, bureaucratic capitalists, and counter-revolutionaries. Thousands of vicious local autocrats, the most reactionary of the landlords and rich peasants, the most corrupt of the KMT bureaucrats inherited from the old regime and captured KMT agents, were imprisoned and publicly executed, usually after party-sponsored trials attended by huge numbers of people. This anti-counter-revolutionary campaign was widened to include the universities and artistic communities. It began as a discussion of the film The Life of Wu Sun, an historical figure who considered charitable works more effective than revolutionary activity in bettering the lives of the poor, after a critical editorial was published in the People's Daily on May 20, 1951. The discussion was soon transformed into a widely publicized ideological reform campaign requiring self-criticisms and public confessions by faculty members, filmmakers, artists, writers, and scientists. All were criticized for failing to heed Mao's dictum that culture and literature must reflect the class interest of the working people, i.e. avoid any criticisms of the party. The campaign was extended to include parties represented in the government. As a signal of what was soon to come, a number of rank-and-file members of the Democratic League were arrested. The Kuomintang Revolutionary Committee was unscathed because it contained Song Qingling. Under the same pretext of suppressing counter-revolutionaries, the more advanced and discontented elements among the workers and peasants, especially the Trotskyists, were repressed, imprisoned, and killed, demonstrating the regime still carried its anti-democratic Stalinist baggage. 11.4 The Three Antis and Five Antis Campaigns, 1951–54. As a result of campaigns carried out between 1951 and 1954, over 500,000 members would be expelled from the CCP for accepting bribes, being tainted by the class enemies, lacking commitment, or not being up to the job. The campaigns would begin by rooting out elements corrupted by the bourgeoisie, but by their end, would be against the bourgeoisie as a class. Those foreign firms remaining in China after the US and UN embargoes would be subject to Three Antis and Five Antis campaigns, and, by early 1952, almost all foreign firms had ceased operations and withdrawn from China. 1.4.1 The Three Antis Campaign. Before the anti-counter-revolutionary campaign was over, Mao had launched two new major campaigns. The first was at the end of 1951, the Three Antis campaign, anti-corruption, anti-waste, and anti-bureaucratism, was meant to identify corruption of urban cadres, particularly those in business administration dealing with private enterprise. This began as the Chinese advance in Korea was halted and the war settled down to a bloody slog. The CCP could no longer close its eyes to an extremely serious situation that was causing enormous financial and economic losses to the various state institutions and was arousing widespread discontent, especially amongst industrial workers in the ranks of the party. Weeding out corruption and inefficiency in the government apparatus had become an urgent task. A news report in August 1950 had claimed that corrupt cadres had misappropriated 450,000 tons of grain and then flaunted their ill-gotten gains in shows of arrogance and vanity. A subsequent series of articles in the New China Press and People's Journal in early 1951 revealed that the level and extent of corruption was stupendous. In central government alone, the corruption was valued at 73 billion yuan at a time when the annual salary of a civil servant could be as little as 1,000 yuan. The situation in the regions was, apparently, much worse. If this level of corruption was attained within just 2 years, what did the future hold? Corrupt cadres fattened themselves by pilfering state funds and spending public monies on luxurious lifestyles. They were selling state resources, such as raw materials at cut prices, rubber stamping increased production costs to assure additional profits to the capitalists. The capitalists, it appears, did not hesitate to repay the favors. Corruption, waste, and bureaucracy were becoming entrenched in the state apparatus, the army, mass organizations, and, in particular, in the industrial and commercial sectors. A general malaise was appearing within the CCP. In some rural districts, CCP members had become the foci of commerce, land purchase, and usury to the extent that they were asking to be allowed to quit the party to pursue careers as capitalist entrepreneurs. It was claimed that in some areas these same CCP members had bought up as much as 20% of the land allocated to poor peasants. The anti-corruption campaign began in the northeast of China, where CCP control over society was most established, but also because in Manchuria the Korean War had provided the greatest opportunities for the generation of a new layer of capitalists and the brazen bribery of administrative officials. Capitalist influences undermined the behavior of cadres and were amplified because those cadres were not freely elected, not subject to criticism from the workers and peasants, and not subject to democratic control and recall. For the millions of KMT bureaucrats with their sleazy practices, corruption had long been a way of life. These people were now well placed to take advantage of the opportunist policy of class collaboration which faded and praised the national bourgeoisie as partners in the new democratic economy, just as the shortages created by the Korean War generated ideal conditions for crooked dealings. What the Three Antis campaign demonstrated was that the protected capitalist sector had an effect out of all proportion to its size. To effectively eliminate such practices required workers' democracy. This was not possible under the Mao regime, but the CCP did have extensive experience of initiating and overseeing mass campaigns which used women's and youth organizations, professional bodies, and trade unions to mobilize the population in support of issues the government deemed worthy. These techniques were used with the Three Antis campaign, with the addition that public criticisms of local officials who had blatantly taken bribes or openly used their positions for personal aggrandizement were encouraged. In this way, the campaign had the beneficial effect of appeasing discontent in the party ranks. This campaign was not intended to change the bureaucratic nature of the CCP and so could not eliminate opportunism, corruption, or waste as was demonstrated when the excesses of the party tops were left untouched. The CCP leadership was obliged to expel obviously rotten cadres and to attack certain bourgeois elements because, embroiled in a war with U.S. imperialism, it could not tolerate incompetent and politically unreliable public officials and an inefficient, ill-disciplined, and unresponsive bureaucratic system. The rapid corruption and moral degeneration of the CCP revealed the bankruptcy of the new democracy. Representatives of a world system that was much more technologically advanced, the national bourgeoisie were much more corrosive than either their numbers or the value of their products would imply. The CCP simply failed to understand the nature of the national bourgeoisie, failed to understand why the national bourgeoisie turned their backs on what was so obviously the rational way forward for China. On January 15, 1952, the editorial of the Tientsin Journal plaintively pleaded, "The orientation of the Popular Democratic Front has not changed. We still hope the bourgeoisie will conscientiously accomplish their own reform to conduct themselves peacefully in the new democracy." The Maoist regime was increasingly being faced with having to end the new democracy or move to the full restoration of the bourgeoisie. 1.4.2 The Five Entice Campaign. During 1951, it became clear that the output in many sectors of the economy would soon reach the pre-1949 peak. This gave the Chinese bourgeoisie greater confidence, and they became bolder in defending their interests against the state and in intervening in the state machine through bribery and corruption. As the economy began to expand, private business based in the light industries expanded most rapidly and attempted to acquire a larger share of scarce raw materials, legally, by paying up to 40% more than the state, or through the black market, bribery. Skilled labor moved from the state sector to private firms able to pay more because of their high profits. These boom conditions for the private sector undermined government control of the economy. No sooner was the Three Entice campaign underway than Mao launched the Five Entice campaign: anti-bribery, anti-tax evasion, anti-fraud, anti-embezzlement, and anti-leakage of state secrets, in January 1952. This program complemented the Three Entice campaign and was aimed at eliminating corrupt practices by businessmen and industrialists. In reality, the Mao regime could not allow a class whose objective interests lay in the victory of the U.S. to retain control over light industry and much of agriculture. Wholesale expropriation, in whatever form it took, would be an inevitable result of the Korean War. In Shanghai alone, 15,000 inspectors were trained to investigate their employers' business affairs for tax evasion and other corrupt practices. The CCP encouraged business people to confess or denounce one another. Some big companies made thousands of voluntary confessions to try to protect themselves. Citizens were invited to write letters denouncing businesses. About 200,000 letters a month were received. Friends and family were encouraged to join in. The campaign had loudspeakers on every street corner broadcasting denunciations of local recalcitrants. Wall newspapers carried reports of the misconduct and offenses of businessmen. In the streets, there were demonstrations by the employees of companies denouncing the crimes of their employers, and factory owners would be continuously besieged in their offices by workers demanding they admit and recant their crimes. The intention was that the business leaders identified by the Five Entice campaign should be humiliated and intimidated, should go through public criticism sessions, be made to confess their crimes, and forced to pay large fines. The owner of Dehua Copper Company confessed to having illegally obtained 50 million yuan, but his employees continued to criticize him until he reconfessed to having obtained 2 billion yuan. Fines were heavy and some offenders were sent to labor camps. In its early stages, the campaign was limited to an assertion of CCP control of society from bottom to the top. To save face, official statements presented the struggle as being against individual mangy sheep of the bourgeoisie. However, in the course of this campaign, the party uncovered well-organized attempts by important businessmen and industrialists to corrupt party and government officials. Before it ended, the Five Entice campaign would become an all-out war against the bourgeoisie as a whole. The People's China editorial of March 15, 1952 complained, "As the capitalist enterprises have developed and begun to flourish, the bourgeoisie has become less inclined to conform to the common program and obey governmental regulations. Capitalists were reported as having set up secret monopolies to control supplies to the state or to state enterprises. The Chinese bourgeoisie were using the same lamentable methods as are habitually used by big capitalists in the capitalist states. It was becoming clear that the national capitalists collaborated with the new democracy only out of immediate necessity and not out of idealism or belief in the common program. The greater the success of Mao's policy of stabilizing and enriching private enterprise, the bolder and more determined it became in defense of its own interests against those of the state. The regime was having its eyes opened by the Korean War and realizing that the national bourgeoisie were not willing allies in the new democracy and could become a fifth column. Chen Perta, CC member, presented an in-depth analysis of the situation in Pravda, April 23, 1952. Spurred by their hunger for profit, the capitalists placed their agents in our state institutions and our public organizations, hired employees of the state and public bodies as their agents, did not give up their hope of conquering power bit by bit in the PRC. The bourgeoisie is striving to push China onto the road to capitalism. During 1952, the CC, in its majority, became convinced of the need to push the private sector into mixed public-private enterprises with the government having the determining role. Private operations had accounted for 3/4 of wholesale trade in 1950, but by 1953 their share had shrunk to less than a third. As a result of the Five Entities campaign, there was a considerable state presence in the remaining private sector through joint companies. Once the Civil War was over, the new democracy was supposed to provide a peaceful, even if slow, transition to socialism. The reality, as found in the Five Entities campaign, was that the national bourgeoisie were sabotaging the regime, and the use of force was widely used to compel the largest private corporations to convert into joint private-state enterprises, and the smallest factory owners and merchants to give up their capital assets. Many were grateful to have escaped with their lives, some did not. It has long been accepted by Marxists that the destruction of capitalism, e.g. the ending of private property in the means of production and the introduction of state-owned property, can take place only as a result of the revolutionary mobilization of the masses. Here the mass mobilizations deviated markedly from the ideal norms and occurred under the watchful eye of the PLA, under the guidance of a Stalinist party. The similarities with Eastern Europe are obvious. In China, to maintain technical continuity and to gain a degree of ascent, the previous owners were often offered managerial positions in the joint private-state enterprises so they could continue to contribute to the state economy, and previous shareholders were compensated with a pension guaranteed for 7 years at 5% per annum of their share of the business. Such arrangements are matters of convenience, not of principle, but the net effect was a dramatic contraction in the private sector. The presentation of these events was a problem for Mao and the CCP. Officially, the new democracy was a lengthy preparatory stage during which Chinese society would be made ready for launching socialism. In true Orwellian manner, the texts were rewritten to match actual events. This is why so many of Mao's works were republished in 1951. Now, New Democracy was presented as a rapid transition to socialism. Cohen gives an interesting but disturbing picture of the public self-rectification that had to be undertaken by many, particularly academics and students who had studied on New Democracy, thought they had understood it well, had even been given responsibility for lecturing on it, but now found they had not understood it at all. It is to be expected that the CCP presents the Third Chinese Revolution as having followed the course outlined by Mao. The expectation was that the new democracy would last for scores of years, but the laws of historic development meant there were only 2 years between October 1949 and the first moves against the national bourgeoisie in the Three Entities and Five Entities campaigns. In reality, it would have been difficult to move against the national bourgeoisie any sooner. Being a bureaucracy, the CCP overreacted, and even small retailers were herded into cooperatives under party control. Lenin, of course, had argued that such small enterprises should be taken over by the state only when the individual retailers themselves wanted it. 1.4.3 Agricultural Policy and the Korean War. With the outbreak of the Korean War, the activities of all reactionary elements revived, and anti-communist guerrillas reappeared across southern China. These successfully incited not only landlords but also many poor peasants and landless laborers, angry at receiving little or nothing from the land reforms, to acts of open rebellion such as refusal to pay taxes, forming groups to plunder public food banks, harassing local officials, etc. So bad did the situation become in some counties that the Yangtze Daily, published in Hankow, concluded there was a danger of the peasants following KMT agents and country autocrats rather than the CCP and the people's government. Mandel claimed that in many counties in the South a veritable civil war was raging between thousands of bandits mobilized by KMT agents and supported by local landlords against poor peasant associations organized by the CCP. The CCP was forced to adopt a more conciliatory line towards the poor peasants and a less conciliatory attitude towards the remaining landlords who were, of course, closely interlinked with the national bourgeoisie. The Aid Korea, Resist America campaign, 1951–52, won considerable support from the peasant masses because redistribution of landlords' excess lands was accelerated and extended southwards and throughout China, until by the end of 1952 it had been largely completed. In parallel with party policy in the urban areas, there was increased emphasis on the mobilization of poor peasants and landless laborers to root out landlordism and right opportunist deviations in the land reform movement. These activities were meant to be closely supervised by party cadres, but the poor peasants and landless laborers often took the law into their own hands to effect a fuller and fairer distribution. In the face of the Korean War, the CCP leadership generally acquiesced to, and even allowed cadres to lead a number of these actions but without formally changing regime policy. The CCP skillfully used the situation to initiate the first step towards cooperativization and towards the state taking greater control of agriculture to provide the necessary resources for industrialization. But the requirement not to disturb food production imposed a major constraint on the rate of rural change. In December 1951, the CC of the CCP, in a move that was justified as helping poor peasants and improving production, proposed voluntary mutual aid teams. This was a form of basic cooperation where individual farmers worked together on the separate landholdings and then shared the produce according to the amount of labor and farming tools they contributed. This meant the rich peasants who possessed tools such as hoes and carts got the larger portion of the crops. But the scheme increased overall production so everyone benefited. Such teams had been tested in the liberated areas during and after the Sino-Japanese War and found to significantly increase production. The intention was to have 80 to 90% of all peasants organized in mutual aid teams by 1955. 11.5 The end of the new democracy. The dynamic of class contradictions on an international scale revealed the core weakness in the theory of socialism in one country, forcing Mao to abandon his new democracy step by step. An economic blockade had obliged the CCP to carry out the seizure of U.S. property in China and destroyed the hoped-for collaboration. The Korean War and direct threat of imperialist invasion together with their growing strength in the economy had given sections of the national bourgeoisie sufficient confidence to mount a campaign of economic sabotage, to corrupt CCP members, and to launch other anti-revolutionary activities. In the countryside, the rich peasants were feeling their strength and demanding to be allowed to get on with the job of food production, i.e. to grow into landlords. Industrial output had grown rapidly after 1949, by roughly a fifth to a quarter each year, and it soon became clear that a major factor limiting expansion was the disparity in growth between the different sectors of the economy. Insufficient raw materials and inadequate power supplies and transport facilities. This on its own pointed to the need for greater coordination and planning. Under these pressures and threats, the CCP was forced to take a big step forward by abandoning the reactionary illusions of new democracy and adopting a series of objectively revolutionary measures. These were reactions, taken for self-preservation without any real understanding of the motor forces driving events. In the exceptional circumstances following World War II, the class collaborationist stance of the CCP had not stopped Mao coming to power. But once in power, the official line of the CCP meant that the new democracy was at odds with what was actually happening. The national bourgeoisie was not rationally assessing what was best for China and acting accordingly. It was acting in its own interests. Even though it represented the smaller part of the economy, it was successfully corrupting the CCP and the state machine. In only 3 years, it had shown it could soon grow into a real threat to the interests of the bureaucracy. Determined to protect their newfound privileges and power, the bureaucracy made a series of empirical adaptations to events before accepting that the new democracy was irreversibly breaking down. At the beginning of 1953, the CCP proclaimed that the bourgeois democratic phase of the revolution was passing and its socialist phase was beginning. With its first FYP 1953 to 1957, for economic construction and industrialization, the CCP abandoned the new democracy and replaced it with the policy of state and private cooperation, which aimed at the abolition of bourgeois property and the beginning of socialist construction. On October 1, 1953, the 4th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic, the government proclaimed the general line for the transition to socialism and finally buried the new democracy. Despite the prominence of the new democracy in formal Maoist theory and its promise of a lengthy stage of capitalist development, the bourgeois phase of China's post-revolutionary history was abruptly terminated after just 4 years. Cohen describes the abruptness of the change in party line that took place in mid-1953 when suddenly the transition to socialism was at hand in China. He says that in a 4-month period, July to October, the perspective that the new democracy was an economy in which the private sector could flourish was ditched and replaced by the perspective that capitalism could and should be crowded out quickly. Then, in October 1953, an intense national campaign was launched. This lasted about 2.5 years until by 1955/6 there had been a complete transformation with even small businesses becoming state enterprises. By 1956, approximately 2/3 of all modern industrial enterprises were directly state-owned, and the remaining 1/3 was under joint public-private ownership. No privately owned firms remained. In true Stalinist fashion, the change was all-encompassing. Even microscale industries were organized into cooperatives which accounted for just over 90% of all handicraft workers. In 1954, there was widespread discussion on the new state constitution to supersede the Common Program, and which would bring the new democracy phase of China's development to a formal end. The constitution proposed was based on the Soviet constitution established by Stalin in 1936 with integration of party and state and a highly centralized structure. Naturally, the discussion about and around the constitution and the nature of the regime was taken up by intellectuals who tended to favor more freedoms rather than less. The CCP moved quickly to curb dissent by launching an attack on the well-known author and party member, Hu Feng, for criticizing the harsher aspects of party control of art and literature. Hu Feng was arrested in 1955 and imprisoned as a counter-revolutionary. The campaign soon extended its scope, and over 190,000 individuals made voluntary confessions to avoid public humiliation or worse. This can be seen as setting the stage for the party's dealings with intellectuals, and would lead to the 100 Flowers in May-June 1957. See Chapter 13. 11.6 Can the petty bourgeois be revolutionary? Here is the place to answer the challenge posed by Pierre Rousset, who has written extensively on political developments in Asia, that a party which takes power in a revolution that leads to a worker state cannot be Stalinist. Rousset is not defending Marxism. Quite the opposite. Rousset had previously made an overly positive assessment of the strength and prospects of Stalinism. He saw Mao as a genuine revolutionary who had been able to drag the CCP behind him and create a Chinese worker state. Thus, he was determined to paint a revolutionary face on Mao and prettify Maoism. The source of the Chinese Revolution did not lie in the personality of Mao Zedong, but in the very deep crisis of capitalism that occurred on a world scale at the end of World War II, and the contradictory character of petty bourgeois political parties. It is one thing to say the theory of permanent revolution had found confirmation in China, where the CCP was compelled to undertake socialist measures to resolve the bourgeois tasks of national independence and freedom from landlordism. It was quite another to suggest Mao Zedong was acting as a Trotskyist, even if as an unconscious Trotskyist. Rousset suggests that to argue that a non-socialist petty bourgeois party can, under certain exceptional circumstances, overturn capitalism revises Marxism. Rousset might appear to be on strong ground, since in 1922, the Fourth World Congress of the Communist International had considered the case of a petty bourgeois government brought to power by a revolutionary upsurge and decided that it would be unlikely to progress to the dictatorship of the proletariat. However, very different conditions existed in 1949 than in 1922. Imperialism had been seriously weakened and China was rotten ripe for revolution. Marx described and explained that even though a petty bourgeois party was a contradictory phenomenon, it could still be revolutionary. For example, in his analysis of the Paris Commune, Marx reported that the Alliance Républicaine des Départements, a political association of petty bourgeois representatives, called on the people throughout the country to fight against the Versailles government and the monarchist National Assembly and to support the Commune. Petty bourgeois formations were, and are, quite prepared to use revolutionary means, but the contradictory nature of their goals, to harmonize the interests of capital and labor, meant that in the era of the growth of capitalism, such groups invariably ended on the side of the bourgeoisie. But they are also pulled in the opposite direction, especially in the era of the decay of capitalism. Could a petty bourgeois grouping having taken power move towards a worker state? Based on his experiences in Russia and his analysis of unfolding events, Trotsky concluded, one cannot categorically deny in advance the theoretical possibility that, under the influence of completely exceptional circumstances, war, defeat, financial crash, mass revolutionary pressure, etc., the petty bourgeois parties, including the Stalinists, may go further than they wish along the road to a break with the bourgeoisie. One thing is not to be doubted. Even if this highly improbable variant somewhere at some time becomes a reality, it would represent merely a short episode on the road to the actual dictatorship of the proletariat. In China, the preconditions for such a petty bourgeois group coming to power was a mass upheaval so extensive that the bourgeois government and its armies were swept away. It would be expected that the resulting petty bourgeois government, even in a Stalinist form, would carry through substantial reforms of the system but, at a crucial point, would have to choose between deepening the revolution or conceding power to the bourgeoisie. What were the exceptional circumstances that pushed the Mao regime to make the final decision to become a worker state? 10 reasons spring to mind, though there may be more. Capitalist development in China had reached an impasse. China was overripe for revolution, and this had been confirmed by the implosion of the KMT and the collapse of its armies. The initial impetus for the course of events lay not with Mao but with Chiang Kai-shek's refusal to accept the advice of U.S. imperialism or listen to the pleas of the CCP, and his decision to launch his armies against the PLA in a fight to the death. Imperialism was temporarily paralyzed. There was no credible governmental alternative to the Mao regime, and this political vacuum permitted the entrenchment of a petty bourgeois Stalinist government. The CCP was determined to seize bureaucratic capital, but the assets of the four families were so huge that the state took effective control of heavy industry, the banks, communications, and transport. The CCP was unable to privatize these holdings because the collapse of society had been so severe that to end famine, bring inflation under control, and get the economy moving again required extensive state intervention and economic measures that were socialist in principle. The capitalist elements in the new democratic government had little independent weight, no mass support, and could be tolerated. When these bourgeois elements became a hindrance, they were rapidly and easily eliminated. Although to preserve the appearance of continuity, these parties remain in government even today. The historic links between the Chinese and Russian Communist parties, the Soviet Union's incredible economic progress, and the aid supplied by the Soviet Union meant that most party members in China saw a Soviet-style, planned economy as the natural outcome of their efforts. The entire membership of the CCP from Mao down genuinely wanted social reform for the betterment of the lives of peasants and workers. This would have been complemented by pressure from the peasant masses, including many in the PLA, to carry through the land reform rapidly and in a revolutionary way. Because of the links between the landlords and the national bourgeoisie, this mass pressure pushed the regime in the direction of a worker state. Under pressure from imperialism, the Marshall Plan, Stalin had swung left and overthrown the coalition regimes in Eastern Europe. This short-lived left turn meant that the highly improbable variant of transition to worker states under petty bourgeois leadership actually took place in a number of countries after World War II. China was part of this international development. The CCP had a 20-year history of being the sole governing body in extensive areas of China, notwithstanding the 3-3s arrangement. In October 1949, the business of running a government was not a new venture for the Maoists. Rather, it was the continuation of what they had been practicing for years. When considering annexation of territories by the USSR, Trotsky wrote, "The Moscow government will carry through the expropriation of the large landowners and stratification of the means of production. Not because the bureaucracy remains true to the socialist program, but because it is neither desirous nor capable of sharing the power and the privileges the latter entails with the old ruling classes. While prepared to give the appearance of sharing power with an enfeebled national bourgeoisie, the Maoists were not prepared to accept counter-revolutionary activities that could lead to the end of their power and privileges. The debate concerning whether the petty bourgeois can be revolutionary was decided once and for all by the Cuban Revolution. This was made by a party that at first did not even claim to be socialist and finally dissipated any mystification on the character of these revolutionary upheavals. The key is in the contradictory character of petty bourgeois political groups and the degree of decay and corruption of capitalism. Even while making the final moves towards a worker state in China, the Stalinist framework of class collaboration, epitomized in the slogan "peaceful coexistence." The theory of socialism in one country, revolution by stages, bureaucratic party structure and administrative methods, the systematic denial of Soviet democracy, and limitation of workers' rights remained constant factors in the Mao regime. 11.7 Summary. In China in 1949, a Stalinist petty bourgeois party was the sole effective force in the government, and the power of the state, bodies of armed men, etc., was in its hands. It had reached this position not because of a principled conscious decision to fight its own bourgeoisie, but because its own bourgeoisie, the KMT, collapsed rotten to the core. Only when threatened by imperialism did Mao end his attempt to balance between the national bourgeoisie and the masses. Mao broke with his stated program and accepted the overturn of capitalist property relations, but not to the extent of allowing the emergence of independent organizations of workers' democracy. The privileged bureaucratic caste that had consolidated in the CCP continued to exclude the masses from political decision-making. The CCP had taken power through peasant armies rather than a proletarian uprising. Its declared policy was to delay forming a proletarian dictatorship because such a development clashed with the theory of stages and the new democracy. Mao artificially delayed the revolutionary progress, stifled the initiatives of the masses, and for a time, made the CCP a prop for the national bourgeoisie. The pressures on the PRC to solve its immediate problems, inflation, feeding and housing the population, replacing industries destroyed or stolen during the war, launching new industries, making good dams, canals, and irrigation systems on a mass scale, all pushed the regime in the direction of measures which were socialist in principle. By 1951, within government ministries, planning and collaboration were taking place spontaneously as the only realistic means of achieving the stated goals of the regime. Initially, Mao did his best to resist the trend, but the Korean War and the imperialist embargo on trade with China finally resolved the contradictions between the declared aims of the government and what was actually happening. The CCP was forced to face up to the corrosive effect of bourgeois control of light industry and medium and small banks. Bourgeois corruption of the state and party reached an intolerable level, and there was active sabotage of economic plans as the factory owners formed their own secret cartels to manipulate supplies and prices. The regime responded with two mass campaigns, the 3 Antis and the 5 Antis, which effectively ended the national bourgeoisie as significant factors in industry or finance. The central tasks of the revolution in colonial and semi-colonial countries are national unification and independence, overthrow the imperialist yoke, and the agrarian revolution, liquidation of feudal heritages. These two tasks are interlinked, and the theory of the permanent revolution predicts that in the era of imperialism they can be fully realized only with the dictatorship of the proletariat. Establishing the Chinese workers' state. 12.1 Introduction. The abnormal and contradictory conditions in which the PRC found itself after the Civil War were the product of exceptional historical circumstances. It was not possible to find a previous regime in history analogous to it. To Marxists, right from the start, it was clear that the new democracy contained huge contradictions and would be short-lived. It was a highly precarious regime, and at the time only the most farsighted were convinced it could move forward to a clean sweep of capitalism's remnants and not find itself, willy-nilly, on the path of capitulation to imperialism. 12.2 First Five-Year Plan, 1953–57. In its early years, for historic, political, and geographic reasons, the new democracy was economically heavily dependent on the Soviet Union and its East European allies, who gave very real support in the form of $300 million in credit over 5 years at 1% interest, 12,300 technical experts to work in China, and taking some 14,000 Chinese students and 38,000 apprentices for training. Volumes of technical information that would have cost billions of US dollars on the world market were freely given, and joint design teams worked on all major and important projects. Those at the workface across many different government ministries exerted huge pressure for a comprehensive, planned, state-controlled economy as the best and most rational way forward for China to overcome her mind-boggling problems. An important goal for the first 5-year plan, first FYP, was to expand and integrate the separate economies that had developed in China largely due to the Sino-Japanese War. The heavy industries of Manchuria, the light industries, textiles, and consumer goods of the coastal regions, and the huge agrarian areas of inland China. For the latter, a special effort was needed to repair canals and drainage systems destroyed by the Imperial Japanese and KMT armies. After the outbreak of the Korean War, the new regime's economic and military dependence on the Soviet Union deepened. Over 1952–53, the Soviet Union continued to work closely with the PRC, especially in detailing the final drafts of the first FYP, which had a Russian-style emphasis on heavy industry. The increased control over society and the economy required to wage the Korean War successfully had created a dynamic which inevitably led first to the party agreeing a general line for transition to socialism in June 1953, and then to its public pronouncement. The signing of the Korean Armistice in 1953 meant a big reduction in military expenditure and the release of resources for accelerated economic expansion. A state planning commission determined production targets and material allocation. The distribution of key commodities was controlled according to a central plan, not market forces. Products were distributed to achieve state planning objectives, not private profit. The introduction of the first FYP eliminated the contradiction between the declared and actual policies of the CCP, It extended state control to all significant areas of the economy and meant the coordination of the different sectors within an overall plan. As part of the high tide of socialist transformation, joint private-state enterprises were, in essence, nationalized, private retailers were merged into cooperative teams, and private markets in rural areas were banned. It is from the launch of the first FYP in October 1953 that revolutionary Marxists date the bureaucratically deformed worker state in China. The private sector of the Chinese economy was marginalized, eliminated as a significant source of production or employment, and by the end of 1956 all private industry had been nationalized or absorbed into joint enterprises. Importantly, by the end of 1956, foreign trade was fully under state control. In 1954, Zhou Enlai declared that the first FYP was not only to free the productive forces of our country from the oppression of imperialism, feudalism, bureaucratic capitalism, and the shackles of capitalism, but also to remove the limitations of small-scale production. The first FYP emulated the Soviet model with high rates of investment in capital-intensive, large-scale industrial projects to lay the primary foundations for China's socialist industrialization, with agriculture providing the major source of funds. Surprisingly, the first FYP was not formally approved by the National People's Congress until July 30, 1955. This was followed in September 1955 by the publication of a report on the fulfillment of the annual plan for 1954. The two-year delay in publication was due to the unexpectedly poor performance of agriculture and the need to come to a decision on how to deal with it. In terms of overall economic growth, the first FYP was a stunning success. Despite the best efforts of imperialism to sabotage the plan, wages rose by a third in real terms, life expectancy rose from about 36 years in 1949 to 57 years in 1957, the proportion of children attending primary school doubled to 50%, the quality and quantity of urban housing improved significantly, and the rights of women were extended and protected in law, exemplified by the abolition of the binding of women's feet. Famine appeared to be a thing of the past. Discussions began on the tasks to be undertaken in the second FYP. Mao argued for an increase in the rate at which the state was acquiring privately owned small-scale handicraft establishments and an even higher rate of industrial development. There followed a coded exchange of views in the press, e.g. People's Daily, in which the State Planning Commission countered Mao by arguing for a second FYP which avoided excessive investment in heavy industry and attempted a more balanced development including light industry and agriculture. The chairman of the State Planning Commission, Cao Kong, committed suicide in August 1954 after having been purged, apparently for daring to voice his opposition to Mao. However, Kong must have had considerable support on the CC because the debate was not resolved until Mao bypassed the CC and launched the Great Leap Forward, GLF, in the spring of 1958. In September 1956, at its 8th Party Congress, in a report given by Liu Shaoqi, the CCP declared the People's Republic of China to be a proletarian dictatorship. There had been esoteric discussions by CCP theoreticians on bourgeois rights, whether distribution on the basis of to each according to his work was a socialist or capitalist principle. The very same topic had been discussed in the Soviet Union when in 1936, the draft of a new Soviet constitution had been published, see section 3.6, above. In Russia, the formula had been intended to justify the extraction of the maximum labor from the workers and peasants while preserving privileges and luxuries for the party tops. The Chinese Stalinists came to the same conclusion as their predecessors, and for the same reasons, convincing themselves that this undoubted capitalist principle was socialist, and the CCP declared China a worker state. One reason the CCP had delayed declaring the PRC a proletarian dictatorship was to avoid embarrassing itself. One of Mao's supposed original and major contributions to Marxism had been the theory of the new democracy which would last for decades and flow painlessly through to socialism. Instead, it had lasted just 4 years, and was consigned to the dustbin of history under the watchful eye of the PLA and an aggressive mass movement. The changes in CCP policy clearly showed that under the pressure of objective events it had been forced to take practical measures that, when carried out, left China standing with one foot in socialism. 2.2.1 The Peasants and the Five-Year Plan. During preparatory discussions of the first FYP, it was soon realized that the necessary investment to expand heavy industry would require an increase in agricultural production, prevention of hoarding of raw materials, and an end to leakages into private consumption. There was also the need to take control of foodstuffs to ensure an adequate supply of food to the towns to feed the huge influx of peasants who would be the new industrial workers. In 1949, the city population had been 49 million. By 1956, it was nearly 100 million, and by 1961 had reached 130 million. This would necessitate urban rationing of grain and a state monopoly of trade in agricultural commodities. As the need for agricultural produce increased, the relatively well-off farmers, the major producers of food, began to flex their political muscles, demanding greater economic autonomy. But the government was now looking in a different direction and responded by replacing the all-inclusive village associations with committees of selected poor and middle peasants, a reversal of the processes carried out in the liberated areas, particularly in South China, in 1947–48. It was understood by all party tops that the first FYP would require wide-ranging changes for the peasantry, but differences were emerging on what they should be. The division had first surfaced in July 1951, when the party leadership in Shaanxi proposed an accelerated pace towards cooperatives. This was openly criticized by Liu Shaoqi at party meetings, where Liu emphasized the four big freedoms: freedom for peasants to engage in trade, to hire labor, to rent land, and to make loans and charge interest. Mao had the more radical approach, and by January 1953 was proposing the elimination of private ownership of the land as part of the general move against bourgeois property. However, Liu, supported by Zhou Enlai, fought a rear-guard action for a more gradual approach to industrialization and a slower rate of change in the countryside. The differences within the CC reached such a level that Mao sent a letter to the State Council in which he mounted, without naming names, a concentrated attack on efforts to maintain private property in the countryside. Measures to extract as much surplus as possible to fund industrialization were announced. In August 1953, grain rationing was introduced in an attempt to limit personal consumption, and ration cards, or coupons, were issued by local authorities, the smallest being for only 5 grams of rice or wheat. More importantly, the government moved to take control of the grain trade from the village level upwards, which meant peasants would no longer buy or sell grain on the open market, but only from and to the state. Publicly, these moves were promoted as necessary to obtain food to feed the poorest peasants and those in areas hit by natural disasters, but were, in effect, an increase in agricultural tax. This monopoly was soon extended to include cotton and cotton cloth, and oil-bearing crops. To improve the efficiency of farming and increase government access to agricultural products, the CCP encouraged peasants to organize themselves into state-guided agricultural producers cooperatives, APCs. The peasantry had experienced the benefits of mutual aid teams, which had gone well with little recorded dissent because any extra work produced more for the peasants themselves. A directive was issued by the CC of the CCP in October 1953, proposing a move from mutual aid teams to village-level cooperatives, lower-stage APCs, in which the peasants pooled not only equipment but also their land and received a return in proportion to their input. Mao may have described these as semi-socialist, but they were based firmly on private ownership of the land and piecework payments. The CC proposed 20% of all peasant households be incorporated into APCs by the end of 1957. The CC saw cooperatives as a cure-all for its agrarian problems. The poorest would be better off, there would be a greater surplus to be taken for industrial investment, and the resurgence of landholding and growth of usury would be ended. By the end of 1953, some 4,000 viable cooperatives existed. A typical size was 30 to 50 households with small fruit and vegetable plots allowed for private use. At first, most peasants really did join voluntarily because regulated cooperation meant that all team members had to carry out their fair share of the work, and, in the end, this benefited everyone. Once the projects reached a certain size or the cooperation was sufficiently complex, it became the norm to hire an intellectual to keep records. With recovery from the devastation of the Civil War, there had been big increases in agricultural output during 1951 and 1952. This was a once-and-for-all increase and could not be sustained, but it led to over-optimistic targets being introduced. Even with the introduction of cooperatives, the rate of increase in grain production was a modest 2% for 1953 and 1954, compared to a target of 9%. This was a serious problem for the industrial development of China. Agriculture directly supplied about 80% of raw materials for the manufacture of light industrial products, and taxes on agricultural produce supplied much of the investment for heavy industry. It was clear that an agricultural economy based on near-subsistence farming produced too little surplus to fund the desired industrial development. By the end of 1954, over 50,000 lower-stage APCs were operating, and by the end of 1955, the claimed number of such cooperatives was nearly 2 million, containing more than 70 million rural households. By July 31, 1955, Mao Zedong was strongly advocating an acceleration in agricultural policy, and in his report to the CC, he enthusiastically called for a high tide of social transformation in the countryside, and ridiculed the conservatives as women with bound feet. After painting a picture of the masses running to form cooperatives, he called for the inclusion of the whole of the peasantry in higher stage APCs by 1960. Land was to be owned by the village and not individuals. All peasants worked for wages with no additional return from their input of property, tools, or land. Mao saw this development as being of a socialist nature, because agricultural production was part of a state plan in which the great majority of industry was nationalized, and there was a state monopoly of key agricultural produce. Liu Shaoqi, Deng Xiaoping, and Deng Zhihui, Minister of Agriculture, argued for a more prudent policy, based on genuinely voluntary membership, to be completed by 1967, and may even have had the support of a majority on the Politburo. Mao simply bypassed their objections and, over the head of the Politburo, called an enlarged plenum of the CC for October 1955 and packed it with lower-ranking party officials. Municipal, provincial, and regional secretaries who had previously declared themselves supporters of his line, and who outnumbered full members by about 10-1. The plenum strongly endorsed Mao's proposals and agreed that cooperativization be effectively completed in 1957. The speed at which cooperatives were created reflected not the wishes of the peasants but the desire of party cadres to please their superiors. Mao's target was met. By the end of 1957, nearly 95% of peasant households were enrolled in higher stage APCs. However, in too many cases, the cadres with responsibility for establishing the cooperatives behaved in rude, arbitrary, harsh, and even violent ways to meet and surpass their targets. As the number of cooperatives expanded, and to accelerate the pace, some peasants were coerced. Join or lose your fish pond or fruit trees or have credit withheld. This was possible because the peasants remembered the 3 Antis and 5 Antis campaigns, and the moves took place during yet another campaign to suppress traitors and counter-revolutionaries. The lower stage APCs had generally been welcomed, but middle and rich peasants often opposed the transition to the higher stage because it meant they received a smaller share of the crops. In many areas, the changes required coercion through mass struggle actions to force so-called counter-revolutionary peasants into acceptance. The result was a serious decline in grain production by up to 1/3 in some cooperatives. Local cadres, who owed their positions to Beijing, saved face by not reporting the real situation. This meant state procurement levels were not reduced to match the actual harvest, and peasants went hungry. Inevitably, there was resentment, general unrest, and even riots in some rural areas which were suppressed under the campaign against counter-revolutionaries. Many who voiced dissent were sent to border regions for hard labor to reform their thinking. Numerous peasants sought to solve their problems by fleeing to the towns, which meant fewer hands to plant and harvest the crops and an increase in the food needed for the cities. The regime responded by introducing residence permits and movement passes, making it difficult for peasants to leave their villages. Factory managers were prevented from hiring rural workers. Non-productive workers were sent into the countryside to increase the labor available for the rural production front. The government fixed the volume of output of firms, the number of workers, and the total wage bill, while banks were instructed to exercise tighter controls over each firm's finances. Just after defining itself as the dictatorship of the proletariat, the government introduced severe wage controls which kept the lowest urban wage rate close to rural earnings to reduce costs, but also, and more importantly, to dissuade peasants from moving to the cities. On August 9, 1957, the CC of the CCP, concerned at the low level of rural productivity and the threat this posed to industrialization, issued a directive calling for CCP cadres to go into the countryside, take part in the peasants' daily work, and mobilize them for greater productivity. This movement, coupled with extremely good weather, produced an exceptional harvest in 1958. On Mao's insistence, the grain harvest was reported as a record 375 million metric tons. The CC was aware that this figure was due as much to cadres exaggerating performance to curry favor as good weather and hard work. So much exaggeration went on that the announcement of a record harvest was a political decision, not a statistical measure, but one which would have catastrophic consequences. 12.3 The New Democracy, a Chinese workers' and peasants' government? The date usually chosen to mark China's transition to a deformed worker state is the launch of the first FYP in 1953. So what was the nature of the transitional regime between 1949 and 1953? The reality of the Chinese Revolution was that the proletariat did not play a leading role as a class. Instead, this role was assumed by the peasantry. A Stalinist party stood at the head of the revolutionary forces. Not only that, but Stalinism was quite consciously cultivated by the new regime. How to explain these contradictions and determine what lessons should be drawn, and what they might mean for the future. In Russia, the October Revolution broke the power of the bourgeoisie with a mass rising of the urban proletariat supported by the peasantry. Leading the revolution was the Revolutionary Marxist Party of Lenin and Trotsky, which had gained majority support for its policies in virtually every urban Soviet. The power of the state after the revolution was in the hands of the proletariat in the form of the factory-based Red Guards, in their great majority loyal to the Bolsheviks, and the direction and dynamic of events were such that the regime was clearly a proletarian dictatorship, though it was popularly known as a workers' and peasants' government. From October 1917, Lenin consistently referred to the October Revolution as a socialist revolution with a workers' and peasants' government resting on the dictatorship of the proletariat, even though there had not, at that stage, been a fundamental change in property relations. The short duration of the transitional regime between the October Revolution, when the proletariat took power, and the workers' state, when the industry was extensively nationalized in the summer of 1918, was imposed on the Bolsheviks by the need to defend the new state against imperialist threats. Left to their own devices, the Bolsheviks would have delayed the nationalizations. For Russia, the worker state was nationalized property, monopoly of foreign trade, state planning, destruction of the czarist state machine, though Lenin recognized that would take a long time to fully root out, and the dictatorship of the proletariat, since the power of the state must remain with the proletariat until the state withers away. During and after the Russian Revolution, the term workers' and peasants' government was widely used by the Bolsheviks in two mutually exclusive ways. Case 1. This formula, workers' and peasants' government, first appeared in the agitation of the Bolsheviks in 1917 and was definitely accepted after the October Revolution. In the final instance, it represented nothing more than the popular designation for the already established dictatorship of the proletariat. The significance of this designation comes mainly from the fact that it underscored the idea of an alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry upon which the Soviet power rests. In this sense, the workers' and peasants' government represented the transitional regime between the proletarian revolution and the resulting worker state. Case 2. From April to September 1917, the Bolsheviks demanded that the SRs and the Mensheviks break with the liberal bourgeoisie and take power into their own hands. If the Mensheviks and the SRs had actually broken with the cadets, liberals, and with foreign imperialism, then the workers' and peasants' government created by them could only have hastened and facilitated the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the latter case, the workers' and peasants' government was definitely not the dictatorship of the proletariat. It would have been a petty bourgeois government led by reformist parties. But the call for the SRs and Mensheviks to form a workers' and peasants' government, the call for the Mensheviks and SRs to take power, was intended to expose their reluctance to do so before the masses. This had tremendous educational value and was a significant contribution in assisting the creation of a Bolshevik government, a workers' and peasants' government that would have simultaneously been the dictatorship of the proletariat. In 1922, at the last World Congress which Lenin attended, the thesis on tactics accepted the possibility that as the result of class struggles the power of the state could pass into the hands of a workers' and peasants' government, but declared that such a government did not represent the dictatorship of the proletariat, was not an inevitable transitional stage, but could become an important launch pad for the fight for that dictatorship. However, under the conditions that existed in 1922, it would not establish a genuine worker state, only a revolutionary communist party, rooted in the working class on a mass scale, could achieve that. That is where matters rested until the transitional program founding document of the Fourth International was published. We have presented the following quote earlier, but it is the key to understanding the process that took place in China and deserves a second reading. One cannot categorically deny in advance the theoretical possibility that, under the influence of completely exceptional circumstances, war, defeat, financial crash, mass revolutionary pressure, etc., the petty bourgeois parties, including the Stalinists, may go further than they wish along the road to a break with the bourgeoisie. In any case, one thing is not to be doubted. Even if this highly improbable variant somewhere at some time becomes a reality and the workers' and farmers' government, in the above-mentioned sense, is established in fact, it would represent merely a short episode on the road to the actual dictatorship of the proletariat. It has been claimed that Joe Hansen, one of Trotsky's aides, was responsible for suggesting this form of words for the transitional program. True or not, after World War II, Hansen studied the process which Lenin and Trotsky had only touched on: petty bourgeois parties coming to power in revolutionary situations and overthrowing bourgeois political and economic power. However, Hansen took account of a new feature, also observed by Ted Grant, that with imperialism temporarily impotent, the process could be carried through to the creation of a worker state, as happened in China. Hansen married the theoretical considerations of the Fourth Congress, a petty bourgeois party taking power in a revolutionary struggle, with the observed fact that such regimes did progress to a worker state, e.g. China and Cuba, though some could regress, e.g. Algeria. All real processes take time, so there would be an interval between the overthrow of bourgeois military and political power and the decisive expropriation of bourgeois economic power. This period, which could last for months or even years, was not the dictatorship of the proletariat, it was a transitional regime, a form of workers' and farmers' government. Lenin and Trotsky had both emphasized the necessity of the mobilization of the masses to break the power of the bourgeoisie. Without the revolutionary mobilization of the masses, there can be no anti-capitalist revolution. The mass mobilizations which break the power of the bourgeoisie can force, in completely exceptional circumstances such as occurred at the end of World War II, even petty bourgeois leaderships to accomplish the transition to a worker state. That is, in the so-called backward countries of Asia, Africa, and South America, a leadership determined to better the conditions of the working masses could break with the bourgeoisie. The creation of the deformed worker state in China showed that real life rarely conforms to the ideal. Instead, distortions and variants are the norm. In Cuba, it took some 18 months from January 1959 before Cuba became a worker state with the sweeping nationalizations that took place in the autumn of 1960. This was a process in which the July 26 movement progressively shed its links with the bourgeoisie, took control of foreign trade, introduced a planned economy, expropriated the lands of the U.S. sugar companies, and established friendly relations with the then Soviet bloc. All this took place in the public domain. In China, the matter was not so clear-cut because as the regime stumbled from one empiric response to the next, being bureaucratic, it attempted to save face by covering up the differences between its stated goals and actual events. The original aim of the Mao regime had been to preserve capitalism, but as with Cuba, this goal gradually evaporated under the pressure of events. In China, there was no Bolshevik party to lead the revolution. Instead, a petty bourgeois Stalinist party was carried to power. The most obvious place to start any Marxist analysis was the Fourth World Congress of the Communist International, which had classified such a regime as a workers' and peasants' government, not a dictatorship of the proletariat. However, the norms set out in 1922 would have to be adapted to meet the very different circumstances applying after World War II. The new democracy claimed to be a coalition government of four classes: workers, peasants, the petty bourgeoisie, and the national bourgeoisie, and it was clear that the social basis of the regime was the petty bourgeoisie, in its majority the peasantry. While the national bourgeoisie did not have a decisive role in government, the constitution and the laws of the regime protected private ownership of production and sought to develop a non-socialist, new democratic economy. The first consideration must be that a revolutionary mass mobilization had destroyed the power of the bourgeoisie, and the establishment of a workers' and peasants' government was a clear and striking confirmation of the theory of the permanent revolution, that in colonial and semi-colonial countries there is a natural tendency to transcend the bourgeois democratic phase and progress more or less directly to a worker state, even if deformed. However, in China the new government did not accept such an analysis, stood in the way of such a development, and called instead for an ongoing alliance with the national bourgeoisie, giving it an economic weight its social position did not deserve. The PRC proclaimed protected status for private industry including imperialist interests, and equal benefits for labor and capital. Nonetheless, the new democracy began life with direct control over a far greater proportion of the economy than the Bolsheviks had, even in 1918. Its initial measures were to assist the construction of a national capitalism with key sectors of the economy such as banking, largely under the control of the same people who had served the KMT, despite the liberated areas having established their own central Qinan bank. Reality negated these moves. To solve the most pressing and immediate problems, the direction in which CCP cadres were moving was towards greater state control and a national plan. But this process took time. For example, it would take 3 years, end of 1952, before the CCP leadership reluctantly issued instructions to bring all important banks formally under the central control of the People's Bank of China. After World War II, many advanced countries, e.g., Britain, brought key basic industries such as coal mining, steel, and the railways under state control to provide the investment and coordination necessary to modernize them and keep British capitalism competitive in the world market. Nationalization by itself does not make a country a worker state. However, the problems facing China were on a qualitatively greater scale both in extent, a population 20 times that of the UK, and depth. The Chinese were starting with a country shattered by war, its most advanced industries destroyed and essential irrigation systems devastated. From overcoming hunger and starvation to establishing national unity, from controlling hyperinflation to recreating industry, the tasks were so overwhelming and so interrelated that they could be accomplished only through coordinated state planning and directed investment. These pressures pushed the CCP to take measures which were socialist in principle, in the direction of developing a state with one foot firmly in socialism. What was in question was the outcome of the conflict between the stated program of the CCP and the natural progression of events which everywhere were flowing past the limits set by Mao. In 1927, such a conflict had been resolved in favor of the bourgeoisie. What would be the outcome this time? From the Marxist point of view, it is not possible to have a party in which two or more classes have equal weight. In 1925 to 27, the KMT had been hailed as a multi-class party, but its true nature soon emerged. Nor is it possible to have a two-class state, though it is possible to have two-class governments. In China, the so-called People's Democratic Dictatorship was a military dictatorship with the peasantry as its main base. Peng Shuzi, veteran Chinese Trotskyist, argued that, in the last analysis, in view of its fundamental stand for the preservation of bourgeois property relations, it was a bourgeois regime. In reaching this conclusion, Peng had failed to follow his own advice to take actual property relations as more decisive than the statements of party leaders. 12.4 Proletarian Peasantry and Revolutionary Stalinism. This book has shown how the specific circumstances existing on an international and national scale enabled the Stalinist CCP to take power, both state and governmental power, at the head of a peasant army. Today we have access to material which allows us to plot the course of events and demonstrate that the pressures on the CCP hierarchy to create a nation-state, to feed the Chinese people and to maintain its authority and privileges, pushed it in the direction of a deformed worker state. Citing the events in their historical context allows us, today, to readily answer the apparent contradictions between certain long-held theoretical postulates and the actual course of events. Before about 1949, there had never been any serious dispute over the following. The peasantry as a class could not lead a social revolution through to a successful conclusion. This could be achieved only by the proletariat. The proletariat could do this only with the leadership of a revolutionary Marxist party. Stalinism does not represent revolutionary Marxism. In essence, it was and is counter-revolutionary. At the time, the clash between these postulates and actual events posed serious questions for socialists. Unfortunately, the bizarre answers provided by many, even within the World Trotskyist movement, were based on a priori schema, impressions, and wishful thinking which substituted for a Marxist analysis. However, all had the same aim, to prettify Maoism and present it as a genuinely revolutionary force, desperately cuddling up to the Maoists and trying to shortcut the hard work necessary to build the revolutionary Marxist party. The political vitality of the CCP and PLA was often overestimated and the degree of disintegration of the KMT underestimated. Failing to recognize that the CCP had filled a vacuum left by the collapse of the KMT2 often led to the conclusion that the CCP was truly revolutionary and that, possibly, the Chinese peasantry could have acquired a proletarian consciousness. The latter point was posed as a two-part question. How was it possible for petty bourgeoisie forces to undertake an armed struggle of over 20 years' duration? This argument, advanced by leading figures on the left, showed an ignorance of the history of the Chinese peasantry and their remarkable ability to form huge armies which overthrew governments and set up new regimes. The Taiping Rebellion lasted 14 years, 1850 to 1864, established control over some 30 million people in southern China and was overthrown only when imperialist armies intervened. The simultaneous Nian Rebellion lasted 17 years and conquered substantial areas in northern China. We have already quoted Marx on this and seen that he never suggested a socialist or working-class content in these rebellions or doubted that a petty bourgeois leadership could mount such impressive and lengthy struggles. The duration of the struggle and the taking of power by a peasant army posed no challenge for Marxists. This led to the second part of the question. If a deformed worker state existed in China after October 1953 and the regime was based on the peasantry, did that mean the class nature of the peasant armies which had fought a long civil war under Stalinist leadership had undergone a qualitative change? Had the character of the Chinese peasantry been misjudged? Perhaps Chinese peasants had achieved a proletarian or even socialist consciousness because the armed struggle they had fought was against not only the KMT but its imperialist backers. The position of the CCP was clear and simple. Peasants and intellectuals who joined the party changed their original class character and became Marxist-Leninist fighters of the proletariat. After the creation of a deformed worker state, many on the left toyed with the idea that there may be something in this claptrap. Lenin considered the existence of a democratic, centralist, Marxist party an essential requirement for a revolutionary victory. If that were true, some argued, could the CCP really have degenerated into a peasant party in the 1930s? Was the flow of workers from the towns into the Soviets sufficient to maintain the CCP's revolutionary and proletarian character? Others posed the alternative that the CCP could have changed back into a proletarian organization after taking power in 1949. After the defeat of the Second Chinese Revolution, from about 1930, the CCP gave up building an urban workers' movement and turned its face toward the countryside. It threw its whole strength into creating peasant Soviets, and as it absorbed ever greater numbers of peasants, its composition became almost exclusively peasant. The tiny stream of workers from the cities was not enough to maintain either the party's working-class composition or outlook. Living with peasants, working with peasants, fighting alongside peasants with the perspective of peasant guerrilla warfare for an extended period, party cadres, even those from the factories, assimilated a peasant, that is petty bourgeois, outlook. More importantly, the ideology and actions of the CCP were petty bourgeois, the logical extension and continuation of the political line contained in Mao's 1927 report on the peasant movement in Hunan. The key elements in the CCP program, the bloc of four classes and the new democracy, were petty bourgeois class collaborationist strategies. The three people's principles in the CCP program, of which Mao appeared very proud, were taken directly from the program of the KMT and were written by Sun Yat-sen. In this way, Mao Zedong confirmed the CCP as a petty bourgeois party not only because of its peasant composition but also because of its petty bourgeois program. An important factor in confirming the petty bourgeois nature of the CCP was that it did not attempt to mobilize the urban masses into revolutionary action during the PLA's rapid advance southwards, choosing instead to rely solely on peasant armies to conquer power. At the time it took power, the CCP claimed about 3.5 million members, of which not more than 5% were workers. It is true that from June 1950, after entering the cities and taking power, the party temporarily suspended its recruitment of peasants and made a big effort to recruit workers. But a political party cannot change its composition in 24 hours, especially when, as in the case of the CCP, it had an almost exclusively peasant base. By 1951, 6.3% of CCP members were workers. In 1952, 7.2%. In 1956, 14%, that is 1.5 million workers out of 11 million members. It can be pondered whether these membership figures are a serious indicator of the reproletarianization of the CCP. We are talking of 1 member in 7 who, as new recruits, would have had little or no weight at party meetings. Grant pointed out that even when the CCP prioritized the recruitment of workers, they did so in a Bonapartist manner. Workers were recruited and unionized not to give them control over their working lives and party policy, but the better to control them. Another line of argument was that Stalinism was the dominant ideology of the Russian worker state, so could the Stalinist nature of the CCP have given it a proletarian character? The argument that the CCP could not be Stalinist and petty bourgeois at the same time identify Stalinism with the worker state. But Trotskyists have always argued that Stalinism stood in contradiction to the worker state, that it was a cancerous counter-revolutionary growth. In the Russian Revolution, only the bourgeoisie and the big landholders were expropriated. The peasantry, sectors of the urban petty bourgeoisie, and even some of the technical intelligentsia remained property holders. The Soviet proletariat existed as a class quite distinct from these elements. As the Stalinist regime progressed, the Soviet bureaucracy became ever more petty bourgeois in its composition and almost entirely petty bourgeois in its spirit, a parasitic growth concerned primarily with its own privileges. The ideology and methods which this bureaucratic caste generated to preserve itself and its privileges were in essence counter-revolutionary and were fully absorbed by the CCP, so that by 1949 they were an integral part of its practices and ideology. Of course, capitalist restoration in Russia, of which Trotsky had warned in 1936, that as the Stalinist bureaucrats in the USSR increasingly adopted bourgeois norms of distribution for their own benefit, they were preparing a capitalist restoration, brought this discussion to an end and buried any idea that Stalinism was revolutionary. Yes, the bureaucracy had defended the nationalized property relations, but in its own peculiar way. Its privileged position came first. It was a considerable error not to see that the privileges of the bureaucracy must eventually conflict with nationalized property relations. To avoid mistaking the appearance for reality, it is necessary to analyze the development of the Third Chinese Revolution via historical materialism, which sees the process in China as part of the developments that brought the second generation of worker states into the world in its historical and international context. In addition to China, there was North Korea, North Vietnam, and Eastern Europe. Any consideration of the events in China must always bear in mind for major consequences of World War II. The weakening of world capitalism both as a whole and in its constituent parts, though this was short-lived. B. The victory of the Soviet Union. C. The resulting temporary strengthening of Stalinism. And D. An upsurge of revolutionary struggles on a colossal scale in both the imperialist centers and the colonial areas. 12.5 Summary. In China, October 1953 was a defining moment. The CCP introduced the first FYP for economic construction and industrialization and proclaimed the beginning of the transition to socialism. The CCP finally rejected the concept of the new democracy in favor of a policy of what was euphemistically termed state and private cooperation, the final seizure of bourgeois property, and the creation of the Chinese, deformed worker state. If we were to distill the revolutionary experience of China, it could be expressed in the following passage from the transitional program. Colonial and semi-colonial countries are backward countries by their very essence. But backward countries are part of a world dominated by imperialism. Their development, therefore, has a combined character. The most primitive economic forms are combined with the last word in capitalist technique and culture. In like manner are defined the political strivings of the proletariat of backward countries. The struggle for the most elementary achievements of national independence and bourgeois democracy is combined with the socialist struggle against world imperialism. Democratic slogans, transitional demands, and the problems of the socialist revolution are not divided into separate historical epochs in this struggle, but stem directly from one another. China under Mao, The Great Leap Forward. 13.1 Introduction. The question mark placed over the nature of the Chinese Communist Party after the success of the Chinese Revolution, was it a political obstacle to the independent mobilization of the working class or an alternative instrument for realizing socialism, was fully removed by subsequent events. This chapter presents an analysis of the Great Leap Forward, GLF, Mao's disastrous attempt at collectivization of the peasantry, which unambiguously confirmed the Stalinist core of the CCP. Two factors gave Mao's leadership very different characteristics from those of Stalin's. In Russia, Stalin was a usurper. He had been a gray shadow playing a minor role in the October Revolution. His faction had gained power by deceit and deception, and retained it only by murder on a mass scale. Mao's situation was very different. He was accepted within the CCP as a natural leader, though Moscow's backing had been important in accelerating his promotion. The second major difference was that the CCP came to power when the world revolution was on the rise, whereas the Stalin regime was a reflection of the defeats of the proletarian masses in the 1920s and 30s. With the revolution moving forward, Mao as undisputed leader could allow genuine discussion on practical issues in both the Politburo and Central Committee of the CCP. If Mao did lose a vote on a matter he considered important, then with the powers vested in him as chairman, he could call an enlarged meeting of the CC and pack it with his supporters. Such an arrangement had numerous very positive advantages for Mao, not least was his being kept aware of alternative lines of thought developing within the party. However, it was not until the regime ran into severe difficulties as a result of obvious misassessments on Mao's part that serious differences arose within the Politburo. 13.2 Let 100 Flowers Bloom. Communist parties throughout the world were strongly affected when, in 1956, Khrushchev exposed and denounced many of Stalin's crimes. The impact on the CCP was particularly severe, and at the 8th Congress, held in September 1956, a resolution from the Politburo, moved by Liu Shaoqi, ranked second in the political hierarchy, proposed revising the party constitution to remove the sentence. The CCP takes the theories of Marxism-Leninism and the combined principles derived from the practical experience of the Chinese Revolution, the ideas of Mao Zedong, as the guiding principles of all its work. In its place, the Congress stressed collective leadership. It is not known whether Liu took pleasure in this announcement, given that Mao, the previous October, had squashed the more prudent policy towards cooperativization advocated by Liu and most of the Politburo, using his authority as chairman to call an enlarged plenum of the CC and pack it with his supporters. See section 12.2.1. Whatever its declared intention, the resolution was a criticism of Mao, but the groundswell against the cult of the individual was sufficiently strong for Mao not to openly resist the revision of the party statutes. For this downgrading of Mao, Liu would be hounded to his death during the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. A succession of revolts in Eastern Europe, particularly East Germany in 1953 and Hungary in 1956, had an echo within the CCP and especially amongst the radical youth. Against the advice of Liu and others, Mao attempted to spike the development of a critical current by encouraging dissidents to speak out, and in February 1957 he announced to the Supreme State Conference, "Let 100 flowers bloom, let 100 schools of thought contend." The ferocity and extent of the flood of revelations and criticisms of the privileges of the bureaucracy and its arbitrary behavior was a severe jolt. By the end of the summer, the 100 Flowers movement had been brought to an end. Some 50,000 leftists were thrown out of the party, expelled from schools and colleges, sacked, arrested, sent to labor camps, and forced to recant. The masses assessed the 100 Flowers movement as a cruel trick, a trap to identify and eliminate dissidents. The bureaucracy interpreted the criticisms not as a call for it to change its ways, but as a reflection of the strength of the hold which capitalist ideas still had on intellectuals and students. The episode was viewed as a misassessment by Mao, weakened confidence in his judgment, gave greater confidence to the more cautious members of the Politburo, and made them more wary of his decisions. A Stalinist regime is inherently dictatorial and does not self-reform, at least not in a democratic direction. Faced with the possibility of a threat to party rule, Mao did an about-face, formally launching a counterattack in the summer of 1958 as an anti-rightist campaign with the declared aim of refuting the criticisms made of the party. Over the next period there was a vociferous anti-rightist, anti-intellectual drive which some see as marking Mao's abandonment of intellectuals, experts and professionals on the grounds of their having insufficient revolutionary consciousness. This fed into the program for economic development as politics in command. Loyalty to the party, not professional competence, determined the outcome of technical discussions. In the coming period, this idealistic, non-materialist approach would grow and be immensely damaging for the Chinese people. 13.3 The Great Leap Forward and the People's Communes 1958 to 1962. The PRC was a Bonapartist regime, a bureaucratic dictatorship based on the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Liberation Army that denied democratic rights to the worker-peasant masses. Stalin had demonstrated with his U-turn from pandering to the rich peasants to enforced collectivization that such regimes can change from opportunism to adventurism very quickly. This would be confirmed in China with Mao's compulsory collectivization of the peasantry. Special attention is given here to the agricultural communes because many on the political left, especially certain petty bourgeois circles and intellectuals, naively accepted the communes at face value and praised them extravagantly as a major step towards socialism, the emancipation of women, and industrialization of China. Livio Maitan, see section 10.5, was one such. Swept along on an impressionist tide, Maitan listed among the successes of the commune movement real possibilities for people at lower levels to make democratic choices. As the first FYP drew to a close, disagreements arose within the Politburo over the speed and direction of economic development. Capital investment in heavy industry was seen as key to developing a modern society, and the produce from agriculture as providing the necessary funds. But little was being invested to improve agricultural productivity, and it was clear that if things continued as they were, the rate of growth of heavy industry would have to slow considerably. One side argued that peasants would not produce more without material incentives, an approach which meant, at least temporarily, reducing the rate of investment in heavy industry. This was in line with the promises made by the regime that collectivization of agriculture would be delayed until there was a powerful industrial sector which would provide the tens of thousands of tractors, harvesters, and other necessary machines. However, Mao idealistically argued that the peasants could be persuaded to increase output to fund industrialization through exhortation, mass mobilizations, and communalization under the direction of the party. Forced collectivization in the USSR had been an anti-Marxist program carried out against the wishes of the peasantry. Stalinist officials plunged into collectivization to put an end to the threat to the regime posed by the rich peasants' stranglehold on food production. There was no preparation and little thought on how to minimize peasant opposition and smooth the transition. Administrative incompetence linked to an undemocratic and fundamentally hostile stance toward the peasants magnified the consequences of the severe drought of the spring and summer of 1931 and resulted in the 1932-33 famine and the death from starvation of 3% of the population. The GLF of 1958 was just such a Stalinist adventure, an attempt to fund an overambitious industrial program. It aimed to overcome the limitations imposed by backwardness through the forced mobilization of tens of millions of peasants. It was believed that this would be sufficient to overcome the technical, engineering, economic, social, and political problems faced by Chinese society. This anti-Marxist voluntarism was the basis of the communes. The GLF called for increased extraction of resources from the peasants and, as in Stalin's case, the amount extracted by the state was based on a refusal by the center to accept that a serious shortfall in production had occurred, and also on fear at the periphery of reporting the disastrous conditions that actually existed. The extraordinary mismanagement of the GLF and the famine that resulted was an outcome for which Mao Zedong and his associates were responsible. When the dust had settled, it turned out that much the same proportion of the population had died of hunger in China 1960-62 as in the USSR between 1931-33. Then, just as in 1933 Stalin had retreated and reintroduced private plots for the peasants at the expense of the collective farms, so the Chinese leaders retreated from the policies of the GLF and reintroduced private plots. In both cases, private farming and hostility to the regime would make a significant contribution to capitalist restoration. Mao launched a course of action whereby a campaigning spirit was supposed to be enough to conquer objective reality. Mao's approach to the communes was, as the CCP itself would later put it, a subjectivist misinterpretation of the historical dialectic, not founded on an accurate perception of material reality or on sufficient synthesis of revolutionary experience. At the time, Mao, imbued with the petty bourgeois theory of socialism in one country, expressed his perception of material reality as, why can't 600 million paupers create a prosperous and strong socialist country by their own efforts? Provided they take their destiny into their own hands and energetically tackle problems instead of evading them, they can overcome any difficulty on earth. Intellectuals were expected to perform in a similar manner. The eminent writer Pa Chin was pledged to write one long novel, 3 medium-length novels, and complete a number of translations per year, and all in a manner to arouse enthusiasm for party policies. Let us remind ourselves of Marxist method and theory as expressed by Engels and Lenin in regard to the peasantry. It is an axiom of Marxist political economy that large-scale production is superior to small-scale production. Marxists have always maintained that individual peasant farming must give way to agricultural collectives. Only as individual, scattered, small-scale peasant economy is superseded by cooperative ownership can the peasant become part of an integrated, highly productive socialist economy. The superiority of large-scale farming was undoubtedly the most powerful objective argument in favor of the communes, and this had been stated by Li Fuqian, chairman of the State Planning Commission in July 1955. Socialism cannot be built on a small peasant economy. It must have large-scale collective farming. But this economic principle must be considered in a political context. The participation of the peasants in large-scale units or collectives must be voluntary. If the political principle is ignored, then collectivization can do more damage, much more damage than good to the work of socialist construction. Engels combined these economic and political principles when he wrote, "When we are in possession of state power, we shall not even think of forcibly expropriating the small peasants, regardless of whether with or without compensation, as we shall have to do in the case of the big landowners. Our task relative to the small peasant consists, in the first place, in effecting a transition of his private enterprise and private possession to cooperative ones, not forcibly but by dint of example and the offer of social assistance for this purpose. And then, of course, we shall have ample means of showing to the small peasant prospective advantages that must be obvious to him." Lenin took Engels' strategy and applied it to the reality of the Russian Revolution. He was clear that only after reorganizing the whole of industry on large-scale collective lines and on a modern technological basis would the towns be able to provide sufficient technical and social assistance to the backward and scattered rural populations to enable them to raise the productivity of agricultural and of farm labor so that in their own interests they would adopt large-scale collective mechanized agriculture. Lenin repeatedly stated very clearly that it was absolutely forbidden to use compulsive measures against the peasants. They had to be convinced by practical example. He did not limit this policy to predominantly rural countries but also considered them applicable to the advanced capitalist countries. Trotsky summarized Engels and Lenin's principles for collectivization in the transitional program of the Fourth International. The program for the nationalization of the land, the collectivization of agriculture, should be so drawn that from its very basis it should exclude the possibility of expropriation of small farmers and their compulsory collectivization. The farmer will remain owner of his plot of land as long as he himself believes it possible or necessary. The relationship between the Chinese communists and the peasants was supposed to be one of mutual support and cooperation. After all, the Chinese Revolution was based on the peasantry. During the Civil War and before, the communists had secured the mass support of the peasants and had established extensive rural organizations. The party leaders were committed to improving peasant well-being, and until at least 1957 the CCP's economic policies were relatively restrained when procuring agricultural resources to feed industry. However, resources for investment in industry could only come from agriculture, but small-scale agriculture provided very little surplus. The Politburo agreed a plan to merge higher-stage cooperatives into much larger units, and in April 1958 the name People's Commune was adopted for these giant complexes. Such a proposal had many benefits in the eyes of the Politburo. In a period of transition, greater party control was required, and with a large number of small cooperatives this was difficult. By combining them into larger, more centralized units, the local cadres were better able to exert their authority. Large communes made it easier to collect taxes, to control the price paid for agricultural products, and to force the peasants to pay the high prices demanded for industrial products. The cadres would be better placed to stop the hoarding of grain, impose stricter rationing, and expropriate more produce for the state. The communes were seen as a convenient instrument for maximizing the surplus labor extracted from the peasants. By optimizing the division of labor by, for example, establishing communal dining halls and nurseries to free women from the drudgery of home life to work in the fields, it was claimed that the number of working hands would be increased by 1/3. Supposedly this would free large numbers of peasants to be shifted from area to area and from job to job, according to needs and requirements. However, there was growing tension within the Politburo between Mao and those who argued for more gradual progress. Mao's public statements became increasingly adventurous, following Stalin who, at the 17th Congress of the Russian Party, had declared the part played by objective conditions had been reduced to a minimum while the role of the party had become decisive, that failures rested not on objective conditions, but on ourselves and on ourselves alone. In China, the greater part of farming was done by extremely primitive means, most of it relying on human labor alone. But the communes were to be on a grand scale, averaging about 4,000 hectares, 10,000 acres, with 5,000 households. There was an obvious contradiction between such extraordinarily large farms and the low technique used to work them. Contrary to popular belief, the Chinese peasants had a high level of productivity fine-tuned over centuries to match the given conditions, including the planting of specialized crops suited to local ground and climate. Productivity could be improved only by the general application of modern techniques, tractors, chemical fertilizers, electrification, etc. Without these resources, there would be no increase in productivity. However, production could be increased by lengthened working hours and increasing the number of peasants laboring in the fields. But such measures would not overcome the backwardness of the agrarian techniques. They would simply make more peasants work longer and harder. Such an approach could only increase peasant opposition to the communes and ran the risk of reducing their productivity. The CCP's policy toward the communes thus had a much greater compulsory element than its policy toward the cooperatives. CCP propaganda had it that the Chinese communes were formed with the enthusiastic support of the peasant masses. The mass exodus of peasants into the towns gave the lie to that. The first of the people's communes was set up in Weixing, southern Hunan, in April 1958. This project, which combined 27 cooperatives with 43,000 people, was announced as an experiment. However, had it really been an experiment, its performance would have been monitored and assessed before launching communes nationwide. That such an assessment was not made demonstrates beyond any doubt the adventurous and bureaucratic character of the program. At the beginning of August 1958, Mao visited the commune and, without consulting the Politburo, launched a national campaign mobilizing the CCP rank and file to establish people's communes everywhere. The communes were described as self-supporting units for the all-round development of agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, handicrafts, and fishery, as well as for the all-round combination of economic, political, cultural, and military affairs where industry, agriculture, trade, education, and military affairs merge into one. Even in the largest communes, such a perspective was nonsense. In the era of the international division of labor, commune production would only be weakened if the workforce were dissipated into unnecessary and uneconomic activities that were a drain on the main business of agricultural production. The communes were formed on the basis of geographic proximity by amalgamating adjoining cooperatives, and so tended to be traditional marketing areas surrounding the village or market town containing the local administrative center. The communes subsumed the functions of local government, with the result that the local CCP cadres naturally stepped into the leading roles within the communes. Within about 2 months, 500 million peasants were organized into communes. How, in such a short time, could the peasants be fully appraised as to what was being proposed, let alone give their informed consent? Everything was decided by decree, and the commune movement as a whole was compulsory in character with party cadres, who had full control over local economic, social, and political matters, acting more to intimidate the peasants than convince them. The agricultural work cycle being years, prompts the question of how in 2 months could a commune demonstrate its superiority over the cooperatives it replaced, either as a means of increasing production or of improving living standards. Red Flag, the monthly theoretical journal of the CCP, painted a rosy picture of the benefits to be gained from the commune system. The August 1958 issue stated, "The people's communes are the best form for the transition from collective ownership to ownership by the people as a whole. It contains the first shoots of communism, such as the communal kitchens, nurseries, and sewing facilities to emancipate women from the household. Unfortunately, these first shoots of communism were rooted in the very essence of capitalism, the piecework wage system. Members were promised food, clothing, housing, childbirth care, education, medical treatment, weddings, funerals, and even, in some places, haircuts, though nowhere was the quality mentioned. Such a picture may have convinced the young Communist League members posted to areas where the communes were to be formed, but to believe that the vast majority of peasants were convinced to hand over their land, tools, animals, and even personal property such as pots and pans in just 8 weeks is ridiculous. The weather in 1958 had been good, and the harvest of near-record proportions. For their own reasons, Mao and the CCP leaders ascribed the marvelous harvest as due to the communes as a superior form of socio-economic organization. In fact, the great increase in farm production in 1958 was not an achievement of the communes. The communes only began to spread in the early autumn of 1958. Wheat had been harvested in the middle of June, the early rice crop between July and August, while cotton, raised in the summer, was ripe for harvest by the time the communes were established. Thus the communes, at best, harvested crops planted and tended by the cooperatives. 3.3.1 Backyard steel production. The continuing U.S. trade embargo, it did not end until 1971, meant that iron and steel for construction and other purposes was in very short supply. It was difficult, if not impossible, to obtain iron and steel for anything but the most important projects. Mao, refusing to slow down the development of heavy industry, called on the communes to set up various kinds of industry, including the production of iron and steel for local use using microscale blast furnaces. With responsibility for the construction and operation of blast furnaces, CCP cadres were given tasks for which they had neither experience nor knowledge. Up until 1957, the strategy of the Ministry for the Metallurgical Industries had been for a network of 14 modern small and medium-sized metallurgical plants that would be quick to build, take advantage of local occurrences of raw materials, and reduce the pressure on China's weak transport system. This strategy was assessed by Western experts as having serious environmental drawbacks, smoke emissions, but would have attained the declared production targets. During 1957, the anti-rightist campaign, an integral part of which was criticism of intellectuals and experts, became strident. With politics in command, engineers and economists who warned of likely problems resulting from party policies were demoted or fired. Expert advice was rejected, and the building and operating of microscale open-hearth blast furnaces became an additional burden on the communes, imposing on the peasants much backbreaking labor over and above that spent in the fields. Some regions of China, such as Sichuan and Hunan, had long experience in blast furnace operation which had traditionally supplied local needs, but these were few and far between. In September 1958, Mao Zedong visited a small traditional-style steelworks in Anhui and was greatly impressed, calling for a mass campaign for steel production. Everyone should produce iron and steel. By the end of 1958, as many as 600,000 micro-steelworks are said to have been built, involving up to 90 million people. Most of these were blast furnaces of traditional design, hurriedly built and operated by inexperienced local craftspeople such as the village blacksmiths. Nothing was spared in the drive for building materials. Even the stone marking the spot where Mao's parents were buried was taken. However, traditional blast furnaces are not simple. Efficient operation required experience which could be gained only through a long apprenticeship. The planning of communes had been hurried and considerations of economic geography had been largely omitted. Thus, for example, a commune in Fujian province was expected to construct an iron smelting plant with an annual capacity of 2,000 tons, but the area had neither iron ore nor limestone. This particular commune had only 1,700 hectares, about 4,000 acres, of farmland, and intensive farming of rice and vegetables was needed to feed the population of over 40,000. But the commune was instructed to set aside nearly 70 hectares of arable land for cotton to meet the clothing needs of the commune members despite never having grown cotton because the natural conditions were unfavorable. In such circumstances, pots and pans were seized as a valuable source of raw material for the commune furnaces. Cadres argued that families would no longer need cooking utensils since they were to eat in mess halls. Richard Crossman, Labor Minister for Health and Social Services 1968-70, toured China at this time and witnessed the absurdities. In a corner, I spotted 5 old ladies sitting in a circle and asked what they were doing. That, I was told, is the ball-bearing section. Sure enough, a thin iron rod had been cut into slices a centimeter thick, and each old lady was rounding a slice with a pestle and mortar, while a couple of boys were polishing the finished article. This was happening across China. The drive to diversify but simultaneously increase production meant the quality of products was generally quite appalling. For example, it is reported that to meet targets, coal miners were loading their trucks with rubble. By the end of the year, it was claimed that over 11 million tons of steel had been produced. Mao, safeguarded from reality by the bureaucracy he had done so much to create, was delighted. In truth, the small blast furnaces which he had urged the peasants to build were a massive failure. Almost all of the steel produced was of such poor quality as to be useless. The Chinese propaganda magazines of the time were wildly enthusiastic about the mass campaign, but the photographs which accompanied the glowing reports told a very different story. In the West, only the technically illiterate were convinced. As the utter failure of the commune blast furnaces became apparent and the consequential serious imbalances were being felt across the economy, the steel target for 1959 was progressively reduced from 30 million tons to 20 million to 13 million and eventually to 12 million. An editorial in the Peking Daily, January 20, 1959, instructed that where it is too costly to carry out steel and iron production, communes should quickly discontinue operations and divert their labor power to other fields of work. The waste of human and material resources had been colossal and just at a time when they were most needed elsewhere. Many millions of peasants had been dispatched to work on steel production at the expense of the harvest. Fortunately, the weather was good and the harvest was excellent, but the harvesting had to be undertaken mainly by old people and children with consequent delays and shortcomings. Because cadres ceased produce to meet the state procurement quotas as a priority, food shortages and queues appeared in the cities despite the spectacular harvest. The bureaucracy was convinced that the grain harvest for 1958 had been exceptionally good due to communalization, so the improvement could be expected to be maintained. One consequence was that the land allocated to grain crops was substantially reduced for the 1959 harvest, and other crops such as cotton increased. This was done despite the need to feed the big increase in the non-rural workforce resulting from the huge expansion of coal mining, electricity generating, chemical and metallurgical plants. 13.4 Lushan Conference and the 1959 campaign against rightist opportunism. In July 1959, the CC met for the now famous Lushan Conference. There was a sharp debate following criticisms of the GLF made by Peng Dehuai, who reflected the criticisms of the people's communes made by the peasants, describing them as the result of the subjective wishes of a few people and did not reflect the desires of the peasant masses, in effect challenging the very basis of the GLF. Mao categorized this as a program of right opportunism. Peng Dehuai was immediately replaced as defense minister by Lin Piao, a Mao protege, and those who had supported him were dismissed from their posts and disappeared from public life. After Lushan, in the autumn and winter of 1959, the party leadership launched an extremely harsh anti-rightist campaign led by Liu Shaoqi, Deng Xiaoping, Teng Xiaoping, general secretary of the party, and Peng Zhen, mayor of Beijing. This campaign, which Mao relentlessly promoted into the spring of 1960, was unleashed to defend the communes and silence their critics. A carrot-and-stick approach was used. Those who expressed doubts about the GLF were weeded out of the party, and cadres who favored a more cautious approach were publicly condemned. But minor concessions were made. Communes were instructed to assure adequate food rations to everyone, and members were to receive cash wages for the work they had performed. These concessions were calculated as being sufficient to mollify the peasants so that the expansion of the communes could continue. The underlying assumption was that the communes would accelerate the increase in agricultural production. The supremacy of the commune system appeared unassailable. However, in 1959 China was hit by a series of natural calamities, but given the campaign against rightist opportunism, local cadres dared not report reality, and almost without exception they reported that agricultural targets were exceeded. In fact, the harvest would be little short of a disaster, with much effort still being wasted on the useless blast furnaces. During 1959, a drought gripped northwest China, while torrential rains caused severe flooding in the south. Famine threatened Anhui, Gansu, and Sichuan provinces, and by early 1960, there was no hiding the fact that the poor harvest was reaching the proportions of a national disaster. The weather in 1960 was even worse. First, a terrible drought gripped the entire country. This was followed by extensive floods and typhoons. The grain harvest shrank to less than 150 million tons. The resulting famine was possibly the worst in China's long history. Just as Moscow had refused to accept the extent of the 1931-33 catastrophe and pressed forward with its procurement plans, so too did Beijing. terrible distortions can be produced when everything depends on a bureaucratic central command, and this famine, in which as many as 20 million people died, was an extreme form. The harvest of 1960 was a disaster, but the consequences were greatly exacerbated by attempting to maintain industrial growth through levels of state procurement that were based on grossly exaggerated reports. The government showed beyond any doubt that it was not only the weather which was responsible for the increasing difficulties in agriculture. Organizational and technical problems were also to blame and may have played a more significant role. In the communes, hungry and starving peasants were making their own criticisms, directing them not just at unspecified higher levels but at Mao Zedong himself. The leadership of the CCP could no longer cover up the scope of the disaster. Reality had caught up. The communes, instead of overcoming grain shortages, compelled China to import massive quantities of grain from Canada and Australia between 1960 and 1963. In July 1960, Zhou Enlai attempted to place the blame for the problems encountered onto local cadres, who it now appeared had acted without authorization and exceeded their authority. In self-defense, Mao Zedong promoted the anti-rightist campaign. At present, the main danger comes from right deviationist thinking, which has been growing among some cadres, and party committees at all levels must resolutely criticize and overcome such thinking. Mao took the anti-rightist campaign into the communes on the grounds that most of the problems would be resolved if party members provided a more direct and firmer leadership. Party cadres were instructed to go deep among the masses, i.e. to spend less time in their offices and reintegrate with the work teams of the communes to provide more direct supervision, suppress dissent, and increase agricultural production. This was an attempt by Beijing to reaffirm its control over a party apparatus badly damaged and disoriented by the extent of the failure of the GLF. However, after the disastrous harvest, it was necessary to restore food supplies as soon as possible. The basis for this was a return to greater material incentives for the peasants. In November 1960, the Politburo, through Zhou Enlai, drafted emergency measures for restructuring agricultural policy. The 12 articles on people's communes. Appearances would be maintained, but in all important respects there was a return to the higher stage APCs. The authority of the Central Commune Administration was severely curtailed. Production units were given the right to plant and work according to the soil conditions of their land, and draft animals and farm implements were now owned, kept and used by production brigades as and how they saw fit. As had happened in the USSR, there was restoration of personal ownership of land and livestock and the revival of free markets. A contract system was introduced whereby individual households were given land on the promise they delivered a set quota of the harvest to the state and paid certain charges to the commune, limited to about 10%. It was the death knell of the commune system. Peasants were free to sell the produce from their private plots, pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks, and other livestock, and resuscitate family handicrafts, household weaving, beekeeping, fishing, hunting, and foraging. The detested communal kitchens and nurseries were mostly abolished. The very basis of the GLF had imploded, and the daily life of the peasants returned to previous patterns of agricultural activity. By midsummer 1961, about 5% of land was being farmed privately. 1 year later, between 20% and 30% had been returned to the peasants, sufficient to overcome the food crisis. In March 1962, with private markets and private cultivation close to full restoration, Zhou Enlai announced that the party expected private handicrafts to continue for a long time. Obscure phrases were found to suggest that these changes were foreseen and planned. By the end of 1962, the private harvests in some provinces were greater than those of the communes. By the beginning of 1963, agricultural production was restored almost to the level before the launch of the communes, and by 1964, in at least Quaichao and Sichuan, there was more private than communal land. Mao's standing was so badly damaged by the catastrophic failure of his voluntarist approach that he was forced to stay silent until early July 1962, when he called a meeting of loyalists intending to put a stop to the contract system which he saw as restoring private ownership of the land, and halt once and for all the activities of Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping. In a series of meetings between mid-July and the end of August 1962, Mao raged against the Ludeng current and labeled the contract system bourgeois, giving rise to corruption, speculation, thievery, and the return of usury. Louis and Deng were, in effect, being accused of counter-revolutionary activities. Mao was gathering his forces and preparing to purge them. 13.5 Working, living, and dying on the communes. The purpose of the communes was to increase production to accumulate as rapidly as possible the capital needed for China's industrialization and, of course, to meet the cost of the huge bureaucratic apparatus. Living conditions for the majority of peasants deteriorated. Working hours and intensity of labor were increased. Wages were continually in arrears. Women released from family duties were put to work with the same intensity as men, a 12 to 14-hour day in the fields, while retaining responsibility for housework and child care. Food supplied in the communal kitchens was neither sufficient nor of good quality. Under such conditions, the health of the peasants deteriorated, and they were frequently ill while medicines were in extremely short supply. While as many as 75% of women participated in agricultural production, there were approved child care places for only 5% of children. Generally, commune managers simply transmitted instructions from above. People who had one kind of skill were often sent to jobs requiring an entirely different kind of skill. Peasants who spent a lifetime in farming were assigned to smelt iron. Those who were familiar with the lay of the land and soil conditions in one area were sent to work in other areas where they were strangers both to the area and to the agricultural conditions. Peasant teams could be freely transferred to other duties, even to other communes, a practice which allowed for huge irrigation and construction projects but could detract from the harvests. Too often when a production brigade was sent to a different place to work, sometimes for up to 6 months, their payment and/or compensation for the time expended would be lost in some bureaucratic muddle. For many young women, however, these absences from the claustrophobic discipline of the home were welcomed, and living side by side with young men, much preferred. Peasants were further demotivated because too many orders were given which flew in the face of reality, such as the setting of wholly unrealistic production targets compelling peasants to do exhausting labor after which the grain would be seized and taken from them. Finally, there were the special privileges given to cadres who, for example, received extra food during the periods of severe shortage. The intensification and exploitation of the peasants to the utmost inevitably aroused resentment and resistance and contributed significantly to the magnitude of agricultural failures of 1959 and 1960. Constant supervision and tight control became absolute necessities, which was why the communes were from the start organized with a militia-style discipline euphemistically called living the collective way, or more exactly, working as if fighting a battle. 3.5.1 Famine in the communes. Famine was a hallmark of the GLF. Rural death rates leapt from 11 to more than 28 per 1,000 people/year in 1960. Population growth rate in Hunan, for example, went into reverse and dropped from plus 22.8% in 1958 to 4.3% in 1961. Only in 1980 did the CCP admit that at least 20 million people had starved to death during the Great Famine. The famine was due to the combination of severe natural disaster and, possibly more importantly, the bureaucratic system itself. The bureaucracy had reduced the area of land sown with grain and insisted that a vast amount of unnecessary work be carried out on the blast furnaces. But a third and important factor was the anti-rightist campaign, which scared lower-level bureaucrats into exaggerating the harvest to please their superiors. In late August and September, Mao himself uncritically accepted boastful provincial reports that state grain purchases had been fully met and accomplished in record time. Mao ordered the publication and distribution of these falsehoods with his accompanying observations containing a blistering attack on rightists, further increasing the pressure on lower-rank cadres. Grain procurement by the state based on these false figures played a major causal role in the famine. The wind of exaggeration was a hallmark of the GLF and was due to the intense pressures exerted by the higher echelons on rural cadres. The anti-rightist campaign vehemently criticized rightist, conservative, and capitalist thinking and pressurized cadres into competitive target setting. Commune leaders vied with one another to promise incredible yields. The targets could escalate into the ridiculous thousands and 10,000s of caddies per mu. 1,000 caddies/mu equals 2,500 kilograms per hectare. Bernstein quotes the following exchange from a post-Mao short story: "The Black Flag," which claimed to report actual events when a Commune Party secretary refused to go along with promises by neighboring communes to attain impossible yields of between 30,000 and 60,000 kilograms per hectare. "Secretary me? The county party secretary? bellowed over the loudspeaker, "Well, Ding Jingzhong, the commune secretary, have you lost your tongue? You haven't said anything." Everybody turned to Ding who, flushed and tense, was fidgeting, tearing up bits of paper. Ding spoke calmly into the microphone. "Our commune has discussed our plan. We'll try to produce 800 caddies per mu, 2,000 kilograms per hectare, this year. To achieve this would require a lot of hard work from everyone." But it seemed as if no one understood this. The loudspeaker went dead. After a long while, Secretary Mi said at last, "Attention! Have you all heard him?" Angry voices screeched out from the loudspeaker. "Yes, we did." Secretary Mi again. "What shall we do? Are they leaping forward or going backward? Are they sabotaging us on purpose?" There was more clamor. "They are sabotaging us. We'll have it out with them. We'll give them hell." When one of Ding's supporters backs him up, Sun, the commune secretary's assistant, exclaims, "That man isn't one of the masses. He is a big rightist, an extreme rightist." In the end, just as debased coins drive out the good, the stalwart hero was purged. Despite initial evidence of famine in parts of the country, the government persisted through 1960 in trying to maintain industrial growth. But agricultural output in 1960 was considerably less than that for 1959, and industry's efforts collapsed due to the shortage of raw materials and lack of foodstuffs. In the middle of the year, the sudden withdrawal of Soviet assistance greatly exacerbated the problems. The government was forced to curb the expansion of heavy industry and increase its assistance to light industry, handicrafts, family commercial activities, and agriculture. Mao called for the bureaucracy to moderate its pressures on the peasants, but despite the scale of the disasters resulting from the GLF, he never accepted the underlying problems as systemic and never renounced the voluntarist anti-Marxist ideas that underlay the GLF. 3.5.2 Women in the communes. Prior to the GLF, the CCP had allowed traditional patriarchal relations to continue in the villages and even developed institutions that reinforced them. The land reforms undertaken by the PRC had given the poor and middle peasants redistributed land and reduced rents and taxes so that with the continuation of a patriarchal family structure they became, de facto, the patriarchs of their own family small holdings. When these farms were combined into mutual aid teams, lower and higher stage APCs, in the mid-1950s, the process was on the basis of existing structures and pre-existing male kinship groups. Women married out of their natal villages and so tended to be isolated individuals, which enabled the traditional family and patriarchal structures to persist. Women's participation in agricultural labor may have expanded considerably, but they were brought into the production process under conditions that increased their value as chattels but did not give them greater control over their own lives or even over the fruits of their labor. We find in the propaganda supporting the communes statements to the effect that the communes have plowed up and pulverized the crust of outworn social and family relations, and the communes have accelerated the liberation of women from domestic slavery and opened up new avenues of cultural development. These claims refer to the liberation of women from the bonds of the feudal or patriarchal family. The question is, did the communes actually achieve either kind of liberation for women? We must not forget the hugely positive and progressive moves introduced by the CCP which benefited Chinese women. From 1927 in the Soviets and liberated areas, and after 1949 in the entire country, women were recognized as having equal status in law with men, the right of inheritance, equal rights in education, freedom to participate in social and political spheres, equal pay for equal work, and freedom in marriage and divorce, except for the wives of soldiers. There is no doubt that the PRC made an important contribution towards the liberation of Chinese women, even though this legal equality was far from being realized in the rural areas. Did the communes add anything of significance? A great many women participated in political activities both through the CCP and in women's organizations such as the All China Women's Federation, ACWF, and in all kinds of social movements such as land reform and agricultural cooperatives. All this was accomplished a few years before the establishment of the communes and was not the result of them. For women, the first year of the GLF was full of promise. In the spring, there was a literacy drive amongst both women and men, and, it is claimed, practically all women between the ages of 16 to 25 had learned to read and write. Importantly, they were also talking to people outside their immediate family and outside the home. It was claimed that immense opportunities had opened for women in steelmaking, true, and driving tractors, highly unlikely, but at the cost of a dramatically increased daily workload for most women. The ACWF and party leadership did instruct rural cadres to provide special care to women who were pregnant by, for example, allocating them lighter work. Communes were also warned to restrict the kinds of work performed and the number of days worked by pregnant, postnatal, and menstruating women, but these tended to be more honored in the breach than the observance. In some particularly active communes, lower-rank women cadres organized sewing and washing circles, and organized women to staff homes for the elderly and the newly established reproductive health centers. At the launch of the communes, it was announced that a major goal was to free women for productive labor, and so housework would, supposedly, be socialized through mess halls, nurseries, and communal laundries. In 1959, People's Daily claimed that nearly 100% of rural women were engaged in agriculture or other productive labor in the communes. Women members, women deputy chiefs, women technicians, and women bookkeepers were to be increased and promoted every year in the management committees and control committees of the cooperatives. An important innovation was that the commune paid wages directly to people who had earned them, regardless of age or sex. This broke with the tradition of giving the money to the head of the family, or a woman's husband, and struck a blow at the patriarchal system even if the woman immediately handed her wages to the head of the household. The number of women gainfully employed increased, but when the women joined the labor force they found that they were allocated labor-intensive, less skilled jobs, and that pay rates were higher for the jobs done by men on the basis of, from each according to his ability to each according to his work. It is now claimed that party cadres deliberately set pay rates for women's work, no matter what its character, how demanding intellectually or physically, at lower levels than men's work. Cadre abuse of villagers was well known in the Maoist era, and collectivization of land, labor, and tools in the mid-1950s had substantially increased the power of the local cadres. The anti-rightist campaign following the 1957 Flowers movement enabled some overzealous cadres to act as local tyrants during the initial phase of the GLF. To maximize participation of women in the workforce, dining halls and nurseries were built, and villagers were pressurized into giving up cooking at home and placing their children in the nursery. But the cafeterias and childcare were often inadequate, with the result that women had to work long hours in the fields and then again at home just to keep up with their allotted tasks. The CCP forcibly replaced family life with collective life under unfavorable material and cultural conditions in a way that brought misery to many peasant women. The commune movement became a compulsory forced march, and this was reflected in the commune kitchens. Cadres compelled everybody to eat in the canteens, and, in extreme cases, the peasants were forced to dismantle the stoves in their homes so there was no hot water or warmth for the children, the aged, and the sick. No rations were issued to individuals, but the canteens were of poor quality and the food was inadequate. In many cases, there were no covered canteens, and the peasants ate in the open or took meals home on rainy and cold days. But quite shamelessly, the cadres ate in their own small, separate mess halls. The situation in the nurseries was, if anything, worse. Little thought had been given to the cost of establishing and running the nurseries. Soon after the Sandinistas took power in Nicaragua, they attempted to introduce nurseries but found the cost of construction, equipment, and maintenance very high, which had seriously limited the number of nurseries they could provide. In China, it meant many children were crowded into makeshift small rooms with no nursery equipment under the charge of old people, invariably illiterate or women whose feet had been bound. How could such children be well cared for? Mothers laboring in fields some distance from their homes were unable to breastfeed their babies and came home to a distraught, dirty, and famished child. We can only imagine the mental anguish of these women. The common saying was, "Mothers may be in the field, but their minds are back home." What was the situation of the women liberated from domestic slavery to participate in social production? In many communes, equality with men meant 12 and 14-hour shifts on farms, dams, highways, mines, and factories. Many pregnant women suffered from sleep deprivation, miscarriages, and illnesses, certainly in late 1957 and 1958. Children also were injured and even died during the busiest periods of the year because adequate supervision was unavailable. The main aim of the communes was not the thoroughgoing liberation of women but the mobilization of maximum labor power for agriculture, and it was this that pushed women in the rural areas out of their homes to supply needed labor. From domestic slavery, women were thrown into social slavery, often driven by women cadres. By 1960, it was clear that the commune was not going to be the road to equality for women. During the GLF, the anti-rightist campaign had meant expertise had been downgraded, often in favor of brute strength, and the latter was rewarded by higher pay grades. The social labor most often performed by women, such as in the commune kitchens, was further degraded by being used as a punishment for bad elements who had broken some rule or other. Party theoreticians explained this by saying gender equality was postponed until women could perform the same labor as men, i.e., when physical labor was replaced by machinery. The struggle for gender equality was seen as enabling women to do men's work, rather than questioning the supposed superiority of men's work and gender stereotyping. The commune was presented as a massive attack on the feudal family, as offering women new roles of greater status and income, but still lower than those of men, with socialization of certain aspects of housework. However, by 1960, the Chinese press was filled with articles aimed not at promoting socialized housework but at allaying fears that family life was being destroyed. A torrent of theoretical works on the necessity of the family, even in a communist society, was produced to allay popular, male apprehension and resentment of women's progress. The retreat from the GLF and increasing unemployment levels meant a new and extremely conservative line concerning women. Once again, women were exhorted to return to keep home for their menfolk and children. The model woman was no longer a Stakhanovite worker but the housewife who patched clothes to make them last a decade, and party journals contained articles such as How to Choose a Husband. The result was a massive resurgence in arranged marriages, bride prices, and wedding feasts. With the failure of the Hundred Flowers movement and the growth of anti-intellectualism, the focus of women's policy shifted from achieving equality and liberation from patriarchal oppression to an acceptance that women's emancipation would be achieved only through loyalty to the regime's scheme for building a socialist China. Accordingly, it was claimed that the groundwork for liberation already existed in law, and so women were told to turn their energies to work to build a socialist China. The Chinese leadership now encouraged women to balance housework and productive labor, with the emphasis on the former. The communes did give rise to great hopes for the liberation of women, and initially there were important progressive moves such as the literacy campaign, such as the shift to more individual rights within the communes, e.g. wage payments to individuals. And these did raise the status of women in rural China. But the bureaucratic and adventurous nature of the project meant it was bound to fail and in the end took women backwards. The subsequent shift to the contract system returned power to the household and enhanced the authority of fathers and husbands over daughters and wives. The canteens and nurseries may have been hated, but their disappearance was a symbol of the increase in women's domestic duties. The contract system has remained in place up to today, though there have been a number of modifications and adjustments, most of which have further reduced the authority of women as landowners. For example, the Chinese government since 2009 has been reinterpreting the marriage and divorce laws so that a woman who cannot produce a land deed in her own name loses everything on divorce. The problem for the woman is that the deed was likely handed to her husband and remained in the possession of his family, to disappear when she needed it most. Because China has no central land registry, the deeds to a property are crucially important. In many cases, the women found themselves robbed of the land that should have been theirs. Subsequently, this practice crept into the cities, and due to family and social pressures it is now customary, even when the woman makes the major contribution, for a dwelling to be registered in the man's name alone. The 1950 marriage law gave the woman equal rights, but in 2011 the Supreme Court ruled that the property belonged to the person named on the deeds. Even in those 25% of urban cases where the couple share the cost and both names appear on the deeds, the man's name comes first, he being considered the primary loan recipient with the greater stake in the property. 3.5.3 Democracy in the communes. The CCP's view of party democracy was derived from Russia of the 1930s, so that outside of the Politburo and CC, Mao was projected as the undisputed leader. In 1962, possibly reflecting the situation within the Politburo, Mao defined democratic centralism as the party carrying out his instructions whether correct or incorrect except in the exceptional circumstances where everyone disagrees with me. Outside the leadership, the best that party members could hope for was that when an issue arose, the leaders consulted the cadres and listened to their views before reaching a decision. The same applied to the relationship between party members and non-members. The latter were to be encouraged to attend commune meetings and give their views, but only to ensure that oppositionists were exposed and to fine-tune the line, so that it was carried through more effectively. At no level were the officials of the party or state freely elected, subject to recall, or paid an average wage. The bureaucracy of the Chinese state was appointed, worked in secret, and was privileged by income and status. The election of the commune councils followed the same general pattern. The village head or commune party secretary, often these would be the same person who would have been selected by the party hierarchy and, at best, approved by the branch, would propose a list of candidates, invariably dominated by party cadres. The peasants, having gone through the procedure many times, were familiar with this kind of election and knew full well that their only right was to approve, not oppose, the list of candidates. The administration of the communes was a violation of democracy, everything being decided by bureaucratic edict, with the consequence that the peasants became ever more alienated and politically passive. Manning, in her visit to Chinese villages, appears to confirm that posts of, e.g., team leaders were preferentially allocated to relatives of local party leaders, and that many of these people recalled the GLF as a happy time. Manning also reveals that ordinary peasants were still bitter 40 years later, charging these leaders with stealing rice from the village store during the famine, for abusing and beating peasants to maintain a discipline that ensured privileges for the local party tops, which included interest-free loans from the commune which were never paid back. The cadres had to faithfully implement party directives, whether popular or not, feasible or otherwise, and take the blame if party policies failed. The dilemma for cadres, and a genuine test of their innovative skills, was their ability to follow the instructions given in the People's Daily. That cadres could neither alter the resolutions of the party committee without asking for instructions, nor observe the rules to the letter without regard to the actual situation. Creative, flexible, resourceful bureaucrats were required. Rigid, inflexible bureaucrats could be ejected from the party, assigned to their posts rather than elected by commune members, secure on the state payroll rather than receiving wages agreed with the peasants. Cadres had little personal or material interest in peasant attitudes and concerns or in optimizing the use of local resources. As state employees, their rewards came from faithfully executing central policy. In such circumstances, the ethic of serving the people and genuine popular supervision of commune personnel could not be sustained, and serious distortions in commune performance resulted. 13.6 Summary. The reality of the GLF and the communes offered incontrovertible evidence of the bureaucratic and Stalinist nature of the CCP. But there are none so blind as those that will not see. Rousset, after the event when he had the facts to hand, continued to offer a half-hearted defense of the communes. They were initiated with the best of intentions, but the CCP had bitten off more than it could chew, and after an initial success, intolerable burdens on the administration resulted in chaos and failure. The real lessons of the communes are very different, the most important being that workers' democracy was needed in China, not least because it could have saved the Chinese people from the waste, suffering, and famine caused by the GLF and the communes. A centralized bureaucracy cannot determine every aspect of production. Terrible distortions and inefficiencies are inevitably produced. A centrally planned economy can only work efficiently if there are checks at every level by the workers involved. Workers' democracy, workers' control, and workers' management are essential for determining the optimum goals and the efficient functioning of any proletarian regime. The workers, who are also the consumers, have a material interest in making sure that the plan works efficiently at all levels. Bureaucrats are only interested in meeting their quotas regardless of quality of output, so that they will get their bonuses and retain their positions. The GLF and the communes had demonstrated that the bureaucracy was not a necessary social layer in the development of the Chinese economy, and it soon became a hindrance. This was clear confirmation of Leon Trotsky's analysis of the bureaucracy, published as In Defense of Marxism, written in October 1939. Trotsky explained that the Soviet bureaucracy had no historical purpose. It was born out of the degeneration of the Soviet Union under conditions of extreme backwardness and isolation. He argued that the idea that the Stalinist regime in Russia would eventually reach socialism was mistaken, and that without a political revolution to remove the bureaucracy, a backslide to capitalism was quite possible, and the longer the bureaucracy lasted, the more likely that would be. China under Mao, the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. 14.1 Introduction. The Stalinist nature of the Chinese Communist Party and Mao was further confirmed by a second major event that sent a shockwave through the political left worldwide: the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, GPCR. This was widely presented as a rebellion of youth against the party diehards. And if those old diehards were proud to call themselves Stalinist, how could the youth and their Maoist sponsors, who were struggling against them, not be a genuine revolutionary force? However, the GPCR cannot be understood unless it is appreciated that the Red Guards were a top-down phenomenon, launched, supported, guided, and eventually ended by the Maoist faction. This was quite the opposite of the revolutionary upsurge of students who erected barricades in Paris in May-June 1968, who inspired workers across France to strike and very nearly brought down the General de Gaulle government. The CCP was a Stalinized party, and in the final resort, when opposition to Mao's adventurous policies hardened into a concerted attempt to remove him from power, the democratic facade was dropped and the Mao faction launched the GPCR to physically annihilate the capitalist roaders such as the renegade, traitor, and scab Liu Shaoqi. This chapter will show that the GPCR was a demonstration of the lack of proletarian democracy within the CCP. That deep divisions on how to take China forward were settled, as in Russia, by the physical subjugation of the losing faction. However, Mao would be forced to launch his attacks to annihilate his fellow veteran communists before he had made full preparations. The result was that his opponents were strong enough, at least in some areas, to organize their defense, and the struggle sometimes took on the appearance of a civil war. Various estimates exist for the number of people killed during the GPCR. These vary from 750,000 to 3 million. With Mao's death in 1976, his opponents staged a semi-military coup to remove his designated heirs, the Gang of Four, and consign them to lengthy prison terms. When the dust finally settled, it would be Mao's opponents who had won the struggle. 14.2 The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. 14.2.1 Mao prepares the Cultural Revolution. The debacle of the communes and the GLF was such a terrible blow to Mao's standing within the CC that his opponents considered the time had come to openly criticize his policies. The enlarged CC of February 22, 1962, heard Peng Jin call for Mao to make a self-criticism, and Liu Shaoqi claimed that the economic difficulties being experienced were 30% due to natural disasters and 70% due to the serious errors and mistakes in party work. Liu and Peng, supported by Deng Xiaoping, were openly attempting to kick Mao upstairs into a symbolic figurehead stripped of all real power. So severe was his loss of prestige that Mao was forced to bow to the majority, but he was not ready to retire and immediately began to rebuild his base within the party, preparing his counterattack to destroy the Liu/Peng grouping. This was possible because although Mao was temporarily removed from frontline politics, he remained the figurehead of the regime with considerable formal authority within the party and a base within the army. Lin Piao, a Mao loyalist and defense minister, would play a central role in Mao's bid to regain his authority. His response to the disaster of the GLF was the opposite of that taken by Liu and Peng, and he began a campaign intended to turn the army into a Maoist bastion. He had Mao glorified. The first issue of the Little Red Book was published. The battle lines were being drawn for what became within a few years the GPCR. Liu Shaoqi and the Politburo introduced a period of economic relaxation. In the communes, private plots were allowed. Trade in private services such as mending and repairs was encouraged. However, during this period when Liu and his co-thinkers held supremacy within the party, their practices remained firmly Stalinist and quite indistinguishable from those of the previous period. Thus, when intellectuals were told they could widen their studies to include even politics and the class struggle, but with the clear proviso that the authority of the party must not be challenged, they remained too cowed by the experience of the Hundred Flowers movement to respond. It was intellectuals in the higher echelons of the party who, better understanding the intentions and limits of the new policy, took the opportunity to publish between the lines criticisms of Mao's GLF adventure. A group around Tang to editor People's Daily, 1952 to 1957, member of the Beijing Party Committee, which included Wu Han, vice mayor of Beijing and a leading historian, and Liao Masha, member of the Secretariat of the Beijing Party, supported by Peng Zhan, published a number of articles critical of Mao's leadership over the period 1961 to 1965. Criticisms were oblique and hidden in stories and plays concerning historical characters and incidents. One such was the play by Wu Han, Hai Ji dismissed from office. The honest official Hai Ji was dismissed from his post by the emperor for criticizing bureaucratic misdeeds, a reference to Mao's dismissal of Peng Dehuai for his criticisms of the GLF made at the Lushan conference. It was still not possible to openly or directly criticize Mao in the press, so, for example, to make an assessment of Mao's voluntarism, Tong Shau wrote an article analyzing the works of Ernst Mach, an influential German physicist and philosopher, an anti-materialist who denounced natural scientific materialism. Tong would become increasingly bold in his criticisms, culminating in his declaration that Mao's famous slogan, "The east wind will prevail over the west wind," was hot air. How did such a group arise in Beijing? In May 1961, as a Politburo member, Peng Zhen had initiated a research project to determine what lessons could be learned from the GLF. The emphasis was on what instructions and guidance was given in central directives written by Mao personally. Tong too was given responsibility for leading the investigation. His findings placed the blame for the disaster directly on the GLF strategy itself. The center had accepted unquestioningly too many false reports, had issued too many conflicting directives, and had ignored the few who had attempted to report the reality. The blame for the GLF disaster was laid at the door of the Politburo and Mao. Biting though these criticisms were, they were of Mao and his voluntarist policies, not the Stalinist system that gave rise to them. At the CC meeting of September 1962, it was agreed that a rectification campaign was needed to address the errors and excesses of rank and file cadres committed during the GLF. Such a campaign would have been and was intended to be immensely damaging for Mao. However, to maximize the impact of the campaign, the leadership needed to make an assessment of the situation at rank and file level within the party. It was felt that little confidence could be placed in reports received from party personnel submitted through the usual bureaucratic channels. So trusted individuals were sent to work incognito in the provinces to draw up reports based on their experiences. During the interim period while the testimonies were being compiled, Mao declared support for the rectification campaign and, in December 1963, launched a preemptive broadside saying art and culture was a serious problem, promoting feudal and capitalist aims. Mao picked an issue on which he could appear to agree with the Lu group, who also wanted control of intellectual criticism of the regime. However, Mao widened the attack in February 1964 when he disparaged the role of intellectuals in China's history, emphasizing that the only two Ming emperors of any worth were barely literate, and that to read too many books is harmful. At the same time, Mao also began an attack on Teng Pian, editor of Women in China, an ally of Liu Shaoqi, for being a feminist and for her editorial policies. The specific charges against her were that she emphasized interests such as love, marriage, and the family, while neglecting the class struggle. Mao's standing in the party meant she was dismissed from her post. The attack on Teng Pian was the beginning of an open attack on the party faction that had ordered the retreat from the GLF. This should be seen as significant an event as the later and better-known attack on Wuhan inaugurating the GPCR. The reports received from the countryside were deeply worrying. Corruption was again widespread, involving many lower and middle cadres, and the party was widely viewed with distrust and even hatred. The CC agreed in late 1964 to launch a socialist education campaign, to be known as the Four Cleans movement, to clean the party economically, organizationally, politically, and ideologically, the emphasis of which would be to combat corruption within the party and reimpose discipline. However, in January 1965, Mao seized the initiative by unilaterally publishing his own program for the socialist education campaign that turned it into a general campaign against revisionism within the party. The chosen target was CC member Yang Xinchen, president of the higher party school of the Central Committee, who, after a visit to the countryside in 1958, had written an article that claimed the GLF had represented the theory of obedience to the will and abandonment of objective laws. Yang was a carefully chosen target. He was a close associate of Liu Shaoqi, and an attack on Yang for the reasons given effectively silenced criticism of the communes and the GLF. However, events at the international level would force Mao to launch his counteroffensive sooner than he had planned. The Indonesian Communist Party was the largest in the capitalist world, with 3 million members and 10 million sympathizers. Mao had invited the leader of the Indonesian Communist Party, DN Adit, to Beijing many times and had convinced Adit to adopt a policy of cooperation with the Sukarno government. modeled on CCP-KMT collaboration during the Second Chinese Revolution. The result was to disarm the Indonesian CP in the face of a military coup which took place in October 1965, and during which as many as 1 million communists and militants were slaughtered, including AUDIOBOOK. The policies advocated by Mao had produced exactly the same outcome as they had in China during 1925–27. This horrific tragedy dealt a further heavy blow to Mao's credibility. Liu and, particularly, Peng Zhen, voiced their dissatisfaction with Mao's policies at a special meeting of the CCP called to discuss the Indonesian events. At the meeting, Peng Zhen went so far as to say, "Everyone is equal before the truth, and if Chairman Mao had made mistakes, he should be criticized." Following on from the catastrophe of the GLF, the annihilation of the Indonesian Communist Party, because it had followed advice given by Mao personally, fatally undermined Mao's standing with many of the intelligentsia. These were the people most vociferous in demanding an honest and open discussion on party history, so it is no wonder that Mao chose them as his initial target. Mao left Beijing for Shanghai to regroup his forces, among them Yao Wenyuan, literary critic and editor of the important Chinese newspaper, Literary News published in Shanghai. Under Mao's guidance, Yao wrote and published a criticism of the play Haiji dismissed from office. Jiang Qing appeared as co-author. This article is widely considered the first shot of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. 14.2.2 The PLA is made ready and the Cultural Revolution begins. The support of the PLA was crucial to Mao, but officers in army units in the different regions often had considerable loyalty to local party cadres because these were the people they had fought beside during the Civil War. These officers were usually the senior ranks, and Mao and Lin moved quickly to neutralize their influence. It was widely reported at the time, May 1965, that the PLA had abolished all military ranks. The abolition of distinctions and symbols of rank was described as a reversion to the Army's revolutionary practice intended to promote closer relations between officers and men, and between soldiers and civilians. Many impressionable people on the left greeted this at face value as a move towards greater democracy and as evidence of the radical nature of the Maoists. In fact, the command structure was not abolished but simply redefined in such a way as to give Lin Piao and Mao greater control of the PLA. The 8th Route Army, for example, did not have ranks, but it had a clearly defined command structure which enforced a strict discipline. Officers were in post and had titles such as squad commander or company commander, etc. The uniforms of the officers were identical with those of other ranks, but officers could be identified in numerous ways. They carried pistols, they had orderlies, they issued orders and were obeyed, divisional commanders rode a horse or a mule, and so on. The reforms maintained the field command structure more or less intact. The big change was that the number of troops directly commanded now determined status within the military establishment. Top-ranking officers, those more likely to ally with Liu Shoqi and Deng Xiaoping, tended to have desk jobs, directly commanded few if any soldiers, and so lost rank and the status it conferred. On April 5, 1966, the Liberation Army Daily gave the game away when it warned previously high-ranking officers they now had no rank to protect them. They were completely at the mercy of Lin Piao. To safeguard themselves, they were urged to remold their world outlook and completely subordinate themselves to the thinking of Mao Zedong. Lin Piao stepped up the campaign to propagandize Mao's thought, and the Liberation Army Daily carried slogans such as, "Mao's thought is the beacon of revolution for the world's people." An editorial on January 1, 1966, stated, "Every word of Chairman Mao is truth. We must firmly support and carry out everything conforming to Mao Zedong's thought, and we must firmly resist and oppose everything which does not conform to Mao's thought." This message was a direct challenge to Liu Shaoqi and the CC. By April 1966, the ongoing criticisms of Wu Han and his play Haiji dismissed from office had taken on a very dark tone and moved from Wu being mistaken in his thinking to being anti-party and possibly a counter-revolutionary. The attacks spread outwards and soon included Peng Zhen. Liu and Deng Xiaoping called an emergency meeting of the CC in an attempt to block Mao. Mao refused to attend. In an open declaration of factional war and a clear indication of how far he would go to preserve his authority, Mao had Piao send troops to occupy the offices of the Beijing local government. In a public display of his approval for this action, Mao returned to Beijing and proclaimed the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. The Beijing municipal government, headed by Peng Zhen, would be formally dismissed in early June along with Lu Ting-ai, head of the party's propaganda department, Chou Yang, vice minister of culture, and many other high-ranking cadres in cultural institutions. Mao launched the Great Leap Forward in the ideological field to eliminate all those within the party who did not toe the Maoist line, with Peng Zhen, Liu Shoqi, and Deng Xiaoping at the front. However, Mao had been forced to launch this interbureaucratic struggle to regain his authority before he had the chance to fully mobilize his support within the party. An important consequence of not having a sufficient base within the party hierarchy was that Mao was compelled to seek support from outside the party. In this, he took the unprecedented step of bypassing the monopoly of authority of the local party cadres and mobilizing students to act outside the party structure. Mao chose middle and high school students to be his battering ram, and on May 16, 1966, he launched a frontal attack on meritocratic education policies and educators generally. Education was a natural battlefield between the two factions. Mao's stress on voluntarism made him overemphasize the importance of the remnants of bourgeois ideas in education. This led him to favor opening the doors of education preferentially to the children of CCP cadres, while the Liu/Deng group favored a more meritocratic approach, and in this were supported by most of the existing educational establishment. Liu and Deng responded quickly to head off Mao's initiative and on June 3, directed the party to send work teams of experienced cadres into the universities, major colleges, and schools to guide the formation and development of Red Guard groups. The children of higher party cadres took the leading role in founding the Red Guards under the slogan, "The father's a revolutionary, the son's a hero." In many Beijing schools, the first Red Guard organizations were composed almost exclusively of the children of party cadres. The work teams presented the GPCR as an extension of the anti-rightist campaign, and their efforts were concentrated on restraining those students who showed any independent initiative. Mao's reaction to this latest attempt to block him was immediate. By mid-June 1966, he had ordered the closure of all schools, from elementary to university level, in the name of the GPCR. Next, he convened a special, enlarged plenum of the CC, 1 to 12 August. The character of the plenum can be deduced from it being the first for 4 years, included a large number of representatives from the Red Guards, and was held in Beijing under the watchful eyes of PLA troops who had just been instrumental in overthrowing the local government. The plenum lasted for 12 days and adopted an official program for the GPCR, commonly known as the 16 Points Decision. The 16 Points was a clearly factional document with its major goal: to struggle against and crush those persons in authority taking the capitalist road. To this end, it sought to reassure the great bulk of party members, 95%, that they had nothing to fear because only a handful had taken the capitalist road. This was a deliberate smokescreen to minimize opposition. The army, as part of Mao's power base, was, naturally, to be excluded from the factional struggle. Point 15. Mao fully appreciated that the party cadres were, in reality, largely loyal to the capitalist roaders, and to be successful his scheme required some form of parallel organization to balance those in authority in the party. The 16 points contained in Point 9 a call for the establishment of cultural revolutionary groups, the organs of power of the Cultural Revolution. These would institute a system of elections, like that of the Paris Commune, whereby delegates would be elected by the masses and subject to recall. Immediately following the CC meeting, the party's theoretical organ Red Flag published an article entitled "The General Election System of the Paris Commune," which aimed to mobilize the masses in support of Mao. It was very clearly intended that these new organizational forms would be under the control of the Maoist faction of the CCP. There was no intention that the GPCR would introduce workers' democracy. However, there is many a slip between cup and lip, and in Shanghai a people's commune was set up and existed for 20 days before being put back into the Maoist straitjacket. The so-called Shanghai Commune became a genuine inspiration for large numbers of Chinese students and workers who threatened to break free of party control. For revolutionaries, this can be said to be the highest point of the GPCR. The 16 points called on students to criticize and repudiate the reactionary bourgeois academic authorities and the ideology of the bourgeoisie and all other exploiting classes, and to transform education, opposing reactionary bourgeois scholar despots. After 1949, the schools contained an increasing proportion of peasant and working-class pupils who often came into conflict with the traditional teaching methods and attitudes of the staff who had been inherited from the KMT regime. Many of these students were alienated by their treatment and hostile to the educational establishment. It was this pent-up animosity that Mao would tap into for his counterattack. Tutors were an easy first target. Almost all presidents and principals of universities and middle schools, as well as many teachers and professors, were removed from office, publicly humiliated and, sometimes, beaten to death for intellectual elitism, having bourgeois tendencies and being counter-revolutionaries. Under the general direction of Chen Pota, the Red Guard heroes were egged on to commit horrible acts. The Beijing News reported a total of 1,772 people killed in Beijing alone during August and September 1966. After this trial run, in the autumn of 1966, Mao instructed the Red Guards to take Beijing to the rest of the country. Andreas claims that about this time there began an increasing differentiation within the Red Guard groups. An opposition to those groups led by the children of higher cadres, which had increasingly become mouthpieces for one or the other party factions, was starting to form based on the children of workers, peasants, and lower cadres who wanted increased independence and freedom of criticism. This separation was much more clear-cut in the universities where, to gain entry, the children of peasants and workers had scored high marks in tough entrance examinations and so had greater self-confidence. 14.3 The Shanghai People's Commune. Much of the factual material on the Shanghai Commune comes from a doctoral thesis entitled The Paris Commune in Shanghai, written by Hongxing Jiang in 2010. Readers can access a copy on http://lib.duke.edu. Shanghai was and is China's biggest city, its commercial and industrial center. A study of how the GPCR came to Shanghai and took hold there showcases the artificiality of the Cultural Revolution, how it was directed from Beijing and controlled by Mao and his faction. But the lessons of Shanghai are important in demonstrating that the Maoist faction and the capitalist roaders each saw proletarian democracy as the greatest threat. As soon as the workers and students in Shanghai began to demand some basic democratic rights, the forces driving the Cultural Revolution and their targets, the capitalist roaders, joined forces to block a development that would have meant the end for both of them. Soon after, the GPCR was brought to a finish. Wang Hongwen was security chief at Shanghai's No. 17 textile mill, an enterprise employing about 8,400 workers. After meeting with Zhang Chunxiao, a top person in the Shanghai Provincial Committee, a commissar in the Central Group in Beijing assigned overall control of the Cultural Revolution, CCRG, and who would later be one of the Gang of Four, Wang set up a Red Guard cell of about 30 workers and posted a big character poster criticizing the factory authorities on or about June 12, 1966. On June 20, local party leaders sent in a work team led by Shi Huizhen, a female veteran revolutionary, and at that time the vice chairperson of the Shanghai General Workers' Union, to take control of the situation. The work team formed an official Red Guard group, invited Wang to stand for election to the committee, and then ensured he was not elected. For a time, Wang and the rebels were successfully isolated. 14.3.1 The Red Guards arrive. With Mao's public endorsement, large numbers of Red Guard students from Beijing traveled to Shanghai, travel and subsistence paid by the state, intending to launch an all-Shanghai Red Guard organization. The students toured the Shanghai schools, colleges, universities, and factories encouraging the formation of Red Guard groups. But on September 2nd, a number were beaten up by factory workers. The next day, groups of students converged on the mayor's office at City Hall to protest and, so it is said, physically threatened top party officials who responded by calling on Shanghai workers for protection. A fight broke out with the Beijing Red Guards getting the worst of it. Wang Hongwen now made a trip to Beijing where Zhang ensured he met Mao, which was publicized as an endorsement of Wang's Red Guard activities, and on his return he was able to attract the support of over 1,000 employees at his own mill. On November 6th, with strong student support, Wang convened a meeting of workers from 17 Shanghai factories which agreed to establish an all-city alliance known as the Workers' Revolutionary Rebel General Headquarters, WGH. The hostile reaction of the local party leaders enabled Wang and the WGH to provoke a number of public disturbances, including selected strikes. This gave Beijing the excuse to send in Zhang Chunxiao to investigate events for which he had a significant responsibility and empower him to make suitable recommendations. In what had all the signs of a prearranged deal, Wang got the strikers back to work and Zhang agreed to recognize the Shanghai WGH as a revolutionary and legitimate organization which would be allowed to criticize the party tops in Shanghai. In response to this stitch-up, the local party launched its own Scarlet Guards, organized through the Shanghai General Workers' Union. The majority of the Scarlet Guards, notionally over 100,000 strong, were CCP and Communist Youth League members, model workers who occupied most of the management and administrative posts in enterprises and had the support, overtly or covertly, from the local authorities at most levels. However, the strikes initiated by Wang had an unintended consequence. Workers dissatisfied with pay and conditions began to voice their own demands. The local party tops may have been concerned at signs of independent activity by the proletariat, but at that moment considered they could contain it and, more importantly, could use it as a weapon against the Red Guards. To win the support of these workers, they began a program of improving pay and conditions, enhancing welfare, pensions, and health insurance in the factories. To embarrass Zhang, they allowed workers time off to travel to Red Guard rallies and justified this as not standing in the way of the masses, claiming to follow the guidance laid out in the editorial of the People's Daily. Welcome the upsurge of the Great CR in the factories and mines. Naturally, there was a snowball effect with more and more workers making demands. The Maoists shouted loudly that if these moves by established party cadres continued for any length of time, they would bankrupt China's biggest city and seriously disrupt international trade. Using this as a cover, Beijing encouraged the Shanghai Red Guards to seize power. On December 23, 1966, the WGH called a meeting of worker activists and it was agreed to attempt to replace the local party tops in Shanghai. In protest, the local party instigated and promoted a one-day general strike. The Scarlet Guards went on strike and effectively closed down the railway and the post office and severely hampered production, bringing many important factories to a standstill. The Shanghai port was one example when, at the wharves alone, nearly 6,000 workers went on strike. The Maoists now threw their forces into ending the strikes. The WGH and a number of student Red Guard organizations operating in Shanghai united to take firm hold of the revolution and promote production. For example, the Shanghai Glass Machinery Factory was a joint public-private enterprise that employed over 1,200 workers. Here production was halted when about half the workforce joined the general strike. Pushed by Red Guard students from Shanghai Kongjiang Middle School, about 100 workers who had turned up for work agreed to form a workers' committee of production management and to take responsibility for running the factory. 10 workers were elected by secret ballot to the committee. It was agreed these were subject to recall if their work mates were dissatisfied with their performance. Jiang explains that this was considered a revolutionary development because it abolished the practice of having a vertical hierarchy of party bureaucrats who stood above and divorced from the workforce and the production processes. This system was proposed by the Red Guards to win the support of the workers for strike-breaking, but such democracy carried great danger for the CCP. News of events at the Shanghai glass factory spread and other factories attempted to follow suit. On January 4th, Zhang Chunxiao returned to Shanghai to meet with the leaders of the WGH and plan a response to the strike actions. On January 6, 1967, the Red Guards within the offices of the Shanghai Liberation Daily seized the paper and had it distribute the WGH statement, Message to All Shanghai People, which was a call to maintain production and which fiercely attacked the strikes. Because this takeover was backed by the authority of Beijing, it was a crucial step in the Red Guards taking charge in Shanghai. On January 7th, a number of other Red Guard groups, including the WGH, visited the Shanghai branch of the People's Bank of China. Together with Red Guards working within the bank, they persuaded the manager not to provide further funding to anyone without WGH approval, effectively freezing the accounts of local government, factories, and other workplaces. This meant that despite deals made with the local party tops, from now on strikers would receive no pay. On January 8th, the WGH and Red Guard student organizations held a joint emergency meeting and formed the frontline headquarters, composed of 7 workers, 2 cadres, and 35 Red Guards. The initial task of this organization was to mobilize Red Guards to enter the factories as model workers who would work for no pay and ensure the factories of Shanghai maintained production. Because of their lack of skills, the students tended to replace manual laborers who had walked off the job. On January 9th, the message to all Shanghai people was reprinted in the People's Daily and broadcast to the whole country, providing a clear demonstration that Beijing approved of the actions of the WGH and its allies. Beijing also approved an urgent notice published in Shanghai which, in effort to win support, made it clear to the workers that the new arrangements regarding wage increases, back payment of wages and other material benefits would stand but could, in principle, be reconsidered at a later date. As further indication of its support, Beijing sent a message of greetings to revolutionary rebel organizations in Shanghai, from the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, the State Council, the Military Commission of the Party's Central Committee, and the Cultural Revolution Group under the Party's Central Committee. On January 9th, the WGH and students from Shanghai Tongji University seized the general control rooms of the Shanghai Railway Bureau, and between 11 to 14 January, groups of Red Guards took over district and county-level units of the Shanghai government, factories, docks, and other units. In most cases, the takeovers were led by the WGH and student Red Guards with the assistance of employees, though, naturally, the most publicized incidents were the few cases where the seizure was by employees alone. Now the Red Guards, invariably students under the guidance of strike-breaking workers, by Stakhanovite efforts got the trains, factories, etc. functioning again, claiming that in many cases the original production figures were exceeded. By this time, the Scarlet Guards had more or less totally disintegrated and many joined one or other of the Red Guard groups. This acceptance of Beijing's authority was greeted with a congratulatory telegram message of greetings to revolutionary rebel organizations in Shanghai. On January 12th, in celebration of the telegram, the Shanghai rebels held a mammoth rally at which workers volunteered to take on extra work and overtime without extra pay, as organized by the Committee for Grasping Revolution and Promoting Production. A resolution was agreed to replace the Shanghai Party Committee with a new organizational form, as specified in the 16 points. As a sign of official approval, the New China's news agency released the complete text of this proposal the next day. 14.3.2 The Red Guards organized to take over Shanghai. On January 14th, the People's Daily published an article applauding the formation of the Committee for Grasping Revolution and Promoting Production in Shanghai. This article was followed by two more that further glorified the committee, demonstrating that Mao was firmly behind this initiative. Claiming to have Mao's personal support, the WGH attempted to coordinate and organize the numerous Red Guard groups in Shanghai. On or about January 16, 1967, it launched the Shanghai Revolutionary Rebel Workers Liaison Department in conjunction with 15 other Red Guard organizations. Attempts were made to include all the Red Guard factions in Shanghai, but these had not been successful because some Red Guards were beginning to question whether strike-breaking really was a revolutionary activity. On January 16th, Red Flag published an assessment of events in Shanghai under the title Proletarian Revolutionaries Unite, which many took as the Maoist leadership encouraging the Red Guards, under the guidance of Zhang, to take over local government wholesale. However, this was not entirely correct. Beijing was beginning to have serious reservations about events in Shanghai. Mao's general strategy was for the Red Guards to remove the capitalist roaders, but their activities would be kept within safe limits by the presence of PLA units which would be controlled by Lin Piao and the Maoist faction. In Shanghai, PLA units had not so far been included in the process. The dangers were brought into sharp focus when, on January 18th, a group of Fudan University students put up the wall poster, "Carry forward the proletarian spirit of doubting everything." Beijing hurried to specify the limits on Red Guard activities. In the Great Cultural Revolution, it is correct to doubt everyone. But you cannot doubt Chairman Mao. In Beijing on 19/20 January, Premier Zhou Enlai chaired a meeting of the Military Commission of the Central Committee. Naturally, Marshal Yi Jianying, the principal leader, this commission was present. Later, he would be a key figure in organizing the overthrow of the Gang of Four. Yi had the support of the majority of the meeting in successfully rejecting a proposal by Jiang Qing that Red Guard groups be formed within the PLA. Instead, the meeting determined that the Great CR movement in the military regions should be postponed. The meeting did pass a resolution directing the PLA to be more aggressive in its support of Red Guard activities, but its refusal to endorse Jiang Qing's proposal and the subsequent resignation of the officer in charge of the All-Army Cultural Revolution Group showed that the PLA, despite Lin Piao's efforts, was not solidly behind the Mao faction. On 22/23 January, a joint meeting of the WGH and leaders from the major Red Guard organizations in Shanghai was held to discuss the formation of a citywide liaison center based on the broadest unity of all so-called proletarian factions. It was unanimously agreed that the time was right for this alliance to take over the administration of Shanghai. The name Shanghai People's Commune was finally agreed, possibly on the advice of Zhang Chunqiao to suggest continuity with the agricultural communes. It must be remembered that the Red Guard groups were inexperienced, their political and organizational training had been gained through watching a Stalinized party at work. In the main, they were students, not workers, and at the same time they were largely motivated by Maoist politics. But in the circumstances, all kinds of ideas were bubbling to the surface and being discussed. Some of the groups were raising criticisms that objectively challenged the Maoist leadership. Fudan University's Red Guards began to openly criticize Zhang as part of their campaign to dismiss and bring down all cadres. Simultaneously, the largest Red Guard group, Red Revolutionaries with about 40,000 members, mostly students, also began voicing criticisms of Zhang, though the basis of these has not been determined. A group of Red Revolutionaries took Zhang hostage and placed him before a tribunal, making him stand for 6 hours while bombarding him with questions. They decided to parade him through the streets the following day and hold a mass rally for his public humiliation. A major and violent clash with the WGH and its allies was avoided only when Beijing telegrammed on January 29 to demand the Red Revolutionaries release Zhang and apologize to him. Such activities posed a problem for both the Maoists and their opponents in the CCP bureaucracy. Daring to criticize Zhang suggested the Red Revolutionaries were seeking a level of democracy which threatened the existence of all the bureaucracy. The Red Revolutionaries, as an organization, was excluded from membership of the Shanghai Commune. On January 31, the People's Daily contained an editorial on the proletarian revolutionary struggle to seize power. This had been drafted by the CCRG and revised by Mao himself. Proletarian revolutionaries are uniting to seize power from the handful of persons within the party who are in authority and taking the capitalist road. This is the decisive battle between the proletariat and the masses of working people on the one hand and the bourgeoisie and its agents in the party on the other. This mighty revolutionary storm started in Shanghai. The revolutionary masses in Shanghai have called it the Great January Revolution. Our great leader Chairman Mao immediately expressed resolute support for it. He called on the workers, peasants, revolutionary students, revolutionary intellectuals and revolutionary cadres to study the experience of the revolutionary rebels of Shanghai, and he called on the People's Liberation Army to actively support and assist the proletarian revolutionaries in their struggle to seize power. The editorial was taken as a signal by the Red Guards nationally to attack the local party tops everywhere. Only military units and elements of central government in Beijing were exempt. The editorial had been careful to call for the establishment of provisional organs of power of the Triple Alliance, combining representatives of the Red Guards as the local revolutionary mass organizations, of local People's Liberation Army units, and of revolutionary leading cadres from the party and government organizations. The former was to purge Mao's opponents, the latter two to stop them going too far, either organizationally or politically. 14.3.3 The Shanghai Commune is proposed. At the end of January, a subcommittee of the Frontline Headquarters submitted a draft manifesto of the Shanghai People's Commune to Zhang. Attempting to emulate the Paris Commune, it called for smashing the old state machinery, stating that all committee members would be elected as the servants of the people. Zhang advised delaying the launch of the Commune to allow him to take advice from Beijing. The Red Guards insisted on moving ahead immediately, and the inauguration was set for February 5, 1967. Zhang changed the title of the manifesto to "Long Live the Victory of the January Revolution," and edited the document so that the final form made every effort to promote the supremacy of Chairman Mao and give precedence to Mao Zedong thought. The edited document faithfully reflected Mao's policy of the Triple Alliance and called for the leadership of the Commune to be composed of revolutionary mass organizations. The responsible officers from the PLA units stationed in Shanghai and CCP cadres in Shanghai who had faithfully followed Chairman Mao's revolutionary line. It retained the promises of extensive democracy. A representative provisional committee was agreed, Zhang Chunqiao and Yao Wenyuan, both representing the CCRG, 3 responsible persons from the armed forces stationed in Shanghai, 3 from the WGH, 1 peasant, 1 student, 1 from the Revolutionary Rebel Liaison Center of Organizations of the Shanghai Municipal Party Committee. The committee also contained those Red Guards appointed to lead the 7 departments that would be administering Shanghai, e.g. the Grasping Revolution and Promoting Production Team, in charge of industry. Zhang, whose authority came primarily from his association with Mao, was to be head of the commune. The Red Guard representatives were mostly chosen by their own mass organizations and subject to recall, so the commune as a whole adopted a system that combined delegates and appointees. Accepting assurances that Shanghai was under Zhang's control, Mao endorsed the arrangement. However, it proved difficult to form a triple alliance because the Red Guards and rebel workers groups excluded very nearly all the old party tops from the commune and were refusing to appoint experienced party cadres to any responsible post. This not only made it difficult for the CCP to exercise effective leadership but posed a potentially serious problem for the Maoist faction. How could it hope to win party support if, in practice, its line meant that the very cadres it was appealing to would be thrown out of office? A further difficulty in imposing the Triple Alliance on Shanghai was that many local party tops had close links and friendships with the local army officers that sometimes dated back to the Revolutionary War. Chairman Mao was insisting that any new power structure must include the military to act as a stabilizing factor and a power base for his faction if needed, but the rank-and-file founders of the commune feared that the Shanghai garrison would be loyal to its old friends on the party committee. As a result, the 3 persons from the military were able to participate only marginally. Many Shanghai Red Guard and rebel leaders were not CCP members, and it soon became clear that if the presence of party tops and army officers was restricted, it would be quite possible for the commune to have an administration in which party members were in the minority. Terrified Maoists raised the objection that in such a situation the masses might not follow the CCP, which could lose its legitimacy and authority in consequence. The Maoist faction breathed a sigh of relief when, on January 31, 1967, 6 days prior to the inauguration of the Shanghai Commune, in the far northeast of China, in Heilongjiang province, the Red Guard successfully formed a triple alliance with leading members of the PLA and the Provincial Party Committee and set up the Red Rebel Revolutionary Committee of Heilongjiang. The editorial in the People's Daily of February 10 hailed the Heilongjiang RRRC. The revolutionary rebels, carrying out the party's policy in a clear-cut manner, have united with the principal leading members in the Provincial Party Committee who have carried out Chairman Mao's correct line, and with the principal leading members of the People's Liberation Army units in the area to weld all 3 into one in the seizure of power. Mao had intended the targets of the GPCR should be the party tops taking the capitalist road, not middle cadres and party rank and file, but the Shanghai events demonstrated that slogans such as "down with the diehard elements who uphold the bourgeois reactionary line" were interpreted by Red Guards and rebel workers as license to attack bureaucrats, whatever their factional loyalty. Mao saw the writing on the wall: mass democracy even in the distorted form of the Shanghai People's Commune threatened bureaucratic control. He pleaded, if everything were changed into communes, then what about the party? Where would we place the party? Among commune committee members are both party members and non-party members. Where would we place the party committee? There must be a party somehow. There must be a nucleus, no matter what we call it. Can the commune replace the party? The Red Flag, the official paper of the Red Guards, waded into the debate backing the Triple Alliance and proposing that in Shanghai, the commune be replaced by a revolutionary committee. 4.3.4, and deposed. It was true that as part of the GPCR, Mao had publicly advocated that the working class must exercise leadership in everything. But as can be seen from his reaction to the Shanghai People's Commune, this was a smokescreen. The congratulations sent to the Heilongjiang RRRC and the lack of official acknowledgement of what was happening in Shanghai were taken by both the commune leaders and opponents as a rebuke. It was only a matter of time before these would be taken up by other Red Guard groups. Mao proposed changing the name of the commune. How unnerved he was at developments can be seen from the farcical reasons he gave. It would mean his title as chairman would no longer stand. He would have to adopt an alternative title such as director. The country could no longer be the PRC. It would have to become the Chinese People's Commune. At a serious level, he was terrified that the democratic elements in the Shanghai Commune would be a signal to other cities to follow suit, and that would mean the end of his Bonapartist rule. On February 19th, the CC of the CCP, united from Mao to Marshal Yi, agreed to issue a circular to all party committees. The name of People's Commune shall, as a rule, not be adopted. The emphasis was now placed on the triple alliance of CCP cadres, PLA and domesticated Red Guards, as the model to be followed. These triple alliances would have to be approved by the higher levels of the party, i.e. CCRG, and army representatives would be appointed by the army subject to the approval of higher commanders. On the February 24th, in a televised speech to the people of Shanghai, Zhang announced the end of the Shanghai People's Commune, and in the following weeks the Revolutionary Committee of the Municipality of Shanghai, Shanghai Municipality RC, was established. The Shanghai People's Commune had lasted a mere 20 days. The commune had had an elected element with some mass participation, but the Triple Alliance in Shanghai was restricted to unelected representatives of the Red Guards, army, and party cadres. If Mao had genuinely wanted to eliminate the capitalist roaders, then the commune would have been much more effective than the Triple Alliance, which opened the door to rightist, revisionist, bureaucratic, and elitist elements on condition they pretended that they were in favor of Mao Zedong's line. Mao's Triple Alliance put the elitist managerial and governmental apparatus back in positions of authority. The party leadership claimed that the major difference between the commune and the Shanghai Municipality RC was the inclusion of many old party cadres who had rectified their errors and returned to Mao's line. All 7 departments of the commune directly linked to the masses were abolished in a move that was supposed to strengthen the administrative functions of the Shanghai Municipality RC. The mass organizations were dismantled. On August 28, 1969, the armed conflicts between Chinese and Soviet troops in the border areas were used by the CC of the CCP to order all mass organizations to disband and to make it illegal to form any new ones. This left the remaining Red Guard representatives on local RCs isolated, and they were gradually replaced by military or party personnel. During February 1967, the army took the initiative across China, and Red Guards who challenged Maoist directives were beaten up, arrested, imprisoned, and even shot. Jiang reports how Marshal Yi Jianying approved a request from General Gan Weihan in Sichuan Province, Chengdu Military District, for permission to arrest and detain over 30,000 rebels. Allegedly, all the prisons in Sichuan Province were filled with rebel Red Guards, and the authorities had to convert at least one Buddhist temple into a temporary prison. The most shocking slaughter was in Qinghai Province on the Tibetan border on February 23. Troops dispatched by the vice commander of the Qinghai Military District seized several thousand rebel Red Guards staying in the Qinghai Daily Building. More than 300 were killed. Many more were wounded by gunfire and the rest imprisoned. The situation was greatly complicated because not only were rebel Red Guards being hounded by the PLA, but there was open warfare between different Red Guard factions, between Maoist Red Guards and Red Guards loyal to established party tops. The People's Daily reported that in Yunnan province alone between 80,000 and 160,000 people were killed. In Wuhan, the established leadership successfully resisted the Maoist Red Guards' attempt to take power, and with the support of local army units, arrested over 500 and attempted to disband their organization. During June and July 1967, there was virtual civil war between the two factions, and in one encounter 250 were killed and at least 1,500 wounded. 2 envoys from Beijing arrived in Wuhan to adjudicate and, of course, decided in favor of the Red Guards. The local CCP stormed the hotel where the envoys were staying and took one of them hostage. Lin Piao moved an airborne division and a naval squadron to surround Wuhan, and the envoy was released. The Wuhan incident was the beginning of the end for the GPCR. The constant changes in instructions from Beijing undermined its authority with the radical elements amongst the Red Guards. The different balance of forces within the Triple Alliance in different areas meant national, effective leadership was impossible. Mao Zedong thought was interpreted according to which group or coalition dominated the local Triple Alliance. In a last desperate attempt to gain national dominance, the CCRG called for a more radical policy towards the conservative elements in the party and PLA. Some Red Guard publications were demanding the proletariat must take hold of the gun and advocated internal revolt within the PLA. By the spring of 1968, the The most extreme of the Red Guard groups, in Guangxi, had seized weapons from trains bound for Vietnam and were skirmishing with PLA forces and conservatives to take control of the local Revolutionary Committee. Other Red Guard groups, having analyzed the situation for themselves, began to present an analysis that was not in support of Mao. Students in Hunan issued a proclamation labeling Zhou Enlai and other supporters of Mao the new bourgeoisie and calling for genuine communes. By early 1968, radical student elements in Shanghai and Beijing were proposing a national conference in defiance of orders from the CCRG. It was developments such as these which threatened the bureaucracy root and branch that were important in bringing the GPCR to an end. The activist phase of the GPCR was formally terminated at the CCP's 9th National Party Congress in April 1969. As would be expected with the party still reeling from the GPCR, this Congress was dominated by the Maoist faction. Mao was confirmed as the supreme leader, and others who had been active in the GPCR were allocated positions on the political bureau. Lin Piao became CPC vice chairman and was designated constitutionally as Mao's successor, and Mao Zedong thought was reinserted into the party constitution. Jiang Qing and Ye Chun, the wives of Mao and Lin Piao respectively, became the first ever female members of the Politburo. They were formally elected to the 170-member CC, which lasted until 1973, but which held only 2 plenary meetings. Due to Lin's poor health, Ye Chun was already in the habit of attending party meetings on his behalf. However, these victories were all sound and fury. Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping may have been labeled traitorous scabs and renegades, but the capitalist rotors in the party had, by and large, retained their positions. In this respect, Mao's weakness was obvious. Over 40% of the CC were serving military officers, but in China the PLA was the creature of the party, not the other way round. Mao's victory was superficial and temporary. The Red Guards were soon instructed to return to their localities. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the schools and would not be assigned to work after graduation. After 1969, the CCP placed its emphasis on reconstruction, rebuilding the party, revitalizing and stabilizing the economy. The Maoists, led now by Madame Mao Jiangqing, attempted to retain their decisive role, but they were now swimming against the stream. Factional tensions persisted, so that it was not until the start of 1971 that party committees were re-established at the provincial level. But practical solutions to current problems was the central theme of the party, and inexorably the Maoists were increasingly sidelined. The only institution with a relatively undamaged structure and real power was the PLA, but this was divided in its politics. On one side was the Lin Piao faction, which continued to exhort the need for politics in command and for an ongoing struggle against Soviet revisionism. On the other side was a majority of the regional military commanders who looked to Marshal Yi Jianying, and whose views generally were in tune with the capitalist rotors. The matter was decided in a most decisive and surprising manner. Lin Piao died in a plane crash on September 13, 1971. The circumstances surrounding his death are still shrouded in mystery, but soon after, Lin Piao's closest supporters were rapidly purged, and there was an immediate and precipitate drop in the influence of the Maoist faction. The party and state now attempted to depoliticize and promote professionalism within the PLA, accompanied by the rehabilitation of many persons who had been persecuted or fallen into disgrace in 1966–68. The political tide in China swung decisively towards the capitalist rotors, who spoke for more material incentives for the peasantry and efficient economic planning. They also advocated improved relations with the West in general and the U.S. in particular. That they held the reins of power was clearly demonstrated in February 1972 when President Richard M. Nixon made a formal state visit. It should be noted that at these talks the Chinese leadership gave the nod to the U.S., extending its bombing of Vietnam to include important economic targets in the north. The most prominent of those rehabilitated was Deng Xiaoping, who was reinstated as a vice premier in April 1973 and came to exert a strong influence favoring an approach based on the new economic policy used in Russia in the early 1920s. At the 10th National Party Congress in August 1973, Deng Xiaoping was again made a member of the CC, but not the Politburo, with sufficiently seniority to be in charge of the negotiations with the UK government on the return of Hong Kong to China. In January 1975, at the 4th National People's Congress, Deng Xiaoping was elected a vice chairman of the CCP, a member of the Politburo and its standing committee, and installed as China's first civilian chief of the PLA. At the same Congress, the policy of the four modernizations was agreed for the four sectors of agriculture, industry, national defense, and science and technology. This would be affirmed as an action program at the 11th National Party Congress, held in August 1977, after Mao's death. Deng did suffer one further indignity. However, after Zhou Enlai's death in January 1976, Madame Mao was able to rally sufficient support to remove Deng from his most important posts. Mao died in September that year, and the Gang of Four were arrested in the October. The role played by Deng in their downfall is not known, but within weeks he had openly returned to the leadership team. The CCP was a party deeply rooted in Stalinism. Neither before coming to power, nor in the process of taking power, nor in its turn to the general line of socialist construction after it was in power, was there ever any purge of Stalinist ideology. However, significant currents in the Marxist movement took Mao's verbal statements on the GPCR and the Shanghai Commune as good coin, as representing a genuine attempt to curb the Chinese party bureaucracy rather than as a factional move by Mao to regain undisputed leadership of the CCP. Ernest Mandel and Pierre Frank, one of Trotsky's secretaries on the island of Principe, took to calling Mao's policies bureaucratic centrist rather than Stalinist. The use of the term bureaucratic centrist was highly significant since it was a term used by Trotsky to describe the Stalin faction in the USSR before 1933, before it was judged as wholly counter-revolutionary. The lessons of 30 years were thrown out of the window. A movement unleashed by one wing of the Chinese bureaucracy against another was confused with a genuine attempt at workers' democracy. 14.4 Summary. After 1949, with access to state resources, the tops of the CCP went on a spending spree, see Section 10.2. The Chinese bureaucracy did not view privileges and salary differentials as temporary, imposed by the isolation of the revolution and the underdeveloped nature of the economy as the Bolsheviks had done, but as their natural reward for running the country. Inherent in such a situation was the possible restoration of capitalism at some stage. Trotsky had warned that if the bureaucracy was not overthrown in a political revolution, the bourgeois norms of distribution would inevitably become a key factor in determining the class nature of the state. Privileges have only half their worth if they cannot be transmitted to one's children. The victory of the bureaucracy in this decisive area would mean its conversion into a new possessing class. As would later be found out in the scandal around the murder of Neil Haywood in a Chongqing hotel in 2011. Tops in the CCP were sending their sons to English public schools such as Harrow. The bureaucracy defended the state's economic plans in order to defend their own interests, their own privileges. As Trotsky explained in Defense of Marxism, the bureaucracy is first and foremost concerned with its power, its prestige, its revenues. It defends itself much better than it defends the USSR. It defends itself at the expense of the USSR and at the expense of the world proletariat. However, Mao failed to identify these material and socio-economic conditions, rooted in the Stalinist nature of the CCP, as a chief cause of capitalist restoration. Instead, he blamed the strength of bourgeois ideas in art, literature, and science. He maintained his belief that incessant appeals to the spirit of sacrifice and idealism, as demonstrated by the CCP cadres during the darkest days of the Civil War, were enough to overcome the material backwardness of the productive forces in China. Instead of motivating the Chinese people by moving towards greater workers' democracy, Mao revived Stalin's anti-Marxist theory that in the transition from socialism to capitalism the class struggle intensifies, and added the flourish that this could endure for hundreds of years. Just like Stalin, Mao erected and then justified a repressive state apparatus to protect the bureaucracy. It is true that to an extent, the GPCR was an attack on the excesses of a section of the bureaucracy that was threatening the interests of the entire bureaucratic caste. Mao was following Stalin, who had individual, excessively corrupt bureaucrats shot to better preserve the bureaucracy as a whole. Mao combined the attack on the capitalist roaders to consolidate his own position with the curbing of the more extreme forms of corruption to maintain the bureaucracy as a whole. For the privileged bureaucracy, the GPCR was 3 years of chaos that had done nothing to halt the growing irreconcilable contradictions between them and the disfranchised and abused worker-peasant masses. The Cultural Revolution is important in understanding the later progress of the CCP under Deng, who inherited the problem of developing the economy. The majority of the bureaucracy breathed a sigh of relief when the Cultural Revolution was brought to an end. They wanted to return to stability and enjoy their privileges within the system. Deng and his supporters drew the conclusion that mass action was a threat to their privileged existence and began their economic and social analyses with the clear condition of involving the Chinese masses as little as possible in decision-making. Introducing genuine workers' democracy was the last thing these bureaucrats would do. Despite claims to the contrary, the GPCR was never widely supported by the proletariat because of two key factors. The Red Guard took the voluntarism of the GLF into the factories and other workplaces and demanded the ending of bonus schemes and pay differentials and a lowering of safety standards. The workers were to increase production by working harder and undertaking unpaid overtime for no other reason than their love of Chairman Mao. Another important factor was that the GPCR was taken into the factories largely by factory chiefs and party bureaucrats anxious to preserve their privileged positions or by students who, for all their good intentions, knew little or nothing about factory work. The Cultural Revolution did impact on the factories, but not in the way the Maoists had hoped. Factory workers took advantage of the situation to protest at the appalling conditions in which they worked, demanding a safer, healthier environment, higher wages, and an end to the privileges of the managers and their replacement by elected persons. As the industrial workers began to voice their own demands and take independent action, Mao drew back and in 1969 put the genie of the GPCR back into the bottle of bureaucratic control. The main slogan, "The masses are right, what the people say is right," became, "What is right is what is in the mind of Chairman Mao. One cannot fight the bureaucracy with bureaucratic means." This explains why both the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution failed, ultimately adding to the social and economic disruption caused by the bureaucracy. The Maoist wing of the bureaucracy could not go so far as to give power to the workers because to do so would mean turning their own world upside down. This meant the outcome of the struggle between the Maoists and their opponents would be determined within the party, but the GPCR had been launched precisely to avoid such an outcome. Party and state officials at all levels had been given an object lesson that to eagerly implement present policies made one a hostage to fortune and future shifts in policy. The result was excessive bureaucratic timidity. The CCP leadership and the party itself had suffered a severe loss of legitimacy. Millions of urban Chinese had recognized the GPCR as an obvious power play between competing factions that had taken place in the name of political principle, resulting in a steep decline in living standards. The scarcity of goods created by the GPCR meant a leap in corruption within the CCP and the government, as people fell back on personal relationships and bribery to get things done. Mao's strategies of the GLF and the GPCR had meant a near collapse of agricultural production, the closure of all the schools and universities, and finally, severe disruption of industrial production. The wing of the CCP led by Deng Xiaoping, the majority of middle and higher-level cadres, was horrified at what had happened and began drawing its own conclusions from these experiences, a process which was accelerated by the collapse of the Stalinist regimes in Russia and Eastern Europe. China marches back to capitalism. 15.1 Introduction. This chapter will explain the process whereby, in order to protect its privileges, a hardened, Stalinist caste took the Chinese worker state back to capitalism. The defining point in the process was the bloody crushing of protests that took place on a national scale but centered in Beijing at Tiananmen Square. After this watershed, the dominant section of the CCP increasingly came to see capitalism as its salvation. The alternate solution to the social and economic problems besetting China was Soviet democracy, but the bureaucracy knew this would mean the end of its privileges and preferred capitalism. This chapter concentrates on the bones of the process. How and when the CCP relinquished the three key pillars of a worker state: a national economic plan, monopoly of foreign trade, nationalization of the key industries including wholesale food distribution and, especially, the banks. The process of the so-called reforms was piecemeal due, not least, to the very real powers of the provincial authorities, each with its own interests, but also due to the CCP acting cautiously and testing each step as the process progressed. 15.2 A cold transition? Trotsky had argued that the Soviet Union could not be reformed into capitalism without some form of violent counter-revolution. But Eastern Europe, Russia and China have all made the transition back to capitalism without armed counter-revolution, without even major confrontations between the different wings of the bureaucracy. This observation confirms that we should not take from Trotsky single sentences isolated from their historical context. Trotsky's argument rested on Russia as it was in 1933, where the traditions of the revolution were still alive. The Russian working class had played the key role in the October Revolution. They had suffered dreadfully in the imperialist war and fought heroically to defeat the White armies. Despite the severe hardships imposed by the bureaucracy, they would have resisted capitalist restoration. The purges had not yet physically removed the Bolshevik heritage of the Communist Party and, despite the growing bureaucracy, party members were committed to maintaining the Soviet regime. Trotsky was writing a few months after Hitler had come to power in Germany, but before finally concluding that the bureaucracy was irrevocably counter-revolutionary. It was nearly 2 years later, in August 1935, that he issued his open letter calling for the formation of the Fourth International and the removal of the bureaucracy by a political revolution. However, the Stalinist regime survived in the USSR for far longer than Trotsky could have anticipated, for more than 60 years in fact. In that period, the revolutionary traditions were eradicated from the consciousness of the workers. The generation that had experienced the revolution was gone. The new generations witnessed a gluttonous bureaucracy hoisting itself further and further above the masses. They saw only mismanagement, waste, and corruption at every level, and towards the end all that was left facing them was a system which was grinding to a halt. However, we should remember that Stalin did, in fact, carry out a civil war against Bolshevism. Vadim Rogovin, in his detailed and authoritative history of the purges, concluded that the number of political prisoners during the Stalin period reached approximately 4 million, and between 700,000 and 800,000 were actually executed. 3 times as many party members were killed in the Siberian slave camps as in the civil war against the whites. The purges were the logical response of the bureaucratic caste as it sought to protect itself by eliminating actual and potential opposition in the communist movement, both within the USSR and internationally. During Trotsky's life, the Stalinist bureaucracy retarded the development of the Soviet economy, which, because of its planned nature, nevertheless surged ahead. But, as industry and commerce became increasingly advanced, until in its final stages the bureaucracy became an unqualified brake on economic development. The bureaucrats' protection of their own interests had higher priority than the performance of Soviet industry, so they never considered introducing the one measure, the most effective measure, for solving the problems of the Soviet economy, workers' democracy. However, Trotsky did warn that as the bureaucracy developed, the more senior the bureaucrat, the more they would want to pass their privileges on to their children. And this was best done through private ownership. He predicted that the bureaucracy could and would adapt very easily to capitalist restoration. Transforming the worker state into a bourgeois regime would be realized largely by the bureaucrats themselves, who would become the captains of capitalist industry or its favored servants. Few bureaucrats would have to be purged. On the other hand, a political revolution would impose on those bureaucrats a worker's wage and remove their privileges. For most bureaucrats, there was a bigger conflict with workers' democracy than capitalism. Trotsky's prognosis of capitalist restoration was almost a blueprint for the actions of the Chinese Stalinists. The chief task of the new bourgeois power would be to restore private property in the means of production. First of all, it would be necessary to create conditions for the development of strong farmers from the weak collective farms. In the sphere of industry, denationalization would begin with the light industries and those producing food. The planning principle would be converted for the transitional period into a series of compromises between state power and individual corporations, potential proprietors, that is, among the Soviet captains of industry and foreign capitalists. It must also be remembered that the 1949 Chinese Revolution was not made by a Leninist party. The CCP was a Stalinist organization long before it came to power, so in China there was never a period of workers or Soviet democracy, and it was natural for the leaders of the CCP to see China's future in terms of their own well-being. The collapse of the Soviet Union and the resulting chaos was a very powerful factor in the thinking of the Chinese bureaucrats. The leadership of the CCP, in its majority, concluded that in order to prevent the same thing happening in China, market methods must be introduced, but under tight CCP control. They began a series of steps, each of which was an attempt to increase the rate of development of the economy. It is now generally accepted that the Chinese bureaucracy staggered from one support to the next to avoid the collapse that had taken place in Russia. Three factors slowed the process: lack of understanding of a market economy, important special interest groups that opposed the reforms, and, most important of all, fear of how the masses would respond. But the process had a logic of its own, and empiric step by empiric step eventually ended in the restoration of capitalism. While generally peaceful and often welcomed, it would not be correct to say there were no protests against the bureaucracy and the measures it was taking. In 1989, there were demonstrations of protest across China but centered on Tian and Men Square in Beijing. These were crushed by the PLA under the direction of the hard-line Stalinists within the party. These people took the protests as a sign that reform needed to gather pace, and within 5 years the CCP had ended the monopoly of foreign trade, allowed unfettered foreign currency exchange, ended state planning of the economy, and were using the giant state-owned enterprises, SOEs, to support private industry at the expense of the Chinese workers. When these measures were carried through, China ceased to be a worker state. However, important sections of industry and the banks remain in state hands, the better to support privatization and the growth of Chinese capitalism. Among the top layers of the bureaucracy, there is no evidence that any group wanted to retain the old state-owned, centrally planned economy. From the viewpoint of the party tops, the present system is working. For them, it is doing very well because now the bureaucrats are successfully passing their privileges on to their offspring. Many of the sons and daughters of the bureaucrats have been transformed into owners of the means of production, and amongst this layer there is no desire to return to a nationalized planned economy. There is no material basis for them to wish to do so. They would resist any attempt to turn the clock back, and they would have the backing of the CCP and the state. It is also worth noting that the tops of the army have also been transformed into owners of property. In fact, for a period the PLA was spearheading the creation of private enterprises. In 1996, for example, the South China Construction Company, possibly the largest in China, was just completing the Diwang Building, one of the tallest buildings in Asia. But the South China Construction Company was an offshoot of the PLA. Its senior personnel alternated between wearing their army uniforms and business suits. The officer caste within the armed bodies of men, forming the power of the state, has been integrated into the new property relations that have been established. 15.3 A New Economic Policy. 1976 to 1978 was a period of intense political activity in China. Mao Zedong died in September 1976, and on October 6, 1976, Madame Mao and her 3 principal associates, the infamous Gang of Four, were arrested on the orders of Marshal Yi Jianying, Minister of National Defense. They would be subjects of a show trial in 1981, and all would receive lengthy prison sentences. This was replaced with a new party line, the Four Modernizations. To overcome the inheritance of the GPCR, there would be a period of huge investment and rapid development of Chinese science and technology, which would then be applied to agriculture, industry, and national defense. At the time, the proposed program stressed economic self-reliance, but had as its target China becoming one of the world's major economic powers in the early part of the 21st century. On December 5, 1978, in Beijing, a former Red Guard, Wei Jingsheng, posted on the Democracy Wall calling for a 5th modernization, democracy. He was arrested a few months later and jailed for 15 years. The CCP was a thoroughly Stalinized party but claimed the Bolshevik Revolution as part of its heritage. It was only natural that Deng should look to the history of the USSR to see what lessons could be learned on how to revitalize the Chinese economy and, especially, increase food production. The obvious lesson was the introduction of the new economic policy in 1921. This had been tremendously successful in restoring food supplies to Russian towns and had generated a boom in light industry. The main points of the NEP had been: once the peasants had paid their taxes, they were free to sell their surplus at free farmers' markets in urban areas. Private merchants were allowed to buy and sell produce in a market environment. Light industry was left in private hands while state-owned large-scale industry had to be self-funding. Increased wage differentials were allowed so that productivity and level of responsibility could be rewarded. Foreign capitalists were offered concessions. On February 4, 1919, Lenin presented a resolution to the Council of People's Commissars along the lines that one way of securing the investment necessary to develop the productive forces of the weak and underdeveloped economy of the young worker state was to grant short-term concessions to foreign capital for the long-term benefit of the revolution. It was the delay of the World Revolution that forced the Bolsheviks to propose this compromise with capitalism. At that time, however, the foreign capitalists, far from wanting to reach economic deals with Soviet Russia, wanted to crush it, first by armed intervention and then by economic blockade. With China, by the late 1970s, it was quite a different matter. The imperialists were perfectly willing to make deals with the bureaucratic, privileged caste running the state. Even the arch-reactionary Nixon had no problems in reaching agreements with Mao. In the conditions which prevailed in China in the late 1970s, some form of NEP was eminently sensible, subject to certain conditions. The Deng wing coined the phrase market socialism, in which the main levers of the economy remained under state control, guided by the state plan, including a monopoly of foreign trade. These proposals were acceptable as a means of stimulating and developing the Chinese economy. Deng and his co-thinkers drew the conclusion that the attempts to make China self-sufficient had failed and, correctly, recognized that China could not develop in isolation from the world market. Socialism in one country, while remaining official ideology, was finally, though quietly, buried. Lenin perceived the NEP as a temporary retreat, but Deng saw it as an advance. The difference was that Lenin's Russia was a relatively healthy worker state, which the NEP would be used to strengthen, whereas Deng's China was a Stalinist, bureaucratized, deformed worker state which the introduction of a NEP would weaken. Deng and his co-thinkers argued that, despite 25 years of almost continuous growth, the Mao era had left the economy in a mess. The GLF and the GPCR had caused serious shortfalls in agricultural and industrial production, but, more importantly, as the economy became increasingly sophisticated, the centralized, bureaucratic command system was proving so inept, corrupt, and wasteful that future growth was threatened. Industrial productivity was declining, the quality of the finished products was very poor, there were inflationary tendencies, and scarcity of consumer goods. Workers and peasants were becoming restless and threatening to take their demands onto the streets. When Deng came to power in 1978, he had no intention of restoring capitalism. He and the wing of the bureaucracy he represented understood the need to introduce the most advanced techniques into the Chinese economy, but the bureaucracy's inherent conservatism meant that it moved empirically, responding to the needs of the moment. Having accepted a market-led approach, it was only a matter of time before China would open up to foreign investment and participate wholeheartedly in the world market. 15.4 Deng's 1978 turn. At the CC meeting of December 1978, Deng presented his version of the new economic policy. Central planning would remain dominant, but it was proposed to introduce elements of decentralization and encourage private initiatives. The concept was that market forces would be introduced at the periphery to ensure the targets of the planned economy were met. The Beijing leadership began warily. Communal ownership of agricultural land would remain, but private use of that land would be permitted. Simultaneously, it launched a small number of special economic zones, SEZs, subject to severe controls. The basic points of the 1978 reforms were: peasants were offered the opportunity to lease the land they farmed. To ensure profitability, the government would allow the prices of agricultural produce to rise by more than 20% in 1979. Local rural organizations would be permitted to launch collective and/or private business enterprises. These would be known as town and village enterprises, TVEs. Foreign investors were invited to invest in China, subject to strict conditions. Market forces would play a much bigger role in determining prices. More investment was to be channeled from capital investment to consumer goods. The country began the process of lurching towards the world market. 5.4.1 Agriculture, land and the TVEs. The disaster that was the communes has been described in Chapter 13. Following the deaths of as many as 20 million through starvation, there had been a de facto restoration of personal responsibility for land and livestock. This was achieved by allocating land to individual households on the promise they delivered a certain quota of their harvest to the state. There was a tolerance of a free market in farm produce. Peasants were free to sell their surplus produce as they wished. Individual enterprise in the form of the revival of handicrafts was encouraged. After having virtually disappeared during the GPCR, cobblers, tailors, tinkers, and vendors became common sights in the cities. Constitutionally, in China, urban land was owned by the state and in rural areas by collectives, But these new measures allowed land to be treated as private property. Chinese agriculture was returning to traditional patterns under the slogan of collective land ownership but individual land use. There was a massive growth in a free market in agricultural produce. This was accompanied by the removal of state control of prices to help ensure the profitability of the more efficient farms. In terms of increased production of agricultural produce, Deng's moves were eminently successful. By the end of the 1980s, those who leased land were permitted to sell the lease or even leave it as an inheritance. Just as with the NEP in Russia, this led to a differentiation within the peasantry, with some peasants growing rich and expanding their holdings at the expense of others. Layers of Chinese peasants lost their lands, were impoverished, and were forced to migrate to the cities, providing an inflow of cheap labor for the development of the SEZs. But in China, the scale of what happened was unprecedented, both in terms of the scope and the speed of the process. During the period 1978 to 84, the reforms were predominantly rural, with great emphasis on decentralization and with greater autonomy given to provincial governments. Private enterprise in the countryside was encouraged in the form of the town and village enterprises, TVEs. These usually originated from commune workshops, so there were hundreds of thousands of them. With the demise of the communes, the workshops extended their repair of agricultural implements to include manufacturing light machinery for farm use. These TVEs were notionally under the control of local municipalities, but with the effective privatization of agriculture were in an anomalous position, being notionally communal enterprises run for the benefit of the local peasants while becoming increasingly self-funding and self-sufficient. Because the TVEs were largely independent, they were very flexible in terms of organization and ownership, and significantly enhanced economic and infrastructure growth in rural areas. TVEs would all commence as communal ventures but would pass through every shape and form, some retaining their communal nature, some adopting mixed communal and private ownership, and some rapidly became private property. They were a glimpse of what might have been achieved if the creative powers of the peasants and villagers had been unleashed within a planned economy. However, the TVEs were launched by a Stalinist bureaucracy to better preserve themselves and their privileges. Within this framework, the TVEs served the valuable purpose of employing and training many middle and lower-level CCP cadres in the smaller towns and villages who were in danger of being left behind by the moves to a market economy, and who could have become a focus for opposition to regime policies. In 1994, the government produced an honor list of successful TVE peasant entrepreneurs. It was noticeable that being a party member gave one a head start in being successful. TVEs were market-oriented from the outset and so became a pressure for institutional change at a time when the place of privately owned companies in the economy and society had not been established. They were a mechanism whereby the managers and local CCP tops accumulated the necessary experience and knowledge to run private enterprises and the capital to eventually acquire them. Initially, only TVEs with fewer than 10 workers could become a private firm. Within the European Union, enterprises with fewer than 10 employees were classified as micro. But in 1987, this limit was abolished, which opened the door to the privatization of all TVEs. In practice, even the supposedly collective TVEs responsible to the local authority were soon operating as private enterprises. In many townships and villages, local officials began a rapid sell-off of TVEs to themselves for a small fraction of what they were worth. By the time of these sell-offs, the party tops managing the TVEs had a decade of experience of running what were in practice private enterprises, and were well versed in capitalist management techniques. By the year 2000, all TVEs were openly functioning as capitalist firms. Helped by generous state loans and economic decentralization, the TVEs grew rapidly and in 1996, at their peak, accounted for 30% of GDP and employed 135 million people. However, after 1996, the number of TVEs decreased sharply as the state privatized small SOEs, many of which were light engineering companies, which then began to compete with the TVEs. The TVEs are a good example of how an economic form generated with one goal in mind, to assist economic regeneration in the countryside within a deformed worker state, became an important transitional element in the development of capitalism. In supporting the TVEs, the state sector nurtured and supported nascent bourgeois elements until they assumed ownership directly. 5.4.2 Foreign investment, trade, and market forces. In 1979, Deng announced the creation of the first 4 special economic zones, SEZs, open to foreign investment. these being on the borders of Hong Kong and Macau, and in the Guangdong and Fujian provinces on the southern coast. These were to be a means of modernizing the productive forces within a centrally planned and state-controlled economy. And at this stage, the bureaucracy was very cautious and made only limited concessions. In preparation for attracting foreign investment, the Chinese regime introduced a series of reforms which allowed managers of selected SOEs, those designated to be part of joint enterprises in the SEZs, to end lifetime jobs for workers. This was a break with previous policy in which a worker was a state employee and had a job for life, the so-called iron rice bowl. For workers in these enterprises, job security was replaced by fixed-term contracts. At the time, these measures did not affect the great majority of Chinese workers who were employed in heavy industry in the inland, giant SOEs. Nevertheless, despite workers' opposition, the right to strike was dropped from the 1982 Constitution. Instead, a worker had to observe labor discipline and public order. In effect, strikes were outlawed. However, the SEZs were not as successful as expected. For capitalists to invest, the bureaucracy had to create more favorable conditions, requiring a compromise with market forces. In 1983, certain of the restrictions were lifted. The necessity for investment to be in a joint enterprise with a Chinese company was removed and wholly foreign-owned companies were allowed to operate. The area covered by the SEZs was expanded to open up almost all of China's long coastline to foreign investment. The bureaucracy may have been proceeding empirically, but how many compromises and of what kind would be made? Soon the government was actively encouraging foreign-owned and operated enterprises to establish factories in China as a means of absorbing unemployed young people, especially peasants migrating to the towns, and at the same time helping to increase supplies of consumer goods. On October 20, 1984, the CC adopted a series of measures which marked the beginning of the end for the state monopoly of foreign trade. An important initial difference between Lenin and Trotsky as against Stalin and Bukharin was that they considered a worker state in a capitalist world must have a state monopoly of foreign trade. First loosening and then abandoning this control was a key move towards developing capitalism in China. Controls on foreign trade were greatly eased, allowing individual enterprises to engage in direct trading with foreign firms outside the control of the Ministry of Foreign Trade, which was renamed the Ministry of Foreign Economic Relations and Trade. Subsequently, the government introduced another tranche of legislation in 1986 to further facilitate Chinese businesses entering the mainstream of international trade. In particular, access to foreign exchange and credit, and reform of the wages system to allow much greater bonuses to be paid to managers. Beginning in 1979 and throughout the 1980s, the Chinese government was preoccupied with incentivizing state enterprises, most of which were characterized by gross inefficiency. The party appreciated the benefits being realized from TVEs and expected that extending the same reforms to the urban industrial sector would have the same effect. It was agreed to introduce market mechanisms such as allowing greater autonomy for management and permitting horizontal relations between enterprises, previously characterized by a rigorously enforced top-down structure. At the 12th Congress of the CCP in September 1982, Deng Xiaoping announced the building of socialism with Chinese characteristics, of a so-called planned commodity economy, which, in effect, was a significant move away from a planned economy. The managers of small and medium SOEs were given much greater autonomy, encouraged to produce goods outside the state plan for sale on the market, and permitted to introduce individual bonuses. From this time on, the planning element of the economy was applied only to major projects. However, the official position of the party was that the state sector of the economy was, and would remain, dominant. In the mid-1980s, in total, the state sector employed about 70% of the urban workforce, and throughout that period the giant SOEs dominated the overall economic processes in China. The government also tested a change in financial procedures for selected small and medium SOEs. SMSOEs, rather than remitting all of their profits to the state, as previously, they were allowed to pay a tax on their profits and retain the balance for reinvestment and distribution as bonuses. Here we have the bureaucracy of a deformed worker state, using capitalistic methods to revitalize part of the state sector. However, these measures on their own proved insufficient to change the basic economics of SMSOEs, many of which continued to lose money. Nonetheless, a significant step had been taken in downgrading the importance of the National Economic Plan. Determined to reduce the financial burden imposed by the SMSOEs, and to simultaneously increase the number of private companies in China, the government encouraged management buyouts. These were to be sold off as going concerns or broken up into separate companies, with the more profitable sectors being privatized and the less efficient being closed or remaining under state control. Managers were encouraged to rationalize their companies to make them profitable. Millions of workers faced dismissal. However, SOEs in China were not simply for generating government revenues, they also served many other purposes, including the provision of social welfare. The measures imposed left many of those who managed to keep their jobs with no health care, no sickness payments, and even no pension scheme. Those sacked were left with nothing. One group of managers of SOEs, those more familiar with Western practices, were busy asset stripping. The most modern machines in the factory were sold to friends in the private sector at knockdown prices. When the time came to privatize these companies, their managers bought them cheaply because they had few worthwhile assets, and then in partnership with their friends restocked them with the machines previously removed. Another group of managers, especially senior CCP members with links to the local party organization which controlled the local town councils, entered into partnerships whereby the councils designated companies as collective ventures but then ran them for private profit which went to the local party tops. This latter strategy was Beijing's preferred option since it gave jobs to party officials who would otherwise have been unemployed. The number of private companies rose from 1.83 million in 1981 to 11.71 million in 1985. In 1987, there was a classic scissors crisis, too few industrial products to satisfy the demands of the newly enriched peasants. The peasants responded characteristically and, despite an excellent harvest, there was a shortfall in basic food products, rice, corn, in the shops. In consequence, inflationary pressures exploded. The 2 years 1988 and 1989 saw the annual inflation rate hit 18%. The real purchasing power of working-class families was hard hit, and social unrest ensued. The rationalization and privatization of state-controlled companies had led to a marked rise in unemployment, pushing the official unemployment rate above 5%, a real unemployment rate of more than 10%. Workers took strike action and laid-off workers rioted. In response, in 1988, the regime put a brake on the so-called reforms, and in an attempt to control inflation tightened the money supply. This provoked a new phenomenon for the Chinese economy, the recession of 1989. This economic crisis was transformed into a political crisis inside the CCP, and the General Secretary, Hu Yaobang, was forced to resign for failing to take action against students protesting against the government measures. All this led to growing social unrest and a wave of strikes. This was the context of the protest movement in and around Tiananmen Square in Beijing. 15.5 Tiananmen Square. Initially, its reforms made the Deng Xiaoping regime the most popular since 1949, but the transition to a market-based pricing system and the lifting of price controls meant prices of goods rose faster than wages, and those living in the Beijing area were particularly penalized. Between 1987 and 1989, an increase of over a third in consumer prices caused workers and students to fear that soon they would no longer be able to afford staple goods. Many took to the streets in protest. The government rescinded the price reforms in less than 2 weeks, but inflation continued to soar. Oppositionists, many of whom were CCP members and/or ex-Red Guards, put up posters on Democracy Wall in Beijing and began to produce magazines to sell to the crowds who flocked there. The youth on the streets sang the Internationale, as if to say to the regime and to world opinion, "Look, we are not in favor of capitalism, we are not counter-revolutionaries." There was no coordinated list of agreed demands, but reports concur that right from the start there were calls for greater democracy, free speech and a free press, removal of restrictions on street demonstrations, and anti-bureaucratic demands such as the call to publish the assets of the CCP tops and their families and, given the nature of the protesters, an increase in funding for education and an increase in teachers' salaries. However, what had started as a student and youth protest began to spread to workers. The privatization of SMSOEs and the drive for profit meant workers were laid off to cut costs, and many who still had a job had suffered a significant fall in living standards. The protesters, initially students but subsequently joined by workers, occupied Tiananmen Square in central Beijing for 7 weeks. All around were placards and meetings protesting against poor living conditions, rising unemployment, poor career prospects, and the lack of democracy in China. At its peak, over 1 million supporters of the Tiananmen Square protest marched in demonstrations in 24 cities across China. The elements of a political revolution were appearing. Certainly, there were many rank-and-file CCP members who sympathized with the demonstrators, but they had no organization or structure to make their opinions felt, and they had no theory which allowed them to reach a correct appraisal of events. At first, a section of the CCP tops were prepared to tolerate the student protests, but having workers join in was far too dangerous for the regime to tolerate. Workers in the Capital Steel Corporation, one of the Beijing steel plants, went on strike, as did small groups of postal workers and bus drivers, and the number of workers involved was growing rapidly. The Beijing Workers' Autonomous Federation, BWAF, was founded. It existed for only a short time but was the only independent Chinese workers' organization in the PRC since 1949. An independent observer present in China at the time claims that similar independent workers' groups came into existence in Shanghai, Xi'an, Hangzhou, and Guangzhou. This, of course, made the initiative quite intolerable to the party tops. Those who were prepared to adopt a more relaxed policy towards the protesters were swept aside, and the movement was crushed. The central demands of the BWAF were published on May 21st, a month after the students started their struggle, and it can be seen immediately how the initiatives of the students had sparked an important development amongst the workers. Firstly, the BWAF demanded total independence. It would not be under the control of any other organization, and it would be a democratic organization in which workers would participate of their own free will. It requested that it be recognized by employers as having equal status with other mass organizations. Secondly, the basic aim of the BWAF was to put forward the majority views of the workers on economic and political questions and never be a simple welfare organization, as were existing state unions. Thirdly, the BWAF demanded the authority to monitor the activities of the CCP and other workers' representatives in firms and businesses that were the property of the state, collectively owned, to ensure that the workers really were genuinely the masters of those firms. The BWAF challenged the CCP on a crucial issue, calling for the workers to be the real masters of the collective factories. In the context of the direction being taken by the CCP towards capitalist restoration, this was clearly a revolutionary socialist demand and one the CCP could not tolerate. The regime had to respond quickly, which it did with a mailed fist. On June 4, 1989, the Chinese army moved into the square, killing several hundred demonstrators. It is claimed that the troops entered the square at the point where the BWAF had its headquarters in a tent and made their first targets the core leaders of the BWAF. The BWAF was declared an illegal organization and disbanded. Through its brutal clampdown, the regime made certain it retained a tight grip on society. The massacre at Tiananmen Square marked a definitive victory of the hardliners in the CCP. The movement around Tiananmen Square raised the hopes of many workers and youth, and had the potential to topple the Deng regime, but the lack of a coherent leadership and disciplined organization meant it was never able to realize that promise. The masses were defeated. After Tiananmen, the regime sought out all the key leaders, many of whom disappeared or spent many years in prison. Indeed, at the millennium, some 50 protesters from Tiananmen Square remained in jail. Nearly all were workers. At the same time, the bureaucracy temporarily slowed down the process of market reform to restabilize the situation. The crushing of the Tiananmen protests meant a swing to the right in the political pendulum, and once equilibrium was restored, the movement in the direction of capitalism intensified. In 1989, the Stalinist regimes of Eastern Europe collapsed one after another. The Russian bureaucracy had lost control of the situation and a chaotic transition to capitalism opened up. The Soviet Union resisted a little longer, but it too eventually succumbed to the same process, with the regime collapsing in 1991. These Stalinist regimes were so rotten that they fell with hardly any resistance on the part of the bureaucracy. The system they represented had passed its limits and had decayed from the head down. Undoubtedly, these events had an impact on the Chinese Stalinists. Up until then, they had been introducing market reforms, opening up whole areas of China to capitalist investment, but with the state-owned sector still dominant, and the process could still have been reversed. However, the CCP leadership was united in its determination to accelerate the process of market reform, as a means of stoking up the economy and so dampening social unrest. After Tiananmen and the collapse of the Soviet Union, a growing proportion of the bureaucracy saw capitalist restoration as the solution to their own crisis, but were determined that the process would take place under their firm control. 15.6. Socialist market economy with Chinese characteristics. In 1989-90, the Japanese economic bubble burst and precipitated a market crash across Southeast Asia. China assumed the dominant role within the region. Convinced that its privatization policies had underpinned its success, the CCP accelerated the process. In common with neoliberals everywhere, the CCP hierarchy firmly believed that private firms were more efficient than state-operated ones. Their Stalinist approach meant that the only kind of state-owned industries they could imagine were those that existed under a state bureaucracy, with all the mismanagement that this involved. They could not envisage efficient state-owned industries under workers' control. By 1991, China had become the second-largest recipient of foreign capital investment after the U.S., and by 2012 it would beat the USA into second place with an inflow of $258 billion against $193 billion. The amount of direct foreign investment in China is a clear indication of the confidence of imperialists in the new capitalist relations. The direction in which China was now moving was very clear. In January 1992, old and half-paralyzed, Deng Xiaoping visited the Shenzhen SEZ, presenting it as an exemplar of the economic reforms that should be undertaken in all China, and launched the slogans by which he is best remembered: "Enrich yourselves," and "As long as it makes money, it is good for China." At 14th Congress of the CCP in October 1992, a tough economic program was agreed with advice from the IMF and the World Bank. The market economy and the law of value as operated in the SEZs were to be applied across the entire economy. The central state economic plan was downgraded in priority to below those of the provincial authorities, each of whom was to develop its own markets in competition with other provinces. The public sector was to gear itself for commodity production. From now on, the market would decide prices. The 14th Congress officially abandoned the idea that a national state plan should dominate the economy. From now on, the federal umbrella would guarantee the free flows of goods, capital, and labor nationally, while the autonomy of the provinces and major cities, such as Shanghai, meant close cooperation between local government and business in pursuit of regional development. The Chinese provinces would enthusiastically promote economic growth using their powers over local banks, infrastructure, wage rates, the application of labor law, the unions, and police. The 14th Congress also officially decided to substantially shrink the size of the state sector and privatize all remaining SMSOEs under the slogan of introducing the so-called Modern Enterprise System, MES. The government's slogan now became, "The state retreats and the private sector moves forward." The MES introduced many Western practices such as boards of directors and shareholders, and it is no coincidence that in this period there was a marked trend for top Chinese managers to have been educated in capitalist universities. Many of the sell-offs were for a song. Chan cites the case of one general manager who is now receiving about $3 million a year in dividends, more than he paid for the business. Within a decade, the World Bank analyzed data from a sample of 6 cities and concluded that if these were typical of the rest of the country, then the privatization process had gone further in China than in many East European and former Soviet countries. Finally, the 14th Congress agreed in principle to end the state monopoly of foreign trade, though it would take another 2 years before this had been fully implemented. In 1997, under the slogan "Grasp the large, let go of the small," the state adopted a policy of retaining control of the 1,000 largest SOEs, which held 38% of the industrial assets of the entire country, employed many millions of people, some of which provided large revenues for the state, but to let go, privatize all other SOEs. Thus, in July 2000, the Beijing City Council, for example, determined that state and collective ownership would be phased out in all SMSOEs within 3 years. Through such privatization, state-controlled industry progressively diminished. In 1988, the state-controlled sector produced 41% of GDP. By 2003, it had declined to 34%, and by 2011 was 26%. At the same time, large SOEs were given a qualitatively greater degree of management autonomy and told to shift their emphasis from meeting production targets set as part of the Central National Plan to making profits. This was accompanied by a process of rationalization which, when completed nationally, meant the proportion of the national urban workforce employed in SOEs had dropped from 3/4 to only 1/3. 1997 was the year of the Asian financial crisis. Dr. Kai, who was a participant in the events, revealed how a mix of short-sighted desperation and conservatism, not planning, were the major determinants of the actions of the Chinese leadership. One result of the crisis was that China desperately needed to boost its foreign exchange reserves. Hurried meetings were called of the top-level advisors, including Morgan Stanley, and it was agreed that the least controversial action would be to launch a new company, China Telecom, on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Those taking the decision did so on the basis of their belief that mobile phones were a peripheral consideration and their actions would have no major consequences. The company was launched for $4.2 billion. Today, that company is China Mobile, one of the largest companies in the world. By the late 1990s, market determination of commodity prices had become the norm. Although government intervention remained common, it was market forces that determined the pricing and distribution of commodities. The bulk of the Chinese economy was now functioning on a capitalist basis, with only 1/4 of GDP being produced by the state sector. However, restoring capitalism is not simply the process of selling state enterprises, and whilst property relations are the decisive factor in social transformations, the relative percentages of state and private ownership are not the only features to be considered, since questions concerning how the various sectors are functioning and with what aims are relevant. After the Second World War, the UK Labour government extensively nationalised key industries and introduced several major social reforms, not to introduce socialism, but rather to assist the British capitalist class. Hence, it is necessary to look at the overall direction of the process, and in China this was inexorably towards capitalism. At the moment there appears to be a consensus amongst the party tops. The rationalization process whereby the 1,000 largest remaining SOEs under state control was reduced to only 112 will be continued until only about 40 are left. The reduction will likely be achieved through mergers and rationalizations, not sell-offs. Most of these SOEs have been partially floated on the stock exchange so that their shares are traded, but the proportion of their capital in private hands is always less than 50%. These companies attempt to operate according to the laws of the market but have to fall in line with government requirements when so ordered. Shares in SOEs are considered blue chip since they are 100% safe, but return on capital invested is as low as half that in the private sector. These SOEs are largely confined to banking, where the government must retain the big four banks because of all the bad debts they have accrued, and a mix of telecommunications, security reasons, energy, to guarantee supply, and heavy industry, debt-laden. As the newly privatized enterprises were streamlined for greater efficiency, the workers paid dearly, with the loss of millions of jobs, with women over 43 and men over 48 being the initial targets. Indeed, during the decade 1994 to 2003, as many as 60 million workers were made redundant. These have generally found alternative employment in the expanding capitalist sectors, but usually with lower pay, with no job security and the accompanying loss of important benefits. Likewise, the flow of rural workers who poured into the cities has been largely absorbed, and although they generally took the lowest paid jobs, they still earned at least twice what was paid in the rural areas. The 20th People's National Assembly met in Beijing in March 2003 to confirm Hu Jintao as General Secretary and approve changes in the leadership of the executive bodies of the People's Republic of China. This was accompanied by the dissolution of the State Commission for Planning and Development, responsible for the 5-year plans. The content had disappeared 10 years previously, but now even the symbol of a planned economy was eradicated, and with it the market was publicly installed as the regulatory mechanism of the Chinese economy. Guidelines were introduced in 2006 after the 10th and final plan. The scale and speed of economic development was phenomenal. In 2004, China consumed half of the concrete used in the world. It was possible to drive from Hong Kong to Shenzhen, through the SEZ, along a modern 8-lane motorway, and as far as the eye could see on either side was an unbroken gigantic construction site where factories, warehouses, offices, shops, and blocks of flats for workers were being constructed in their thousands and millions. Until the present time, there has been no national bourgeoisie capable of managing the major manufacturing corporations on the scale of, for example, Pfizer's or GlaxoSmithKline, both of which now operate in China, without the help of the state. However, in 2013 the PRC announced that many of the large SOEs that are profitable, such as the China National Pharmaceutical Corporation, which appears on the Fortune 500 list, are to be privatized. These companies are already stock exchange listed because they have minority shareholders, but private shareholders will now become the majority and company structures will be radically changed by the profitability imperative. This move suggests that while investment in certain strategic areas will remain tightly controlled, the CCP believes it is on the last lap of creating a Chinese bourgeoisie that can adequately support itself without state assistance. By 2014, the 112 remaining SOEs employed about 20% of the national workforce. The service industries, however, are outstripping their Western counterparts. In 2014, Alibaba, which handles 80% of all online commerce in China, is bigger than Amazon and eBay combined and claims annual profits of over $1 billion, was floated on the U.S. stock exchange. In principle, the capitalist transformation of China is complete. There is no longer either monopoly of foreign trade or a central economic plan, and those nationalized industries that can are being progressively privatized. 15.7 Integration into the world economy. In Chinese schools, great emphasis is placed on the Opium Wars, the prostration of China before British and French colonialism, and the terrible suffering of the Chinese people that resulted. The bureaucracy in China has no intention of becoming prey to imperialist domination. However, this goal is achievable only if a strong Chinese capitalist sector is created, and this is being done by building up and strengthening key companies, such as Sinopec, oil and gas, China Mobile, telecommunications, China State Construction Engineering, construction, and SAIC, automobiles. These companies have access to huge amounts of capital from the government's trade surpluses with the US and the rest of the world, which the bureaucracy is ready to pump into these corporations. According to Nicholas Lardy of the Fortune 500 list of the world's biggest firms, 95 are Chinese companies, giant corporations and conglomerates that are competing successfully in the international market. These huge companies have achieved this success by laying off millions of employees to cut costs and streamline their businesses. They compete with the Americans, Japanese, and other imperialists on a capitalist basis. Without doubt, a strong bourgeoisie has been created in China, but as yet it lacks the experience of its competitors. Property relations have changed qualitatively, and much has already been done to bring the legal structure into line. However, there is never perfect matching, and the development of new property relations will always lead and, at times, conflict with the old legal forms. That said, sooner or later, the superstructure must come into line with the economic base. As Karl Marx pointed out in 1859 in his preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, the changes in the economic foundation lead sooner or later to the transformation of the whole immense superstructure. In China, we are not dealing with a social revolution, but rather a counter-revolution. Nonetheless, the point Marx made remains valid. If one looks at the legal structure in China, it is readily apparent that changes have been made to bring the legal framework into line with the new property relations. Initially, the new employment laws were introduced in a piecemeal fashion, but the 1994/95 labor law attempted to consolidate the scattered workplace regulations and adapt them for a market economy. To obtain worker support, the government attempted to curb the excesses existing in many industries where it had become, and still is, routine for workers, especially on construction sites, to have to wait until the end of the year for their pay, with the inevitable result that many workers received no pay whatsoever. In 2004, important changes were made to the Constitution, stressing the role of the non-state sector in supporting economic activity in the country and protecting private property from arbitrary seizure. A year later, 2005, the laws which regulated or prevented private companies from entering such sectors as the public utilities and the finance services were abolished. On January 1, 2008, the Labor Contract Law of the People's Republic of China, LCL, was implemented. Previously in China, managers would, as a matter of course, call on the CCP to resolve industrial disputes. But with the moves towards a capitalist economy, the government has determined that, using Western capitalism as the model, courts are to be the final arbiters and companies must rely on the legal system, not the state. Such a move will take a considerable time to implement, not only because of the conservatism of the bureaucracy and the close family and political ties between local party tops and the new companies, but also because such a system requires a legal agreement between employer and employee, the written contract. The LCL had the goal of bringing all workers within this contract system, that is to say, within a capitalist relationship, and offers sweeteners to get them to accept the contract system. All workers are supposed to have a written contract, and any employer that does not sign a contract with an employee is supposed to pay that employee double his or her wages for every month worked without a contract. Any employee who has worked for an employer more than 10 years, or who has already signed 2 successive fixed-term contracts should be being taken on the permanent staff, a non-fixed-term contract. Today, the percentage of workers with a contract can be as high as 95% in some local government offices, and the average nationally is nearly 60%. However, for migrant workers, in their majority women, only about a third have signed contracts. Despite the right to strike being outlawed, it is precisely these female migrant workers who are leading the fight for better pay and conditions in the huge factories owned by or servicing foreign companies. 5.7.1 Entry into the WTO. Before 1978, the combined value of Chinese imports and exports had seldom exceeded 10% of GDP. In 1986, it reached 35%. In 2007, it was 40%. And today, it is nearly 50%. The present Chinese economy can exist only if it is tightly linked to the world economy. It depends heavily on exports and must have international agreements on trade and participate fully in the world economy. On December 11, 2001, it joined the World Trade Organization, WTO, as its 143rd member. Marx and Engels wrote in the Communist Manifesto, "The cheap prices of commodities are the heavy artillery with which the bourgeoisie batters down all Chinese walls." Now the Chinese themselves describe joining the WTO as opening the door to the world, no doubt in the hope it will be their cheap products that batter down the walls of the older imperialist countries. By joining the WTO, China formally committed itself to abandoning state control over foreign trade by 2007. As would be expected, despite the permissive legal framework, the bureaucracy has proceeded cautiously and has placed severe practical limits on, for example, foreign banks wishing to become established in China. Thus, the approval process is made painfully slow. The banks must provide large capital sums to ensure ongoing solvency. There are restrictions on how much and to whom monies can be lent. There are constraints on where the banks can be located, and so on. The People's Bank of China, PBOC, is still promising to relax restrictions in preparation for enhanced integration into the world's financial markets, but is slowing the process until the new generation of Chinese banks have a head start. The PBOC recognizes that bad debts renders the big four banks unprivatizable and has approached bank privatization from another angle. From the commencement of the so-called reforms, the PBOC encouraged provincial and city governments to set up local banks, and, since around 2000, the PBOC has encouraged these banks to increase their services to the private sector and now is proposing that the route to bank privatization is for these local banks, e.g. Bank of Shanghai, to be sold off as private companies. This has the added advantages of ensuring that the finance industry servicing China is largely in Chinese hands and puts local governments in control of the privatization process. It has also determined that the Bank of Shanghai will be the focus for the free, international movement of capital, the capacity to settle payments and trade freely in China's currency on world financial markets. This financial free trade zone will be a significant move in China's march to a fully neoliberal capitalist economy and further confirms the plans the CCP has for China as a whole. 15.8 China, now world's second largest economic power. In the 3 decades since Deng Xiaoping began to introduce free market reforms, China has bounded up the World League of Economic Powers. It outstripped Britain and France in 2005 and Germany in 2007, and at the end of 2010 overtook Japan's faltering economy to become the world's second largest. China's sales across the world are prodigious because it has very cheap labor and, in some industries, very modern means of production. In 2014, the U.S. trade deficit with China exceeded $300 billion and is expected to exceed even that in 2015. The European trade deficit with China is about $125 billion. The imperialists are of one voice. China is exporting too much to the USA, to Europe, to the whole world. China's highly competitive industry is in direct conflict with U.S. imperialism, but the relationship between the two powers is deeply contradictory. Major U.S. companies and most large internationals have invested heavily in China, are producing cheaply and selling their goods in the USA and elsewhere at prices determined by the world market. This is highly profitable for them. At the same time, the U.S. is one of China's biggest export markets, and because of the U.S. trade deficit, China is the biggest holder of U.S. Treasury bonds, and thus, for the moment, has an interest in maintaining the American dollar buoyant. The CCP bureaucrats would prefer this cozy relationship to be ongoing, but that is out of the question. With the huge development of its productive forces and the consolidation of capitalist relations, it is logical that China behaves like an imperialist power. It imports raw materials and capital, and exports manufactured goods and capital in direct competition with the old imperialist powers. The flooding of America and Europe with Chinese goods is likely to continue while China continues to be a major pillar supporting the profitability of U.S. and European companies, and those countries are prepared to run up ever higher debts. However, the essential relationship between the U.S. and China is conflict over world markets and resources, especially in Latin America. Already voices are being raised on Wall Street, Congress, and the Senate that unfair Chinese competition must be curbed. In 2003, the Bush administration claimed that the Beijing trade surplus with the United States, about $120 billion at that time, caused the loss of more than 1 million American jobs. The opposition of the USA to China's expansionist aims were seen in August 2005 when Washington blocked a takeover of the American oil firm Unocal, which has extensive interests in Asia, by Sinopec, China's largest oil refining company. That skirmish symbolizes the growing trade and political tensions between China and the USA. Nearly half of China's foreign investments are in Latin America and the Caribbean, mostly through joint infrastructure products. In January 2015, the South China Post reported that China was planning to invest $250 billion in Latin America over the next 5 years and increase bilateral trade to over $500 billion in 10 years. Specifically, in Venezuela, China concluded 2 large oil investment deals which were announced during the Venezuelan president's visit to China in September 2013. China has agreed to invest a total of $42 billion in 2 oil fields in Venezuela's Orinoco Belt. Additionally, it is in the process of establishing a strategic alliance with Mexico in mining and energy projects. U.S. congressmen worried about the growing level of Chinese involvement in Latin America are invoking the Monroe Doctrine that no foreign power should have more influence than the USA in Latin America. In response, China is building a large navy because it is clear that in the future it will need to control sea lanes in the Pacific and elsewhere. This will inevitably bring China into increasing conflict with the USA. There can be little doubt that whichever of the Republicans or Democrats are in power, there exists the potential for a trade war which could plunge the world into economic chaos. China might seem hugely successful, but its very success is its Achilles heel. Exporting so much makes China highly dependent on the state of the world market. But there are signs of overproduction on a world scale, in large part due to Chinese growth. And any significant decline in world markets would drastically and adversely affect the Chinese economy. The reverse is also true. Any slowing down of China's rate of expansion would have a serious knock-on effect on national economies around the world. This is causing alarm because already many Chinese industries including coal, iron or steel, heavy machinery and shipbuilding have problems of overcapacity. The result is falling prices and decreased demand on a global scale. In the UK, for example, the Thai owners of the Redcar steel plant, sited in the northeast of England and the second largest in Europe, placed it in liquidation in October 2015 as no longer commercially viable. In an area already hard hit by recession, the remaining major employer fell victim to the anarchy of the world capitalist market. The Guardian of July 25, 2015, estimated that some 12,000 workers in the South African mining industry would be laid off as a result of the fall in demand for raw materials. These are symptomatic of the problems that China and the world is increasingly going to continue to face in the future. Currently, China's rate of economic growth, 7.3% for 2014, means it is doubling its productive capacity every decade, a rate of growth that in a capitalist economy will, inevitably, lead to an even more massive crisis of overproduction. However, every indication is that the CPR's solution is to wade even deeper into market reforms, because with a capitalist economy, it needs a rate of increase of at least 7% to maintain present levels of employment. 15.9 The Chinese Communist Party and Chinese Capitalism. At the moment, the Communist Party dominates and controls China. But what kind of Communist Party is this? The CCP has over 85 million members. Since at least 1949, the party has been a haven for opportunists looking for a career in the state bureaucracy and has a long history of corruption. In 2001, the party launched a campaign to co-opt so-called red capitalists, drawn mainly from larger enterprises. At the time, this was not considered a major decision because these people were, in their vast majority, Communist Party members, state officials, and their relatives. But this group of entrepreneurs has taken on a life of its own within the CCP and become a powerful force representing the non-state sector of the economy. The 16th Congress of the CCP, 8 to 14 November 2002, carried out a major reform of the Central Committee and Politburo, strengthening the party's pro-capitalist representation. A number of prominent capitalists were elected to the CC, further consolidating the weight of the bourgeois within the party. For ordinary Chinese, joining the CCP is a lengthy, bureaucratic, and formal process involving having a sponsor who is already a party member, having a track record of supporting the party's policies, and attending an interview that includes questions on which approved texts have been read. After that, there is a probationary period. Nevertheless, 6% of the population are members of the CCP, but by 2004 the party included as many as 1/3 of all private entrepreneurs. Large numbers of these were already CCP cadres, senior managers of privatized SOEs, who, by definition, became entrepreneurs on privatization. It is this group that has been favored for membership of local people's congresses and other bodies with responsibility for leading local privatization measures, for health and safety policies in the factories, etc. The CCP's strategy appears to have been to provide political advancement for so-called crony communists, as a means of controlling the rate of economic change and to prevent non-CCP elements from using official institutions to pursue any alternative political agenda. The efforts made by the CCP to build a market economy are the means by which it justifies and sustains its rule and protects the privileges and properties of its members. Who cites the so-called Prince Party, a grouping within the CCP consisting of the offspring of the older generation of leaders who have been appointed to occupy top political positions to protect the vested interests of party members. About half of China's most senior leaders fall into this category. Today, the CCP is being used by those at the top, who have state power in their hands, to defend the interests of the bourgeoisie, because they themselves belong to that category. The CCP has demonstrated an astonishing tolerance at the bribes party members have been given by the business sector. Bribery is widespread, offered as payment of tuition fees at overseas schools for children, stocks and bonds allocated to family members, etc. The rise of TVEs in rural China and the privatization of SOEs in the mid-1990s allowed many party cadres to benefit personally and sowed the seeds of the tolerance that prevails today. In 2002 there were 3, as late as 2005 only 10, but in 2014 China had over $150 billionaires, second only to the United States. The familial ties linking party tops to these super-rich are often very direct. In 2005, the richest of all was Larry Rong Zhijin, son of a former vice president of the PRC and leading red capitalist Rong Iran, who did a great deal to open China to the global market. A New York Times investigation found that the close family of Wen Jiabao, China's prime minister until November 2012, had wealth amounting to around $2.7 billion. The family of the new president and anti-corruption hero, Xi Jinping, has interests including investments in companies with total assets of $376 million, an 18% indirect stake in a rare earths company with $1.73 billion in assets, and a $20.2 million holding in a publicly traded technology company. Control of the communications industry and state censorship ensures information such as this is not available in China. Because in China there is no significant divide between party and state, there are few, if any, effective checks and/or balances on top officials, so corruption is absolutely rampant. It is true that the government has a policy of killing the chicken to frighten the monkey, and occasionally demotes, imprisons, or even executes an official as a warning to others, but the money to be made is so fantastic and the chances of being caught so small that these measures are generally ineffective. An accidentally leaked PBOC report revealed that between 16 to 18,000 CCP officials that have fled China in the last 20 years took a total of about $160 billion with them. Given that most, if not all, state officials are considered corrupt, corruption charges are a means of dealing with one's opponents. Two recent and major trials fall into this category. Zhou Yongkang had been a member of the 17th Politburo Standing Committee, PSC, China's highest decision-making body, and Minister for Public Security with responsibility for overseeing China's security apparatus. At the 18th Congress of the CCP in November 2012, Zhou was removed from the PSC. Zhou, it appears, was an opponent of Xi Jinping who attempted to build a power base in the CCP to challenge Xi's election to leader. He also opposed moves to further reduce state support to the remaining SOEs, many of which are controlled by the party elite. Zhou lost the faction fight, and with his removal from the PSC, there was a purge of those he had placed in senior positions. However, as Minister of Security, Zhou had gathered a lot of dirt on senior party officials, and there was a fear of what he might do with it. Xi took on this tiger to consolidate his own authority, safeguard the reputations of his colleagues, gain respect within the CCP, and break the opposition to his economic policy. Officially, Xi was scrubbing the party clean, but really he was purging his political enemies. Zhou was convicted of abuse of power, accepting bribes and revealing state secrets, the last being a certain indication that more than corruption was involved. He was sentenced to life in prison. At the same time, Bo Xilai, ex-Minister of Commerce, a fast-rising protege of Zhou, was waging a controversial war against organized crime in Chongqing, a major city in southwest China. Bo introduced a comprehensive surveillance system that monitored all phone calls and internet communications, but overstepped the mark by tapping into phone calls to and from President Hu Jintao and using information gained against fellow party members. The party tops rallied, and in a short time Bo Xilai was brought to trial for having taken bribes in the form of, amongst other things, a luxury villa in France. He was sentenced to life in prison. 57. 58. Of course, smaller flies get caught up in the anti-corruption measures. Wei Pengyuan, deputy chief of the National Energy Commission, had generated a local scandal when he publicly threatened to kill his mistress. A police raid on his home followed in October 2014 and found the equivalent of $30 million in cash at a time when the average salary in China is less than $5,000. Wei was subsequently charged with corruption, found guilty, and jailed for life. How serious President Xi is in tackling corruption can be seen by the arrest of 3 anti-corruption campaigners: Lu Ping, Wei Zhongping, and Li Sihua, who dared to ask for China's top 200 officials to disclose their assets. They were initially arrested on charges of subversion, later changed to illegal assembly. The court in which they first appeared was surrounded by lines of police, and independent observers denied access. Just to make clear the position of the government, their lawyer was subsequently harassed by the police, including being detained for questioning. In June 2014, Lu Ping and Wei Zhongping were each sentenced to 6.5 years in prison, and Li Sihua to 3 years. The stench of sleaze and vice hangs over the super-rich leaders of the Chinese bourgeoisie, and all-pervasive corruption flourishes at every level, an inevitable consequence of a bureaucratic and totalitarian regime that is founded on the consumption and undue share of the wealth created by the working class. The super-rich are supported by a stratum of wealthy party and state bureaucrats, their corporate partners. Private entrepreneurs and compradors serve multinational corporations. Some, such as Foxconn, are economic giants in their own right. Next comes the new middle class of cadres, businesspeople, managers, professionals, and academics, large in absolute numbers, estimated at 100 to 200 million, though still proportionately quite small. It is these well-to-do strata who are the most enthusiastic about the new capitalist economy. As long as the economy continues to develop at a sufficiently fast rate, the party leadership will be able to contain the situation and maintain a certain stability within society and within the party. However, the CCP is not a political party as usually understood. It has been an integral part of a state apparatus since the 1930s and contains within itself representatives of all the political currents within government and the state. Any major economic crisis would be accompanied by major class, national, and social conflicts which would be reflected within the party, which, in turn, would be subject to strong centrifugal tendencies. Groups who felt their vital interests were threatened would surface as factions threatening the unity of the party, and its grip on the state could be broken. In the case of the Russian bureaucracy, this happened in a convulsive way. The old, monolithic Stalinist party shattered into numerous parties representing different interest groups. For the moment, the Chinese party remains in control. China is a huge country, and the different provinces and even different regions within provinces have significant leeway in the interpretation of Beijing's directives. Chinese history shows that the bureaucracies of the different provinces inevitably have different views and interests. There are divisions within the party hierarchy over proposed anti-corruption measures, and in proposed changes in the laws governing property rights, both of which would impact on the more acquisitive wing of the party. Xi Jinping and the majority of the bureaucracy appreciate the dangers of an accelerating class polarization and call for a clampdown on the most flagrant examples of corruption, for social reforms and increased social spending to soften the blows being experienced by the masses and give the appearance that the regime is listening to the masses and can self-correct. Present conflicts within the CCP are not between those who want to go back and those who want capitalism, but rather about how best to maintain the stability and continuation of the present system. Capitalist relations have been established and, inevitably, this process has been accompanied by differentiation between wage labor and capital. The bureaucracy of the CCP in its overwhelming majority stands on the side of capital. The irony is that in the long run this process will tear the CCP apart. The key element in such a situation is that the link to the state could be broken. Of course, there will be elements within the CCP that genuinely wish to serve the people, but the fact such elements exist does not alter the real nature of the CCP. It is highly likely that opposition to the current leadership of the party will dress its ideas in Maoist rhetoric, harking back to a period when the masses had job security, better welfare coverage, etc. Thus, striking miners in the coastal province of Shandong protesting wage arrears placed a large picture of Mao at the front of their demonstration on March 22, 2015. In 1995, direct foreign investment was about 5% of national total investment. By 2002, it was about 12%, and by 2012, the level of was about 20%. It is important to realize that over 80% of investment in China's capitalist industries came from within China, from primitive capitalist accumulation. The monies invested by these entrepreneurs was from the high rate of surplus value extracted from the workers because of state-enforced low wages, high rents paid by urban workers, and robbing workers of their pensions, medical and housing schemes. Many wealthy party members began to acquire fortunes when they gained control of successful TVEs. The ownership of nominally collective enterprises was gradually consolidated in the hands of their managers or local party officials, often the same person. In towns, many party and government officials were able to translate their managerial positions into ownership of privatized SMSOEs. Party cadres, generally, found the property sector a particularly fertile ground for amassing quick riches. Permission for construction projects valued at billions of dollars depended on the say-so of local party tops who, not surprisingly, soon acquired extensive property holdings. On September 12, 2014, CNBC News claimed the number of dollar millionaires in China had reached more than 1 million. Many of these, if not the majority, are CCP members who used the loophole of a lack of central land records to salt away their ill-gotten gains from bribery and corruption, buying the leases of prime city center apartments under pseudonyms. Outside of the party, many capitalists emerged in private retail and business services, beginning as small tradesmen or professionals. A good example of how crony capitalism and the end of central planning combined to enable the meteoric rise of those with good party connections is Lu Yongxing. In the early 2000s, the China Aluminium Corporation, Chinalco, and SOE, had a 98% share of the aluminium market in China. The central government gave Chinalco exclusive rights over all national bauxite deposits. Yet, by 2008, the market share of Chinalco had dropped to less than 50%, due to the entry of large private firms into the aluminium market. Lu Yongxing, the moving spirit of the East Hope Group, understood the Achilles heel of Chinalco, that its exclusive right to purchase Chinese bauxite was given by central government and not the local governments that had actual physical control over the minerals. With the end of central planning, the East Hope Group went to the local government of Sanmenxia, a mid-sized city in Hunan province with large deposits of bauxite, and effected a deal with the local party secretary who had strong links with Li Keqiang, Chinese premier. The East Hope Group started to produce aluminium in 2005, and today Lu claims to be worth $5 billion. 15.10 Summary. The question of the class nature of China had been a key question for the Marxist movement, and it is not possible to grasp the processes that took place in China from the point of view of formal logic and abstract definitions. There is no simple litmus test that can be applied here. Complex historical processes do not admit such an elementary approach. Only a method, which takes the process as a whole and concretely analyses its contradictory tendencies as they unfolded, stage by stage, can shed a clear light on the situation. The Stalinist bureaucratic counter-revolution in Russia in the period 1923–36 was by no means a preordained event determined in advance. Trotsky followed the process through all its stages, showing concretely the relation between the balance of class forces in Russia, the different tendencies in the Communist Party and their relationship to the classes, the evolution of the world situation, the economy, and the subjective factor. As the situation developed and the different factors changed their specific weights, Trotsky's position developed accordingly, finally concluding a new regime existed in the Soviet Union, which he termed Soviet or proletarian Bonapartism. Such a development did not reflect vacillation on Trotsky's part, but rather the way his analysis followed the process of bureaucratic degeneration as it unfolded. In Defense of Marxism, Trotsky outlined the way in which a Marxist should pose the question of the class nature of the Russian state. 1. What is the historical origin of the USSR? 2. What changes has the state suffered during its existence? 3. Did these changes pass from the quantitative stage to the qualitative? That is, did they create a historically necessary domination by a new exploiting class? The method of our analysis of recent and present events in China is in no way different from that of Trotsky. The demand for an immediate answer to the question worker state or capitalism reveals, not intellectual rigor, but a formalistic either-or approach. However, the situation in China has now developed to such a stage that we can give a definite answer. The return of capitalism was an ongoing and complex process, but it is possible to date the process by the Central Committee meetings at which key decisions were made. We can see that the transition lasted from 1982, when selected SOEs began to produce outside the state plan according to market forces, to October 1992 when the 14th CCP Congress finally buried state planning and the monopoly of foreign trade and agreed to begin wholesale privatization of SMSOEs with the perspective of selling off the larger companies as soon as suitable arrangements could be made. The fear of chaos has always been central theme in Chinese history. The PRC itself emerged following a long period of war and chaos, and the events of that period were still alive in the memories of the CCP leadership during 1991–92 when the Soviet regimes in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union collapsed. The Chinese party tops saw the resulting chaos, the breakaway of the different national republics, the collapse in production, the rise of the Russian mafia, and they were appalled and terrified. But at the same time they came to an understanding and agreement between themselves, no doubt spurred on by the recent events in Tiananmen Square, that they had to remain in control of the situation even if that meant adopting capitalist measures. The restoration of capitalism slowed and accelerated as the different groups within the CCP leadership argued out their differences. Added unevenness occurred in the process due to the specific conditions in the different regions of this enormous country and in the different sectors of the economy. China has a long history of dispersed power, with considerable provincial, county, and even city autonomy. In fact, an integral part of the transition to capitalism was encouragement and greater decentralization of state powers. To accelerate the process, it was determined, at an early stage, to delegate substantial responsibility for enacting the reforms to party tops in the provinces and the four great cities of China, Beijing, Shanghai, Chongqing, and Tianjin. To further accelerate the process, the revenues of local governments throughout China were made dependent on local business taxes and taxes on sales. The promotion of party cadres came to depend on their ability to deliver economic growth, employment, and foreign investment. Many local party members served as brokers and deal-makers between the public and private sectors. Others greased the wheels through black market deals, bribes, and informal networking. It was only natural that these came to have stakes in private businesses or took posts as advisors on company boards or senior management positions in private companies. However, for Marxists, this does not exhaust the problem. Have the new property relations established themselves unequivocally and irreversibly? Or, on the contrary, is it possible that the return to capitalism can be reversed? It is necessary to analyze the process as a whole and lay bare the relations between the different class forces involved. These factors are discussed in the next chapter. A New Chinese Working Class. 16.1 Introduction. In 2014, the number of mobile phones in use exceeded the world's population, and about half of them were produced in the Chinese coastal province of Guangdong. This made-in-China phenomenon is based on the highest level of human migration in history, the movement of hundreds of millions of poor peasants from the interior of China to the coastal regions to work in ultramodern factories catering for a multinational market. The Chinese economic miracle was created by the sweat and sacrifice of peasants and workers, but average real wages, compared to the 1950s when the giant SOEs dominated the economy, have fallen considerably. Tens of millions of jobs have been lost in the SOEs, jobs which had been seen as secure for life and carried pensions, health care, and housing allowances. A so-called Rust Belt has appeared across the traditional industrial areas, such as the Northeast, the heartland of China's old state plan, as many loss-making SOEs, both factories and mines, were rationalized for privatization and ongoing process. The majority of Chinese workers are now predominantly low-paid, short-term migrants working in giant high-tech factories. They have little or no job security and do not receive the welfare benefits that their predecessors in heavy industry had enjoyed. Since the mid-1990s, company retirement pensions have largely disappeared, health services have been privatized and moved out of the reach of many, housing has been privatized, and the rents being extracted from the workers are a major source of capital for financing factory expansion. Many of the gains of the 1949 revolution have simply evaporated. 16.2 The Making of a New Working Class. In China, a vast working class has been assembled with startling rapidity, most visibly in the three great regions of industrialization: the Pearl River Delta, Guangdong, the Yangtze River Delta, Shanghai region, and the Yellow River Valley, Beijing, Tianjin. There has been a feminization of the workforce. Female labor plays a leading, even dominant, role in the new proletariat, forming 60 to 70% of factory workers, many of whom are housed in on-site company dormitories. These women are better educated than their mothers and grandmothers. They are more aware of their rights, and in the labor-intensive factories of the SEZs, stereotypes of female passivity are breaking down. China's cities are growing at an unprecedented rate. In 2013, it was estimated that for the first time, over half of China's 1.4 billion people lived in towns and cities. By 2030, it is estimated that there could be as many as 1 billion urban dwellers, over 200 cities with populations of more than 1 million, compared with 35 such cities in Europe. To meet this projected growth, there are 40 million construction workers. This degree of urbanization is unprecedented, and it has brought into existence the largest and most powerful proletariat in history. With the massive development of the productive forces comes an enormous strengthening of the working class. The economic development raised living standards for many. Incoming peasants were prepared to do the worst jobs and live in terrible conditions because they received an income of at least twice what they would be paid working the land, and were able to remit some money to their dependents. This improvement in living standards for hundreds of millions of people was the major factor in the easy victory of the pro-capitalist wing in the CCP. We are witnessing the creation of millions of the gravediggers of capitalism, a new mass proletariat. What has been happening in China has some striking similarities with the early development of capitalism in Russia over 100 years ago, but on a much larger scale. Then, the growth of industry brought into being a fresh proletariat made up of peasants who had abandoned the land. Although a terrible price was paid, a mass proletariat was created that would lead the October Revolution. Today, the conditions are being created in China for future class conflicts that will inevitably lead to a revolutionary upheaval. The storm clouds are gathering. China faces serious and interlinked problems. Firstly, as a UK government report on the Chinese economy points out, the total number of migrant workers may be at its highest level ever, about 274 million, but the rate of growth has been declining such that today it is virtually zero. There has been a marked change in the destinations of these migrants. More and more are looking for work in smaller cities closer to home because of the discrimination they experience in the larger cities under the infamous hukou system. See section 16.3 below. It is to overcome this problem and tap into new sources of labor power that huge investment is now being poured into creating factories in inland China. Secondly, China's economic growth for 2014 was 7.4%, and the IMF projects a growth rate of 6.8% for 2015 and 6.5% in 2016. This is serious because to successfully maintain present standards of living and employment levels, to sustain social stability, a continued economic growth of 7 to 10% for the next decade or two is a necessity. Thirdly, this decline is taking place when global economic growth for 2015 will be the lowest since the recession year of 2009, and prospects for 2016 do not appear much better due to China's own slowdown. The first generation of migrant workers moved from the countryside to work in the new SEZs of South China in the 1980s and 1990s. These were mostly female workers who came to work in electronic and toy factories in the first SEZ, the Shekou industrial zone of Shenzhen. The second generation of peasants arrived in the late 1990s and 2000s. These included children of the first generation who, benefiting from the experience gained by their parents, were much more prepared to take collective action to improve job safety and increase pay rates. Now the first of the third generation are entering the production process and bring with them a much greater awareness of workers' rights and ways to protest. They have a sense of self-worth and are beginning to demand respect with a consequent dramatic increase in the number of actions by shop floor workers. A constant theme throughout the history of capitalism is that self-awareness by the working class usually takes place in the second and third generations who come to work in industrial centers. The Chinese government does not publish statistics on strikes. Officially, strikes do not exist. Strikes and accompanying activities such as go-slows, street demonstrations, etc., are designated collective actions, but all available evidence shows they are on the increase. Workers whose parents emigrated to one employer are returning to work for another, but they bring with them the knowledge that short, sharp strikes are an effective way of redressing grievances. As the confidence of the workers grows, strikes and picket lines are becoming normalized. 16.3 Distinctive features of the Chinese proletariat. However, the PRC is determined to minimize the capacity of its proletariat to fight national and international capitalism, and this gives the process of proletarianization in China certain specific characteristics. After 1949, the Chinese state played the determining role in shaping industrial relations, primarily through the 5-year plans and the All-China Federation of Trade Unions, ACFTU. With the transition to capitalism, the core of that intervention moved to collaboration with the largest employers to provide a recruitment work residence pattern that produces an exceptionally profitable and productive labor force. In China, the state plays a major role in the labor markets by regulating the movement of labor from rural to urban industrial areas. This is done through local governments and inter-province coordination and cooperation for the provision of labor directly to local factories, to the SEZs and the cities. For example, the inner provinces of Hunan and Guangxi have long-standing undertakings to systematically provide labor through their own recruiting offices for the construction sites and factories of Guangdong at a rate which attempts to ensure that labor costs remains at 1/40th those in the USA. The provision of cheap labor for every kind of work has become an important activity for the governments of inland provinces because they benefit directly from the fees paid by the companies to which they supply labor, and indirectly from the monies remitted home. The local governments are ideally placed to be the recruiting agents, to coordinate supply and demand, screen and recruit, predominantly, single females aged between 17 and 22, supply all necessary documents, no fewer than 6 separate visas might be required for the major cities, and arrange transportation from village to factory. The recruits would invariably be eager to leave their villages where there is an oppressive patriarchal system, little or no schooling after the age of 16 due to cutbacks in education, few job opportunities, and, possibly, to flee an unwanted arranged marriage. By the end of the 1990s, these government agencies were complicit in widespread illegal practices, such as covering up the failure by the hiring company to provide work contracts as required by the labor laws of 1995 and 2008. Without a contract, it is impossible to claim such entitlements as paid maternity leave or for a worker to take an employer to court for compensation for occupational injury. To cut costs, migrant workers are deliberately kept in ignorance of their entitlements. However, for the Chinese working class, industrialization and urbanization are two different processes. The peasants come to the cities to work but have no right to live in those cities and must return to the village in which they are registered at the end of their contract. From this arrangement arises the extraordinary situation that, for example, only 30% of Shenzhen's population are categorized as permanent residents. This system has its origins in ancient China and applies even to the children of migrant workers born in the cities because status is passed on through the mother. The hukou system is now a hereditary system for ensuring a generous supply of low-cost rural labor for the SEZs. It saves urban governments which cooperate so willingly with the capitalist enterprises from having to meet medical costs for these migrants and their children who are not entitled to attend the local urban state school. In fact, there is an entire range of benefits and rights which are denied the migrant laborers, including the right to vote. The migrant worker is a temporary resident, tolerated in the towns only so long as he is employed. Any action of which the employer disapproves could mean not only dismissal but removal of the residence permit and forced return to the home village. Because the migrant worker has no right to stay in the city, residence permits are a means by which the state attempts to control both labor mobility and worker dissent. The benefits for employers are immediately obvious. They have access to an abundant supply of cheap labor to hold down costs, and there is substantially less likelihood of organized labor solidarity to fight for better wages and working conditions. Richer elements from the countryside, however, can obtain an urban residence permit provided they are married, purchase a residence within the city limits, and hold down a post for a prescribed period of time, typically a year. Given the prohibitive cost of apartments in China, migrant workers are excluded from this arrangement. The dormitory labor regime is an integral and important part of the system for the control of migrant workers to maintain China's status as the global workplace. Workers' dormitories are temporary residences for single workers, the great majority, for 1 or 2 years. Usually they are close to or within the grounds of the factory they serve, integrating working and non-working life so that the company exerts exceptionally close control over the workers' activities. Such dormitories are communal multi-story buildings, housing hundreds or even thousands of workers. Generally, between 8 and 20 workers share a room with communal washing and toilet facilities. Living space is intensely collective. Only the area within the closed curtains of the workers' bunk is private space. To cut costs, there is always pressure to overcrowd the dormitories, which can make them dirty and unhygienic. Work teams receive pay based on collective performance. Hence, the sharing of rooms can increase pressure to conform and perform. However, many companies have a policy of assigning dormitory places at random. This means that there is frequent disruption of sleep because of different working hours. There may even be night shift and day shift workers mixed into the same dormitory. The purpose is to break up any existing social networks and hinder communication and interaction between workers on the same shift. It is believed that this reduces the self-organization of the workers. At the same time, it also makes the factory a solitary place for newcomers, who, having forfeited their personal and social lives, encounter great loneliness and anxiety, and the resulting alienation and can lead to acts of desperation. Suicide is the extreme manifestation of the migrant work experience. Dormitories are ideal for the just-in-time production system, so favored by international companies. Confined to the factory compound, workers can be asked at a moment's notice to work overtime or to work during their rest day to ensure the company meets its delivery deadlines. Living in company-supplied dormitories with extended work hours ties the worker to one employer because it is almost impossible for workers to look for another job. In total, the pressures on these young women are unlike anything previously experienced by the working classes. Apple made the world's largest ever recorded profit in the last quarter of 2014, nearly $18 billion, mostly from sales of 74.5 million iPhones made by second-generation female migrant workers in China. Apple supplier Foxconn employs over 1 million workers across China, and its working conditions were the subject of an investigation by Pun Nai and Jenny Chan after 14 young migrant workers committed suicide, and another 4 attempted suicide during 2010. All were between 17 and 25 years old. This section draws on the investigation of working conditions at Foxconn by Pun and Chan. Foxconn moved its production base from Taiwan to mainland China in the late 1980s to benefit from state support and cheap labor. This support has enabled Foxconn to grow rapidly, and now it dominates the global market by producing half of the world's electronic products. Initially confined to the Shenzhen SEZ, its 30 factories are now dotted all over China, with the smallest factory employing some 20,000 and the largest over 400,000. This geographical expansion has enabled Foxconn to continue to tap into the lower-cost labor available in northern, central, and western China. With the encouragement of the central government, these local governments are creating a business-friendly environment by promising to provide access to land, roads, railways, bank loans, and labor. Naturally, the local governments are in competition, each fighting the others for Foxconn investment. For example, after the Sichuan government won a $2 billion Foxconn investment project, a total of 14 villages were demolished to create space for a 15 square kilometers Foxconn living zone. It is reported that the Sichuan leaders waived a significant amount of rent and tax and provided land far below the market rate. In addition, the Sichuan government provided a free labor recruitment service, with local government officials being given a recruitment quota, setting up stalls at the sides of roads and escorting recruits to the factory gates. It is claimed that overeager officials told villagers that if no one from a family went to work at Foxconn, then that family would be fined 1,000 yuan. Foxconn's largest factory complex is in Longhua, Shenzhen, and has more than 430,000 workers. Within the walls of Foxconn, most of the employees are young women migrants who work and live there with an average age of about 21 years. Such women are preferred for their supposed docility, nimble fingers, lack of experience of worker self-organization, and preparedness to pay attention to the monotonous, detailed, and mind-numbing work undertaken. Company managers refer to it as the Foxconn campus, and it is the model factory presented to visitors from media organizations and other inspection units. This campus includes the factories themselves, 12-story dormitories, warehouses, an employee care center including a counseling clinic and hospital facilities, a library and bookstores, a post office, a small fire brigade, an exclusive television network, an educational institute, numerous sports facilities, supermarkets, cafeterias and restaurants, and even a wedding dress shop. In designing its production lines, Foxconn was able to draw on lessons learned around the world ever since Henry Ford first introduced mass production of automobiles. Thus, notwithstanding its facilities, Longhua is a dormitory labor regime which seeks to organize workers' activities 24 hours a day to maximize profit. Production lines have two properties: minimize human qualities in order to standardize production and eliminate errors, and a division of labor so precise and detailed that workers become cogs in the machine. Today, Foxconn production operators in general are engaged in endless mechanical repetition of movements made as fast and as simple as possible. Work is timed to the second and must meet targets set by time and motion studies, at the limit of what workers can produce. I take a motherboard from the line, scan the logo, put it in an anti-static electricity bag, stick on a label, and place it on the line. Every 10 seconds I finish 5 tasks, reported one young woman. In a typical day, she might repeat this operation more than 15,000 times. Little wonder that so many of these workers claim they feel worthless. It is soul-destroying. If one worker commits an infringement of the rules, the entire shift, possibly 100 or more workers, must remain after work. The woman, 80% of these workers are women, is forced to stand and read aloud a statement of self-criticism. She must be loud enough to be heard. The line leader drives home this lesson in humiliation by asking if the worker at the far end of the workshop clearly heard the mistake made. This process forms part of a policy used to penalize workers for petty offenses and so enhance shop floor discipline. A worker can lose points for having long nails, being late, yawning, eating, or sitting on the floor, and such loss of points jeopardizes the monthly bonus. Production workers who stand during work are supposed to receive a 10-minute break every 2 hours, but this only applies if they meet the hourly production target. After a 12-hour shift, factory floor managers and supervisors can lecture production workers for as long as half an hour, evaluating the shift's output and listing those areas where performance needs to be improved. The hours worked and the wage rates paid at Foxconn appear to fit the national pattern, and Foxconn likes to point out that workers sign written agreements before working overtime. However, since workers have no effective trade union representation or protection, such agreements are meaningless, and whilst Chinese labor law specifies a maximum of 36 hours overtime per month, Foxconn workers can work 80 hours of overtime a month. Effectively, the working day is 12 hours, leaving the workers exhausted to the point of tears, for as little as $300 a month. Workers are lucky to get one rest day a week. However, despite the near total domination of workers' lives, the close confinement means that if an issue of common interest arises, e.g. the local government decides not to raise minimum rates, the workers are in a position to discuss and take immediate action. Hence, once action is agreed, the dormitory arrangement can greatly strengthen the workers' unity. It has also been found that workers use proximity to form study groups and that they listen to educational programs on the radio, particularly on labor law, to help them in formulating demands on employers. E.g. that in law each worker must have a contract, that the rates paid must be equal to or greater than the local legal minimum wage, that the company must pay social insurance premiums, and so on. Clearly, the Foxconn management exercises as much control as possible over the workers, yet despite these efforts, Pun and Chan found the workers resisted in many ways, including go-slows, stoppages, small-scale strikes, and sometimes even sabotage. As reported by Foxconn workers, on one particular occasion they deliberately failed to meet targets in order to have senior management remove a rude and harsh line leader, and on another occasion everybody stopped working when there was a rush order in order to gain specific concessions. The lessons learned at grandmother's knee are paying dividends. 16.4 Working conditions. In 2014, the Hong Kong-based China Labor Bulletin carried out a survey of the causes of labor disputes in China. Of course, each dispute is specific and apparently has its own particular causes. However, the CLB is concerned to point out that each of the three major factors it identified have been greatly exacerbated by the year-on-year decline in China's industrial output. The most common factor is employers seeking to move their factory to take advantage of cheaper labor elsewhere. Moving to inland China or even Bangladesh, some of them attempted to sell off equipment and flee the scene, not only leaving Chinese workers with no job but attempting to avoid payment of wages owed, statutory redundancy, and other obligations. Claims for compensation give rise to about 1/3 of all disputes. The second most common factor is attempts to reduce labor costs by, for example, reclassifying Saturday and Sunday working as normal hours so as to avoid paying double time for weekend work, or ending weekend working and forcing workers to work extra overtime during the week, which is paid at a lower rate. Many workers get a pay raise only when the local government increases the minimum wage, but employers are, more and more, attempting to claw back any such increase in pay by reducing, or even eliminating housing and other allowances, or by cutting bonuses. Another technique is to delay the payment of workers so that they work not a week, but a month in arrears. Problems with wage arrears and overtime payments account for about 1/4 of all strikes. The third most common cause are straightforward claims for an increase in wages to compensate for increases in the prices of consumer goods, rent, etc. Claims for wage increases account for about 1/5 of all disputes. The above ratios refer to factory workers, and the experience of other sectors will be different. For example, teachers in the smaller cities and villages are often poorly paid, especially when compared with civil servants and other public employees with the same experience and qualifications. It is not unusual for teachers to go several months without being paid at all. CLB recorded 69 teacher strikes over the period of its report, the great majority for payment of wage arrears and increases in pay. In most factories, the actual working day is at least 10 hours, including compulsory overtime, and rest days are provided only if there is a break in production, such as during the low season. In the event of a rush order, employees are required to work 12 hours per day in sequential shifts. The situation in many factories is that employees work at least 72 hours each week, far more than the total allowed by Chinese law, 40 hours each week, and 36 hours overtime work per month. It is to be expected that, under such conditions, accidents at work are commonplace. Indeed, the International Labor Organization has stated that, officially, about 380,000 Chinese workers die annually in industrial accidents, but industry is characterized by gross underreporting. Here were more than 20,000 industrial and mining enterprises with occupational hazards problems in Dongguan, a major export center on the Pearl River Delta in Guangdong Province. They employ more than 5.5 million workers, but only 6,000 enterprises report occupational hazards to the related government offices. The State Administration of Work Safety only monitored 280 of these. Possibly the most extreme conditions are to be found in the construction industry, which, in 2010, employed about one-third of all migrant laborers. Safety standards are appallingly low. Even in Hong Kong, scaffolding for high-rise buildings can be no more than lengths of bamboo tied together with what looks like string. A major reason for the transient nature of the construction workforce is that, in 1984, the government introduced new regulations which made it an offense for construction companies, especially those under state ownership, to retain permanent on-site staff. From then on, the norm has been for workers to be hired by subcontractors who recruit teams of cheap, unskilled migrant workers from rural areas. It is normal for workers employed by subcontractors to work on subsistence wages, expecting to receive their pay as a lump sum at the end of the year. The big problem, especially in the construction industry, is that many subcontractors simply disappear at the last moment, leaving the workers without even the means of returning home. This scandal of unpaid wages is the cause of over half of all China's strikes, many of which have resulted in violent clashes between furious workers and police. The PRC has begun to recognize the unsustainability of this situation, and in 2008 enacted the labor contract law, which accords some workers the right to challenge their employers in the courts. However, those worst hit are effectively excluded from this process because the worker must have a contract before his/her case can be heard, and in some SEZs, and in the construction industry, nearly two-thirds of the workers do not have one. A second barrier is the obvious anti-worker bias of the great majority of court decisions. Local government finances depend heavily on the success of local enterprises. Hence, the resulting intense competition between localities for outside investment has sensitized local courts to the needs of employers, such that enforcement of labor laws is patchy. However, there is every likelihood that a higher court, or the CCP, will overturn any judgment in the workers' favor. Under these circumstances, workers' rights often end at the courtroom door. Many barriers have been erected to prevent workers ever reaching that courtroom door. Before a case can be presented to a court, workers must first go through a mandatory arbitration process, and for the few who possess a contract, that process is complex and lengthy. It can take a journey of several hours to reach the relevant ministry building, and having done that, it can take days of petitioning and being sent from one department to another before the correct bureau is found, invariably crowded with other workers seeking redress. If more than 5 of the applicants appear at any one time, they are guilty of an illegal gathering and can be arrested, as the Artigas workers found, see section 16.3, and, if migrant laborers, stripped of their residence permits and returned to their villages. The workers must argue their own case against professional lawyers, and whatever the court decision, there is invariably a lack of will by the local government to enforce it, and the workers often end up worse off. The same obstacles are placed in the paths of any women who seek legal redress for breaches of China's anti-discrimination laws, with the addition that lawyers screen their cases to avoid this type of dispute because of their low fee potential and limited access to legal aid. The traditional labor aristocracy of the Chinese working class was in heavy industry and mining, and it is these workers who have suffered most under the so-called reforms. The means used to carry through the privatization of the giant SOEs included such promises as being kept fully informed of all relevant plans, substantial redundancy payments, of being found new jobs, and of payment of large sums of money obtained from the sale of the enterprise. Many, if not most, workers received none of these things. Instead, local officials, enterprise managers, and privateers proceeded to plunder the state assets for personal gain. According to official estimates, since China first began restructuring the SOEs, state assets valued at between 80 and 100 billion yuan have been embezzled annually. In March 2007, the vice chairman of the ACFTU, Su Deming, stated unpaid wages owed by SOEs which had been restructured amounted to over 2 billion yuan, together with a total of as much as 1 billion yuan in unpaid compensation. He further noted that in enterprises that had been privatized, 25% of the laid-off workers were not receiving any form of social security benefit. To redress their grievances, the workers were encouraged to use the so-called petitioning process whereby citizens, either individually or collectively, can appeal to the authorities over specific grievances. In China, this is a well-established procedure. But it is a system that serves as a buffer protecting government officials, absorbing the petitioner's anger but without any meaningful outcome. For laid-off SOE workers, it was a bureaucratic trap, with complainants being sent off on an endless paper chase as bureaucrats passed the buck and covered each other's backs. When the wrongdoing was by a government department, the accused person was a high-level official or business associate of the government. Cases were quietly shelved. Worse, the system generally meant petitions ended up in the hands of the organizations and officials being complained about, and who might be the employers of the complainants. Thus, petitioners could be putting themselves at risk of retaliatory action by those targeted in the complaint. In parallel with petitioning, workers were taking their cases to the courts. But all too often the case would include government officials and government departments who were also often direct beneficiaries of the privatization. As the number of privatization dispute cases rose rapidly, China's senior judicial authorities instructed the courts to stop hearing such cases. On March 26, 2006, the All China Lawyers Association directed its members that if they took on a collective case, then they had a responsibility to actively assist the judicial authorities, that is, to collaborate with the accused against their clients. When they discovered that the system served to shield the corrupt and, possibly, expose complainants to the risk of retaliation, the workers soon lost all faith in it. As a result, many workers proceeded with their own actions. Just about every SOE restructuring/privatization program led to some kind of dispute with the laid-off workers demanding payment of wages owed, payment of a pension, medical insurance, and social security benefits, along with assistance promised in securing reemployment. Left with little alternative, the workers were forced to demonstrate on the streets to make their demands heard. However, many of the local government officials and party tops were personally involved in the privatization deals and saw these worker demonstrations as a threat to their own positions, which, of course, they presented publicly as a criminal threat to political stability. Using their influence with the police and judiciary, they attempted to have the demonstrations broken up and banned and the activities of the protest leaders arbitrarily punished. Under Chinese legal procedures, the police can hold protesters charged with criminal offenses for an extended period of time, weeks, months, and even years without trial. Between 1998 and 2001, workers at the ferroalloy factory submitted numerous petitions to a wide range of government bodies, accusing plant manager Fan Cheng and others of embezzlement, but received no response from any of them. Fan was only investigated after more than 10,000 workers took to the streets in March 2002 and publicly pressured the government to take action. The strike leaders attempted to spread their strike to neighboring factories and for this were arrested, beaten up, and jailed for subversion and terrorism. Disputes arising from the privatization of SOEs have typically dragged on for many years, as local governments, the courts, and the ACFTU failed to address the widespread injustices committed against workers in the course of restructuring. Indeed, these long-running collective labor disputes amount to a festering sore. Leaders in the fight for workers' rights have been silenced, persecuted, and imprisoned, while the grievances of those they represented have been ignored by those in authority, and laid-off workers have been left to fend for themselves. So great and obvious was the divergence between the promises and reality that it brought the officially recognized trade unions and the labor laws into disrepute. And there is ample evidence that Chinese workers, especially women migrant workers, are increasingly prepared to bypass these laws and self-organize, to go on strike, demonstrate in public, and take direct action such as blocking major roads, even wrecking offices or work completed. The then president and party secretary Hu Jintao and Premier Wen Jiabao, concerned that such hardline measures were not reducing the number of independent labor actions, introduced a softer approach and launched a campaign calling for a harmonious society. Now, it is not uncommon to see court staff racing to a flashpoint where workers are publicly protesting, in desperate attempts to defuse the situation and restore social stability by giving free advice on how to take the dispute through the courts. For the time being, the police are being reined in, and while strike leaders are still being arrested and demonstrations broken up, any deaths are seen as a mishandling of the situation and a blot on the career of the party top responsible. Harmony as a social ideal has roots in the paternalistic and hierarchical ethics of Confucius. Efforts have even been made to harmonize Confucius with Marx, But this is something that can be achieved only by entirely eliminating Marxist concepts of class struggle and revolution. The appeal to Confucianism is intended to give modern concepts a veneer of Chinese exceptionality and promulgate the idea that the PRC is following a uniquely Chinese path for the good of the country as a whole. The appeal to social harmony has meant that the regime has had to offer concessions to peasants and workers. In respect of the peasants, the government has reduced taxes, raised prices for farm products, and provided subsidies, whereas for city workers, it introduced a substantial increase in the minimum wage in May 2015. Simultaneously, in both rural and urban areas, the regime promises the expansion of educational provision and healthcare services. The government is also pledging a significant improvement in pensions provision, no doubt hoping to enlarge the internal market. Great publicity is being given to bringing the most openly corrupt of the CCP cadres to justice, and there have been some high-profile trials. The need to appeal for social harmony is a facade to convince workers, especially, to trust the CCP leaders and do nothing to threaten the present system. The state also excuses itself to the working class by presenting its current economic problems as being shared worldwide, that the solutions proposed are common to all workers internationally. For example, Britain's workfare program was used as an example to support China's own plan to deny benefits to workers who do not join retraining schemes. 16.5 The official trade union. The fundamental right of all workers, the right to strike, was deleted from China's constitution in 1982. The state, however, makes a point of never arresting workers for strike actions. The charges are invariably damage to property, public disorder, or assault, but these are widely used. Despite the law regarding trades unions being amended twice since then, once in 1992 and again in 2001, workers remain denied their basic democratic rights of free association, free collective bargaining, and strike action. The ultimate strength of the working class comes from collective action. To deny the class that right is to hamstring it in the face of the employers and their state. The ACFTU is the only legally permitted trade union in China and has a very close structural relationship with the CCP, with considerable overlap in membership and with key ACFTU personnel, even at a local level, appointed on CCP advice. The ACFTU was and is not a union as understood in the West, but rather a branch of government staffed by careerists whose primary role is to ensure the workers accept government policy. Just like union leaders in capitalist countries, these people ensure union power at the point of production is paralyzed. To date, the reality has been that if workers take industrial action, they find themselves confronting a bloc consisting of the employers, the state, police, and the ACFTU, which has, on occasion, hired thugs to break picket lines and beat up strikers. Union officials will visit trade union members who are sick or injured and ensure they receive their due payments, arrange New Year parties, works outings, sports days, and, a speciality of China, matchmaking events, but their key tasks are to maximize productivity and minimize work stoppages, whether due to accidents or industrial actions. However, the form of the official trades union has changed and developed under the pressure of events and government directions. Traditionally, the ACFTU had the bulk of its membership in the huge SOEs of the Northeast and in government departments. It received its income not from the dues paid by workers but by direct payment from the government, typically 2% of the payroll. The post of trade union branch chairperson carried with it the salary and benefits of a deputy director of the relevant enterprise, and this was a post for life if the activities of the workers were kept within limits acceptable to the enterprise. A collapse in ACFTU membership and income occurred during the 1990s as the SOEs shed staff in preparation for privatization. In a decade, membership fell from about 40% of the country's workforce to just over a quarter. However, with the explosive growth in the number of workers in the SEZs and outbreaks of wildcat strikes and other actions, the government decided the ACFTU should make a determined attempt to establish itself in the private sector as a mechanism for controlling the militancy of the workforce and increasing the profitability of the enterprises. Over the next 5 years, the ACFTU increased its membership massively and, in an echo of its Stalinist past, professed to have recruited 110% of the workforce in some areas. These recruitment drives were largely paper exercises whereby the ACFTU, working through the regional or town trade union council, contacted all those companies in a given area with more than 25 employees and reminded them they were legally obliged to have a union and, in many cases, guaranteed no collective actions. The employers signed up with the ACFTU, usually without mentioning it to the workers, and were allowed to appoint the company's union representative, typically the head of the personnel department. It must be understood that the workers themselves played little or no part in this recruitment drive. In many, possibly most, cases the workers were unaware that they had become members of the ACFTU, which negotiated directly with the employer for the block recruitment of all workers and managers in the company. Union dues would be paid by the company as a percentage of the payroll in a direct continuation of arrangements made in the SOEs. Ching Quan Li carried out a study of trade union structure in the SEZs, and she found that in most cases, enterprise managers were the union officials. Of 250 enterprises examined, senior managers were the branch chairman in 144 cases, and middle managers in most of the remainder. In only very few cases did shop floor workers hold even the most minor union posts. Typically, the owners of a company establish the shell of a union, appoint managers as the required officers, and register the union with the ACFTU, paying all the necessary monies. Once recognized, and there are no recordings of such submissions being rejected, any attempt by the workers to organize outside of this company union is illegal, and any activists are open to arrest, to be stripped of their residence permit and returned to their villages. For example, NCW, a Taiwanese-owned enterprise in Shilu Town, Guangdong, employed 550, mainly migrant workers who had not been given contracts. As part of the ACFTU recruitment drive, the Shilu Town Trade Union Council, STTUC, urged NCW to set up a grassroots union. Under pressure from the local party committee, NCW completed the required paperwork, paid membership fees to the STTUC, and received an official document declaring the establishment of a NCW union, but took no further action. The workers were kept completely ignorant of this process. Subsequently, a group of migrant workers with some previous experience of factory work arrived at NCW and challenged the company's illegal labor practices. In the belief that a trade union would help them, they approached the STTUC only to be told they were already in a union and must cease their efforts of self-organization because Chinese trade union law prescribes that only one union can exist in an enterprise. In the meantime, the employer acted quickly, called all the managers, who were, of course, union members, to a meeting and activated the union by appointing the HR manager to the post of union branch chairperson. Naturally, the workers refused to participate, but its existence meant that no genuine trade union could be legally established. A second example is Foxconn. 8 years after its founding, 2006, the management of the Longhua plant set up a trade union. This was done at this time because of the double pressure of adverse media publicity about working conditions in Foxconn factories and the Shenzhen Federation of Trade Unions. The Foxconn union chairwoman is a special assistant to the CEO with corresponding pay and conditions. However, it appears that participation in the union is not encouraged, and a survey found that about 90% of Foxconn workers claim to have never heard of elections for union officials. A variant of these recruitment processes is where the ACFTU establishes a regional union which attempts to organize all the workers in a particular trade across a number of small factories, and may have been introduced because the ACFTU leadership wanted to head off and prevent a movement similar to Solidarity in Poland. These unions are independent of any one employer but remain highly dependent on the CCP and state policies. The process of recruitment is the same, but because the union branch covers a number of small firms, there is a tendency for wages to rise to the level of the highest, which is popular with the workers. This system is accepted by the employers because it is backed by the state, acts to control worker militancy, and, in the final resort, is of net benefit to the enterprise. This, then, was the policy of the ACFTU during the growth of the SEZs. However, there were 3 serious problems with it. Firstly, workers were generally unaware that they had become members of the ACFTU, so it had little direct effect on employee-employer relations. Secondly, the ACFTU had, in the main, negotiated with the larger employers, but at that time it was workers in the medium and small private companies, less than 1,000 employees, who were walking off the job, demonstrating, threatening to commit suicide in public, besieging plants, setting fire to facilities, and even holding bosses captive. The third problem was that few ACFTU officers had any experience of dealing with workers who were in conflict with management, and even fewer had any sympathy with the workers. However, the impact of second- and third-generation migrants is having its effect on the workplace. From a very small start, and despite being a very contradictory process, genuinely elected workers' representatives are beginning to appear. In many cases, they emerge during unofficial strike action, actively representing the strikers and continue in this role when the strikes are over. At one Shenzhen toy factory, the workers elected 5 representatives, 3 of whom were women who had led a recent strike and organized the picket lines, blocking police action. However, such shop stewards are often fired on some pretext once the industrial action is over and the situation defused. At the same time, the lowest levels of the ACFTU bureaucracy are increasingly having to face angry workers who are taking industrial action and try to get them to end their protests and return to work. This can be very uncomfortable for them. In such a situation, the full-time union officials can find it beneficial to have the staff approve, but not choose, the leadership officers of the local branch. To date, the one and only time an ACFTU branch has opposed a company's actions, it was led by such a branch officer. Once class struggle is in the air, it is quite possible that a number of bureaucrats will side with the workers. Experience shows that a small number of union bureaucrats will give up the gravy train and side with the workers, but only so long as the latter remain steadfast. As a general rule, Walmart is opposed to the unionization of its workforce. China is an exception. No doubt the decision was made easier by the ACFTU's history of subverting effective collective bargaining. The creation of the Walmart Workers' Union for more than 100,000 workers in the company's 400 stores followed the usual pattern, being little more than an exchange of correspondence, completion of forms followed by the payment of union dues by Walmart. The process was undertaken quietly, on a store-by-store basis, which kept workforce awareness and unity to a minimum. Once the local Walmart store manager received notice that the store was being unionized, the union officers were selected from the store's managers. Early in 2014, as part of its response to the slowdown in China's economy, Walmart suddenly announced the closure of its store in Changde, Hunan province. To everyone's surprise, Huang Xinghua, chairperson of the store's ACFTU branch, led over 75 workers in a strike against the closure, throwing a 24-hour picket line around the delivery depot to prevent the company from removing goods from its shuttered building. Despite the company and the local authorities joining forces and the police being sent in to clear the site of pickets, the workers' determination and the publicity surrounding the event meant the detained workers were released and the pickets were able to return the next day. The outcome was that Walmart was forced to go to arbitration, to negotiate with the strikers, and significantly increase the severance deal. It was at this time that the ACFTU had launched its so-called grassroots initiative so that in a small number of enterprises the branch chairperson was subject to election by, or approval of, the workforce. Huang was one such. Huang says he was motivated by a sense of the injustice being suffered by his fellow workers. "I knew I needed to help the workers. I knew that if I didn't, I would not be able to forgive myself." The Walmart strike has been widely hailed as small but symbolic. Huang's participation as chair of the ACFTU branch made a tremendous difference to the combativity and level of organization of the workers. The case of Huang Xinghua has been hailed as of enormous significance. For reactionaries, it is a warning of the dangers of democratization of the ACFTU, and for militants, it is a pointer to the advantages that can be gained by working within the official trade union movement. 16.6 The 2015 Labor Regulations. The measures taken by the government and the ACFTU have been largely ineffective in halting the rise in worker militancy and the rapid increase in the number of strikes. In the 5 years from 2011 to 2015 inclusive, there has been a 7-fold increase in the number of strikes. Furthermore, strikes are taking place in sectors previously immune, such as the state-owned power company, State Grid, which, in reply to workers' demands for a pay increase and equal pay for equal work, has sought to push through an unpopular wage structure which would seriously disadvantage the lowest paid. Of course, the government would love to continue its collaboration with the employers, ignoring labor law violations by companies, harassing activists and sending police with dogs to restrain any action by the workers. But such a policy is of decreasing effectiveness because, despite increased police activity, there are objective factors making the workers more militant. The bourgeoisie themselves recognize a number of factors for the increasing unrest on the factory floors. The growth rate of the Chinese economy as a whole has slowed to 7.4%, But manufacturing activity in areas such as Guangdong is actually contracting with consequential strikes against worker layoffs, cuts in working hours, replacement of full-time staff with temporary workers, failure of factory owners to have in place statutory redundancy schemes to compensate workers, workers finding out that pension payments have not been made, sometimes for decades, and so on. As a result, workers of all ages and backgrounds are united against the threat of unemployment or pension poverty, and are prepared to take action for what they see as their legal rights. The available data shows a zero increase in the number of workers in the core age group available and wanting work in the SEZs, which means a stronger bargaining position of those on the shop floor. Workers better understand their rights and are becoming better organized. NGOs such as the China Labor Bulletin operate hotlines, drop-in centers and other outreach activities to raise workers' awareness of their legal rights to minimum wage rates, to limits on overtime hours, the requirement of the employer to pay pension contributions, health and welfare contributions, and even housing support. These organizations have long been the subject of government harassment but continue to give advice on how the workers can self-organize and how to use the ACFTU to maximum advantage. The first time police break the picket line and arrest strike leaders, it is a major trauma for the workers involved. But the second time round the workers are prepared and the shock effect is substantially reduced. The brutality of the police and the ACFTU thugs is a diminishing asset to the state. As the economic situation in China deteriorates, workers' struggles will inevitably become more intense. One solution could be to make repression more severe, and such a trend has been observed in the de facto criminalization of strike actions by the increasing frequency of striking workers being charged with criminal rather than civil offenses. However, the recent response of the government has been to launch a raft of measures to head off worker militancy and divert it into channels safe for the regime rather than embark on open confrontation. The first step was a move by the government to take the wind out of the sails of pay demands by approving an increase in minimum pay rates, up 19% in Guangdong, the most militant area in China. The government obviously believes that as long as the workers feel they are making gains under the present system, they will not radicalize. More importantly for the future are the changes being made to industrial relations and the role of the ACFTU. This body, with 260 million members and nearly 1 million officers, is widely seen by workers as, at best, ineffective, and all recent strikes, bar the one at Walmart, have been initiated from outside the ACFTU. New regulations issued by the People's Congress of Guangdong set out a new framework for collective bargaining and dispute resolution in which the ACFTU is expected to take more and firmer control of employee demands and collective bargaining. Given the importance of Guangdong to the national economy, these proposals must have originated in Beijing. The new regulations provide a structure which seeks to give an additional layer of control over the workers. First, and by far the most important, these new regulations, Article 24, make strike action and incitement to strike action unlawful during any collective consultations. During such times, the workers must act peacefully and rationally. The obligation on the workers not to strike means there can be no immediate, effective response by the workers to remedy unilateral actions by the employers, an arbitrary reduction in piece rates, cutting 10 minutes off the lunch break, etc. The new Guangdong regulations show clear signs of having been drafted based on the experience of anti-trade union legislation in force elsewhere. Only demands which have the support of at least 50% of the workforce can be submitted, must be channeled through a branch of the ACFTU, and must be reasonable. Any demands for higher pay must be in accord with agreed performance criteria and based on the profits of the enterprise. The 50% figure is designed to appear reasonable but, in reality, to limit the activities of militants. The extended period allowed for negotiation will permit the enterprise to either wear down the workers or organize to transfer its facilities elsewhere. The economist summed up, the regulations effectively shut the door to the kind of spontaneously formed groups of workers that have often taken the lead in Guangdong strikes. The largest single cause of strikes in the Guangdong SEZs is factory owners attempting to move their enterprises to a new location surreptitiously to avoid paying wages owed, to avoid paying pension and other contributions, and to avoid paying compensation for redundancy, etc. Here, more than in any other element, the new regulations show their class bias. The regulations spell out that workers in dispute over a factory closure may not obstruct the removal of equipment and materials, Nor may a worker who learns of such a plan convey that information to his or her colleagues, because that would be construed as breach of Article 22, as engaging in actions that intensify conflict. The only fig leaf is the supposed protection for the workers' negotiators who may not be sacked while the negotiations are proceeding, unless the employer informs the class collaborationist ACFTU and listens to any objections the ACFTU might make. Importantly, the regulations seek to divide the workers by not providing cover for the temporary workers who comprise such a large proportion of the workforce in the SEZs. This is a deliberate attempt to subvert worker solidarity, precisely because in a number of important recent strikes there has been a noticeable level of mutual support between migrants and resident workers. Those with experience of trade union negotiations know full well that employers invariably try to protract negotiations in an attempt to erode and break worker solidarity and facilitate the transfer of its facilities to a new site. The new regulations allow the employer to drag out the negotiations for at least 90 days, after which the dispute goes to mediation, a process which might take further months, during which time the workers must continue with the wages and conditions previously existing. In the major strikes that have occurred in 2015 since the Guangdong regulations were announced, the ACFTU, despite representations from the workers concerned, has unquestioningly continued its previous policy of openly supporting the employer against the workers. Two actions, in particular, were widely reported. The most widely reported action was by workers at the Shenzhen factory of Artigas clothing and leatherware. In December 2014, about 1,000 workers at Artigas struck for 9 days in an effort to get the company to listen to their demands for unpaid overtime and unpaid social insurance. The workers' leaders requested the local trade ACFTU union to intervene on their behalf. But on the morning of December 18th, hundreds of police descended on the factory to arrest the strike leaders and disperse the picket lines. The workers were forced to return to work. In June 2015, the dispute escalated when Artigas management began to remove equipment and machines from the factory without notice or negotiation with workers. More than 900 Artigas workers struck and occupied the factory plants from June 9th to prevent management from secretly removing the remaining machinery from the premises. Artigas hoped that by formally offering to retain staff, even though the move would make it very difficult for the workers to actually transfer, it could avoid paying workers the severance and other social insurance payments they were entitled to under current regulations. By shutting down with no notice, the company hoped to complete the move before the workers could respond, and because few if any workers would or could transfer, such a move would end the ongoing disputes over arrears in the payment of Social Security contributions and overtime. These actions were taking place under the new regulations, so a key issue was the refusal of management to enter collective negotiation with the workers concerning the closure and the resettlement scheme. An interim meeting was held between management and workers' representatives at the start of July, but the workers' request for collective negotiation was rejected. Subsequently, the management unilaterally terminated any further negotiation and announced that they would only communicate with the workers individually, a well-known divide-and-conquer technique for breaking the solidarity of the workers and preventing them from using their collective power. Artigas workers traveled to Guangzhou, the capital city of Guangdong province, to present a petition to the provincial government, but the group was treated as an illegal gathering and sent back to Shenzhen in a bus escorted by police cars. On arrival, the delegation were all arrested and detained overnight. As part of their strategy, the management attempted to buy off a leading representative of the workers, Wu Weihua, offering her 150,000 yuan, about UK pound 15,000 or $20,000. She refused this bribe and was sacked. On the first day of the strike, the police removed more than 10 workers, including Wu Weihua. All were released later the same day except Wu. According to the police, she was seized by the factory, meaning that the management had told the police to detain her. Importantly, the police did not follow their normal procedure of charging a striker with a civil offense, but instead charged Wu with the criminal offense of obstructing public administration. This meant she could spend a month or more in jail before being brought to court. Soon the police returned to the factory and detained 5 more workers, and then told them that if they ended the strike and accepted 500 to 1,000 renminbi per person as compensation, they would be released. Reluctantly, the workers agreed. The 5 detained workers walked free, but Wu remained in jail facing trial. This example demonstrates certain historical characteristics of workers' struggles across China. The workers involved tend to use the organizations at hand and the efforts by many Chinese workers to gain the support of the ACFTU in the struggle against their employers is confirmation. The new regulations recognize this and attempt to use it to the advantage of the Chinese bourgeois. The ACFTU will come under intense and contradictory pressures to make the occasional militant noise and lead the negotiation of pay and conditions for groups of workers, while simultaneously they will have to tell the workers that they can take no collective actions to help their demands. This process is just beginning, and events thus far show that it will be a highly contradictory and convulsive one, with the lumbering, bureaucratic machinery of the ACFTU struggling to cope with the changes to be made. The CCP wishes the ACFTU to head off worker militancy by taking control of negotiations on pay and conditions, but the process will not be helped by the large number of important posts within the union held by senior managers of capitalist enterprises. They will oppose any change that impacts adversely on profitability. That the government will hold responsibility for the mediation procedures will involve it directly in industrial disputes, which will open the door to the underlying political issues. The process may backfire badly because the tide of worker militancy is rising at a rate that may swamp any attempts by the ACFTU to contain it. How militants can use the local ACFTU branch to aid their struggles is by no means clear. However, today the workers' movement has considerable experience of state-run unions, for example, in Stalin's Russia and Mussolini's Italy. In September 1934, the fascist regime in Italy passed a law ending the top-down appointment of all officials and giving a thin layer of elected officers the responsibility for negotiating minor elements such as toilet facilities. Militants who stand for such posts should ensure that the elections involve the greatest number of union members and are discussed at branch meetings, not only so that activists get to know each other, but members discuss union democracy and the role of shop stewards. The new Guangdong regulations state, Article 13, negotiations representatives for the employees shall either be selected by the trade union or by a democratic election by the staff and workers that is organized by the trade union. If this loophole remains open, then it should be used by militants to campaign on pay, conditions, and union democracy. 16.7 The growth of inequality. Woman after the reforms. The last 30 years has seen the creation of many millions of jobs, mostly in the private sector, and mostly taken by peasants moving from the countryside to better their living conditions. This engendered tremendous support for the regime, but now things are different. The migrant workers are no longer grateful for being given a job, any job. They are demanding decent wages and conditions. At the same time, there is tremendous resentment in those areas which houses the giant SOEs and where living and working conditions are much worse than ever before. These developments have been accompanied by an enormous and growing polarization between the classes. Huge social disparities are evident. In a generation, the top richest 10% have acquired 85% of the nation's assets. Of course, there is no inheritance tax. Incomes are similarly skewed. The top 5% pay themselves 23% of China's total household income, but the bottom 5% receive a miserly 0.1%. A new wealthy bourgeois class is being created, but there are many millions unemployed or underemployed, particularly in the so-called Rust Belt. It is now a common sight, even in Beijing, to see poor locals clamoring to wash the windows of the Rolls-Royces of dollar millionaires. These glaring social inequalities are a major source of discontent, as is the obvious corruption of state and party officials. The Gini coefficient is an internationally recognized measure of how a nation's income is distributed amongst its citizens. A Gini coefficient of 0 represents a society in which all citizens have equal income. A Gini coefficient of 100 is where one single citizen receives all the income and every other citizen receives nothing. The OECD, United Nations, and other international bodies claim that a Gini coefficient of greater than about 40 represents a society with an unacceptably skewed income distribution and potentially destabilizing social inequality. China has not made its Gini coefficient public since 2000, when the figure was 41. Unofficially, Chinese media reported that it stood at 47.4 in 2012. At that level, China is more unequal than Indonesia at 34.3, India at 36.8, and the US at 40.8. The urban Gini has remained between 47 and 49 for the past decade, indicating that China has become one of the most unequal societies in the world. Giant luxury skyscrapers sprout but are surrounded by immense areas of urban poverty. This growing social divide is symbolized by the fact that far fewer Chinese have access to clean water than to a cell phone. This alone would be enough to provoke class struggles in China, where the manners and practices of the newly rich are increasingly reminiscent of the behavior of pre-revolutionary landlords, resulting in the Xinhua agency claiming, if the trend goes unchecked, the widening gap may trigger social unrest. For women overall, participation in the workforce increased from about 30% during the early years of the reform to 40% in the 1990s and to about 45% today. However, when the SOEs were preparing for privatization, it was policy to sack women before men. Thus, the employment rate for urban female labor declined from 75% in 2000 to 61% in 2010, the lowest for 30 years. At the same time, relative pay has decreased. In 1988, the average woman worker earned 55% of the wage of an average male worker. By 1994, this figure had declined to 42%, and today, on average, is about one-third. The government has a policy of equal pay for equal work, but even where men and women do the same work, the pay of a Chinese woman is typically only about two-thirds that of the man. The proportion of women in work is rising, but their wage rates are falling, relatively. The explanation is that under the reforms, women are increasingly being employed in unskilled, low-paid jobs, while simultaneously, pay differentials have risen sharply. Market forces are exacerbating gender earnings inequality. Cross-sector analyses show that the gender earnings gap is smallest in government and public institutions and largest in the private sector. Increasingly, women are employed on a production line, in a service industry or clerical job with lower income and fewer fringe benefits. As would be expected, few of these women are CCP members. At a time when the Chinese government is bewailing a shortage of skilled workers, women receive significantly less education than men, on average 7.5 years as against 8.5 years. Universities blatantly enforce gender discriminatory entry policies. Because women now regularly score better marks in China's all-important college entrance exams, universities and colleges raise the admission standards for women, leaving women with higher marks than male entrants without a place. Many university courses regularly refuse female applicants. No women are allowed on many engineering degrees which guarantee a senior job after graduation. That discrimination is increasing, is important. Practices which put the man on a pedestal simply because he is male show how centuries-old discrimination can resurface in the 21st century if social conditions are right. The drive towards capitalism has strengthened and encouraged practices from the imperial era that even the Stalinist regime of Mao considered abominations. Since about 2007, the government, with the active support of the All China Women's Federation, ACWF, staffed by party bureaucrats, has been waging a widespread, raucous, and misogynistic campaign against those women who dare to choose not to marry. The reason given is that unmarried males are turning to activities which endanger the social order, including gambling, rioting, stealing, and gang fighting. China has one of the highest male-to-female ratios in the world, about 120 to 100. For comparison, India has a ratio of about 115 to 100. Both imbalances are due primarily to sex-selective abortions. This implies that in some rural areas of China, as many as 1 in 10 fetuses which would have been born a girl are aborted. This is an astounding number. The practice remains illegal, but the figures show that while the law was largely enforced in the worker state, the capitalist regime closes its eyes to the matter. Long gone are the days when members of the ACWF would publicly confront a violent husband and teach him the error of his ways. Instead, China is in the middle of an epidemic of violence against women. There is no law in China specifically concerned with domestic violence, and police officers attend an incident as enforcers of social stability, not to protect the victim. Yes, China classifies intentional injury as a criminal offense, but in domestic cases only long-term and repeated violence, supported by independent evidence, is sufficient for a judgment on behalf of the wife. Even then, the husband is likely to be awarded the family home. In considering birth defects, it is notable to observe that as China's pollution levels increase, there has been a sharp rise in the number of babies born with a deformity. The link between the two has been the subject of numerous scientific, even government, publications. However, the official line is to place the blame for these defects on the behavior of the mothers, marrying later in life or neglecting their health during pregnancy. The anti-woman attitude of the Deng administration showed itself early on with the enforced retirement of many leading women in the party and state hierarchies and their replacement by men. In 2012, the party's organization department published figures to show that, at minister level or above, 11% of officials were female, though more than 40% of party members are women. There is no woman on the standing committee of the Politburo, 7 members, and only 2, Liu Yandong and Sun Quanlan, on the Politburo itself, 25 members. Of these 2, Liu Yandong is an established member of the Prince Party, the closed circle of senior officials who carve up money and influence in China between them. Her father was Liu Ruilong, a former vice minister of agriculture. She has taken care never to voice a political point of view in public. 16.8 Summary. China has returned to capitalism. The 3 key indicators of this: the monopoly of foreign trade, a planned economy, and nationalization of key industries have been reversed and replaced by a market economy with each enterprise striving to maximize its profits. The transition was initiated and overseen by a Stalinist bureaucracy greedy to retain its privileges and which saw capitalism as a safer bet than a workers' democracy. In assessing the role of the CCP and its leaders, we must consider how well they have achieved their goals. Whatever their roots, this group has dismantled the planned economy and privatized state assets, and in so doing they have, almost without exception, acquired vast private fortunes which are invested not only in China but around the world. Their greed knows no bounds. While still raking off enormous salaries and perks as party tops, they have their villas in the south of France, their apartments in Beverly Hills, and their houses in London. Their children go to the world's top private schools and, under current laws, will inherit their parents' huge fortunes. Rereading Lenin on the British Labour Party. Whether or not a party is really a political party of the workers does not depend solely upon a membership of workers but also upon the men that lead it and the content of its actions and its political tactics. Only this latter determines whether we really have before us a political party of the proletariat. Regarded from this, the only correct point of view, the Labour Party is a thoroughly bourgeois party because, although made up of workers, it is led by reactionaries, and the worst kind of reactionaries at that, who act quite in the spirit of the bourgeoisie. It is unambiguously clear that the CCP is a bourgeois party. Social inequality is growing fast. Class differentiation is a fact. Despite the state retaining a significant degree of control over industry and over such factors as exchange rates, an economic downturn was clearly seen in 2008. Today, state control is much less, and the threat of a world crisis of overproduction is growing fast. China produces as much steel as the rest of the world combined, and overproduction has meant the price of steel price in China is now less per ton than cabbage. Monopoly capital, of which Foxconn is an extreme example, is creating gigantic global-scale factories that dominate the lives of Chinese workers. Foxconn and its fellows have been enabled by an economic transformation at a national level in which the leadership of the CCP has chosen to ally itself with and become part of big business in the belief that this will allow it to continue running China. What Foxconn provides is living proof of Trotsky's analysis made near the end of his life that modern monopoly capitalism does not rest on competition and free private initiative but on centralized command. There is an identity of outlook and interests between capitalist cliques at the head of these giant companies, banking consortia, etc., and those holding state power. They collaborate at every step and neither can allow free trade unions. This has been taken to extremes in China where the same group, CCP members, are in control of government, trade unions, and many of the most important industrial enterprises and banks. The alliance extends from local governments reducing relocation costs, maintaining minimum wages at artificially low levels, acting as the recruiting sergeants for incoming factories, to labor laws which effectively outlaw strikes. We have seen that, to maximize profit from these factories, the bourgeoisie has restructured the form of the relationship between bourgeois and proletarian. These forms, including residence permits and dormitory labor schemes, are subjecting workers to more intense exploitation and great hardship and suffering. Contradictions between capital and labor are accumulating at the point of production and, notwithstanding an alliance of state, unions, and employers, are resulting in increasing levels of struggle by the Chinese proletariat. Workers in struggle. 17.1 Introduction. The new working class in China has had to struggle against both capital and state every step of the way from its very inception. It struggles against the state in the form of the ACFTU and the police, both of whom actively support the employers and strike break. Migrant workers also struggle against the state for the democratic right to settle in industrial cities and towns of their choice. In respect of their struggle against capital, these predominantly women workers must look for ways of organizing outside the official trade unions, but also in ways that also counteracted the discipline of the dormitory labor regime. Chinese workers increasingly self-organize within their individual workplaces to press for higher wages, on-time payment of wages, and social security benefits. It is claimed that, in Guangdong alone, there is now at least one strike a day involving over 1,000 workers, with many smaller strikes occurring. So far, these individual strikes have not coalesced into a broader, coordinated movement, which would, almost certainly, incur a speedy government crackdown. 17.2 Recent workers' struggles. One of the great strengths of the workers in factories feeding multinational enterprises was demonstrated on May 17, 2010, when Tan Guocheng, a second-generation migrant worker, pressed the emergency stop button on his assembly line at the Honda transmission factory in Foshan, and exhorted 1,900 of his co-workers, mostly in their late teens and early 20s, to follow him on a strike for a doubling of the basic rate. The managers moved quickly and promised to meet the workers' demands, but immediately fired Guocheng and another leader. The workers' response was to shut down the plant in a strike that lasted 2 weeks, this time taking care not to identify their leaders. 2-3. Local government, the ACFTU, and the employers combined to bring the strike to an end. Representatives from the local technical schools were brought in to threaten trainees that they would not get their diplomas if they continued the strike. The ACFTU trucked in a gang of about 100 thugs in yellow ACFTU caps to bully the workers back to work, but the sight of their fellow workers being beaten to the ground made other groups of workers in the plant threaten to stop work, and the thugs were withdrawn. Appreciating that solidarity is the great strength of striking workers, the ACFTU and the management met each worker separately in a joint effort to break the strike. The company promised they would not retaliate or dismiss any worker and would give a substantial pay increase. But whilst a few workers capitulated, the great majority said no. Honda, like most multinationals, relies on a long and complex supply chain, and in 2 weeks, the strike at the Foshan transmission plant had paralyzed Honda's operations in the whole of China. Finally, Honda offered pay rises of between 30% and 50% and added a housing subsidy of 50 yuan per month. This split the strikers, who returned to work on May 31st, but it was not a complete victory, as the 2 sacked leaders were not reinstated. The Honda strike was not an isolated incident. There had been a significant level of industrial strife in China over the preceding period, the most violent being 2 major incidents at SOEs about to be privatized. This action involved the workers kidnapping the state official sent to oversee the takeover. Many of these workers were to lose their jobs, but all were to lose their pensions, medical care, and housing allowances. Fengbao Iron and Steel, the private group to which Linzhou Steel was going to be sold at less than half its estimated value, is owned by Li Guangyuan, who started his business empire by taking over a TVE using his position as village party secretary to secure a good deal. Protests were all the more forceful because Fengbao has a poor record of social insurance payments, unpaid wages, and the illegal seizure of farmland. Around the same time, there was a serious strike and riots at the state-owned Tunghua Iron and Steel Corporation in Jilin Province. The corporation was to be sold to a private company, the Beijing-based Jianlong Heavy Machinery Group, and the workforce reduced from about 30,000 to approximately 5,000. With this announcement, a spontaneous stoppage of work and a mass demonstration including local residents and workers from other plants occurred. The local authorities responded by mobilizing thousands of police who engaged in street battles to break up the protest, during which the new general manager appointed by Jianlong, Chen Guozhan, was killed. The regional government was forced to cancel the privatization of the company and bring it back under state ownership. Irrespective of China's heavy censorship of Facebook, Twitter, and the internet generally, word of such events circulates, and one incident will influence and even spark another. During April and May 2014, thanks to chat rooms, blogging, and text messages, a strike of previously unknown magnitude and length broke out in 6 factories in Dongguan owned by the Taiwanese multinational Yuyuan. On April 14th, as many as 48,000 workers downed tools over severance pay, wage arrears and non-payment of medical insurance, pension contributions, injury compensation, housing allowance, and other so-called fringe benefits. The public activities of both strikers and the police were immediately reported on the internet for all to see. In terms of the new capitalist China, this was an historic event. Police were called in to break the strike, and the internet carried videos of strikers being beaten. Almost immediately, pickets were thrown up around stores selling yuan products, such as Adidas, Nike, and Timberland, in Los Angeles, Manchester, Melbourne, New York, Oxford, San Francisco, and Taiwan. The outcry had an effect, and in an unprecedented step, the government ordered the factory to increase wages and pay its social security contributions. Simultaneously, two independent militants, Zhang Jiru and Lin Dong, arrested and held in jail for 2 days for assisting the strikers, were released. Public sympathy and media attention have also made the authorities less quick to arrest and haul workers away. Some companies, such as Honda, have international reputations to protect, and their sales would suffer if they were seen to endorse the use of force to repress striking workers, especially where those strikers are women. Unofficial strikes, those not organized by or approved by the ACFTU, have hit a number of multinational firms in the manufacturing sector, from Foxconn to IBM, Honda, Cooper Tire and Rubber, Walmart, and Microsoft. According to the Hong Kong-based China Labor Bulletin, the number of collective actions from July to September 2014 was nearly double compared with the same period the previous year, and in the first quarter of 2105 the figures for strikes rose by another 15%. Importantly, collective actions are spreading beyond China's manufacturing center of Guangdong, where the number of strikes has remained more or less constant, to inland China and major cities such as Wuhan and Chengdu. These movements are an important indication of what is to come. Mining is another industry where the regime has destroyed any basis of support amongst the workers. Coal supplies almost 3/4 China's energy needs, and the coal industry was one of the first to be privatized when, at the end of the last century, the central government closed down or contracted out to private entrepreneurs most small and middle-sized state-owned coal mines. Soon after, many large-scale state-owned mines were also contracted out to private operators. For decades, the leaders of China have pleaded with China's coal miners to increase production as a service to the country. This culminated in 2008 with President Hu Jintao's visit to the coal fields of Datong in Shaanxi province, the heart of China's coal country, where he pleaded with miners to ensure essential supplies to guarantee the steady and rapid development of the economy. At the time, energy shortages and rising coal prices made coal mining very lucrative. The apparently insatiable demand for coal in China attracted unscrupulous business people eager for profit and unconcerned with the lives of others, so that mine outputs greatly exceeding safe production levels. The workers and the ACFTU responded with enthusiasm, and in a spirit of cooperation agreed to accept the government line that privatization would increase production. The new operators and subcontractors were allowed to hire inexperienced rural migrants to work in the mines. The result was an increase in production and profitability, but a simultaneous drop in wage rates and a catastrophic collapse in safety standards. According to government figures, over 50,000 miners have died in accidents since the turn of the century, peaking at 7,000 in 2002. These are the reported data. The real figures are much higher. Local authorities conceal accidents or underreport fatalities to the higher authorities, especially in cases of accidents involving fewer than 10 deaths, when mine operators have been known to move the corpses to other locations and pay the victims' families compensation if they promise to keep quiet. The government's mine privatization program and its licensing and approval procedures are an open invitation to corruption. Collusion between mine owners, operators, and local government officials to cover up accidents and evade punishment is now widespread and blatant, so that mine operators brazenly flout of the law. Li Taiying, vice chairman of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, NPC, acknowledged that corruption was behind almost every accident that caused exceptional loss of life. Under the present system, the safety interests of miners are either ignored or openly violated. Militants are already arguing that the only effective way to protect the lives and rights of miners is to develop democratically elected and truly representative workers' organizations that can stand up to the currently overwhelming power of management and safeguard working conditions at the coalface. However, The coal industry has been hard hit by the slowdown in China's industrial expansion. Output dropped by nearly 5% in the first 3 months of 2015 alone, with many companies now posting losses rather than profits. The consequences for coal-face miners followed the now established pattern of non-payment of wages, wage cuts, unpaid wage arrears, layoffs, failure to make the statutory compensation payments, etc. Workers from China's coal mines are doubly angry at being fooled by the government and having to shoulder the results of the economic slowdown. There have been protest strikes and mass demonstrations, but the industry continues to contract because the cause is overproduction on an international scale, with a consequent drop in the price of coal. Redcar lost its steel plant and some 2,500 jobs, but the Longmei Group, a state-owned Chinese coal company in northeastern China's Heilongjiang province, announced in April 2015 it would lay off half its workforce of 240,000, the single biggest job cut in China for years. Immediately, several thousand protesting coal miners took to the streets in the city of Kitay. Scuffles with the police broke out when workers refused to disperse. The protest reportedly continued sporadically for at least 1 week. 17.3 women lead and students join in. A sanitation workers' strike in the autumn of 2014 at the Guangzhou Higher Education Mega Center, GEMC, a complex of some 200,000 students, has demonstrated an important new stage in trade union struggles in China. While the ACFTU was noticeable by its absence, there appeared a new factor: student support for and participation in the strike. The GHMEC was cost-cutting by outsourcing and privatizing local government services by contracting work to the lowest bidder. In late August 2014, an attempt was made to introduce a subcontractor, Sui Chung Property and Resources Development Company, which threatened the jobs of more than 200 sanitation workers. The resulting strike, during which garbage piled up in the streets of Guangzhou's premier higher education site, sets a promising precedent for solidarity between locals and migrants, for women workers' leadership, and for student worker collaboration. Workers were faced with signing up with the new company and accepting pay cuts, loss of benefits, loss of seniority and increased workloads, or finding a new job. Leaked documents revealed that the local government had originally budgeted for 426 sanitation workers but employed just 212, with the result that between $11 and 16 million remains unaccounted for. Adequate sanitation is essential for an urban environment. Waste cannot be moved to other areas, and thus provides a strategic arena for labor struggles. Moreover, sanitation workers tend to be older, and the workforce is generally more stable than in light manufacturing or commercial service industries. Hence, they are more likely to stick to their jobs and fight to retain existing conditions. Additionally, they have a strong basis for holding together, as the great majority of them were locals who had worked at the center since it opened a decade previously. That said, the strike demonstrated impressive solidarity between local and migrant workers, who formed about 10% of the workforce, were especially active during the strike and comprised half the workers' representatives at the negotiating table. The two groups, locals and migrants, stood together in their demands. Early in the strike, the workers demanded that migrants be paid their lawfully due Social Security payments, which the company had been paying to local workers, but denying migrants. This was among the demands won. Workers also demonstrated unity at the end of the strike when the new contractor offered locals immediate work for a 30-day assessment period, while migrants were told they would have to wait. The workers refused to be split in this way and returned to work on September 12th. Only after the company retracted its earlier statements and promised all workers they would be rehired. It is now common to see women on strike in China, but it is rare to see such a strong and visible female leadership. The GEMC sanitation workers are 80% female, and of the male employees, many are married to women who also work there. Initially, all the elected representatives were women, but it was agreed that in the interests of sexual equality, one man should join the negotiators. It was noticeable that women took the leadership role without hesitation. A small group of students were actively engaged, attending workers' meetings and demonstrations, reporting the struggle on the internet and generally boosting morale. Hundreds, even thousands, of students, locally and at other universities, expressed support for the strike. Although only a tiny proportion of the 200,000 students at GEMC were involved, Their actions set a precedent for student-worker collaboration in future struggles. This is especially important because China is experiencing sharply declining post-graduation prospects. Being a student no longer sets one apart from the working class, and these two important groups are starting to merge in their discontents. Students are increasingly experiencing the same kinds of discrimination as other migrant workers. Early in 2015, for example, Beijing denied permanent residence to graduate students not in a job or without a master's degree or PhD. The results of this strike are an important victory. But the precise gains are not as important as the experience of worker self-organization and collaboration between locals and non-locals, and between students and workers. 17.4 Overproduction and recession. Some are arguing that the call for a harmonious society by the present regime is the first stage in recognizing that the provision of workers' rights such as the right to organize, to bargain collectively, will decrease strike actions. That leaders in democratic countries grant labor rights not out of altruism or a sense of fairness, but out of an acknowledgement that collective bargaining can markedly reduce the occurrence of strikes and level class conflict, is readily observable. The Chinese economy is now governed by the laws of capitalism. There has been massive investment based on the hope of an ever-growing world market. But such a scenario cannot be sustained indefinitely, and at a certain stage China will face a major economic and social crisis. It is not possible to say precisely when this will happen or in what form, but when it comes it will be part of a world crisis of overproduction and the consequences will be an explosion of the class struggle. This situation has been glimpsed twice already. In the period after the massive layoffs in SOEs at the end of the 1990s, Chinese capitalism experienced its first general overproduction crisis, marking a clear transition from the old bureaucratically planned economy to the new capitalist economy of surplus production, meaning abundance for the few and cruel shortages for the many. In 2008, even before the global financial crisis had fully hit, over half of China's toy manufacturers, more than 3,600, mainly small and mid-sized light engineering companies, had to temporarily shut down or went out of business completely. Indeed, by October 2008, about 8,500 enterprises in Guangdong province alone had shut their doors, leaving hundreds of thousands of workers from export-oriented manufacturing industries jobless. Not only were there layoffs, but, in addition, local minimal wage increases were suspended all over China, and there was a significant cut in real wages of those still employed. Yet, after an initial small hiccup, China as a whole appeared to escape relatively unscathed, largely because the government injected the equivalent of $586 billion into the economy. This included quantitative easing to the tune of an extraordinary $81 billion and large state investments in infrastructure projects. These measures did protect the economy from a sharp fall in exports and did enable continued economic expansion, but there were major long-term consequences, the most important being the buildup of massive overcapacity across the economy, especially in construction and heavy industry. In China, the utilization of productive capacity is only 70 to 75%, compared with 79% in the US. The stimulus package failed to increase the rate of economic expansion. True, the economy did continue to expand, but at a rate which, by 2014, had fallen to the lowest for a generation. Such figures herald the beginning of the end for China's miraculous boom, as the reality of capitalist crisis impinges on the world's largest exporting economy. The Chinese economy now relies more heavily than in the 1990s on the world market, but the latter is not in good shape, with the biggest threat, by far, coming from the Eurozone, which produces almost a fifth of world output but is presently leading the planet into economic stagnation. With its consumer spending stubbornly stuck at about 36 to 37% of GDP since 2010, possibly the lowest of the major economies, there is no way China could avoid suffering a substantial downturn were a slump to occur in its customer countries. The attacks on corruption by state and party officials must be also seen in this light. Indeed, highly publicized corruption trials are for show, attempts to assuage the anger of ordinary Chinese and distract attention from the ongoing corruption all around them. But can such moves neutralize the class struggle in China and the impact of a global recession? None of these measures are going to solve the main problem of overproduction on a world scale, which threatens a sharp cutback in Chinese industry. China is facing a very special scissors crisis. Either its annual growth rate will continue to be artificially enhanced by government funding, in which case it will face even greater problems of overproduction than it does today because the world market is unable to consume the goods produced, or there will be a serious decline in the rate of economic growth with a level of industrial strife that makes today's actions look like a picnic in the park. Carrying on as before and hoping for the best is the third possible option. Government stimuli can postpone a crisis, but only at the risk of deepening it further once it comes. Such moves will only defer the day of reckoning, and the longer it is postponed, the harder will be the crash. China's annual growth rate is now in the process of inevitable and unavoidable decline. In the meantime, militant actions by workers have forced wage rates up, a process not entirely unwelcome to the state because it has meant more money for consumers, boosting the internal market, which they hope will make up, to an extent, for the loss in exports. The government has promised to increase pensions and minimum wage rates in an attempt to increase the home market and reduce dependence on exports, but such moves are coming late in the day. The Chinese bureaucracy is beginning to feel the constraints of the world economic crisis, which is forcibly setting the agenda for its policies. Workers in the coal mining and steel industries, two of the sectors most affected by excess capacity, already realize the precarious nature of their employment as the government begins to rationalize what is deemed wasteful production. These jobs, which had little to offer save security of employment, have been sustained by cheap loans from the Big Four state banks. The state now wants to end that remaining benefit by a concerted program of privatization which has forced groups of workers to engage in strike action and take their protests onto the streets, in some cases successfully. This cannot continue, and the state intends to defeat this opposition, if necessary through police action. Any decrease in the rate of expansion of China's economy will have a major knock-on effect on other national economies and the world economy as a whole. Australia, South Africa, and particularly Latin America will all see their raw material exports hit by China's lowered growth projections. For example, China currently buys 40% of Chile's copper, and copper prices fell by 11% after the IMF published its lowered projections for China's growth. The fall in oil prices 2014 to 2015 was also closely related to the slowdown of the Chinese economy. The New York Times of December 16, 2013, explained that China's hunger for Latin America's raw materials had fueled the region's most prosperous decade for a generation, filling government coffers and helping halve the region's poverty rate. That era is rapidly drawing to an end. The IMF's conference in Santiago in December 2014 saw China's slowdown as the biggest challenge to Latin America's prosperity. This slowdown in China's rate of expansion will turn it into a major contributing factor to a world crisis of capitalism. A key indicator of a capitalist system is the appearance of speculative bubbles, especially property bubbles, which are a clear signal of overcapacity in industry. At the time, in 2008, when the Chinese government began its quantitative easing and other measures to boost the economy, Marxists predicted that the program would only give temporary relief, and that at the expense of gigantic speculative and inflationary bubbles. However, the Chinese state sustained the process, generating one of the most spectacular property bubbles ever. This began in 2008 and accelerated at such a rate that by end of 2013 the area of land equivalent to that occupied by the Imperial Palace in Beijing was worth more, on paper, than the whole of California, including San Francisco and Los Angeles. The result has been a building boom and massive oversupply, with the amount of unsold commercial and residential property hitting an all-time record in 2014. This boom is staggering towards its end, but the fear is that a downturn in property prices could dash hopes for a recovery of China's economy. The Chinese government, in a decision reminiscent of Margaret Thatcher's crusade for popular capitalism, to be achieved through the privatization of the nationalized industries, decided that small investors should be allowed to borrow money from the state banks to invest in industry. Previously, government regulations had banned such activities, known as margin trading, as a form of gambling, but now the government was attempting to resuscitate the economy with the end of the housing bubble, and this was one way of injecting money into private businesses and, simultaneously, convincing millions of Chinese that they had a stake in capitalism. After falling steadily for 4 years, Chinese stocks finally began to rise in the summer of 2014. Initial investors appeared to be making a handsome return with little or no effort. Soon hundreds of thousands of people were borrowing heavily in order to buy stocks and shares. As government policy fed through, there was a burst of frenzied speculation, and the Chinese stock market rose by 150% during 2014 to 2015. China's stock market, unlike those in New York, London, or Hong Kong, is dominated by individual Chinese investors and not institutions. In a scenario that had strong similarities with the Roaring Twenties and the 1929 crash, hundreds of thousands of people borrowed heavily in order to buy shares. Grandparents, migrant workers, and college students were all pouring money into buying stocks and shares. But soon the price of the shares bore no relation to the values of the companies which issued them or to the profitability of those companies. For a while, China's stock market became detached from reality, the result being, despite government efforts, a collapse which left millions who had jumped on the bandwagon facing substantial personal losses. To stop the fall continuing, the Chinese government effectively closed the stock market to allow the situation to cool down, to no avail. This crash undermined the authority of the Beijing government, which had taken the decision to relax the rules on margin trading. It also demonstrated the dangers of capitalism and the security and relative stability of the public sector. The simple fact is that Chinese productive capacity exceeds the limits of a capitalist world market. At the end of 2014, the official urban jobless rate was 4.6%, but this figure excludes the many millions of migrant workers because when these lose their jobs, they are supposed to return to their home village, and so are not included in these statistics. Unofficial estimates put the figure closer to 20%. The problem of unemployment is not secondary. For at least 25 years, the bureaucracy has been determined to create sufficient jobs for a rapidly expanding workforce in an attempt to guarantee social stability and control. Should this end, the state will soon discover the consequences of depriving industrial workers of their livelihoods. 17.5 Revolution and the question of leadership. The policy of party and union leaders clashes headlong with the growing mood of anger and frustration that is building up in the factories, steel plants, construction industry, mines, and elsewhere. However, the growing crisis of overproduction on a world scale means there is little or no hope in conciliation between the new bourgeoisie, whose interests demand driving down living standards, and, ultimately, the destruction of any free trade unions with the right to strike. What are the tasks of Marxists and revolutionaries in this situation? Obviously, the immediate one is to analyze what is happening, to present an explanation that corresponds to the real situation in order to enter into a meaningful dialogue with workers, students, and honest CCP members. Thus, it is necessary to study the Chinese economy, society, and politics. It would be a serious error to try to deal with a complex, contradictory, and historically unprecedented process on the basis of ready-made formulae which do not correspond to what the Chinese people are living through. The CCP, being both the party of government and state apparatus, will be subject to all the centrifugal forces that in Western democracies are represented by a whole range of parties and other organizations. Depending on the relative strengths of those forces, there could be serious divisions between the tops in the bureaucracy, who are already billionaires and an integral part of big business, and those in the front line, usually men, who have to face a roomful of angry strikers, often women, and explain why nothing can be done. It would be expected that those party members who are union officials and thus closest to the workers' struggles, many of whom will have benefited least from the transition to capitalism, will see their material interests best served by taking the leadership of those struggles. There will also be rank and file elements within the CCP who look with horror on the transition to capitalism in China and the inequalities it has brought. Both currents are confirmed by letters and articles that have appeared in the Chinese press. Many hark back to Maoist China. But in the present context, those who seek a way out through a return to Mao would find themselves forced to confront the question of workers' power and Soviet democracy. The closer to the rank and file these people are, the more readily they will accept such ideas. Chinese workers will not willingly accept a move back to Stalinism. They want to move forward to real workers' power, towards genuine socialism. At the moment, we are seeing a growing strike movement which, so far, in its actions has pushed the official unions to one side. If the ACFTU is to take the lead, it must utilize its remaining strengths. The first is that the unions have played a significant role in the field of health, social security, and the like, and so have a basis of support amongst less militant workers. Secondly, the most militant groups of workers are migrant women, and due to the contract system, many are transients moving from one factory to another, even from one city to another, But the local union offices and staff remain in place, and with the new regulations, a few officials are changing their strategy from outright opposition to any actions against employers to one of listening to workers with grievances and, in rare cases, supporting them. The official unions have the enormous advantage that when the working class begins to move, it invariably expresses itself through its traditional mass organizations, although these can be in surprising and unanticipated ways. Even today, the first step taken by many workers who, for the first time, find themselves in conflict with management is to visit the local union branch office to get advice and support. It is absolutely necessary for genuine Marxists to find a way to the rank and file of the Chinese trade union movement. As Russia returned to capitalism, the Communist Party fractured, but that has not happened in China. Instead, the CCP has remained in control and successfully transformed itself into a mass bourgeois party. We can correctly observe that the CCP has many millions of members and that as the class war in China heats up, it will be reflected in the party. To what degree and to what extent cannot be predicted. However, in the event of an open struggle between a wing of the CCP and the new bourgeoisie, Marxists would fight for the defeat of the main enemy, the bourgeoisie, while patiently explaining that only the transfer of power to the working class can solve the problems facing China. The aim would be to mobilize the masses but not to defend the privileged positions of bureaucrats. While supporting opposition within the CCP or any breakaway section, to the new bourgeois, Marxists would explain to the workers the need to take the power into their hands through, for example, workers' councils or factory committees, initially as organs of struggle and then as Soviet organs of workers' power. It should never be forgotten that Soviets were not an invention of the Bolsheviks or any other party, but rather the spontaneous invention of the working class. Chinese workers will want to move forward to real workers' power, towards genuine socialism. An important consideration is that in China there has never been any Bolshevik tradition. For decades, the dominant ideology was authoritarian, Stalinist. Whatever Mao said must be correct, and whatever Mao proposed must be adopted. However, since 1980, Mao's ideas have been thrown overboard. Indeed, it was no mere oversight that the Mao era was omitted from the historical review presented at the Beijing Olympic ceremony. No reminder was permitted of a non-capitalist alternative. However, Maoism is not the only tradition. There is also the important tradition of Chunduxiu, 1879 to 1942. And it is positive that in the recent period students and others have established Chunduxiu societies and Marxist circles specifically to study his works. This is symptomatic of a real desire amongst many activists to discover the true ideas of Marxism. Young workers, particularly migrant women workers, peasants, and students now have experience of the new Chinese capitalist state and growing numbers are turning against it. The great weakness of these Chinese leftists is that their struggles tend to be isolated. But this is gradually being overcome as they link up using the internet, risking severe penalties. A revolutionary or even workers' party is lacking, but it was Chunduxiu who first recognized the necessity of founding a revolutionary party to transform China into a worker state. It is as true now as it was then that Marxists and revolutionaries must take the first steps in the building of a democratic centralist party which strives for Soviet power. Nevertheless, proletarian consciousness is rising, and there is a sense amongst many that the left is on the verge of a leap forward. But this will only occur if workers, peasants, and intellectuals find issues that unite the forces of opposition. Socialists will, of course, fight for immediate demands but pose them in a way that links day-to-day problems to the socialist transformation of society. Such demands, transitional demands as Trotsky referred to them, act as a bridge between actions taken in the struggle for bettering the condition of the masses and the idea of the socialist revolution. The partial, minimal demands of the masses must be supported, as every successful struggle raises the combativity of the workers involved. It might be necessary to start with small demands that are relatively easy to win in order to build up a dynamic. The speed of progress is not critical, but when workers are in struggle, events tend to unfold fast. As the international capitalist system becomes ever more degrading and decadent, the most advanced workers should advance a platform of transitional demands, the essence of which is that they are directed against the very foundations of the bourgeois regime. In their totality, the transitional demands seek to systematically mobilize the masses for the proletarian revolution. The socialist revolution would be unthinkable without the day-to-day struggle for advances under capitalism. Only in and through such struggles can the working class acquire the necessary experience and organization to challenge the capitalist system. However, any protesters must prepare to face a state apparatus which is the fusion of a monstrous Stalinist regime with the most repulsive features of capitalism. A campaign for transitional/democratic demands could provide the basis for a powerful mobilization of workers and peasants. In the context of a rigid, bureaucratic regime, such demands would be based on a class struggle policy based on the workers' rights to act in their own interests, and almost certainly include the right to make one's voice heard through public demonstrations, leaflets, newspapers, and websites, freedom of association, whether a trade union or political party, freedom to bargain collectively, and to take industrial action on such issues as unemployment, low pay, health, and safety, freedom to form picket lines and self-defense squads to protect them, a return to a national health service and free schooling, greater equality for all forms of labor against social inequality, disclosure of the assets of the party tops. The precise demands, the way they are posed, and the means by which they realized are extremely important, so they have to be determined by those directly involved. Clearly, a governmental slogan will be required to bind these demands into a coherent program. In Russia, this was given substance in All Power to the Soviets, and this may be one path for the Chinese Revolution. Such a slogan would have to be built on freedom to form action committees in every factory, workplace, college, street, army barracks, and village, and for aggregates of such committees to form the cores of a new generation of democratic Soviets. The workers would demand the renationalization of all the main sectors of the economy and could immediately begin to take over the administration of industry, society, and the state, and move in the direction of socialism in the real sense of the word, not the bureaucratic caricature of Stalinism. Such a program of popular democratic and transitional demands would be the antithesis of Stalinism. Under such conditions, it would be impossible to reimpose a Stalinist totalitarian regime. In their struggles, the workers need mass organizations, and these will be, in the early stages, trade unions. It is necessary for revolutionaries in China to be active in the ACFTU, because in the structure of the CPC state, it is there that class relations are expressed most directly and immediately. Every attempt to subordinate the union to the capitalist enterprise must be opposed. Instead, workers must demand it supports their claims. In China, at least initially, it will not be possible to replace the leadership of the ACFTU at the top, regional, or even local level because these leaders are not elected. Additionally, the overwhelming majority of branch officers are senior managers in the enterprise, which may give demands for representation on the branch committee a particularly sharp form. However, it is quite possible to militate in the factories and local union branches for the election of shop stewards and factory committees to represent the workers, and to argue that the good practice of co-opting strike leaders onto local branch committees is made universal. The factory committee gives the demands of the workers an organized expression. Elected by all the factory employees, the factory committee immediately creates a counterweight to the administration. The prime significance of the factory committee lies in the fact that it becomes a kind of military HQ for layers of the working class. When, as often happens in China, there is a temporary seizure of the factory or part of it that raises in a practical manner the question of who is boss of the factory, the capitalist or the workers, and at such times the factory committee takes on special significance. 17.6 Summary. The totalitarian nature of the state and the relative inexperience of the Chinese bourgeoisie mean that a revolutionary explosion could take place with little warning. The cavalier manner in which the state has behaved towards the traditionally more important sections of the working class means the bourgeoisie in China do not have an established labor aristocracy to stand in the way of the growth of revolutionary consciousness. The previous chapter described how every stratum of workers in heavy industry suffered severely, millions of jobs lost, cuts in pay, worse working conditions, loss of sick pay, housing, and pension schemes. In heavy industry, there is no privileged section of workers willing to protect the regime. The adverse effects of capitalist restoration experienced by Chinese workers have occurred while the economy has been expanding relatively rapidly. Chinese capitalism currently finds stability in its dynamism. Like a cyclist, it maintains her/himself because he is moving forward. But the world economy has its brake on and is entering a crisis of overproduction to which Chinese dynamism is making a sizable contribution. A worldwide crisis of overproduction would hit China hard, The worst effects of capitalist restoration are yet to come. But a crisis-ridden world market would block the tried and tested safety valve for Chinese capitalism: rapid industrial expansion and an increase in exports. Uninterrupted revolution or permanent revolution. 18.1 Introduction. This chapter draws together the arguments on whether the Maoist theory of stages or Trotsky's theory of the permanent revolution more accurately described the processes of the Third Chinese Revolution. It explains why it was possible for a deformed worker state to revert to capitalism in a so-called cold process, without a revolution. Finally, it addresses whether the return to capitalism in China challenges the theory of the permanent revolution and asks whether the theory of permanent revolution remains relevant in the China of today. The acid test of any theory is how well it measures up to reality. Has Mao's Stalinist theory of stages been proven correct by the Third Chinese Revolution, and permanent revolution proven wrong? Hardline Stalinists such as Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, Cuban minister responsible for agrarian reform, 1962 to 1965, have continued to argue for the theory of stages. These people are now supported in their view by former Trotskyists such as the leadership of the American Socialist Workers' Party, who grew tired and impatient with the slow and arduous work of building a revolutionary party and chose, at the cost of basic theory, to become uncritical cheerleaders for the Castro regime in the false hope that this would accelerate the growth of their organization. The old Cuban leaders were primarily activists, not theoreticians, and to get Russian aid and break the American blockade were willing to endorse such Stalinist concepts as the theory of stages, and there being no need for proletarian democracy or Soviets. The American SWP chose to compromise not with the best elements of the Castroist regime but the worst. There is a parallel phenomenon that must be addressed here, one that appeared amongst the radical students who fought on the barricades in Paris in 1968, and their fellows who demonstrated on the streets of London, Rome, and Berlin, and gained popularity as news of the Cultural Revolution spread. It was accepted that the theory of permanent revolution was correct, and, because Mao had come to power in a semi-colonial country, he must somehow be an unconscious Trotskyist, and his interpretation of the theory of stages could have no substantial differences with the theory of the permanent revolution. This view infected a number of revolutionary Marxists. People who should have known better opened the doors of their organizations to self-professed anti-Trotskyists with disastrous consequences. Though the conclusions of the two arguments appear to be opposites, the opportunist method that gave rise to them is the same: impatience, looking for shortcuts to building the revolutionary party. 18.2 New Democracy, a necessary stage? Mao's New Democracy asserts that the bourgeois stage is necessary, that it is not possible to achieve socialism without passing through such a stage, and the quickest and most efficient way of doing this is to join the national bourgeoisie in a bloc of 4 classes. Mao, of course, had the right to believe in any scheme he wished, but it is the responsibility of a political leader to test his/her ideas against reality. Unfortunately, just as Stalinism entered its death throes, this argument has been revived by those who label Mao's theory as the 2-stage, uninterrupted revolution. The essence of this argument is that there was a clear and definite bourgeois democratic stage in the Third Chinese Revolution and the October Revolution, and that this is an indispensable prerequisite in all socialist revolutions. This stage, it is argued, is necessary in order to carry through, for example, the agrarian revolution which has to precede the socialist. This is a shadow of Kamenev's argument of April 1917, that because the agrarian revolution had hardly begun in Russia, therefore the bourgeois revolution had not been completed and thus a socialist revolution was premature. It is, of course, quite the opposite of Lenin, who argued consistently that the inability of the bourgeoisie to complete the agrarian revolution to the satisfaction of the peasants was the very reason a socialist revolution was possible, and that the bourgeois democratic agrarian revolution in Russia took place only because it was preceded by the proletarian revolution. Both Trotsky and Lenin and Stalin, incidentally, agreed that the October Revolution was a socialist revolution which resulted in a workers' and peasants' government resting on the dictatorship of the proletariat. In China, it is obvious that such an intermediate, new democratic stage was not necessary at all. This is confirmed by 6 clear and undeniable facts. The CCP and the PLA assumed power in China without any need for an alliance with other forces. The CCP was the only party in the PRC with any real authority, and the PLA was the power of the new state right from the start. On seizing bureaucratic capital, the properties of those at the top of the KMT, the PRC owned so much of industry and the banking system that it was in de facto control of the national economy. It could and should have had to hand, and immediately introduced, a pre-prepared national economic plan that included monopolizing foreign trade and wholesale food distribution. If the CCP had proactively carried through these rational measures instead of waiting until they were forced to do so by inflation, sabotage, the U.S. embargo, and the needs of the Korean War, the regime would have been a worker state from 1949 and the Chinese people would not have had to undergo unnecessary privation and hardship. The specific weight of the national bourgeoisie that remained in China after 1949 was minimal. Its growth and strength was artificial, enhanced by the advantages showered on it by the PRC. When the CCP withdrew its support, the national bourgeoisie was rapidly, easily, and almost entirely peacefully swept from the scene. This was because the balance of forces was so strongly in favor of the CCP/PLA, which demonstrated clearly that any base the bourgeoisie had in post-revolution China was more illusion than reality. The policy of land to the tiller was carried through, but artificially delayed while the CCP tried to build the rich peasant economy, instead of paying attention to the wishes of the vast majority of the peasants, the poor and middle peasants. The agrarian revolution could and should have been carried out more rapidly, more efficiently, and more thoroughly. The new democracy actually delayed land reform, but, as in Russia, the transition to a worker state preceded the completion of land distribution. The duration of the bourgeois stage of the new democracy could hardly have been any shorter. There was no time for the national bourgeoisie to significantly advance the economy before they were discarded, and what they did achieve was largely due to their special treatment by the regime. The contribution of the national bourgeoisie was, essentially, negative and corrosive. Its drive for profit made it ready to disrupt the government's economic plans, and its greed meant it bribed state officials on a grand scale. Because it was working with a Stalinist bureaucracy which saw perks as its right, and which pandered to the national bourgeoisie, this corruption was all-pervasive. The most significant contribution of the national bourgeoisie to the new democracy was the level of sleaze, bribery, and dishonesty it generated. However, the most irrefutable argument for the unnatural nature of the new democracy is obvious when one recalls that the new Chinese state had a long border with the Soviet Union. Only the Stalinist nature of the two regimes and the false creeds of socialism in one country and the theory of stages prevented a union of the two states and the immediate progression of China to a worker state. In both Russia and China, the overthrow of the bourgeois regime took place before the agrarian revolution was finished. That both worker states existed with a substantial private sector in agriculture should not be surprising, since ownership of the land is not a deciding factor in determining the class character of a regime. The Russian dictatorship of the proletariat, first with Lenin as leader and then bureaucratically deformed, continued until 1929 based on private farming. Without Stalin's premature and forced collectivization, the situation could have continued. In China, the first FYP, which inaugurated the worker state, rested to a large extent on private farmers. The theory of the permanent revolution readily accepts the importance of democratic demands for the mobilization of the urban and peasant masses. However, it argues that the common interests of the reactionary elements, e.g. compradors, landlords, big bourgeoisie, in so-called backward countries and their intimate links with imperialism, means the national bourgeoisie as a whole will oppose the carrying through of the bourgeois democratic revolution. To overcome this opposition, to implement popular democratic demands, e.g. achieving national independence, overcoming hunger and famine, equality for women, control of inflation, land to the peasant, planning to overcome natural and man-made disasters, etc. It is necessary for the oppressed sectors of society to take governmental power. With this action, the natural flow of events is inevitably in the direction of the overthrow of capitalist property relations, for the establishment of a worker state and the first steps towards socialism. To appreciate such an analysis and plan accordingly was to develop a political line best matched to the actual forces that existed in China after World War II. Such an analysis is certainly not ultra-left as Stalinists have traditionally claimed. For example, handicraft workers and family shops would not have been dragooned into state-controlled cooperatives, and the peasants would not have been forcibly collectivized. With Soviet democracy and workers' control of production, it would have been possible, if so desired, to incorporate a privately owned light industry into a national plan. The belief in the necessity of a bourgeois phase caused the defeat of the 1925–27 Chinese Revolution because it limited the mobilization of the oppressed masses to demands acceptable to the landlord families of the officers in the NRA. But even after 1949, the disadvantages of this unnecessary stage were many, including restraining the self-organization of the working class, denying the poor and middle peasants the right to seize land, restrictions on women's rights, waste of time, effort and money in pandering to the national bourgeoisie, and facilitating the development of widespread corruption throughout the party and government. History is littered with leaders such as Oliver Cromwell, who held to one program at first but carried out another under the pressure of events. Mao is another such. After 1949, Mao assessed the strength of the forces competing for a place in government, saw which way the wind was blowing and tacked accordingly. This is not surprising, it is characteristic of the petty bourgeoisie. Today, in late capitalism, surrendering a major gain of Marxist theory and retreating to the pre-Leninist argument that a socialist revolution must be preceded by the completion of the bourgeois democratic stage, is openly and unambiguously counter-revolutionary. The irony is that the American SWP renounced permanent revolution in favor of uninterrupted revolution just prior to the collapse of the Stalinist regimes of Eastern Europe and Russia. Just as these bureaucratic regimes tottered and began to implode, the SWP declared itself in favor of one of the basic features of Stalinism. But one cannot compartmentalize political degeneration. Sacrificing permanent revolution in favor of Stalinist ideology naturally led to political decay generally in the organization. The latest development along this trajectory was the SWP leadership's decision, during Israel's slaughter in Gaza in the summer of 2014, to embrace Zionism. 18.3 Mao and Uninterrupted Revolution. Mao's Uninterrupted Revolution, the name was ripped from Lenin's article Social Democracy's Attitude Towards the Peasant Movement, September 1, 1905, contained the key assumption that the Chinese Revolution would pass through two stages. In the first stage, the bourgeois democratic revolution would be carried out by a united front of all revolutionary classes, including the national bourgeoisie, to overthrow the imperialists, feudal rulers and reactionary traitors. During this stage, national independence would be achieved and agrarian reform implemented. Subsequently, after Chinese capitalism had developed separately from international imperialism to a degree that made the transition to socialism possible, the capitalists would peacefully, it was hoped, step aside and allow the revolution to move to a second stage in which the CCP would lead China to socialism. Finally, the new worker state would adopt the policy of peaceful coexistence, thus allowing the CCP to preserve its own narrow national power base. The CCP always argued that the ultimate goal of the Chinese Revolution was to achieve socialism, and this would require the prior development of capitalism to a certain degree. It was supposed that during the new democracy the social weight of the proletariat would grow, while remaining under CCP guidance and control, and this would allow China to carry through its bourgeois democratic revolution while steering clear of imperialism and heading towards the realization of socialism. At the time he wrote on New Democracy in 1940, Mao hoped for a united front against the Japanese armies and a post-war coalition government with Chiang Kai-shek. It was expected that national bourgeois and petty bourgeois parties supporting capitalism would be an integral part of the revolutionary forces, since the tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution would be achieved without challenging the principle of capitalist property relations. In underdeveloped countries such as China, the second stage, the proletarian revolution, would arrive at some time in the future in a quite separate transformation. The two stages were carefully compartmentalized and separated by scores of years, with the socialist revolution a thing of the rather far future. Mao was not wedded to historical accuracy, so when On New Democracy and the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party were republished in 1951, having been tested against reality, the unity with other classes was downplayed by editing out offending phrases and inserting expressions such as "under the leadership of the proletariat" into the text. The reason for these editorial additions is obvious. The stagist theory of New Democracy had been found wanting. During World War II, the united front with the KMT was at best partial and temporary. After the war, instead of inviting the communists to join him in government, Chiang launched an all-out military assault on them. The national bourgeoisie noticeably failed to rally to the united front, and by the end of the Civil War it was found that the national bourgeois elements that had remained in China had little substance. One of the main planks of the New Democracy was noticeable by its absence. On the other hand, the hunger, poverty, unemployment, inflation, and other problems facing the Chinese masses demanded solutions that were socialist in principle. However, even as he confronted the fact that the national bourgeoisie in China after 1949 was, at best, economically weak, Mao continued to assert that China had to pass through all the necessary stages of a democratic bourgeois republic in order to achieve socialism. Just as Stalin would say one thing while doing the opposite, in 1958 at the 8th National Congress of the CCP, Mao reviewed his analysis. I advocate the theory of uninterrupted revolution. You must not think that this is Trotsky's theory of uninterrupted revolution. In making revolution, it should be like striking the iron while it is hot, one revolution to follow another. Trotsky advocated that socialist revolution be undertaken even before the democratic revolution was accomplished. We do not proceed like that. In fact, Trotsky said the socialist revolution would begin before the democratic revolution was finished and become entwined with it. Mao was determined to show how his theory of uninterrupted revolution differed from Trotsky's permanent revolution. Despite the experience of China 1949 to 1953, which saw the interpenetration of different stages of economic development, particularly the introduction of a national plan and wholesale nationalization of industries to solve the crises the nation faced, Mao continued to assert that the different stages of development of the uninterrupted revolution were separate and should not be confused. The democratic revolution would be accomplished before the socialist. The democratic revolution will undergo several stages of development, all under the slogan of a democratic republic, not that of a Soviet regime. We stand for going through all the necessary stages of a democratic republic in order to arrive at socialism. The historic current within which Mao has a leading position, Stalinism, has, ever since Stalin published Foundations of Leninism in April 1924, consciously and unswervingly counterposed uninterrupted revolution to Trotsky's theory of the permanent revolution. However, Pierre Rousset, a leading member of the United Secretariat of the Fourth International, with responsibility for developing its strategy for the 21st century, has claimed the differences between Mao's theory of uninterrupted revolution and Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution are more apparent than real due to lack of precision in the theoretical formulas. It is not surprising, then, that Mao's theory of uninterrupted revolution is still being touted as a strategy for victory in colonial and semi-colonial countries. The lessons of the October 1965 slaughter of 1 million communists in Indonesia when the Indonesian Communist Party attempted to apply uninterrupted revolution have not been assimilated, and Maoism continues to surface in different guises, as in the guerrilla movement in Nepal. 18.4 Permanent Revolution. The theory of the permanent revolution presents a model in which completing the tasks of the bourgeois democratic revolution in so-called backward countries flows naturally into the socialist revolution because the common interests of feudalists, landlords, and national capitalists with the imperialists are far greater than any common interest with the poor peasants, middle peasants, or proletarians. On August 29, 1917, Lenin wrote from a publicist's diary in which he publicly endorsed Trotsky's analysis. You do not have to give these demands, seizure of the landlord's land and its division amongst the peasants, a lot of thought to see that it is absolutely impossible to realize them in alliance with the capitalists, without breaking completely with them, without waging the most determined and ruthless struggle against the capitalist class, without overthrowing its rule. Lenin also concluded that the presence of the Soviet Union meant that colonial and semi-colonial countries, certainly those in Asia, did not need to pass through a capitalist phase. This was endorsed by the Baku Congress of the Peoples of the East held in September 1920, which declared most definitely that the poor peasants of the East did not have to proceed via bourgeois democracy, did not have to pass through a phase of capitalist development before they could go over to a Soviet system. The Congress also accepted that the Russian experience had demonstrated that middle peasants would support socialist revolution if the resulting regime approved the seizure of the landed estates and their distribution to the peasants by the peasants. This analysis is, of course, quite the opposite of the block of four classes proposed by Mao and Stalin. At the time it assumed governmental power in 1949, the CCP already had control over those sectors of the economy most important for a socialist transition: heavy industry and banking. The big estates and landlordism had to be eradicated and the land distributed amongst the peasants, preferably by the peasants themselves, and this should and could have been done quickly. The artificial delay in the move to a worker state was based on erroneous ideological concepts. Of course, the theory of the permanent revolution in no way precludes the development of pre-capitalist, colonial countries into capitalist countries as happened with India. It argues that the struggle for national democratic demands opens the possibility of direct transition to a worker state as happened in Russia 1917 to 1918, and was brilliantly confirmed in China in 1949 to 1953. The theory also provides a guide to the limits that will be imposed on the struggle for national independence if the national bourgeoisie retain the leadership. In countries such as India, the struggle ended with the conquest of political independence, but the completion of the democratic tasks was only partial, as the position of women and the poor peasants only too clearly demonstrate. Nor does the theory reject the possibility that certain external factors could intervene to generate the bourgeois revolution and the capitalist mode of production. In certain specific circumstances, it might be in the interests of a section of the imperialists to force through a capitalist transformation in a relatively backward country. This is what began in Japan in 1852, when Commodore Perry used gunboat diplomacy to force Japanese ports to open to American trade, and continued after World War II when the U.S. administration feared Japan could be lost to communism if its economic foundations were not restructured and strengthened. 18.5 Capitalist Restoration and Permanent Revolution. Does China's return to capitalism contradict the theory of permanent revolution? Does the theory of permanent revolution offer any insight into the coming Chinese socialist revolution? To answer the first question, we must place the theory of the permanent revolution in context as the application of the general law of combined and uneven development to the specific circumstances of the democratic revolution in so-called backward countries during late capitalism, and must conclude it is not directly applicable to capitalist restoration. At the same time, we note that the question is somewhat artificial, as it could equally have been addressed to the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. We also note that Trotsky's analysis of the Russian Soviet regime did accurately predict that if a hardened bureaucratic caste remained in power, there was every likelihood of capitalist restoration. See Chapter 15. The second question is valid, but only to the extent that the theory of the permanent revolution analyses the coming Chinese revolution as a classical, proletarian, socialist revolution from the outset. The urban population of China is in the majority, and China is a modern state with an advanced and extensive industrial base. The method contained within the theory teaches us that inevitably the first goals of the revolution will include democratic demands, and the fight of the revolutionary forces to genuinely implement these demands will win them the support of the urban and peasant petty bourgeois masses. Enacting the democratic demands will necessarily take place in parallel with taking the first steps towards socialism. Permanent revolution rejects completely the need for any alliance with the national bourgeoisie, perceiving it as fully integrated into world imperialism. Strike figures show a new proletariat numbering nearly 300 million is being tempered on the anvil of the struggles taking place in China's workshops. No amount of state repression has been or will be able to stop the rise of this objective process. At the same time, the integration of China's industries into the world market means it cannot avoid capitalist crises of overproduction, and these will inevitably generate revolutionary movements. The driving force of the revolution will be the working class, which will lead the peasantry, and the main methods of the revolution will be mass strikes supported by peasant uprisings. The bourgeoisie in China is the ruling class and overlaps substantially with the CCP, and, thus, also the state apparatus, because it was this organization that was responsible for relaunching capitalism in China and providing the owners and managers of many important enterprises. This gives the bourgeoisie a very high degree of state support in, for example, dealing with strikes. But there is an important corollary. The very integration that has been so helpful to the growth of capitalism will mean the bourgeois state will find it very difficult to accommodate the just and democratic demands of the masses. The material interests and innate conservatism of this bloc will mean it will fiercely oppose the development of free expression, particularly any free trade union movement. However, the lack of an established labor aristocracy and the inexperience of the Chinese bourgeoisie means that a revolutionary explosion could take place with little warning. This would be in the context of a crisis-ridden world market that would block the tried and tested safety valve for Chinese capitalism, rapid industrial expansion, and an increase in exports. The socialist revolution would be unthinkable without the day-to-day struggle for advances under capitalism. Only in and through such struggles can the working class acquire the necessary experience and organization to challenge the capitalist system. However, any protesters will face a state apparatus which is the fusion of a monstrous Stalinist regime with the most repulsive features of capitalism. A revolutionary or even workers' party is lacking, but, nevertheless, proletarian consciousness is rising, and there is a sense amongst many that the left is on the verge of a leap forward. But this will only occur if workers, peasants, and intellectuals find issues that unite the forces of opposition. Socialists will, of course, fight for immediate demands but pose them in a way that links day-to-day problems to the socialist transformation of society. Such demands, transitional demands as Trotsky referred to them, act as a bridge between actions taken in the struggle for bettering the condition of the masses and the idea of the socialist revolution. 18.6 Summary. The Third Chinese Revolution was a magnificent historic achievement despite the best efforts of the Stalinists to sidetrack it into the dead end of class collaboration, first with the KMT and, when this proved impossible, with the remnants of the national bourgeoisie who had not fled to Taiwan with Chiang. It is blindingly obvious that the new democracy was neither a natural nor a necessary stage in the Third Chinese Revolution. It was imposed on the revolution in a most unnatural and artificial manner by the CCP itself in order that the revolutionary process would appear to follow the path prescribed by Stalin and Mao. To achieve this, the agrarian program was limited and the proletariat constrained. But the revolution refused to be confined in this way, and it burst through. The apparent successes of the national bourgeoisie during the new democracy was achieved because of government-provided resources and careful tending, only to be repaid by economic sabotage and corruption of party and state on a fantastic scale. In a war with American imperialism, facing a damaging embargo on trade, the bureaucratic state acted swiftly to preserve itself, and within 4 years of its launch, the new democracy was dead in the water, and the PRC was consciously moving in the direction of a centrally planned economy, though without workers' democracy. Stalinist regimes may have varied from country to country and era to era, but all had certain qualities in common. The CCP met all the necessary criteria. Its ideological basis was socialism in one country at home and peaceful coexistence abroad. It had a privileged bureaucratic caste. After 1953, this rested on the property foundations of a worker state. It repressed workers' democracy. It was a monolithic, totalitarian regime both within party and government. Its policies zigged and zagged between ultra-leftism and open-class collaboration according to the short-term needs of the bureaucracy. In the special circumstances that existed in China, a Stalinist party was forced to go further than it wished in breaking with the bourgeoisie, but did not become a genuinely revolutionary workers' party. Marxism is concrete, so it is important to observe the actual events in China, to see how and why the class collaborationist perspective of the new democracy and the theory of stages collapse so completely and so quickly. But it is also necessary to place these events within a correct overall perspective. The necessity of taking measures which were objectively socialist to solve the problems of the democratic revolution was clearly spelled out by Lenin in 1917 and repeated many times thereafter. The permanent revolution is a tendency for revolutions in backward countries to transcend the bourgeois democratic phase and turn into socialist revolutions. China was living proof of this. Stalinist regimes have always acted as a brake on economic progress, but following the utter chaos of the KMT, and by putting state plans and other socialist forms into place, it initially took the Chinese economy forward at a rapid pace. However, as the economy became increasingly complex, a centralized bureaucratic system that attempted to control every aspect of economic life could no longer cope and became an absolute impediment to progress. To counter this, the party adopted a Chinese new economic policy which was initially successful in greatly increasing agricultural production and convincing many in the CCP that a market economy was the route to rapid industrial expansion. Escalating social unrest caused by dissatisfaction with aspects of the regime's policies climaxed in the Tian and Men Square events. The outcome was that the hardliners took control of the party and determined that a full market economy was necessary to generate the economic growth necessary to save their skins. That the best way to ensure their benefits continued and could be handed down to their children was for China to move to a capitalist system with themselves as owners of property. The most common forms were for CCP officials who were the managers of TVEs and small/medium SOEs to buy such enterprises at giveaway prices, and for senior local government bureaucrats to purchase properties and shares using the monies received from bribes. At no time did the bureaucracy consider workers' democracy as a means of governing the economy to eliminate waste and corruption. That would have meant the end of their privileges. Step by step, the CCP dumped the measures necessary for a worker state. Each step in the process was justified as necessary for maintaining the dynamism of the economy and expanding employment prospects for those flooding into the cities from the countryside. The first to go was the monopoly of foreign trade, then central planning was replaced by the profit motive and commodity production, and next was the privatization of small, medium, and large SOEs. Today, only a small number of certain strategic industries, e.g. telecommunications for control of the media, hopelessly unprofitable industries, e.g. industries of the Rust Belt, and the Big Four banks, each with massive debts, remain in state hands. China is now a fully fledged capitalist country, though its capitalist class lacks both experience and refinement. China's emergence as a major capitalist power temporarily provided world capitalism with a much-needed boost, but soon it was serving to sharpen all the old contradictions and raise them to a new level. The massive investment in Chinese industry expressed itself as an avalanche of cheap commodities which soon saturated many sectors of the world's economy. Now there is increasing overcapacity in the Chinese economy itself. The combination of a capitalist restoration and the consequent opening of the economy to a huge influx of capital investment, often subsidized by the state, combined with a vast supply of cheap labor from the countryside, has enabled China to rapidly develop a powerful modern industrial base. That period of explosive growth is nearing its limit. Now China finds itself faced with the same problems that afflict every capitalist economy. The successes of China's economy have been based on the labor of Chinese workers. However, with the development of capitalism came enormous class differentiation, and China has become one of the most unequal and corrupt societies in the world. The flaunting of the obscene wealth of the ruling elite and their children, the princelings, is bitterly resented by the population. That said, the base of the Chinese capitalist class is very narrow. China is run by a tiny elite of super-rich oligarchs who have enriched themselves by plundering the state and brutally exploiting the labor of the Chinese workers. It is true that beneath them there are layers of factory managers, directors, bureaucrats, and officials in state and party institutions. Together with their families, these form part of the establishment. But even after taking them into account, the overwhelming majority of the population is excluded from economic wealth and the power bestowed by it. It is possible, given the colossal accumulation of discontent, that attempts to rationalize the big factories of heavy industry in the Northeast will provoke fierce defensive struggles which might, under certain conditions, become transformed into offensive actions. The world working class is entering an epoch of permanent and increasing austerity which will require class battles to retain the gains remaining from the relative boom of the post-World War II years, such as the UK National Health Service. One thing is clear: workers are beginning to look for ways of fighting back. There will be many false starts such as Syriza in Greece. But once the class begins to move, the whole attitude of the workers will change, the entire political atmosphere will be transformed, and what might seem impossible today will be realized. Jeremy Corbyn's election to leader of the UK Labour Party is especially important as he is now leader of the traditional party of the British working class. His victory has opened up enormous possibilities for British workers, and if the momentum that gained him that victory can be maintained, then a real threat to the British ruling class will appear. The history of the last 100 years has demonstrated that a healthy socialist revolution needs a revolutionary leadership armed with correct theory based on the collective experience of the revolutionary movement on a world scale. Without Lenin, the October Revolution would never have taken place. In the absence of this subjective factor, all kinds of aberrations can occur, as China is witness. In the absence of such a revolutionary leadership, there will be extreme confusion and disorientation of the workers, and it is possible that the movement will be defeated. The problem facing the Chinese working class today can be summed up in one word: leadership. Capitalism in China may continue for some time on a very unstable basis. But something more than just favorable objective conditions, numerical strength, or even the willingness of the masses to fight is necessary for a socialist revolution. The subjective factor is also indispensable. The Chinese leadership know this, and that is why it monitors the internet so vigorously. It is no accident that since 2013 the Chinese state has been spending more on internal security than on defense. The budget for 2015 is $24.6 billion, up 11% on 2014. However, the new generation of young workers is not prepared to put up with the low wages and bad conditions that their grandparents, former peasants recently arrived from dirt-poor villages, were willing to accept. So it is also not surprising that the CCP has given the ACFTU a more active role in controlling workers' discontent and suppressing workers' self-organization. The growing mood of discontent in Chinese society is expressed by the rising number of street demonstrations, strikes, and other actions in the factories. In a totalitarian society, where discontent is forcibly suppressed and there are few legal safety valves, explosions can occur suddenly and without warning. The workers in the older heavy industries were loyal to the regime because it provided them with secure employment and reasonable living conditions, but now they are faced with large-scale unemployment coupled with worse conditions and cuts in pay. They are well and truly disillusioned with the regime and are starting the fight back. The workers in the new electronic factories in the SEZs began as inexperienced peasants grateful to get out of their village. Now the third generation is arriving in the factories and demanding better pay and work conditions. Until now, these two groups of workers were at different stages of development in their fight with the regime. Now their interests are coinciding and a new stage of the struggle has been reached. The Chinese working class is destined to play a key role in world history in the coming period. Napoleon is reported as having said that China is like a sleeping giant, and when she awakes, she shall astonish the world. Paraphrasing Napoleon, we can say that today that sleeping giant is the Chinese proletariat. When it rises, no force on the planet will be able to stop it, and it will transform the whole world. Postscript. Financial interests of CCP leaders. In 2015, some 11.5 million documents which belonged to the Panamanian law firm of Mossack Fonseca were leaked by an anonymous source. The leaked documents did not, generally, show any illegal activities, but they did reveal the private wealth and business connections of many who would have preferred their details to have remained secret. Further investigations by the New York Times and others gave more insight into the personal wealth of top Chinese leaders. Control of the communications industry and state censorship ensures information such as this is not available in China unless the party tops want it in the public domain. The Standing Committee of the Politburo, the top decision-making body of the CCP, consists of 7 people. Xi Jinping, Li Keqiang, Zhang Dejiang, Yu Zhengsheng, Lu Yunshan, Wang Qishan, and Zhang Gaoli. Aggregation of personal wealth is, of course, quite possible within a deformed worker state, but there are limits. It is difficult to accept that a party top with a personal fortune of over $100 million, which is largely invested in private property and commodity production, is of the same class as a miner earning $5,000 a year. These top party leaders are greedy. They amass huge personal fortunes but still take full benefit in terms of the perks provided by the state as part of their jobs. Luxury accommodation, chauffeur-driven limousines, and so on. Xi Jinping, current president of China and general secretary of the party, 2013, is said to be worth about $100 million personally. A New York Times investigation alleges the family of the new president and anti-corruption hero has interests including investments in companies with total assets of $376 million, an 18% indirect stake in a rare earths company with $1.73 billion in assets, and a $20.2 million holding in a publicly traded technology company. Xi's brother-in-law Deng Jiagui has been named in the Panama Papers as linked to offshore deals that hid billions of dollars. Li Keqiang was the man behind the Report China 2030, building a harmonious and creative high-income society. Co-written with the World Bank, www.worldbank.org, a blueprint to fully open the Chinese economy to global capital, allowing the U.S. and other imperialisms unrestricted entry into China. Also included is the privatization of most remaining state enterprises, a process likely to destroy millions of jobs. Li will be in charge of implementing this onslaught against the working class. He has managed to keep details of his personal wealth well hidden. Zhang Dejiang is known for his laissez-faire economic policy and iron-fisted approach to workers and peasants. While he was in charge in Guangdong province in the 1990s and early 2000s, he ordered the violent suppression of several mass rural protests, including the fatal shooting of 20 farmers in Shanwei in 2005. He was also linked to the plundering of Shenzhen Airlines when he allowed a little-known businessman to take over. By 2009, Shenzhen Airlines was bankrupt, owing some $16 billion, but huge sums were believed to have been salted overseas. Yu Zhengsheng has proclaimed that it would be no problem to make public his assets, because I don't have much property. In fact, he is notorious for corruption scandals involving property and businesses. Without naming him, China's leading financial magazine Caijin reported in 2011 that a businesswoman built an empire of 20 companies through a network of corruption involving hundreds of officials. Her entry point to the CCP was when he was the Hubei province party secretary in 2001. The same magazine reported in 2007 that two Beijing-based private companies bought 91.6% of the shares in Shandong Province's largest state-owned power company, the Shandong Luoning Group, which had assets of 73.8 billion yuan, for just 3.73 billion yuan. One of the key figures behind the dubious deal was Yu. After Yu was appointed Shanghai Party Secretary in 2007, his administration demolished countless residents' homes to clear land for projects such as the Shanghai World Expo, Disneyland, and the Beijing-Shanghai High-Speed Railway, which provided huge profits for developers and big businesses. It is said that the Yu family pocketed countless millions in bribes. Liu Yunshan is head of the propaganda department and has enforced President Hu's program of building a harmonious society by tightening censorship. To be harmonized means to be blocked from the internet. In 2003, Liu championed the transformation of the Beijing News into China's first joint stock company, spearheading a wave of media restructuring. Liu's son, Liu Lifei, was until recently the president and CEO of CITIC Private Equity and is reported to have personally raised over $5 billion. He has used his father's political influence to amass a fortune and has been listed by Fortune magazine as one of the 25 most powerful businesspeople in Asia. His daughter-in-law, Jia Liqing, was named in the Panama Papers, but Yunshan is well placed to ensure this news does not reach the Chinese public. Wang Qishong is a member of the so-called Princelings Party, consisting of those who have risen to power because they are related to previous important figures in the party. He is the son-in-law of a former Politburo Standing Committee member, Yao Yiling. Wang has long advocated accelerating the opening up of China as a giant cheap labor platform. He was a leading figure supporting the privatizations of the 1990s that destroyed tens of millions of jobs. The Bush administration's Treasury Secretary Henry Paulson praised Wang in Time magazine in 2009. He is the man China's leaders look to for an understanding of the markets and the global economy. As a result, China has been supportive of U.S. actions to stabilize our capital markets and has not given in to those who advocate reversing economic reform to insulate China from the world. Zhang Gaoli represents the interests of party members employed in the state-owned giants, including those being made ready for privatization, and so could be expected to differ from Xi in the approach to be taken and the speed to be adopted. However, that does not mean Zhang is in favor of moving China in a socialist direction. Quite the contrary. Zhang's daughter is married to the son of Li Xianyi, who owns one of the largest glass manufacturing businesses in mainland China. Zhang has extensive business interests in Hong Kong, where his other daughter is married to Li Xingput, director of 17 companies. When Zhang was party secretary of Shenzhen, he used his influence in adjoining Hong Kong to help the family of Jiang Zemin, paramount leader of China from 1989 to 2002, buy land and establish a $8 billion telecom company, to be run by Zhang's eldest son, who has recently been named the head of the new Shanghai Technical University. His son-in-law, Li Xingput, was named in the Panama Papers. Jiang Zemin used his political power as president, 1993 to 2002, to embezzle government resources on a huge scale. Together with then-Premier Zhu Rongji, 1998 to 2003, he endorsed the plan for the privatization of state enterprises. The funds for state enterprises allocated by the central government became loans to help form joint ventures with foreign corporations. This process, it is claimed, allowed government officials to pocket personal gains in the millions of US dollars, and also gave them the means of laundering the money abroad. According to the book Anything for Power, the real story of China's Jiang Zemin, based on sources in Shanghai familiar with Jiang and published by the Epoch Times. After Jiang was appointed party head in 1993, he and his son, Jiang Mianheng, embarked on a path of personal aggrandizement. The process began in 1994, when the pair purchased the state enterprise Shanghai Joint Venture, which was valued at several hundred million yuan by the Shanghai Stock Exchange, for only a few % of its worth. Nominally a state enterprise, in reality it became the private property of Jiang's family. The book claims that the selling off of state enterprises at far below their real values allowed the Jiang family to take control of China Netcom Telecommunications Limited, Shanghai Automobile Industry, Shanghai Information Network, and Shanghai Airport Corporation. Alvin Jiang, Zemin's grandson and Jiang Mianheng's son, appears to have the family knack of landing lucrative deals. Alvin is a third-generation princeling, whose Chinese given name is Zhiqing, which means, with ambition, you can achieve. It is claimed that Alvin is the government-linked person for Boyu, a private equity firm that has achieved the kind of successes that other firms can only dream of. In particular, Boyu's 2011 purchase of a controlling stake in Sunrise Duty Free, which runs all the duty-free stores at Shanghai and Beijing's international airports. That deal, it is believed, was evidence that Jiang Zemin's grandson could gain access to a strictly controlled state sector and convert those assets into a highly profitable investment. ThomsonReuters.com/14/03/China-Princeling.pdf right bracket. The president of China from 2003 to 2013 was Wen Jiabao. The same New York Times investigation found that the close family of Wen Jiabao had wealth amounting to around $2.7 billion. His son Winston Wen was co-founder of New Horizon Capital and raised $3.2 billion funds, and is the best known of China's private equity princelings. In 2012, Wen became chairman of state-owned China Satellite Communications Company. The personal wealth of Hu Jintao, General Secretary, 2003 to 2013, is more modest, being only $400,000, possibly saved from his $11,000 annual salary. His son has been much more successful. In 2008, Hu Haifeng was promoted by the party to lead Tsinghua Holdings, a large conglomerate that controls over 30 companies including Nuctech, a nuclear technology company that is one of the world's top providers of security scanning equipment, supplying about 50 nations. In late 2006, despite protests of corruption, the company won a contract to install advanced scanners at all 147 of China's airports to detect potentially dangerous liquids. Hu Haiqing, his daughter, is married to Daniel Mao, former chief executive of Sina.com, one of China's largest web portals. In 2003, Mr. Mao's wealth was estimated to be as much as $60 million. However, Hu's top aide, Ling Jihua, vice chairman of the National Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference and director of the General Office of the Party Central Committee, a position comparable to the White House Chief of Staff, succeeded in amassing a fortune of $13.4 billion. Investigations of other top party people reveal they are all an integral part of the new capitalist elite. These people are not sharing power with the capitalists, they are the capitalists. The super rich are supported by a stratum of wealthy party and state bureaucrats, their corporate partners, while a house divided. China after 30 years of reforms. Economic and Political Weekly, 43, 52, 61-69, December 2008. Zhou Yongkang was a member of the 17th Politburo Standing Committee. Zhou represented the section of the party bureaucracy employed in heavy industry, especially mining, steel and oil, which is attempting to slow down the privatization of industries remaining in the state sector, and had dared to organize opposition to President Xi. He was removed from the Politburo at the 18th Congress of the CCP in November 2012. In a truly Stalinist manner, his removal was accompanied by a purge of those he had placed in senior positions, particularly in the oil and gas industry. BBC News, June 11, 2015. Next, he was publicly disgraced by being charged with corruption. Given that most, if not all, state officials are corrupt to some degree, and the higher up the bureaucratic ladder, the more corrupt. Corruption charges are a surefire and popular means of dealing with one's political opponents. Zhou was convicted of accepting bribes, abuse of power, and revealing state secrets. The last charge was a clear signal that more than just corruption had been involved. He was sentenced to life in prison. The New York Times and other newspapers dug into the wealth held by Zhou Yongkang and his family. It turns out that Zhou had amassed a private fortune of about $150 million in China alone, with unknown millions salted away in overseas holdings. However, it was Zhou's relatives, predominantly his eldest son, who had gained most. Zhou's family hold or have controlling stakes in at least 37 companies, many of which have major contracts to work jointly with the giant, state-owned China National Petroleum Corporation, CNPC, which was headed by Zhou in the 1990s. As a top party bureaucrat, Zhou had maintained a special relationship with CNPC, which gave him substantial influence over a giant firm with annual revenue in excess of $400 billion. Mr. Zhou's eldest son, Zhou Bin, 42, is the majority owner of a Beijing company that sells equipment to CNPC and has stakes in up to 11 other companies that do business with CNPC. They also have substantial holdings in Sichuan province, one of the country's most populous provinces, where Zhou was party chief from 1999 to 2002. Visit http://english.kxian.com/2014-07-29/104558.html to get an idea of the extent of the Zhou family business links. The corruption of the CCP is demonstrated by its astonishing tolerance to the bribes party members are given by the business sector. Bribery is widespread, offered as payment of tuition fees at overseas schools for children, stocks and bonds allocated to family members, etc. Of course, the example of the leaders is emulated throughout the party. However, discretion is required. Wei Pengyuan, deputy chief of the National Energy Commission, generated a local scandal and drew public attention to himself and his lifestyle when he publicly threatened to kill his mistress. A police raid on his home followed and, in October 2014, found the equivalent of $30 million in cash at a time when the average salary in China was less than $5,000. BBC News, October 31, 2014. Wei was subsequently charged with corruption, found guilty and jailed for life. How local CCP leaders became major capitalists. In 2002, there were 3, in 2005, 10, in 2014, over 150, and in 2016, China had some $568 billionaires, overtaking the USA, which had only 535. BBC News, February 25, 2106. The familial ties linking party tops to the super-rich are very direct. In 2005, the richest of all was Larry Rong Zijin, son of a former vice president of the PRC and leading red capitalist Rong Iran, who served in key state positions, most notably as the country's vice president, 1993-98, without being a member of the CCP, but who did a great deal to open China to the global market. Obituary, The Guardian, 18. November 2005. Because in China there is no significant divide between party and state, there are few, if any, effective checks and or balances on top officials, so corruption is absolutely rampant. It is true that the government makes a lot of noise about its policy of killing the chicken to frighten the monkey, and occasionally demotes, imprisons, or even executes an official as a warning to others, but the money to be made is so fantastic and the chances of being caught so small that these measures are generally ineffective. An accidentally leaked People's Bank of China report revealed that between 16 to 18,000 CCP officials who had fled China in the last 20 years took a total of about $160 billion with them, indicating the wealth that is flowing into the hands of party members. Many party members began to acquire their wealth when they gained control of a successful TVE. The ownership of these nominally collective enterprises was gradually consolidated in the hands of their managers or local party officials. Often the same person, Hartlandsberg, M. and Burkett, P. China and Socialism, Monthly Review, 56, 3, 2004. In towns, many party and government officials were able to translate their managerial positions into ownership of privatized small and medium SOEs, either by sleight of hand or paying peanuts for a going concern. Party cadres, generally, found the property sector a particularly fertile ground for amassing quick riches. Permission for construction projects valued at billions of dollars depended on the say-so of local party tops who, not surprisingly, soon acquired extensive property holdings. On September 12, 2014, CNBC News claimed the number of dollar millionaires in China had reached more than 1 million. Many of these, if not the majority, are CCP members who use the loophole of a lack of central land records to salt away their ill-gotten gains from bribery and corruption, buying the leases of prime city center apartments under pseudonyms, Chong'en Bai, et al., crony capitalism with Chinese characteristics. Tsinghua University, School of Economics and Management, May 2014. A good example of how crony capitalism and the end of central planning combined to enable the meteoric rise of those with good party connections is Liu Yongxing. In the early 2000s, the China Aluminium Corporation, Chinalco, an SOE, had a 98% share of the aluminium market in China. The central government gave Chinalco exclusive rights over all national bauxite deposits. Yet, by 2008, the market share of Chinalco had dropped to less than 50%, due to the entry of large private firms into the aluminium market. Liu Yongxing, the moving spirit of the East Hope Group, understood the Achilles heel of Chinalco, that its exclusive right to purchase Chinese bauxite was given by central government and not the local governments that had actual physical control over the minerals. With the end of central planning, the East Hope Group went to the local government of Sanmenxia, a mid-sized city in Hunan province with large deposits of bauxite, and effected a deal with the local party secretary who had strong links with Li Keqiang, Chinese premier. The East Hope Group started to produce aluminium in 2005, and today Liu claims to be worth $5 billion. Chong'en Bai, et al., Crony Capitalism with Chinese Characteristics, Tsinghua University, School of Economics and Management, May 2014. The restoration of capitalism slowed and accelerated as the different groups within the CCP leadership argued out their differences. Added unevenness occurred in the process due to the specific conditions in the different regions of this enormous country and in the different sectors of the economy. China has a long history of dispersed power, with considerable provincial, county, and even city autonomy. In fact, an integral part of the transition to capitalism was encouragement and greater decentralization of state powers. Jeho Chung and Taoqiu Lam, China's City System in Flux, the China Quarterly, number 180, 2004, pp 945, 64. To accelerate the process, the revenues of local governments throughout China were made dependent on local business taxes and taxes on sales. The promotion of party cadres came to depend on their ability to deliver economic growth, employment, and foreign investment. IBID. Many local party members served as brokers and deal-makers between the public and private sectors. Others greased the wheels through black market deals, bribes, and informal networking. It was only natural that these came to have stakes in the ownership of private businesses or took posts as advisors on company boards or senior management positions in private companies. It is clear that in China, even that section of the bureaucracy which is defending state industry against privatization is not doing so in the interests of the working class but to protect its own interests. Like the rest of the highest levels of the bureaucracy, Zhou Yongkang was a corrupt capitalist, but wanted to proceed to capitalism by a different route to President Xi. The struggle between Zhou and Xi was not over whether or not to maintain capitalist development in China, it was over which route to take. One can say the struggle between the groups within the CCP has parallels to the struggle in the UK between that section of the bourgeoisie that wishes to be outside the EU and that section which wishes to continue within the EU.